Chapter 1 Huang Yu, the reincarnated war god villain. Huang Yu, I've said it many times. There's no possibility for us in this lifetime. In the next lifetime, even the one after that. Tianhai City. Inside the Li family group. At this moment, in the CEO's office, Huang Yu, in a sharp suit, held flowers and gifts in his hands, looking confused. Memories flooded into Huang Yu's mind like a rushing waterfall, causing both pain and confusion. Damn, did I just transmigrate? Huang Yu was momentarily stunned. He never thought that, after reading various over-the-top novels for a few days and nights, he would actually end up in a novel world. And in this world, there was not just one protagonist. There were all kinds of characters he used to enjoy reading about. Army kings, security guards, medical saints, dragon emperors, asuras, almost everything. Various dramatic plots were unfolding in a mix of pure chaos. To his dismay, he didn't belong to any of the main characters, but had transmigrated into a rich second-generation antagonist in one of the books. The person he reincarnated as was also named Huang Yu, the only son of the Huang family, one of the four major families in Tianhai. The ice-cold female CEO renowned in the Tianhai business circle, Liu Ryan from the Liu family group, happened to be his pursuit object, or rather, harassment target. Ever since he was designated as her childhood sweetheart by his grandfather, Huang Yu became obsessed as if possessed. He stopped chasing girls and drinking, solely focusing on following Liu Ryan everywhere. His actions were terror-inducing for some and infuriatingly silent for others. He had used numerous family connections and resources over 3 years. The declining Liu family, now just a fourth-rate family in Tianhai City, was forcibly elevated to the ranks of a first-rate family in Tianhai City by the original owner. Despite the Liu family accepting these arrangements, Liu Ryan paid no attention to the original owner and even treated him with indifference every day. But the original owner was shamelessly delighted, reveling in his role as a lapdog, unable to extricate himself. Moreover, the moment of Huang Yu's transmigration was quite delicate. He transmigrated into the most absurd part of the original book's plot, the day when the original owner, who failed in his love confession and turned completely black, had his leg broken by the male protagonist, Dragon Atia. Damn it. This is too much. Remembering his past lapdog behavior, Huang Yu almost spat blood. Watching Liu Ryan, who looked at him with disdain, was no surprise. According to the original book's plot, he would soon fail in his love pursuit and, when resorting to force, have his leg broken by Zizan, the crooked-mouthed dragon king who had just been hired as a security guard by the Liu family group. This was utterly ridiculous. A top-notch rich second generation like himself, one of the four heavenly kings of Tianhai, not only indulged in being Liu Ryan's lapdog for 3 years, but would also end up being used by Zizan as a tool for revenge. Such a melodramatic plot. If boiling sheep were here, they would kneel down and call him the Grand Master. No way. I absolutely cannot sit idle by. At the very least, I must save my leg today. Huang Yu looked at Liu Ryan, then down at his own long legs, firm in his decision. Seeing Huang Yu standing still, a professional OL-clad woman with a cold demeanor, Liu Ryan furrowed her brows slightly, lifting her head slightly. On her stunningly cold face, the eyes revealed an undisguised disgust. Huang Yu, let me say this one last time, please stop pestering me. Even if my parents agree to a marriage alliance with the Huang family, we are absolutely not possible. I will not engage with you, let alone marry you. Her tone had already turned slightly angry, as if she would rather die than be with him. So please, leave. I don't want to chase you out. Speaking these words, Liu Ryan looked extremely helpless, knowing that speaking these words would be futile, as Huang Yu's stubborn nature meant he would continue to cause trouble. But today, Liu Ryan was determined to make Huang Yu completely give up. Okay. Upon hearing this, how could Huang Yu not agree? He, the young master of the Huang family, with his Ivy League education and handsome appearance, could find anyone he wanted regardless of background. Did he have to die on this hill? Huang, I've told you, I will never be with you. Upon hearing Liu Ryan's words, her icy tone had just started when she suddenly stopped. Then, with a slightly startled gaze, she looked at Huang Yu. What did you say? Liu Ryan was somewhat incredulous, wondering if she had misheard. Did he actually agree? Agree not to pester her anymore? She found it hard to believe. I said yes. Chapter 2. The crooked-mouthed Dragon King has arrived. What's with this stupid woman and that look in her eyes? That damn ice-cold female CEO. Just a brainless love-struck fool. I must quickly distance myself from these shallow women. I've wasted several years of my youth on them. Huang Yu felt uneasy as he noticed Liu Ryan staring at him. He couldn't help but vent his frustrations internally. According to the plot of this cringeworthy dragon arrogance and dog blood novel, that crooked-mouthed Zizan is about to come up soon. I must find an excuse to leave quickly. Liu President. Are you okay? Huang Yu awkwardly waved his hand in front of Liu Ryan and said, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Regarding the engagement between our families, rest assured, I will explain everything to my family. After carefully observing Liu Ryan, she confirmed that she could indeed hear what the other party was thinking. But what does Dragon Arrogance Dog Blood novel mean? And who is this Zizan, whom Huang Yu has been envisioning as his harem since the beginning? Liu Ryan couldn't recall any interactions with Zizan in other places, especially when she passed by during the security department interview. That crooked-mouthed, sinister smile he gave her was so creepy. If it weren't for his skills he had dealt with Huang Yu a few days ago, she would have probably rejected him outright. She, Liu Ryan, a prominent lady of the Liu family, wasn't even interested in top-tier elite sons like Huang Yu, let alone someone like Zizan. Furthermore, this was the CEO's office. Without her consent, who besides Huang Yu, this shameless person, would dare approach her? Seeing that Liu Ryan was ignoring him, Huang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. I can't stay here any longer. I need to leave quickly. If I don't run now, that crooked-mouthed Dragon King Zizan will come up and beat me in front of my gang. Then he'll burst in forcefully, play the hero, and directly break my leg. Damn, why does that crooked-mouthed guy have to sacrifice one of my legs just to woo Liu Ryan? Antagonists are still humans. Their lives matter too. At this moment, Huang Yu noticed a change in Liu Ryan's gaze, no longer with any trace of past admiration, but rather a look of fear, as if facing a devastating disaster. Now, Huang Yu just wanted to save his own legs and stay far away from this love-stricken, foolish woman in front of him. Hearing Huang Yu's thoughts, Liu Ryan gradually realized something. Could it be that? He could predict the future. This seemed too far-fetched. Though initially skeptical, thinking that she could hear thoughts made the idea of foreseeing the future less of a mystery. Meanwhile, just as Huang Yu opened the office door, a noisy commotion erupted from outside. Get Huang Yu out for me. Who do you think you are, trying to block my path? Oh no. Hearing that familiar voice, Huang Yu looked up and saw a young man in a security uniform outside, with a disdainful expression, facing off against his lackeys. It seemed he wanted to force his way in. Inside are Miss Liu and Master Huang. What's a stinky security guard like you doing here? Get back and guard the entrance. If you don't move, I'll break your legs. A young man in a black suit, sporting white hair and an arrogant demeanor, directly scolded them. He was followed by several men dressed similarly. Why aren't you leaving? The leader of the group saw Zizan not saying anything and just smiling crookedly. For some reason, he found it a bit disgusting and was about to attack. Stop. Seeing that his subordinates were about to make a move, Huang Yu's heart sank, and he quickly shouted. After all, Zizan, despite his nonchalant appearance, was a genuine Dragon King. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for him. Huang Yu. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Yang Wei, Huang Yu's #1 lackey, hastily approached in a fawning manner. Huang Yu, don't worry, it's just a minor issue, and I'll sort it out right away. Yang Wei noticed that Huang Yu seemed puzzled and thought he hadn't handled things properly, so he quickly signaled to the others around him. Hurry up, break the stinky security guard's legs. The group was quick to react and ready to act. Huang Yu was exasperated. Are you all deaf? Are you all idiots? Get out of the way for ZJ. Huang Yu scolded the group of short-sighted henchmen. He then ordered them to stand aside and make way. With a satisfied smile, Huang Yu walked out, gesturing for Zizan to enter. HMPH, you know your place. Zizan scornfully chuckled, thinking that Huang Yu, the troublemaker from the other day, was finally scared of him and had straightened up. Just when Huang Yu thought the other party was about to cease smiling, Zizan twisted his mouth in the opposite direction. Damn, the crooked-mouthed god of war could still twist his mouth like that. Who knew what mischievous plans he had in mind? Despite finding him annoying, Huang Yu maintained his smile, knowing he had to keep up appearances. Inside the office, seeing the two starting to flirt, Liu Ryan couldn't help but feel annoyed, her face turning cold. How dare Huang Yu treat her like that, swinging back and forth, treating her as a disposable object, able to give her away at will. What about the 3 years of pursuit? Was she just viewed as a commodity, and he dared to insult her as brainless and ludicrous? Was she not as good as his leg? Must she jump into the fire pit? At this thought, Liu Ryan became increasingly furious, her face slightly blushing. Ryan, are you okay? As long as I, Zizan, am here, even in the face of 1,000 armies, I will come to save you. With a fleeting greedy and indulgent look in his eyes, Zizan seemed to have already included her as his possession. He forcibly restrained himself from pressing her onto the couch and instead displayed what he thought was a deeply affectionate gaze while still keeping his mouth crooked. This tactic had never failed to capture women's hearts. Even as he said these words, he kept his mouth twisted. After all, using this technique had surely won him many admirers. Seeing the two in the office getting cozy, Huang Yu showed a relieved smile. The student can now teach the master. Finally, he could return to being a carefree rich second generation. At least for now, he was safe. Let's go, Huang Yu. I accept. Just as Huang Yu, accompanied by white hair and his lackeys, was about to leave, a familiar cold voice rang from the office. Huang Yu was taken aback and almost tripped, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he turned around in shock. What did you say? Seeing Huang Yu's stunned expression, Liu Ryan felt she had vindicated herself and couldn't help but show a smug smile. I said I accept your pursuit. End of this chapter. Chapter 3. The 3 Laws of Antagonists. Huang Yu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place with an expression of disbelief in his eyes. Damn, what the heck is going on? Wasn't she supposed to break off the engagement? Is this some kind of game? Are you trying to kill me, you cunning woman? As Huang Yu watched Zizan gradually turn around with a hint of killing intent in his eyes, he swallowed nervously, cursing Liu Ryan in his heart. It wasn't that he was afraid of Zizan, mainly because he couldn't possibly win. He was just a minor antagonist, with no system cheats whatsoever. Trying to challenge the protagonist was simply seeking death. As Huang Yu listened to his own thoughts, Liu Ryan looked pleased, glancing provocatively at him. For the past 3 years, she had clung to him like a persistent dog, using every means to make him agree. Now that she had agreed, what was that look in your eyes? Huang Yu's mind was in turmoil, watching Zizan's increasingly cold and deepening expression. The plot wasn't supposed to develop like this. According to the normal plot, since he had already left Liu Ryan, these two should have gotten together. Why did he suddenly end up as a scapegoat? You brainless woman, you rushed to become someone's concubine. Don't you dare drag me along, yelled Huang Yu, frustrated by the situation. Zizan was furious, completely furious. As the Dragon King, he wielded control over life and death. And now the woman he had his eyes on was declaring her feelings for another man right in front of him. Huang Yu was begging for trouble. Ryan, don't worry. I'll take care of this for you. Don't be bothered by his threats, Zizan reassured her. Then he turned to Huang Yu. After all, Zizan smirked, his voice audible to only Liu Ryan. As the Dragon King's woman, you can't be bullied by just anyone. Huang Yu, the arrogant rich second generation, made Zizan feel like he was enforcing justice, confident that his image in Liu Ryan's eyes would only improve. If things continued in this direction, he might just end up in a hotel with her. Envisioning Louis Ryan's alluring figure in her professional outfit, Zizan couldn't help feeling a rush of excitement. However, he quickly composed himself and approached Huang Yu with a smirk. Huang Yu, if you don't want to die, don't bother Ryan again. His threatening aura intensified, leaving no doubt of his intentions. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Huang Yu, feeling cornered, cleared his throat and stood upright. Big brother with a twisted mouth, you can relax. Shah. Oh no. President Louis has agreed to divorce me, so we're no longer related. Huang Yu looked at Louis Ryan with eyes full of resentment. Even though she had a unique kind of beauty, he was not in the mood for it. Particularly with his last statement, Huang Yu emphasized his words, adopting a dignified and tense posture. This also pleased Zizan, as he saw Louis Ryan as his possession, expecting to put in some effort to earn her affection. Yet, Louis Ryan was displeased by Huang Yu's indifferent attitude. What does it mean that they are naturally meant to be together? Divorcing. Dream on. Louis Ryan stood up and pushed Zizan away, surprising both Huang Yu and Zizan. She then walked directly to Huang Yu, coming close and intimately holding his arm. Huang Yu, why do you want to divorce me? You pursued me for 3 years, said you couldn't live without me. Now that I've agreed, you should be happy. I know it was my fault in the past. Don't be angry now. Watching Louis Ryan behave like a wronged woman, Huang Yu was dumbfounded. Mother, do you even know how long I've been your lapdog? Chasing after you for 3 whole years? You used to ignore me. Now what are you trying to do? Do you know what you're doing? Despite the intimacy exhibited by Louis Ryan over the past 3 years being something he had never imagined, Huang Yu was on the verge of tears. He finally understood how Louis Ryan must have felt when his predecessor harassed her. She dared call me obsessed. Listening to Huang Yu's inner thoughts, Louis Ryan raised her eyebrows slightly, leaning in closer, her breath tickling Huang Yu's earlobe. So what do you want from me? Though it was her first time being so intimate with a man in actions and words, she felt a bit embarrassed. But next to Zizan's repulsive smirk, Huang Yu, this pampered young man, didn't seem as detestable. Louis Ryan wanted to see how Huang Yu would react. Meanwhile, she was curious about how much future knowledge Huang Yu had. Would he really break his leg, as he thought in his mind? And how did he know about Zizan being the twisted-mouthed war god? Anyway, they were both scoundrels. One repulsed her, the other chased her for 3 years, claiming to love her every day and pushing her into a pit. So, regardless of who ended up with a broken leg, Louis Ryan wasn't particularly concerned, a faint smile playing at her lips. Huang Yu, release Ryan. Seeing the intimacy between the two, Zizan was instantly furious, moving forward to rescue Louis Ryan. After all, she was the woman he had long designated for himself. How could he allow Huang Yu, such a disgraceful character, to defile her? In Tianhai, a woman chosen by the Dragon King could only belong to the Dragon King, not some spoiled rich kid. Chapter 4. It's my bad luck. And it's your bad luck. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. Zizan stepped forward slowly, his face extremely dark, his twisted mouth showing a very angry expression. His whole presence radiated intensity, and his imposing manner was at its peak. Son thief, do you think you're filming a TV drama? Seeing Zizan in this posture, before Huang Yu could speak, he was suddenly interrupted by an extremely arrogant voice. The original number 1 lackey, by Mao, dressed in a black suit with leather shoes, followed by a group of lackeys, walked up brashly, cracking his knuckles. The few followers behind him also wore displeased expressions, ready to make a move. Damn, you stinky security guard. I've been sick of you for a long time, always with that twisted mouth, you little son of a bitch. Who gave you the courage to speak like this in front of Mr. Huang and Mr. Liu? Get lost immediately. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. The chief lackey by Mao tugged at the tie around his neck, blocking Huang Yu in front of him, looking at Zizan with displeasure. If it weren't for their boss, Mr. Huang's kind-heartedness, just now he stopped them. According to their usual style, he would have gone up and taught them a lesson. But this repeated disturbance, trying to disrupt the good relationship between Mr. Huang and Mr. Liu. Who could stand for it? Mr. Huang usually took them out to eat and drink, treated them generously. They had seen Mr. Liu's pursuit for the past 3 years, and only they knew how much effort Mr. Huang had put in. To be disrupted by a stinky security guard, it's simply intolerable. Back down. Just as Bai Mao was about to confront Zizan with a few people, Huang Yu quickly stopped them, angrily saying, "Who allowed you to speak?" Mr. Huang ... Bai Mao wanted to say something more, but seeing Mr. Huang's firm stance, he reluctantly stepped back. Seeing them back off, Huang Yu felt much relieved. Damn, shut up. I almost got trapped by these kids. With your little skills, plus Zizhan's vengeful nature, not only might you not be able to save your own leg, but you could also drag me down. Thinking about it, Huang Yu raised his hands, depicting an extremely innocent look. After all, whether it was Liu Ryan or Bai Mao, they were not under his command. He was close to just giving up. Hey, twisted mouth. I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. Huang Yu even moved his arms a little reluctantly, trying to shake off Liu Ryan clinging to his neck. But no matter what, Liu Ryan gritted her teeth tightly, stubbornly holding onto Huang Yu's arm. Damn it. Get off me. You've been hanging onto me for 3 years, never giving me face, treating me like shit every time you see me. Are you crazy today? According to the script, Zizan should just kneel down in front of the security guard, willingly become his concubine. What do you think you're doing by clinging to me now? You want me dead faster, don't you? Huang Yu looked at Zizhan's somewhat unpleasant face, his actions becoming more pronounced. But Liu Ryan was like a sticky plaster. No matter what, she just wouldn't let go. And being so close to Huang Yu, looking at the bastard's face, Liu Ryan couldn't help but feel increasingly resentful. Am I that detestable in your eyes? Do I have to be someone's concubine? Especially when recalling how Huang Yu seemed eager to distance himself from her just now, Liu Ryan couldn't help but feel more infuriated. If looks could kill, Huang Yu would have died 10,000 times over. Unable to control herself, she gritted her teeth and said, "If you don't like me, why make it public? If you're not responsible now, what about the 3 years you chased me like a dog? It's your bad luck." Huang Yu didn't care. He just wanted to protect his own legs at this point. And, since he knew he'd been pursued for 3 years and treated like a lackey, it seemed ridiculous for her to say that now. But with the Twisted Dragon King present, Huang Yu naturally couldn't say such words. So, what now? What's that supposed to mean? It's my bad luck. Alright, alright. Liu Ryan looked at Huang Yu's rascal-like appearance with a hint of annoyance. Okay. You don't want to offend this twisted security guard, but I'll make sure you do. Then, Liu Ryan let go of her hands, that had been on Huang Yu's neck the whole time, ran her fingers through her hair, and turned around with a frosty expression. She looked at Zizan, who seemed eager to take Huang Yu down. Zizan! Ryan! Zizan saw Liu Ryan turning around, appearing somewhat excited, thinking that his aura of dominance finally made her feel safe, as he smiled and opened his arms, ready to embrace her tender body. You are fired. Now, get out immediately. With these cold words, Zizhan's smiling twisted mouth froze instantly, and his heart sank. Ryan, you! Seeing Liu Ryan's frosty expression, as well as Huang Yu's debonair appearance and the gang of lackeys behind her, Zizan suddenly understood something and showed a look of comprehension in his eyes. Just a few days ago, he almost rubbed this useless and debonair Huang Yu's face in the ground, and now the two of them were at odds again. It must be Ryan worried that Huang Yu might retaliate against me. It must be this. It's right. So, you're worried about me. Worried that Huang Yu, the infamous bad boy of Tianhai, will come after me. So, you want me to leave to protect me? His mouth twisted, slowly closing his eyes, feeling deeply moved in his heart. She truly is the woman I, Zizan, fell in love with. To think, his current status was just that of a security guard with no background or foundation, not the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace who once ruled overseas. Just a mere security guard, with only a salary of 3,000 a month. On the other hand, she was one of the 4 famous youngsters of Tianhai, with a powerful Huang family behind her. Ryan must be worried that the notorious Huang Yu would harm me. That's why she said such cruel words in front of Huang Yu. Ryan, I swear, from now on, you, Ryan, are mine, Zizhan's, woman for life. As long as I'm here, no one dares to touch you. Zizhan suddenly opened his eyes, confidently powerful. This sudden loud declaration immediately drew everyone's attention. God, this moron. I'm firing you, not confessing your love. The lackeys secretly rolled their eyes. But at this moment, Huang Yu suddenly understood. Motherf *****. So that's it. If it wasn't for protecting this twisted mouth Zizhan, how could they have such an intimate interaction? After all, for 3 years of pursuit, Liu Ryan had never given him any face. The extent of her disgust, sacrificed her beliefs, wouldn't have happened if it wasn't to protect Zizhan, the twisted mouth. Damn it, these idiots. If you can be this ridiculous, I must have been blind for the past 3 years. Go ahead and act all lovey-dovey with Zizhan, willingly be his concubine, give me a way out. Don't worry, I won't stand in your way. Boss Liu, you don't have to be like this. Huang Yu forcibly suppressed his anger, calmly saying, we've already cancelled the engagement. He couldn't help but feel mixed emotions, wishing to push himself away, leave immediately, and yet feeling powerless. Liu Ryan suddenly found Huang Yu inexplicably cute. Her usually cold lips couldn't help but curl up slightly this time. End of this chapter. Chapter 5. Huang Yu's face was full of despair as he looked at his unhelpful teammate. Meanwhile, Liu Ryan lifted her head with a slight smile, casting a provocative glance towards the other party. They looked just like a flirtatious couple, giving off a sense of deep mutual understanding. In almost an instant, Huang Yu felt a gaze filled with murderous intent directed at him. The hairs on his back stood up. Without even thinking, he knew who the owner of that gaze was. Looking up, he saw Zizhan's eyes dark and filled with a killing intent staring at him. The wrath of the dragon, who touches it will die. The protagonist's presence was vividly displayed at this moment. What the hell? Is Zizhan not just crooked-mouthed but also blind in the eyes? What did I do wrong? Are you filled with murderous intent for no reason? Alright, if this is how you want to play. As Liu Ryan looked at Huang Yu's dejected expression, she couldn't help but feel a sense of joy, a hint of cunningness shining in her eyes. She turned around directly and faced Zizhan, whose eyes were now full of anger. She said in a cold tone, "Get lost. Did you get lost or something? You are no longer part of the company. Leave now. Oh, by the way, before you leave, remember to leave your security guard uniform at the company." Upon hearing Liu Ryan's words, Zizhan was even more touched, his love for her becoming more evident. Don't worry, Ryan, I won't blame you. I know you're protecting me in your own way. Then, his eyes full of killing intent turned towards Huang Yu. No one has dared to touch a woman of mine. I'll be the first and the last. Feeling the imposing presence of the other party, Huang Yu felt like he was about to spit blood. Damn, are these two conspiring against me? Deliberately plotting my death. It's just plain injustice. I didn't do anything wrong. As a qualified villain, who only wants to survive until the end, Huang Yu really didn't intend to compete with the Dragon King for a woman. He only wanted to peacefully live as a second-generation rich kid until the end. What's wrong with that? As Huang Yu was about to say something, his words were interrupted by another voice. You crooked-mouthed idiot. Don't you dare talk to my young master like that. If you speak to my young master like that again, I'll break your legs. White Fur once again jumped in, standing in front of Huang Yu in a bold and arrogant manner, glaring at Zizhan, exerting his presence. Miss Liu belongs to my young master Huang. Even a stinky security guard like you dare to covet her. Since my young master Huang is showing rare mercy today, I won't deal with someone from a disadvantaged group like you. Go back where you came from. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu was dumbfounded. Damn, are they trying to get me killed faster? Is this the same White Fur who was loyal to the original host in the original novel? Huang Yu felt like White Fur had turned against him. According to the story, if he remembered correctly, White Fur should have stood up to protect the original host and then left the scene. Now, it seemed like White Fur was eager to see him die. Seeing White Fur's arrogance, Huang Yu couldn't help but grab him and whisper, "Brother, let's talk it out. I admit, I spoke too loudly to you before. Do you really want to see me dead?" To be continued. Chapter 6. The gazes of everyone followed the sound and looked towards its source. Huang Yu felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, and in that moment of hearing it, almost like a conditioned reflex, every hair on his body stood on end. Several police officers pushed open the door, with a petite figure in police uniform leading the group. With a delicate and refined face, puffy cheeks, there was no sense of heroic aura, but rather a kind of cuteness. Although her body was small, the pair of magnificent breasts on her chest were quite spectacular. With each step she took, it seemed like they would sway several times, and the upper part of her police uniform was stretched tightly, with only a few buttons struggling to hold on, as if they were about to burst open at any moment. She had the appearance of a girl next door. Simply put, she was a youthful beauty with a busty figure. This instantly caught the attention of Zizan, who was known as the Dragon King, and his gaze roamed over her with intense heat. Especially when he saw those magnificent breasts, he couldn't help but swallow hard. However, only Huang Yu felt somewhat irritated. At the moment he saw the newcomer, his body instinctively took a step back. He would not be deceived by this cute appearance. This lowly-like police officer was named Han Yu Yao. The Hans and the Huangs were family friends, and the two had been classmates from kindergarten to high school. Han Yu Yao was a top student among top students, while the original owner of Huang Yu's body was a true academic underachiever. In the original book, the Han family was an ancient martial arts family that had been passed down for centuries. So Han Yu Yao had also cultivated ancient martial arts to a high level and was very powerful. The original owner was practically beaten up by her since childhood because he used to bully female classmates. But later on, things got out of control. Not doing homework would result in a beating, smoking with bad friends would lead to a beating, and even leaving school without her would result in a beating. In college, she even forcefully filled out a police academy application for Huang Yu without giving him a chance to revise it. So Huang Yu shamelessly told his family that he wanted to study abroad and work hard, just to escape from this little devil. However, after graduating from the police academy, Han Yu Yao joined the police force, and none of the suspects who ended up in her hands walked out in one piece. Her methods were extremely violent, but it was also because of this that she quickly rose to the position of captain of the criminal investigation team within a few years. Seeing the childhood nightmare that had plagued him for over 10 years, Huang Yu naturally felt a bit frightened. Others didn't know the true violent nature of Han Yu Yao, but Huang Yu had personally experienced her methods. With Han Yu Yao's talent, Huang Yu didn't believe that she had let her martial arts training languish in recent years. Huang Yu, just because a woman who doesn't even give you a second look now, you dare to hire someone to kill, you have really disappointed us, your uncles and aunts. Han Yu Yao walked up to him, her watery eyes looking at him, pointing at Liu Ryan in his arms, disappointment written all over her face. "You, shut up." Seeing a woman appear out of thin air and scare Huang Yu like this, Liu Ryan couldn't help but feel a faint sense of danger for some reason. Just about to speak, she was abruptly interrupted by Han Yu Yao's stern voice. "That's right. Huang Yu, you indeed are a scum who relies on your family background. You better cooperate with this officer, or else don't blame me for being impolite." Before Huang Yu could say anything, Zizan walked over, his mouth twisted in a cold smirk, forcibly making his presence felt in front of Han Yu Yao and Liu Ryan. If Huang Yu looked at the few people about to speak, when suddenly he remembered something and his words halted. If he remembered correctly, in this bloody battle god world, the original owner, unable to win Liu Ruyan's affection today, wanted to force her, but Zizan, the Sand Lord, would make a strong appearance, interrupting him and his lackeys. Not only did he play the hero who saved the beauty, he also won Liu Ruian's heart. Then, as the antagonist, he would cause more trouble. Not only did he fail to keep his long legs, he also got involved in a notorious case that shook the entire region, leading to his downfall, even affecting the Huang family behind him. And in this big case, the one responsible for apprehending him was the Han Yu Yao in front of him. Moreover, according to the rules of the Battle God story, there must be a police flower among the harem, and Han Yu Yao was one of the main female leads. In the original book, Huang Yu and Han Yu Yao ultimately had a falling out due to various misunderstandings created by Zizan, but later, when the original owner's family was destroyed by Zizan, Han Yu Yao ended up helping him. However, by that time, Han Yu Yao had completely given up on the original owner, marking their final meeting. Later on, due to Zizan's plotting and deliberate seduction, Han Yu Yao ended up becoming a member of his harem after the original owner's death. But that was all in the future. For now, it was most important to save his own legs. Huang Yu just wanted to stay away from Zizan, the Sand Lord, at all costs. Staying in the police station would be safer than here. At least he wouldn't risk having his legs broken. So, Huang Yu decisively raised his hands. I'll cooperate with the investigation. Come arrest me. This heroic sacrifice appearance left Han Yu Yao a bit at a loss, as she had prepared a long reprimand. Seeing that she was finally getting rid of Zizan and Liu Ruian, Huang Yu also finally relaxed. Looking at the increasingly beautiful Han Yu Yao in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. I didn't expect Yu Yao to become more and more beautiful after all these years, but has the big bear also grown bigger? I wonder what she ate. Although with a terrible temper and a tendency to resort to violence, her figure is just explosive, especially that soft lowly-like voice. It just makes you want to commit a crime. Huang Yu, what did you say? Unlike Liu Ruian, Han Yu Yao had grown up with Huang Yu since childhood, and she was extremely familiar with his voice. She could tell in an instant. Being pretty was because this girl was naturally beautiful. But what was the meaning of having a terrible temper and resorting to violence? Was he calling her a tomboy? While it was true that she had a bad temper, although no one had really said it to her face, hearing it from Huang Yu made her feel like a fire had been ignited in her heart, prompting her to angrily question him. Say it again if you dare. What? I didn't say anything. Being scolded for no reason, Huang Yu froze in place, looking at Han Yu Yao, who was radiating anger. Could it be that entering the police station didn't change his fate of having his legs broken? He thought to himself. Han Yu Yao looked around. Everyone had a puzzled look on their faces, seeming somewhat confused. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Could it be that she misheard? But that voice just now was definitely Huang Yu, that scoundrel. Could it be that she missed him too much? So, no, how could she long for that scoundrel Huang Yu? Humph. He dared to leave without a word back then, making her cry for so long. She wouldn't miss Huang Yu. Just as Han Yu Yao convinced herself that she was hearing things, the voice from before came to mind again. It's a pity. Such a beautiful top-notch police flower, lowly will be handed over to that twisted sea dragon King Zizan's harem. Truly a waste of talent. End of chapter. Chapter 7. I heard that everyone inside is talented. Isn't that right? Han Yu Yao is 100% sure. This voice definitely belongs to Huang Yu, this scumbag. She heard it loud and clear. There's no way she misheard this time. And it definitely wasn't an auditory hallucination. What are you saying again? Speak honestly to me. Han Yu Yao couldn't help but blush when she recalled those words just now. She punched Huang Yu and snorted. This scumbag. From the beginning until now, he has been constantly leering at her body. Sure enough, without her discipline, Huang Yu is still the same perverted guy. Han Yu Yao, if you want to hit me, just say it. Don't slander me. There are so many people here who can testify that I didn't say anything just now. Huang Yu quickly raised his hands, looking innocent, indicating that he did nothing wrong. Seeing the puzzled looks around her, Han Yu Yao couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could she really hear what this scumbag Huang Yu is thinking? Could it be? This is what they call a telepathic connection. She muttered softly, making sure no one else heard. Looking at Huang Yu's innocent expression, she nodded and said, "Put your hands down." Seeing Han Yuyao's uncertain expression and not knowing what she was talking about, Huang Yu dared not make any rash moves. "I said put your hands down." Seeing her tone grow stern again, Huang Yu reluctantly lowered his hands. "Who is Zizan?" Han Yuyao looked at Huang Yu with a righteous appearance, wanting to punch him. Peeping at her body was bad enough, but saying that she would become Zizan's concubine was outrageous. Who is this scoundrel named Zizan? For some reason, after knowing Huang Yu's thoughts, Han Yuyao inexplicably felt a strong aversion towards this Zizan person. Huang Yu did not understand why Han Yuyao suddenly knew about Zizan. However, he still gestured towards Zizan's direction with his mouth slightly. "There. The one with the crooked mouth." Following his gaze, Han Yuyao looked in that direction. The two met eyes for the first time. In the instant he saw Han Yuyao, Zizan's eyes widened, fixated on her soft and plump face, especially her cute youthful appearance, stirring up a desire deep within him. In that moment, Zizan had made up his mind. This woman belongs to him, Zilong Wang. Damn, a pervert. Huang Yu watched Zizan seeing Han Yuyao, unable to take his eyes off her as if he had never seen a woman before. Isn't this crooked-mouthed guy some dragon king of a dragon hall? Are all these dragon hall big male leads this thirsty? Can't even walk straight when they see a pretty girl. Perhaps due to the protagonist's halo, no one except Huang Yu noticed Zizan's strange gaze. However, after hearing Huang Yu's thoughts, despite not knowing what Dragon King Hall was, or who the dragon-dominating great male lead was, Han Yuyao sensed something off about Zizan's eyes. Unreasonably, she felt a sense of disgust. How blind must she be to someday be his concubine? Han Yuyao coldly heaved, knowing who Zizan was. She turned away. Upon handcuffing Huang Yu without a word, she felt a slight annoyance. This scumbag. What's the point of reaching out as a criminal? Was he intentionally trying to provoke her? But then, Huang Yu's voice rang in her ears once again. Huang Yu looked at Han Yuyao's full figure, slightly chubby and cute face, a bold idea forming in his mind. Should I flirt with the officer again right now? Maybe I can spend more time in there, preferably sentenced to 1.5 years. I don't believe it. Even crooked-mouth Zizan couldn't follow me to jail and break my leg. No, this girl is so violent. If I don't die in Zizan's hands, but instead fall into her hands, it's a loss. But what did this girl eat to grow up? She's so strong. Not only big, but also stronger than an ox. No wonder crooked-mouth Zizan fancied her and ended up as his concubine. Probably strong enough even in bed. Han Yuyao was already irritated, and upon hearing these words, she couldn't bear it anymore. She turned around and slapped Huang Yu's head, glaring at him with anger. "Hey, enough. Familiar or not, if you hit me like this again, I'll find a lawyer to sue you for excessive force." "I didn't do anything." Seeing Huang Yu pretending to be innocent, Han Yuyao wanted to punch him in the face. But in the end, she had to maintain professionalism. She couldn't mention that she could hear what a scumbag like Huang Yu was thinking. "What are you doing, you copper?" Seeing his young master being bullied, White Hair, as the #1 lackey, couldn't bear it any longer. He stood up and rushed forward. "Try to touch my young master. You. OW." Just as White Hair was about to act, several Arthur's men quickly restrained him, rendering him unable to move. Seeing White Hair subdued, Han Yuyao was on the verge of being driven mad by Huang Yu. Associating with these kinds of people all the time, no wonder he was becoming more and more of a scoundrel. "What are you doing to me?" "Yeah, assaulting an officer." Hearing this, Huang Yu's eyes lit up. "Why didn't I think of that? Assaulting an officer and murder. It's not a serious crime, yet I can still spend time in prison. Willfully anger the old man, orchestrate a bit, extend my stay inside with added punishment, then I can live in peace." Huang Yu increasingly found the idea plausible. Seeing Han Yuyao glaring at him, Huang Yu saw an opportunity and was about to make a move. Little did he know, Han Yu had finally reached her limit. This scumbag actually wanted to hit her. Was it to voluntarily go to jail? Before Huang Yu could act, she struck out with a blow. Bang! In an instant, Huang Yu felt his body seemingly falling apart, almost spewing blood from deep within. Then everything spun around, and Han Yu swiftly subdued him on the ground. Get this scumbag, along with his accomplice. Take them all away. Seeing their team captain almost enraged, the members of the criminal investigation team didn't dare delay, quickly approaching to detain both Huang Yu and his lackeys. This was the first time the team had seen their captain so furious since coming to the criminal investigation team. After dealing with everything there, Han Yu escorted the scumbag Huang Yu back to the police station. Suddenly, she saw Zizan, who was still gazing at her with a secretive yet repulsive look. Thinking Han Yu noticed him, Zizan thought it was because of his Dragon King aura and handsome appearance that caught her attention. His mouth twisted even more. But then, a soft, cold voice came from the other side. I suspect this crooked-mouthed security guard and suspect Huang Yu are in cahoots. Take them both away. End of chapter. Chapter 8. You're high and mighty. Look at Zizan. Han Yu felt a chill for no reason in her heart. Damn it. How blind must mother be to give this twisted mouth the position in her harem? This scumbag Huang Yu, ever since he came back from abroad, has been avoiding himself. It's been years since they last met, and he has become more and more deserving of a beating. When they get to the interrogation room, she will teach him how to be a kind person. Han Yu swore that this time she would make Huang Yu confess all the bad things he did after leaving her. As for the captured Zizan, he was momentarily stunned, but he quickly became excited. Perfect. Here, maybe Yun will be jealous. When they get to the police station, he'll be able to get a deeper understanding of this policewoman. So, he was very cooperative when the other policemen handcuffed him. As they were leaving, Han Yu glared at Liu Yun. Thinking of how she hugged Huang Yu just now, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. Her expression not looking very good. Director Liu, you're also a famous businesswoman in Tianhai. I advise you, stay away from scum like Huang Yu in the future. Seeing a young police officer dare to speak to her like that, she arrogantly ordered him. Just as Liu Yun was about to retort, both women heard a familiar voice in unison. Yes. 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 I am scum. Scumbags like you should stay away from me. Watching the two women argue, Huang Yu, who was observing from the sidelines, suddenly froze. What's going on? In just a moment, both Han Yu and Liu Yun suddenly stopped communicating and turned their fierce gazes towards him. If looks could kill, he would have died hundreds of times already. On the armored vehicle, watching Han Yu, who was swaying with the movement of the vehicle, Zizan, who was pressed at the back, couldn't help but feel a bit stirred. A young face with large breasts, and that lowly-like voice. In his harem as a Dragon King, there hasn't been such a fine woman. This woman could only be his. Officer, has anyone ever told you that you're beautiful? I mean, not bear-like, but beautiful. Zizan crooked his mouth, revealing what he thought was an extremely handsome smile, establishing his positive image. Although I was there just now. But don't get the wrong idea. As Zizan's voice fell, Bai Mao immediately started cursing him out. Mr. Huang and Director Liu have an engagement. If it wasn't for you, this damn security guard causing trouble. How could this happen? Wait till I'm out. I'll beat you to a pulp. I'll break your legs. Inside the prisoner transport vehicle, filled with Bai Mao's angry curses. But at this moment, Huang Yu was unusually calm, leaning against the wall of the vehicle. After all, this was the Dragon Nation, and they were on an armored vehicle. Zizan, the twisted mouth, wouldn't dare do anything here. At the same time, he was constantly complaining in his heart. Yes, it's all my fault. I am scum. I am a scumbag. Evil to the core, leaking pus from the soles of my feet. The main villain. You, as a twisted Dragon King, are a good person. You'll die if you try to steal women from me. You'll die if you hinder my acting. You'll die if you disrespect me. Damn it. You are the Dragon King. You are high and mighty. In order to seize my family's assets and get Han Yu Yao, you tried to find a way to kill me. I've never seen such a good person like you. Damn it. When we get to the police station, I'll start by attacking the police. Maybe I can get a few more years in prison. Anyway, I'm just a little villain. After Zizan finished his acting in Tianhai with a new map, I'll come out again? With the background of the Huang family, I'll be a hero again. At this moment, Huang Yu, the little villain, had given up. Nobody could hear him anyway, so he thought, why bother? At this moment, Huang Yu had already made up his mind. When he goes to prison, after Zizan finishes his act in Tianhai and changes the map, he'll come out again and continue to be cool. Poof. Hearing Huang Yu's thoughts, Han Yu Yao couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that Huang Yu also had moments of being embarrassed, like a grumbling woman? He even dared to compete with herself. Perhaps Huang Yu had actually liked her all along. But what does it mean by changing the map and seizing the Huang family's assets to get her, and then kill him? Although she didn't understand what was happening, Han Yu Yao could sense Zizhan's hostility towards Huang Yu, coupled with his disgusting gaze fixed on her. Han Yu Yao couldn't help but feel increasingly disgusted with Zizhan, the twisted mouth. Your young master is just a waste of time relying on power and background to break the law all day. In my eyes, so-called power and background mean nothing at all. Dare to touch my woman even a bit. At this moment, while Zizhan was reprimanding Bai Mao with a crooked mouth, when he was about to get self-righteous. Shut up. A voice suddenly interrupted Zizhan. Who allowed you to speak? Zizhan was reprimanded by Han Yu Yao's word, his whole persona getting tense. But at this moment he saw it. In the crowded space, Han Yu Yao's plump figure was pressed against Huang Yu, the wastrel. Instantly, Zizhan's mouth twisted, his expression full of murderous intent as he looked at Huang Yu. This damn wastrel dared to touch his woman, the Dragon King's woman. Huang Yu, who had resigned himself to his fate, naturally also sensed the gaze from Zizhan. Damn. How many times has this damn twisted mouth had murderous intent towards me today? It's none of my business. I didn't insult you. And is this girl going to turn into a violent bear Lolita? You're Zizhan's harem. I dare not compete with him. Don't provoke him. I can't afford it. What do you mean I am his harem? And you can't compete? Han Yu Yao almost couldn't hold it back and laughed at hearing this. Glancing to the side, she noticed that Huang Yu was sneaking sideways glances at herself, seemingly towards her prominent backside. But seeing that he was caught, he hurriedly averted his gaze. Disgusting pervert? Han Yu Yao thought to herself, but for some reason, she didn't feel angry. On the contrary, she felt a strange kind of joy. Just like when she felt inexplicably pleased when she learned from her brother that Liu Yun and Huang Yu were engaged. Though Huang Yu had deliberately avoided Han Yu Yao for these past few years, he had always been in contact with her brother. So, Han Yu Yao was well aware of Huang Yu's behavior as his lackey for the past 3 years. Thinking of how Huang Yu, this scum, had been avoiding her for years, but had ended up being a lackey to a girl from a declining family, Han Yu Yao's teeth ached with anger. Watching Huang Yu straighten up his body and lean against the wall of the vehicle, Han Yu Yao suddenly remembered. If she remembered correctly, Huang Yu loved playing games during high school, besides chasing girls. So, his back probably wasn't in good shape. It must be uncomfortable. At this moment, Huang Yu's hands were behind his back. Suddenly, a faint sound of something unlocking came from behind him. Don't talk. Just as Huang Yu was confused, a soft and gentle voice approached his ear softly, like the whisper of an orchid on his earlobe. Huang Yu tensed up instantly, almost breaking out in a cold sweat. Having been reprimanded by Han Yu Yao several times since childhood, the sudden gentleness made him nervous. Almost instinctively, his body shrank back. When did this girl become so gentle? Could there be a plot? The handcuffs were being unlocked. This couldn't be discovered. But just as Huang Yu's hand was about to move, it touched something like a jelly-like texture, seeming very rounded and full. His whole body froze. I'm dead. As the saying goes, you can't touch a tiger's backside. But Han Yu Yao, This violent and bloody bear Lolita couldn't be described using the term tiger anymore. At the same time, their intimate actions quickly caught the attention of Zizan, who had been watching Huang Yu all along. In almost an instant, Zizan's eyes became extremely terrifying. Coupled with Han Yuro's strange behavior at this moment, Huang Yu's hair was standing upright, cold sweat already dripping down his forehead. This, a wolf in front, a tiger behind. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, The Dragon King is scattered and rare. Damn it. Stay away from me. Didn't you see Xiaobi's twisted mouth showing signs of wanting to kill? Watching Han Yuyao behave so differently, Huang Yu was going crazy. Although he was being a jerk, no one expected to suddenly have their legs broken for no reason. Can't things just follow the normal storyline? Why are all these people so abnormal? Do they have to kill him? Xiaozhan gritted his teeth, staring at Huang Yu fiercely as if he wanted to eat him. This waste of a scholar dared to be so close to his woman. It seems that the Tianhai Huang family needs to be reformed. Just as Xiaozhan was thinking about how to make Huang Yu kneel in front of him and beg for mercy, suddenly, a whistling wind sound struck. Bai Mao, unable to stay still, jumped up directly and slapped Xiaozhan on the head, then continued slapping frantically. Damn it! Didn't you see my young master Huang flirting with girls? Quick! Turn your head out of the window for me. Otherwise, I'll break your legs when I go out. The Dragon King was furious, causing a million corpses to be strewn. The sound of the head being slapped resounded. Even though the other person was pulled back by the police, his dignity was already lost. Xiaozhan's face darkened even more, sneering twice with a twisted mouth. You are playing with fire. The tense atmosphere was on the verge of erupting into a major battle. Meanwhile, Huang Yu, as if he hadn't seen what was happening in front of him, stayed oblivious in his seat. If it were before, he would definitely have immediately stopped Bai Mao's reckless behavior, but now he didn't have the time to deal with it. Just now, Huang Yu's mind was filled with a synthesized electronic voice saying, "Congratulations, host, for successfully avoiding the leg-breaking scene by the Dragon King Xiaozhan. Reversing fate. System loading successful. Customized mission for the host in progress." Hearing this, tears filled Huang Yu's eyes. Finally, the golden finger has arrived. He had been through so much just to survive until now. Wasn't it easy? Choose one. The template of the destined main villain, becoming the biggest mastermind in the book, plundering the luck value of all major male leads in the book, transforming into the greatest chosen one. Choose 2. The salted fish template, lying low and being lazy. As long as you survive, without being slapped in the face by the various male leads in the book, you will receive rewards and become the most inconspicuous salted fish in the entire book. The charm of the chosen one was irresistible. Choose 2. I want to be the most inconspicuous salted fish. Huang Yu silently made his choice almost instantly, without any hesitation. If this world only had Xiaozhan, the twisted and edgy male lead, Huang Yu would definitely transform into the destined main villain and trample Xiaozhan repeatedly on the ground. But at present, the world where Huang Yu was located not only had Xiaozhan, but also the god of war Shura, the mountain-descending holy doctor, the close combat warrior, all male leads being more extravagant and cool than the other. Not to mention, they were emperors and immortal beings returning from the fantasy and immortal worlds. Forget about the past, but the next ones could single-handedly withstand nuclear warheads. He had no real choice. There was no chance for the antagonist to counterattack. Xiaozhan, the twisted Dragon King, was nothing compared to those people, completely outmatched in terms of strength. Moreover, he, a minor antagonist who had to avoid Xiaozhan, had no chance. What's the difference between choosing one and courting death? Host choice successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the initial reward, the scatter card. Scatter card. Once used, the target will experience an irresistible urge to defecate, forcing a bowel movement within 10 seconds. In the moment of receiving the reward, a piece of information appeared in Huang Yu's mind. Damn it. This is so much better than a laxative. Watching the Dragon King Xiaozhan with a gloomy face and a twisted, cold smile, Huang Yu was immediately enraged. He hadn't done anything, yet Xiaozhan had already shown signs of wanting to harm him multiple times. Although he was a salted fish, rich second generation, who just drifted through life, he did have some dignity. Revenge was never too late. Today, I won't let you, this twisted Dragon King. Look at how you mess up and ascend in heaven for your ancestors' 18 generations. I am not a qualified antagonist. Without any hesitation, Huang Yu directly played the scatter card on Xiaozhan. Scatter? What's that? Hearing this, Han Yu Yao, who was sitting nearby, was momentarily stunned and looked at Xiaozhan with the twisted mouth. Did Huang Yu, that bastard, have some trick up his sleeve? Thinking about this made her even more furious. Given a loose set of handcuffs, you are still pushing your luck. Dare to play tricks right in front of me. While she was wondering what plan Huang Yu was going to execute, there was a sudden poof. On the other side, seeing Huang Yu completely ignoring him, Xiaozhan was about to break free and teach this kid a lesson. In that instant of getting up, his body was covered in goosebumps. His sphincter tightened instantly, but he couldn't control it and accidentally let out a fart, and it seemed a bit wet. Not good. A strong urge to defecate surged along with severe abdominal pain. Xiaozhan trembled violently and quickly sat back down. Oh, the police officer responsible for escorting Xiaozhan almost threw up. Damn, such a foul smell. Did he just soil his pants? In no time, the overwhelming smell spread in the SWAT vehicle. People in the vehicle quickly covered their noses and mouths. Huang Yu was prepared and immediately covered his mouth and nose when he activated the card. Han Yu Yao, on the other hand, widened her eyes and buried her face in Huang Yu's chest, desperately trying to avoid the smell. It smelled awful. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Xiaozhan was sweating profusely, trying to endure the urge to relieve himself. But it seemed like his sphincters had reached their limit, unable to withstand the surging river anymore, and the dam finally collapsed. No, Xiaozhan knew what was happening, but it was too late. His pants began to slowly soak up and small drops of yellow liquid seeped into the seat, flowing onto the floor. Damn, he pooped. Bai Mao, who Xiaozhan had the worst relationship with, was the first to notice this, and immediately exclaimed. His words attracted the attention of everyone in the vehicle. All eyes turned to Xiaozhan and then to Bai Mao. After all, Bai Mao was the only one who had recently interacted with Xiaozhan. I didn't even exert much force, and this *T had already exploded out. Noticing the gaze around him, Bai Mao innocently explained. Meanwhile, Han Yu Yao was filled with rage. This was the police team's newly acquired vehicle. It was the first time they used it, and they had already caused such a scene. Was it dirty? Disgusting. Although she didn't know how Huang Yu did it, she was sure that according to what she had heard just now, it was definitely related to that jerk. She immediately grabbed his ear, twisted it close to his ear, and scolded fiercely, making Huang Yu grit his teeth in pain. You bastard. What are you up to? Try pulling a stunt again. End of the chapter. Chapter 10 The Belated Divine Finger. Sis, what did I do? Huang Yu looked confused. You know what you did? Han Yu Yao said, looking disdainfully at Zizan. She unconsciously moved closer to Huang Yu to stay away from that foul mouth. Become a concubine to someone like him. No way. Just thinking about it gave her chills. Captain, did the tear gas leak? Why does it smell so bad? At that moment, the two Arthurs who were driving also noticed the smell, and asked through the intercom. Leak your ass. Drive faster. Han Yu Yao angrily picked up the intercom and berated loudly inside. She couldn't take it anymore. That foul mouth was too disgusting. They needed to get back to clean the car. She glared at Zizan, her expression turning even more unfriendly. Shut up, foul mouth. If you dare to pull any stunt on this car. Despite her soft and cute voice, Han Yu Yao was not one to be trifled with when provoked. Zizan was on the verge of collapse. Sensing the gazes around him, he wished he could disappear. Damn it. How could he not control himself? Ah. He roared in pain, exerting all his strength, trying to break free from the handcuffs and charge out of the assault vehicle. But, as he forced his upper body, his lower body gave out. In a moment of exertion, his tense muscles lost control. The fierce and powerful aura dissipated instantly. Zijan's pupils shrank, a sense of deep despair washing over him. His stomach seemed to cramp up, rendering him powerless and collapsing on the ground, his eyes vacant. Nearby, Bai Mao became the biggest victim. "Don't! I'll break your legs!" Bai Mao shouted fearfully, grabbing Zijan's hair. Seeing Zijan's state, Huang Yu couldn't help but pinch his nose, eyes filled with shock. This was too horrifying. Zizan, the Dragon King, reduced to such a state. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have the face to live on this planet. Ding. Salted fish indeed. Rise to power and strive for strength. Power is the way to self-preservation. The host successfully made the destined Dragon King Zizan collapse emotionally. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission and gaining a reward. Mastery of the Super God Tier Combat Art. Super God Tier Combat Art. Huang Yu, still pinching his nose, suddenly felt his meridians tighten, followed by a surge of immense strength capable of crushing rocks. Various combat techniques appeared in his mind out of nowhere. Huang Yu's eyes lit up. This system was amazing, though he still didn't think he could beat those destined children. Having this skill meant he had a means to defend himself at least. Meanwhile, under the horrifying effects of the collapse, Zizan had turned into a foul-mouthed human jet engine. The once pristine assault vehicle was now unbearable. Bai Mao, the chief minion of Huang Yu, usually meticulous in his appearance, always dressed in sharp suits. Now, he had lost his composure, grabbed Zijan's hair in a frenzy. "How dare you vomit on my Armani suit? I'll break your legs. Lick it clean." Bai Mao raged, seemingly losing control. He rubbed Zijan's face against the soiled area of his suit vigorously. In an instant, Zijan's face was covered in yellow vomit. Normally, in such an accident, the Arthurs would intervene. However, Bai Mao and Zizan were covered in vomit, especially Zizan, looking like he had yellow hair, dazed and emanating a foul stench, letting Bai Mao do as he pleased. "Stop the car! Stop the car!" Helpless, Han Yu Yao had to urgently stop the assault vehicle and pull over. Zijan's lower body still emitted occasional noises, noting his exhaustion. Despite Bai Mao's despicable actions, he seemed defenseless at the moment. Unable to bear the humiliation any longer, Zizan, with his strong pride as the Dragon King, could no longer bear it and fainted outright. "Stop it!" The two Arthurs immediately approached and dragged Bai Mao, who was still rubbing Zizan frantically, away by his collar. "I'll kill you!" Bai Mao, not satisfied, aimed a kick at Zijan's face. However, the Arthurs prevented the kick from landing. Nevertheless, the vomit-filled Armani on Bai Mao's foot flew onto Zijan's face, mixing with the vomit in his hair, flowing down his cheek and into his mouth. Once Bai Mao was dragged away, the other Arthurs looked at Zizan with disgust, and like dragging a dead dog, pulled him out of the assault vehicle. As they dragged him, Zijan's face hit the ground, splattering the vomit, making him choke and breathe it in. Just as Zizan collapsed on the ground, a black figure swiftly passed by. "Who's there?" As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, Han Yu Yao immediately sensed the anomaly, but before she could react, the figure had taken the foul-smelling and helpless Zizan away. Other than Huang Yu, the rest realized only after the fact. By that time, the ground was empty. Damn it. Seeing the disappearing figure, Han Yu Yao hadn't acted yet before the person had vanished. Enraged, she punched the bulletproof glass of the assault vehicle with a loud bang. Huang Yu immediately shrank back in fear, not daring to say a word. She's still a violent Lolita, hasn't changed a bit in all these years. That's why she can't get married and ended up as Zijan's foul-mouthed concubine. The scumbag. What did you say? Upon hearing that, Han Yu Yao turned around, her chest heaving dramatically, full of pent-up anger. How dare he? Han Yu Yao, looking at the cowering Huang Yu, was livid. If it weren't for this jerk causing trouble, their police assault vehicle wouldn't have been dirty on the first day. He even led to Zizan being saved. Now he dares to curse her for not being able to get married and becoming the concubine who publicly sprayed disinfectant security guards earlier. She couldn't contain her anger any longer and moved to grab Huang Yu to rub him against the ground. However, Huang Yu had just gained mastery of the super god-tier combat art, and he really didn't want to fight. In the moment when Han Yuyao grabbed Huang Yu's hand, almost instinctively, Huang Yu subconsciously reversed it, pressing Han Yuyao to the ground. The handcuffs limited his movements, so his hands gripped Han Yuyao's delicate neck. The ambiguous posture made Han Yuyao stiffen, her face turning red. "You pervert. Let me go." End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Tragedy. Don't let go yet. Han Yuyao's face was flush red, and in a voice as faint as a mosquito's, she repeated the phrase once more, completely devoid of her previous violent Lolita appearance. It was as if a girl who just stepped out of an anime walked out of the neighboring house. So this guy is so strong. Han Yuyao muttered to herself darkly, feeling somewhat puzzled. Why didn't he fight back when she scolded him earlier? Instead, he had to be beaten. Was it all an act? Watching the ambiguous posture of the two, everyone was stunned by the scene, wondering what they had witnessed, especially the police officers under Han Yuyao, who rubbed their eyes, trying to see if they were mistaken. The usually violent captain of the criminal police team, Han Yuyao, was actually in such an intimate and ambiguous position with the suspect, a playboy. The most outrageous thing was that their own captain hadn't gotten angry yet. Only Bai Mao secretly admired him. It was indeed Huang Xiao, actually able to subdue even such a violent and fierce Rose Lolita. Impressive. Huang Yu's forehead was already covered in cold sweat at this moment. He hadn't paid attention, and a counter-grappling move had pinned this violent bloody large bear Lolita to the ground. What was more shameful was that he had reacted. Wasn't this out to get him killed? Especially now in a daughterly posture, Huang Yu felt like she was holding something back. Thinking of this, Huang Yu quickly got up. But since the two were so close, there were inevitably some physical contacts when getting up. He slowly helped Han Yuyao up, just when he was too engrossed in his thoughts and forgot about the current situation and the object of his advantage. "Ah!" Han Yuyao immediately exclaimed, shocked, instinctively pushing away Huang Yu's hands and mustering all her strength to punch him hard. Huang Xiao. Seeing their own Huang Xiao being beaten, Bai Mao, as the top lackey, instinctively shouted out. This Xiao instantly woke up the panicked Han Yuyao. Huang Yu in front of him staggered back a few steps to stabilize himself, but he still swayed, his eyes turning white. Whoa. The next word didn't come out before Huang Yu felt a sweet sensation in his throat, then a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he passed out. In the hospital room, lying on the bed, Huang Yu's eyelashes trembled a bit, slowly opening his eyes. It hurts. That was his first feeling. Huang Yu slowly sat up, feeling as if his whole body was about to fall apart. Suddenly, his hand was pulled, making a metallic collision sound. Huang Yu then realized that his hand was handcuffed to the hospital bed, with the other hand hanging a bag of water on it. It seemed he hadn't cleared himself of suspicion yet. Seeing this scene, Huang Yu had no complaints, but rather felt somewhat fortunate. After all, this time, Xiaozhan had been so unscrupulous. If he were to be let out, he might face retaliation. At the same time, Huang Yu also saw Han Yuyao sleeping on the edge of his hospital bed. Although her face was hidden, he could still recognize her from her appearance, who had bullied and beaten him for so many years. Damn, this smelly girl hits hard. If it weren't for saving me from Xiaozhan's hands in the future, with just this one punch, I will pin you on the bed and ravage you 100 times until you can't get off the bed. Dare you? Han Yuyao, pretending to sleep, didn't actually sleep, waking up when Huang Yu noticed the handcuffs. Although not understanding what it meant to be saved by a security guard in the future, but upon hearing the last sentence, Han Yuyao was itching with hate. What do you mean by not being able to get off the bed once ravaged by me? I know. You're harboring bad intentions against me. Thinking of how Huang Yu had pinched her earlier, she couldn't help feeling more furious. What she didn't realize, even to herself, was that despite being angry with him, she still showed no signs of disgust towards Huang Yu. Forget it. No matter what, he'll save me later. Just for this, even if my leg was broken, I wouldn't let Xiaozhan touch her and take her into his harem. Huang Yu, looking at this violent figure of Huang Yuyao, couldn't help but sigh inwardly, just hoping he wouldn't be flattened by this violent large bear Lolita in the future. If this punch came a few more times today, he probably wouldn't survive. Hearing Huang Yu's thoughts, the pretending to sleep Han Yuyao couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart, slightly touched. At this moment, she had also realized. It seemed that Huang Yu could know things that would happen in the future. Squeak tilde just as the door opened suddenly, a cold female voice came in. Huang Yu, time for a change of medication. A tall and coldly beautiful female doctor stepped in, with a pair of straight and slender white legs in high heels, carrying a tray with tools for changing medication and medication. If Han Yuyao was a violent bear Lolita, this female doctor was a completely different style. A leggy mature beauty, aloof and unapproachable, yet irresistibly attractive, playful legs. Despite the female doctor's undeniable beauty, Huang Yu's face at that moment showed a bit of worrying, unable to feel happy, because he recognized this woman. According to the corny plot, this white and beautiful long-legged female doctor in front of him was named Mo Linglong, born into a family of medical practitioners. She liked to excel in and study various medical skills. Without surprise, Mo Linglong wouldn't escape the fate of being one of Xiaozhan's harem in the future, according to Dragon Proud Sky novel law. Watching the stunning figure of Mo Linglong approaching, Huang Yu felt a headache. Because Mo Linglong was a little different from Xiaozhan's other harem, she was actually his ex-girlfriend. Damn it, did she stab Xiaozhan with that crooked mouth and nestle in his harem? Why can she be seen everywhere this dead, crooked mouth harem of his? According to the regular corny plot development, once there was any interaction with these Dragon Proud Sky heroines, his life was definitely not secure, especially Mo Linglong. One of the reasons why the original owner was bound to die in the original plot was the ex-boyfriend identity of Mo Linglong. The key was that according to the corny plot, the original owner and Mo Linglong had held hands a few times, hadn't even kissed. Thinking of this, Huang Yu couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, when will this end? No matter what he did, he always ended up involved with that dead, crooked-mouthed Xiaozhan. Does he have to die in the end? End of this chapter. Chapter 12 just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's mouth, pretending to have just woken up, standing aside watching Mo Linglong help Huang Yu apply medicine. Open your shirt. After picking up the ointment, Mo Linglong's cold voice rang out again, devoid of any emotion. Since Huang Yu was punched in the chest by Han Yuyao, the place needing medicine wasn't particularly private. Mo Linglong slowly bent down, wearing gloves, picked up the ointment and gently applied it to Huang Yu's chest. The cool touch, mixed with a faint herbal scent and a mysterious fragrance, a slender jade hand stroked back and forth on Huang Yu's chest. At such a close distance, a pair of beautiful eyes continued to sweep over his chest. Under the white jade-like neck, there was a hint of mysterious whiteness, a tempting desire to resist and welcome. Damn it. Huang Yu quietly swallowed his saliva, cursing inwardly. It's not that he hadn't seen women before. It's just that Mo Linglong's appearance was truly extraordinary, not losing to Liu Ryan at all. How could the original host have thought of leaving such a top-notch ex-girlfriend and instead become a lapdog for Liu Ryan for 3 years? As for why Han Yuyao wasn't mentioned, sorry, she hasn't been pulled out of the violent blacklist yet. Zizan, this crooked-mouthed bastard, is spouting nonsense. It's almost as if the ancestors' graves are smoking. The Son of Destiny really doesn't play by the rules. All the main female characters in the harem are top-notch. Unfortunately, Zizan, this crooked-mouthed scum, is the protagonist of fate. Suddenly, Huang Yu remembered the plot about Mo Linglong in the book. If he remembered correctly, although Mo Linglong appeared cold and unapproachable, she was actually very sultry, belonging to the most hot-blooded woman in Zizhan's harem, with a typical cold exterior and passionate interior with long legs. In the original book, Mo Linglong not only was the original host's ex-girlfriend, she almost succeeded in seducing the original host. As for how she ended up with Zizan, the twisted mouth scum, he had to thank another supporting villain in the book, Lin Kong, who was like Huang Yu from the Tianhai family. If the original host was a lapdog, then Lin Kong was a color-losing scoundrel who didn't hesitate to use drugs. Unfortunately, according to the plot style of Dragon Proud, Heaven's Dog Blood Fighting God novel, Lin Kong was destined to be just like the original host, only providing Zizan, the twisted mouth scum, with the experience of offering up heads. Although he successfully drugged Mo Linglong later, he didn't even have time to take off his pants before being castrated by the arriving Zizan. A hero saving the beauty scene unfolded on sight, earning a wave of experience. Mo Linglong, who had broken free, initially wanted to try to detox herself, but Zizan, the twisted mouth scum, used the goodwill he had previously gained to persuade Mo Linglong that the medicine's effects were extremely domineering, requiring certain actions to detoxify. Otherwise, she would become nothing but a lust-driven puppet. While Mo Linglong hesitated, Zizan, that scumbag, didn't hesitate to make his move. Thus, in the original plot, Mo Linglong was tricked by Zizan, the twisted mouth scum, into playing the righteousness of detoxifying and saving lives, and she helplessly succumbed to his advances while still in a daze. And because of saving her life, she willingly became Zizan's twisted mouth scum harem. Later, Zizan, this shameless thing, you are a king of the Dragon Palace, and yet, except for the holy Dr. Yu fan who is somewhere unknown watching widows bathe, your medical skills are the best. A lowly aphrodisiac, there are 1,000 ways to detoxify Mo Linglong. You insist on dual cultivation? Twisted mouth scum. Are you detoxifying or lusting after her body? You shameless person. Unfortunately, Mo Linglong's dull burning fate was destined to be entwined with the twisted mouth scum Zizan, unable to escape from becoming a member of his despicable harem. Damn it. So infuriating. All the good ones end up being played by scoundrels. Thinking of how the twisted mouth scum Zizan succeeded with Mo Linglong, Huang Yu couldn't help but feel frustrated. It's just that such a shameless person can actually become the son of destiny. Truly disgraceful. However, what Huang Yu didn't notice was that as he was silently complaining, Mo Linglong, who was applying medicine to herself, paused imperceptibly with a hint of a strange color flashing slightly in her beautiful eyes. Nevertheless, she quickly resumed without revealing any flaws. On the other side, after hearing Huang Yu's thoughts, Han Yuyao couldn't help but curiously observe Mo Linglong. Having long been accustomed to hearing the scoundrel Huang Yu's thoughts, she was increasingly convinced that something mysterious had happened to this scoundrel during the years he was away. This scoundrel must have had a great secret on him. Although she hadn't figured out much, one thing she could be sure of was that this scoundrel seemed to foresee future events. However, Mo Linglong's sister is truly pitiful, actually being deceived by the twisted mouth scum Zizan, unable to come to terms with the fact she ended up in the harem of such a disgusting person. The thought of her ending up in the twisted mouth scum Zizan's harem if she hadn't heard the thoughts made her even angrier. Her watery eyes looked at Huang Yu with an increasingly unfriendly gaze, clenching her small fists in frustration. Meanwhile, Mo Linglong, who was applying the ointment, started to contemplate. She knew she wasn't hallucinating, but how could she hear the thoughts of this despicable scoundrel in front of her? Zizan, harem, aphrodisiac. What was all this about? At this moment, Huang Yu, who was enjoying being taken care of by the beautiful women, suddenly felt a palpitation, sensing a strong killing intent. Following the source of the killing intent, he saw Han Yuyao clenching her fists and looking like she was ready to attack, her eyes filled with a desire to pummel him again. Damn it, Han Yuyao, this wicked girl wants to beat up on me again. I'm in such a state. Don't you have any sympathy? Seeing her not only unapologetic, but also eager to hit him, Huang Yu couldn't help but grumble. If it weren't for your bearable nature, I'd beat you up right now. Irked by Huang Yu's audacity, Han Yuyao, who was already annoyed by his indifferent attitude, became even more furious. Seeing Han Yuyao glaring at him, Huang Yu quickly averted his gaze, turning to Mo Linglong since his survival was paramount. Up close, Mo Linglong's cold and beautiful face, along with her proud figure, once again stirred something in him. Damn it! How could I have been so blind, forsaking such a beauty with long legs, to become a lapdog for that scoundrel Liu Ryan? What was I thinking? I must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. These long legs, this beauty, ultimately being taken advantage of by Zizan, that disgusting, twisted mouth scum. How disgraceful. Listening to Huang Yu's thoughts, Mo Linglong observed his expression and couldn't help but grow colder. Now he regrets it. What a despicable scoundrel. You now feel regret. Where were you in the beginning? At this point, the medication was almost complete. Doctor, am I going to die? Seeing Mo Linglong about to leave, and not wanting to be beaten to death by the violent Lolita Huang Yu, Huang Yu hastily grabbed Mo Linglong's slender arm, putting on a weak look, his voice feeble as if he could die at any moment. I feel pain all over my body now. Since he couldn't escape being beaten to a pulp by Han Yuro's current attitude, Mo Linglong calmly stared at Huang Yu and delivered in an icy voice, "The situation is indeed very serious." The room seemed to have gotten a little colder than before as her gaze towards Huang Yu carried some inexplicable emotions. Linglong, although Huang Yu is a scoundrel, you are a compassionate healer. You must be merciful and cure Huang Yu. Seeing Mo Linglong speak in this manner, Han Yu, who was originally quite angry, was instantly doused with cold water and started feeling worried. Don't worry. Mo Linglong nodded faintly, then turned to the nurse beside her. Prepare the syringe. Feeling it wasn't enough, just as the nurse was about to leave, Mo Linglong stopped her, adding, use the No. 7 needle. End of this chapter. Chapter 13. The Three Great Tragedies of Life. Meeting an ex-girlfriend while getting an injection with a No. 7 needle. Huang Yu was still not aware of the seriousness of the problem. After all, he was just a dried fish, not some all-knowing supervillain. He had no knowledge of medical matters and thought it was just a regular needle. It wasn't until Huang Yu saw the young nurse coming in again, handing the prepared needle to Mo Linglong, that he froze instantly, his mouth slightly open, eyes fixed on the needle as thick as a toothpick. Was this needle for humans or animals? What was Mo Linglong trying to do? Just a muscle injection. Was such a thick needle necessary? Subconsciously retracting, Huang Yu chuckled awkwardly, ahem. Dr. Mo, I feel completely healed already. Maybe we should just forget about it. A needle that thick could be life-threatening if injected. He had just recovered from a broken bone ordeal and couldn't handle such a disturbance. Officer Han, I'm sure I'm fine now. Hurry and get me discharged. Take me out. Watching Mo Linglong approach without stopping, Huang Yu swallowed hard and quickly looked at Han Yu. Really? I'm perfectly fine now, completely healed. He tried to sit up and leave but was pushed back down by Mo Linglong. Seeing Huang Yu's panic, Mo Linglong said coldly, Why, I used to call me Linglong when we watched the moon together. Now you call me Dr. Mo. Huang Yu felt a wave of panic at the close but frosty face. Memories began to surface in his mind. After breaking up with the violent Han Yu, Huang Yu had indulged himself abroad. Mo Linglong was one of the girls he flirted with. At that time, she was still a good girl. She cried and refused to break up, even cried for days after they parted ways. They never went beyond holding hands. But it seemed Mo Linglong had developed real feelings for Huang Yu. However, before Huang Yu met Liu Ryan and became a loyal follower, he was truly despicable and wouldn't tie himself to anyone. So, he ended things without hesitation. Even when Mo Linglong returned to China after dropping out, he made no attempts to reconcile. Seeing his former girlfriend, now his attending doctor, Huang Yu's mindset collapsed. How unlucky could he be? Without hesitation, Huang Yu immediately started begging for mercy. Dr. Mo. Oh, no, Linglong, we parted ways amicably back then, even though we were young and dumb. But you are a doctor now, with the duty to care for others. You shouldn't seek personal revenge. Huang Yu, being Mo Linglong's first love, would surely meet his end in the story. How could the male lead, Long Aocean, manage his harem with the female lead's exes around? Such a poisonous element could not exist in the melodramatic Jin Young-inspired plot. While Huang Yu was panicking, Mo Linglong remained indifferent, seemingly unmoved by his words. But hidden behind her cool facade was a faint smile only Huang Yu could perceive. She turned to Han Yu Yao and, with a trace of displeasure, said, "Officer Han, you were a bit too rough. Look, he's clearly showing signs of brain injury, typical of delusional and manic disorders." She then instructed the nurse to bring to sedatives for the scoundrel. Hearing Huang Yu apologize and ramble, Han Yu Yao, who was initially confused, suddenly realized what was going on. She looked at Huang Yu apologetically and reassured him. "Huang Yu, don't worry. Dr. Linglong is compassionate and won't harm you. Stay calm." "No." Chapter 14. Crazy sister appears upon hearing a voice. Huang Yu instantly opened his eyes. Saved. Save. He instantly became excited, then looked towards the door. The words asking for help got stuck in his throat. When he saw the person clearly, Huang Yu almost burst into tears. He saw a girl with slightly curly hair, wearing a stylish hoodie and a skirt, with a slightly cute and angry expression standing with her hands on her hips at the door. She gave a feeling of a pure and innocent schoolgirl. However, Huang Yu did not have this kind of thought. The girl at the door, who looked somewhat tender, was named Huang Yu Hong, his own sister who was originally a devotee to him. Despite her soft appearance, she was definitely not to be trifled with, especially in terms of her feelings towards her brother, which had long surpassed the sibling relationship. According to the original story setting, this Huang Yu Hong was a perfect brother control White Lotus in the early stages, a high IQ female academic overachiever. After Huang Yu was harmed by Zizan, she directly turned to dark, becoming the primary female antagonist in the later part of the story. If Mo Linglong was considered crazy, then Huang Yu's seemingly gentle, harmless, and even pitiable cute sister was a more terrifying wolf in sheep's clothing than Mo Linglong, with a highly intelligent mind and ruthlessness. Through various extreme manipulations and strategies, she almost pushed Zizan, that dead crooked-mouthed guy, to a dead end several times, almost bringing him to his knees. If Zizan was not the protagonist and the author didn't enjoy a plot twist, the later darkened Huang Yu Hong would have been able to cut through the entire story, reaching the climax prematurely. However, Huang Yu, seeing the syringe in Mo Linglong's hand, suddenly felt that it would be better to leave this crazy woman as soon as possible. Besides, the story had just begun, and his sister at most had a brother complex, not yet fully on the path of darkening. With this in mind, Huang Yu regained hope and looked towards Huang Yu Hong at the door. "Yu Hong, help me." "Mo Linglong, what do you want to do to my brother?" Huang Yu Hong looked at the bound Huang Yu on the bed, her expression full of anger, but she managed to conceal it well and then shifted her gaze coldly towards Mo Linglong. "Is it because my brother dumped you back then? What, do you want revenge?" Huang Yu Hong's tone was blunt, with a direct and cutting question. While others may not have known much about what happened between her brother and Mo Linglong in the past years, she had secretly investigated quite a bit. She even pulled off quite a few strategical moves in the dark. Without explaining, Mo Linglong adjusted the hair near her ear, her gaze still cold. She knew that she couldn't discipline Huang Yu at the moment, but there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Mo Linglong bypassed Huang Yu Hong, opened the door, and left the ward, leaving a faint remark behind. "You can think whatever you want. As long as Huang Yu is not healed, as long as he is in the hospital, I will forever be his attending physician." Huang Yu Hong watched Mo Linglong leave without any remorse, affirming her words, showing an intent to retaliate against her brother. This instantly triggered a rage in her heart. She clenched her fists and directly opened the door that had just been closed. "Mo Linglong, you evil woman, I will burn down this damn hospital." "Wait." Seeing Huang Yu Hong, full of ambition to confront Mo Linglong, Han Yu Yao stepped in front of her. "This is a hospital. You can't act recklessly." Han Yu Yao looked at Huang Yu's sister, feeling a headache coming on. The few of them had grown up together and she knew Huang Yuhong's temperament very well. She seemed soft and obedient on the outside. But Han Yuyao vividly remembered that, when they were in high school, just because the homeroom teacher gave Huang Yu a small punishment, Huang Yuhong actually set the school on fire that very night. If it hadn't been suppressed by the Huang family, in a normal situation, Huang Yuhong would have been in juvenile detention for at least 2 years. This hospital belonged to one of the 4 major families in Tianhai, the Mo family's property. Although her mind was in chaos and full of thoughts about Huang Yu, Han Yuyao understood that if she let Huang Yuhong act recklessly and set the hospital on fire, it would lead to a permanent vendetta between the Huang and Mo families. Han Yuyao, move aside. I will burn this damn hospital and take my brother away. Huang Yuhong looked at Han Yuyao, not caring about the criminal investigation brigade captain standing in her way. Huang Yuhong, Huang Yu is a criminal suspect. You better behave yourself, or don't blame me. Han Yuyao said sternly, her tone gradually becoming less friendly. A criminal suspect. Huang Yuhong sneered. I see. You are just finding ways to keep my brother by your side. Don't think I don't know. You've liked my brother for many years, ever since we were young. But let me tell you, as long as I'm here, as long as Huang Yuhong exists, you, Han Yuyao, will never step foot in my Huang family's door. You, what are you talking about? Hearing Huang Yuhong's blunt revelation, Han Yuyao was furious, stuttering in her response. Meanwhile, she glanced away from Huang Yu, who she had been focusing on. Anyway, you won't take Huang Yu away. Yuhong, I'm fine, don't argue. Seeing his sister on the verge of awakening her potential for craziness, to being restrained for his sake, Huang Yu hurriedly stopped her. After all, they had just chased off Mo Linglong. It wouldn't be wise to rush into another dangerous situation. His words instantly calmed down the angry Huang Yuhong. In front of Huang Yu, Huang Yuhong was always careful to maintain her sweet and obedient image. Seeing her brother lying on the hospital bed, she suddenly felt flustered. Her heart started racing like a deer caught in headlights. She was extremely fond of her image in front of her brother. Looking at her injured brother, she suddenly felt worried and distressed. Quickly approaching the bed, she crouched down, looking at Huang Yu with a pitiful expression. Brother, is your wound okay? I'm fine. Seeing how obedient and caring his sister suddenly became, Huang Yu's mood improved significantly. Finally, someone normal. From beginning to end, it was only my sister who truly cared for me. Even though I was manipulated by that devious Zizan, who knows I'm not his real brother without any blood ties. Yet, single-mindedly sought revenge without regard for the consequences. With a sister like this, what more could a brother ask for? Though not biologically related, their bond felt closer than that of blood siblings. The emotional impact was undeniable for Huang Yu. Knowing what lied ahead, he was determined to protect Huang Yuhong and ensure she lived a happy life. Brother, what are you saying? Hearing these words, Huang Yuhong widened her cute big eyes, looking shocked. She was convinced she couldn't get her brother's voice wrong. I didn't say anything. Huang Yu was bewildered for a moment, innocent in his response. My mouth didn't move. Huang Yuhong became even more puzzled. Could she hear her brother's thoughts? But all of this was secondary. What mattered most was that she and her brother were not blood-related. This meant, with the realization that she had been confined to the painful memories of their restricted sibling relationship every night, Huang Yuhong felt a heavy emotional burden lifted from her. She suddenly felt excited, touched, and almost wanted to cry. However, in front of her brother, she managed to hold back her tears. As footsteps approached, Han Yuyao's comforting voice reverberated once again. Don't worry, your brother will soon recover. Huang Yuhong turned her head, looking somewhat hostile towards Han Yuyao, who had approached the bedside. It was as if she was viewing a rival, showing no happiness despite the reassurance. End of chapter. Chapter 15. The consequences of going against each other. Looking at Huang Yuhan with eyes as if she was an enemy, her gaze was completely different from when she looked at Huang Yu. However, due to the angle, Huang Yu did not see what Huang Yuhan looked like at this moment. Han Yuiro's heart was pounding from being stared at by Huang Yuhan at that moment, looking at the somewhat unfamiliar Huang Yuhan as if meeting for the first time. The Han and Huang families were close, and Han Yuyao, Huang Yu, and Huang Yuhan had known each other since childhood. However, over the years, aside from an incident in school where Huang Yuhan almost got into trouble, Han Yuyao always had the impression that Huang Yuhan was a sweet and obedient girl. Although Han Yuyao had a habit of fighting with Huang Yu upon meeting in the past, their relationship with Huang Yuhan had always been good. What's wrong with this little girl today? She feels like she's on edge as if holding a gun. Huang Yu, you better cooperate. Don't think about escaping. Han Yuyao warned Huang Yu, then looked at Huang Yuhan with some caution. Yuhan, and you, if you dare think about setting fire to the hospital again, don't blame me for not showing mercy. You're only going to harm yourself and Huang Yu. If discussing setting fire to the hospital seemed like just hot air before, at that moment, Han Yuyao truly believed that Huang Yuhan was capable of such an act. Naturally, she couldn't let it pass without a stern warning. At that moment, Huang Yuhan was immersed in the excitement of realizing that she and her brother were not blood-related, and she had already considered Han Yuyao as a love rival. She began to wonder how to keep Han Yuyao away from her brother. But on the surface, Huang Yuhan still smiled faintly, revealing her to cute dimples. Don't worry, I won't act impulsively. Seeing Huang Yuhan's adorable smile, Han Yuyao couldn't help feeling a sense of disbelief, but she had no choice at the moment. She nodded and left, leaving the hospital room temporarily to Huang Yuhan and Huang Yu. As the door slowly closed, Huang Yu, who had been on edge, finally felt relieved. She's finally gone. Huang Yu took a deep breath. With Mo Lingalong and Han Yuyao out of the room, and not knowing where Xiaozhan was, he finally had a moment of peace. As for his cute little sister, how could she be in danger? However, Yuhan, when you were little, didn't you always want Han Yuyao to be your sister-in-law? What's going on today? Huang Yu looked at his little sister with some confusion. He remembered, when they were still in elementary school, Han Yuyao frequently came over to their house to eat, and his relationship with Huang Yuhan was excellent. But now, things have changed. After watching Han Yuyao leave, Huang Yuhan turned around and looked at her brother on the bed, her gaze deep and mysterious. Brother, didn't you used to fight with Han Yuyao whenever you were together, showing disgust and avoidance for her like she was a venomous snake? You even went abroad to avoid her. When you were caught today, you didn't even resist and just went along with her. You didn't even call home for help. By the end of her words, Huang Yuhan's tone had shifted from resentment to questioning. Do you have feelings for her? Of course not. Huang Yuhan replied without hesitation. How could I possibly like her? With Xiaozhan being around, I barely managed to avoid those female leads. Xiaozhan may look ridiculous today, but he's still the true heir, and who knows if someone from the Dragon Palace is watching me. Looking at his brother's conflicted expression and seeing him lost in thoughts, Huang Yuhan thought to herself, scumbag, shameless carrot. You say you don't have feelings for her, yet you clearly admire her figure. Ooh. As she silently cursed, Huang Yuhan made a mental note of the words uniform seduction. Glancing at her own slightly disobedient brother, she felt even more frustrated. Han Yuyao's figure clearly wasn't normal. Who would like that? She must find a way to correct her brother's mistaken aesthetics. But, although changing her brother's views on aesthetics was important, she also noticed a person named Xiaozhan around her brother. Who was this person? After recalling all the people around her brother, Huang Yuhan had no impression of Xiaozhan. She knew everything about things and people surrounding her brother, even the games he played. Although she didn't know where Xiaozhan came from, she dared lay a hand on her brother. It seemed he was an enemy of her brother. Huang Yuhan's mood instantly turned sour. Looking at her handsome brother's face, she felt hopeful about the future. Finally making progress, there was a real possibility of being together. Her brother was everything to her, the meaning of her future life. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to disrupt their life together would not be tolerated. Determined, Huang Yuhan decided to investigate this Xiaozhan when she returned, finding out more about him and dealing with him when they met again. She'd make sure to get rid of this jerk. Let him know the consequences of going against her brother. End of chapter. Chapter 16. In a dark room, the manor of Zizan was situated in a deserted factory underground at the outskirts of Tianhai City, which had been transformed into a secret base. At this moment, an unpleasant smell lingered in the room along with a steady breathing sound. Huang Yu, this Dragon King will kill you. Zizan, lying on a mat, dreamt of the humiliation he suffered in the compartment, his emotions gradually escalating. His face twisted, and he suddenly roared, sitting up from the ground. Upon getting up, Zizan realized he was in an unfamiliar environment. Feeling the dampness on his body and the foul smell continuously penetrating his nostrils, he instantly retched. Huang Yu, this Dragon King swears, we will fight to the death. I will kill you someday. After retching for a while, Zizan calmed down, trembling uncontrollably on the ground. The humiliation in the compartment still lingered in his mind, his eyes becoming fierce as he roared to the sky. If you can't even handle this setback, then you should go back overseas. At that moment, a sacred and inviolable cold female voice rang out, echoing in the room. The lights also came on. A graceful figure dressed in a black robe, like a celestial being that descended on earth, was standing not far away, gazing coldly at Zizan. Zizan's blue security guard uniform had mostly turned slightly yellow, now dried on his clothes and skin, emitting a foul smell. His hair was extremely messy, with traces of yellow substances at the corners of his mouth, left by the white-haired younger brother before. Zizan, at this moment, was in a state of unprecedented misery, devoid of the dignity befitting a Dragon King, sharply contrasting the sacred demeanor of the woman in front of him. Upon hearing her voice, Zizan's face suddenly changed, his mouth straightened, and his expression became respectful. Disciple Zizan pays respects to Menor. If Wang Yu were here, he would definitely recognize the identity of this woman. Yun Yun, the most terrifying figure in the Dragon King's palace. Yun Yun was beautiful, different from the heroines in the books. She possessed a beyond human worldly beauty. As she walked gracefully, her snow-white long legs peeked out from under the black robe unintentionally, her ethereal and cold temperament adding a mysterious air to her identity. Even though covered in a black robe, her exquisite curves were still visible. Despite not being able to see her face clearly, her fatal attractiveness seemed capable of driving countless men crazy. In the Dragon King's palace, Yun Yun's origins were always unknown, with rumors of a strong background before the establishment of the Dragon King's palace. Even the books never mentioned it. She seemed to have appeared out of thin air. In a single book of the war god's world, Zizan's mysterious manner could be considered the peak of the book's combat power. As Menor approached and stopped nearby, Zizan, regardless of the ostrich oil all over him, kneeled obediently before Yun Yun, his head bowed reverently. Disciple apologizes to Menor for disappointing you. Although saying so, Zizan's eyes showed a hint of almost fanatical fervor towards his Menor. Yun Yun, a desire hidden deep in his heart, hindered only by his strength, he had never revealed it. Watching her smelly disciple, Yun Yun felt a bit sorry. A trace of disdain flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she subconsciously took a step back with her toes, maintaining some distance from Zizan. At the same time, her ethereal and otherworldly voice rang out again. Given your current cultivation level, your physical body should have reached the stage of clear meridians and flawless purity. Why are you in such a sorry state? I do not know. I had unbearable stomach pain. And then, Zizan was even more humiliated, but in front of his favorite mentor, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of humiliation. System, are you there? He silently called out in his heart, but the system, which had once responded to all his requests, now remained silent. Ever since Zizan was forcefully fed ostrich oil by Huang Yu, the system seemed to be dead, unresponsive no matter how he called. Flustered and puzzled, Zizan could not understand it. After all, in his mind, the system was an all-powerful existence. Listening to Zizan's explanation, Yun Yun's eyes flashed with coldness. No doubt, among the people who accompanied you that day, there must be a master of poison techniques. To be able to ambush you in such a stealthy manner, their skill in poison techniques must have reached its peak. A master of poison techniques. Surprised that someone could cunningly ambush him, Zizan immediately suspected Huang Yu. However, he shook his head soon after, dismissing the thought. Although Huang Yu, a dead browniser, had crossed paths with him, Zizan preferred to believe that it was his own stomach issue rather than Huang Yu. Amener, explain today's events. Yun Yun furrowed her eyebrows slightly and then looked at Zizan calmly. Yes. Zizan then recounted all the events of the day, portraying himself as a hero who rescued Lias Smoke from Huang Yu, which inadvertently led to his ambush due to a moment of negligence. Meanwhile, Huang Yu was painted as a playboy and a bootlicker with no moral bottom line. Understood. Go wash off the smell on you, Yun Yun said indifferently and then turned away. However, she couldn't shake off the feeling that Huang Yu, the bootlicker mentioned by Zizan, might not be as simple as he appeared. She felt unsure of what was wrong. It seems I have to personally handle this Huang Yu. Though Zizan was not a good person, he had strength, at least representing the face of the Dragon King's palace. Being able to easily ambush the other party was undoubtedly a significant threat to the Dragon King's palace. Meanwhile, in the hospital ward, Huang Yu lay on the hospital bed, recalling the scene where Zizan was rescued after adjusting ostrich oil. Before leaving, that woman seemed to have given him a profound look, a glance that seemed familiar. Wait a minute. Seemingly realizing something, Huang Yu suddenly sat up. Eyes widened. His self-judgment was almost unbelievable. It's all messed up. Completely messed up. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Death Question. Between me and Han Yu Yao, whom would you choose? If I remember correctly, the one who saved Zizan from the brink of death was none other than the Cloud Lynx fairy, Yun Yun, who was originally supposed to appear much later in the story. However, why is this old woman showing up now? Besides furrowing his brows, Huang Yu couldn't help but mutter to himself. If I remember correctly, in the original book, after being forced offline by Zizan, the sister, in order to avenge herself, would join an opposing sect of Zizan's lineage. With the power of the sect, she almost succeeded in taking down Zizan, altering the final outcome. According to the original plot of the book, this old woman suddenly appears and kills Huang Yuhan with a sword. Now, with my sister not having turned dark yet, the main boss has jumped out early. Huang Yu was almost about to spit blood. Isn't this equivalent to me only having a 3? While the other side has a royal flush? How am I supposed to play? Thinking of the scene where Yun Yun saved Zizan and looked at him with disdain at the end, a sense of foreboding grew in his heart. No, after going to jail this time, I cannot afford to come out alive. Just as Huang Yu made up his mind, ready to stay in prison this time and not leave, the door suddenly slammed open. Huang Yu Huan burst in, carrying a plastic bucket over half a meter tall, in a fiery manner. There was a look of frustration and stubbornness on her face, without even being able to twist open a bottle cap. Little sister, why are you back? Looking at Huang Yu Huan returning, Huang Yu was puzzled. He thought that his sister had been sent back by Han Yu Yao, but unexpectedly, she came back. What's in this bucket? Gasoline. With a simple response of 2 words, Huang Yu Han's face was full of anger and stubbornness. Today, I will burn down this hospital, she said, holding the gasoline bucket in her hand as she approached the hospital bed. Brother, don't worry, I'll get you out of here. Watching his sister actually daring to burn down the hospital, Huang Yu widened his eyes. Damn, she's serious. He just wanted to go to jail, not to heaven. If she really sets it on fire, she'd probably get shot hundreds of times. Before he could stop her, accompanied by the dense footsteps outside the door, a stern voice sounded first. Huang Yu Wan, how dare you? Han Yu Yao gasped and held onto the door frame, ordering the 2 police officers behind her. Guard the door, and without my permission, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Then, she closed and locked the door, staring harshly at Huang Yuan. If you really set the hospital on fire, not only you and your brother, but the entire Huang family will be implicated. Han Yuyao's tone was serious, with no hint of joking. However, Yuan, how did you manage to bring in such a large bucket of gasoline? Do you still have the face to ask? Huang Yu asked with some doubt. After all, there were several police officers outside. It was basically impossible to bring in such a large bucket of gasoline. But as soon as he spoke, he was directly berated by Han Yuyao's stern face. It's because you spoiled Yu Huan that she would do such a thing. A little girl who doesn't read romance novels and instead studies military strategies. Even played a trick on me with 36 stratagems. Han Yuyao's gaze then fell back on Huang Yuan. If I'm not mistaken, you were also behind the fights near the hospital and the chaos inside the hospital. All to lure us over. Seeing Huang Yuan's silent response, both sides faced off. Huang Yu also understood at this point that they had been led away from the mountain. Han Yuyao, this violent bear of a cop is truly brainless, unable to even control a little girl like Yu Huan. However, Yu Huan is indeed crazy enough, almost single-handedly taking down the main antagonist of the whole book. Compared to my little sister, it seems like I'm a waste of space. As the two women faced off, they also heard Huang Yu's thoughts. Listening, Huang Yuan felt even more proud, her eyes looking at Han Yuyao with growing contempt. Han Yuyao's expression turned ugly, her slightly eased mood turning to anger, causing her chest to rise and fall violently. She gave a brief glare at Huang Yu on the hospital bed, then turned to Huang Yuan. Yuan, don't deceive yourself. Put down the gasoline now and leave, and I will act as though nothing happened. Han Yuyao tried to calm her emotions, softening her tone so as not to incite the siblings. Why should I? You're shameless. When Huang Yuan heard Han Yuyao ultimately telling her to leave, she immediately became unhappy and started to curse aloud. Don't think I don't know. You just want me to leave so you can be alone with my brother, creating opportunities to enter the Huang family's door. I'm telling you, I won't let you succeed. Huang Yuan yelled out, already beginning to sound teary and a bit resentful. What are you trying to do? Han Yuyao was at a loss for words after Huang Yuan's outburst. Just as she was about to continue convincing her, she found the other party had already begun to twist open the cap of the gasoline bucket. She was shocked and tried to approach to stop her, but it was too late. Even if my brother dies, I won't live. Huang Yuan twisted open the cap, poured it over her head without hesitation, causing her whole body to be drenched in gasoline. Her thin t-shirt instantly turned semi-transparent, clearly showing the white bra underneath. Her skirt was soaked, tightly clinging to her snow-white thighs and pert buttocks, creating a seductive, perfect arc. I asked already, since my brother will be sentenced to death for hiring a hitman, Grandpa also forbids anyone from saving him. Just because my brother is going to die, I won't live either. Huang Yuan choked back sobs, tears falling like pearls from her eyes. Standing not far from Huang Yu's hospital bed, she swiftly took out a lighter from her pocket. The posture indicated that she was ready to ignite, ready to go down together. Seeing this scene, Huang Yu felt overwhelmed. As the lighter could be lit at any moment, he hurried to persuade her. Yu Huan, don't be impulsive. Nothing will happen to me, unless you answer a question for me. Huang Yuan had a determined look, taking 2 steps back. All right, I'll answer. How could Huang Yu refuse at this point? One wrong move, and they would all be done for. Han Yuyao was also nervously watching Huang Yuan, her eyes fixed on her, ready to seize the lighter at any moment. Between me and Han Yuyao, whom would you choose? Hearing this question, Huang Yu was instantly dumbfounded. He never expected this question to be asked. End of this chapter. Chapter 18. Can I not choose? Upon hearing this question, Han Yuyao was momentarily stunned, then instinctively looked at Huang Yu. The gazes of the two women fell on him, and Huang Yu felt like he was on pins and needles, feeling a bit at a loss. One was a violent lowly police flower, the other was a sister with some signs of turning dark. It would be offensive no matter which side he chose. Can I not choose? Huang Yu felt like crying without tears. He really couldn't make a choice. No. Han Yu Yao and Huang Yuhan almost simultaneously said, and after a glance at each other, they snorted coldly and looked back at Huang Yu. Hurry up and say, who do you choose? Huang Yu had no choice at this moment and could only look at Han Yu Yao. Han officer, my sister's mischief can be overlooked, but as a captain of the criminal police team, what are you doing messing around with her? Haven't you always despised me? What are you raising a fuss about now? Could it be that, as my sister said, over these years you've been abusive towards me because you secretly love me, trying to catch my attention? To be honest, Huang Yu didn't believe it at all. Han Yu Yao had been treating him badly for so many years. How could she possibly have feelings for him? After all, when they were young, they often fought, without a hint of childhood sweethearts between them. Bah, shameless. Han Yu Yao immediately spat out, cursed under her breath. But her pretty face seemed as if her innermost thoughts had been exposed, her cheeks turning slightly red, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of unmistakable confusion. Who loves you? I absolutely do not. Seeing the flustered appearance of Han Yu Yao, Huang Yu didn't think much of it. Right, then it's settled. One of you is my own sister, while the other is my childhood friend, whom I grew up with. Both of you are equally important to me. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. How can I choose? Facing the two of them, Huang Yu managed to display his acting skills to the fullest, his eyes sincere. He chose a way that wouldn't offend either of them. Han Yu Yao, stop pretending. However, Huang Yuhan was not pleased. She directly exposed Han Yu Yao's long-concealed inner thoughts. If you don't like my brother, why are you blushing? I know full well that over the years, when my brother was studying abroad, you came to the airport alone and cried your heart out. My brother doesn't like you, yet you cling to him. I've never seen such a shameless woman like you. That's right. Seeing her past and secrets exposed, Han Yu Yao decided to come clean. I do like your brother. So, what? Not only do I like him, in the future I will marry your brother and become your sister-in-law. Even if you're unwilling, what can you do? You are siblings? So, you're destined to call me sister-in-law. Han Yu Yao didn't bother hiding her true feelings, revealing everything she had been holding back. Now, sister-in-law, I order you to put down the gasoline can. Don't keep making mistakes. Listening to Han Yu Yao's scolding, Huang Yuhan hesitated, looked at Han Yu Yao provocatively, stomped her foot in anger, then turned to Huang Yu, appearing disheartened. Brother, you saw it yourself. Han Yu Yao is no good for you. Do you want me or her? Huang Yu smiled bitterly, feeling conflicted. He didn't believe Han Yu Yao's claims at all, thinking they were just heated words from her. But he still needed to make a distinction. You two are completely different. You are my sister. What if not? Before he could finish his sentence, Huang Yuhan brought up, her wet bangs dripping with water, her eyes staring intensely at him. Then, would you choose me? Looking at Huang Yuhan's serious gaze, Huang Yu, who had been calm, suddenly tensed up, his eyes showing a hint of disbelief. Could it be that Rain knows the secret that she and I aren't related by blood? Hearing Huang Yu's thoughts, Han Yu Yao also looked at Huang Yu in disbelief. They weren't related by blood, but the Huang family had always said they were siblings. Was there some hidden secret between them? Shocked, Han Yu Yao also felt a sense of impending crisis. If they weren't blood-related, could they be together? Huang Yu looked at Huang Yuhan and Han Yu Yao, scanning back and forth between the two of them. One is a big, violent, lowly police flower. Although a bit violent, her figure is really nice. And Rain, although she's more eccentric than that annoying woman, her eyes are filled with me. She's really willing to give up everything for me. But why am I hesitating? As Huang Yu weighed his options, he seemed to think of something that made him feel a bit resentful. Why can Zizan have a harem, but the antagonist can't have one? Antagonists have lives too. Antagonists also have rights. Asterisk asterisk, only kids need to choose. I want them all. I'll take rain with my left hand, the violent police flower with my right. In the past, Zhao Zilong advanced and retreated in the midst of 10,000 troops. Can't I handle to women? But this was just wishful thinking, and Huang Yu didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, he couldn't afford to provoke either of these two women. If they truly knew his thoughts, it wouldn't be impossible for them to tear him apart. However, unbeknownst to him, his thoughts had already been heard by both women. When Han Yu Yao heard the shameless thoughts of this scoundrel on the bed, her face turned red instantly. Feeling both embarrassed and furious, she couldn't help but curse under her breath. How shameless! Asterisk asterisk, what advancing and retreating. What a mess. Asterisk asterisk. On the other hand, after hearing her brother's thoughts, Huang Yuhan was somewhat shy but more delighted. Her brother finally stopped treating her like a sister. Alright, I won't force you anymore. In Huang Yu's somewhat bewildered gaze, Huang Yuhan put down the lighter gleefully. When I grow up, I'll marry you, and I agree that Han Yu Yao can come in as well. But I will be the eldest, and Han Yu Yao will be the youngest. Han Yu Yao, the big violent loli, nearly exploded when she heard Huang Yuhan's words. What do you mean she's the youngest? And she needed Han Yu Yao's approval to enter. Fortunately, Huang Yu quickly made a gesture, slightly easing the tension. Since that's the case, then why don't you let go of the gasoline can? Although Han Yu Yao looked like she was about to erupt, Huang Yu couldn't afford to push her further. He had no choice but to let his little sister put down the gasoline first. Unexpectedly, Huang Yuhan giggled twice, lifted the gasoline can and shook it a few times. Don't worry. I'm not that dumb. There's just a little gasoline inside. The rest is water. End of this chapter. Chapter 19. Huang Yuhan looked at her brother with a sweet smile, tossing the gasoline can in her hand aside with a duang. There was no trace of the craziness from before. Transforming into a sweet girl, she hopped over to Huang Yu's bedside, eyes filled with a smile. I knew you liked me. Looking at her sister in this manner, there was no sign of the dark transformation from the book. She just seemed like an infatuated girl. Huang Yu was quite helpless in the face of this. Alright. Hurry and find a place to change your clothes. Look at you soaked. Don't catch a cold. With that, Huang Yu handed his jacket to Huang Yuhan, signaling for her to put it on. Got it. Huang Yuhan put on the jacket with her brother's scent, feeling instantly surrounded by warmth. After a while, she left satisfied. Watching his restless sister finally leave, Huang Yu let out a sigh of relief. After all the commotion, it was already dark outside the window. Glancing at Han Yu Yao still sitting on the hospital chair, he said, Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for me to have your kid? Pa, who would want to have kids with a shameless jerk like you? Han Yu Yao felt a mix of anger and shame, and immediately retorted, I'm afraid you'll escape while I'm not around. Fine. Huang Yu was also quite helpless, suddenly feeling more tired being around these female leads than being around Zizan with his twisted mouth. If you're willing to stay, then stay. Just don't fart, grind your teeth, or snore while sleeping, lest it affects my sleep. Asshole. When have I ever farted, grinded my teeth, or snored? Han Yu Yao was furious, gritting her teeth and cursing silently. Meanwhile, Huang Yu began to weigh the options of confessing and hiding in prison for a year or so. Hearing Huang Yu's thoughts regarding the Tianhai serial murder case, Han Yu Yao pretended to be sound asleep, casually listening. When she heard that she would lose her virginity while chasing the real culprit, with her to the security guard she encountered today in the car, she felt a chill. At the same time, she became wary of Zizan. But if she confessed now, maybe nothing much would happen. Huang Yu started to calculate silently. Even if he was sentenced to death upon confession, it would take a few months before execution. Considering his nature, Zizan had probably already figured out the Tianhai case. Huang Yu thought that it wouldn't affect the future plot whether he died or not. When Zizan left Tianhai and caught the real culprit, he could come out and clear his name, and continue to be happy. With this plan in mind, Huang Yu made a firm decision cheerfully. However, Han Yu Yao, who was listening to Huang Yu's thoughts, was about to mention something about the serial murder case, but instead heard that he was contemplating confessing and going to jail, just for his own benefit. Han Yu was so angry she wanted to beat him up. She needed to find a way to make him talk. She restrained her emotions and thought of how to coax the truth out of Huang Yu. Damn it, almost forgot. With a sudden movement of the hospital bed, Huang Yu sat up abruptly. Han Yu, bring me my phone. Why? Han Yu pretended to be just waking up, groggy, and looked at him. Quickly, it's urgent. You're so pushy. Han Yu grumbled, handing the phone to Huang Yu. She didn't think there was anything as urgent as a matter of life or death apart from the Tianhai serial murder case. Huang Yu was too lazy to argue with Han Yu and quickly dialed a number on his phone. Curiously, Han Yu came closer and saw the contact name Little Blackie. Instantly furious, she grabbed Huang Yu's wrist. Asshole, why are you calling my brother? Don't influence him anymore. Huang Yu furrowed his eyebrows in annoyance as the call wouldn't go through. So he gave the phone back to Han Yu. Go to the biggest club in Tianhai now to find your brother. It has to be quick. Otherwise, it'll be too late. If you don't want your brother to suffer, make sure your Han family cuts ties with me. End of this chapter. Chapter 20. Han Yu. Someone wants to harm your brother. Looking at Huang Yu's extremely serious expression, Han Yu, who was pretending to sleep with the daze, instantly woke up. She sat up directly and asked, "What's going on? What happened to Han Kun?" Although Han Kun usually didn't focus on legitimate work, he wouldn't do anything out of line, and he also had bodyguards. However, Han Yu had previously learned through telepathy that Huang Yu could predict the future, so she didn't slack off. However, she couldn't help but be suspicious, wondering if there was a plan behind all this. But Huang Yu didn't have time to explain at the moment. He just remembered it. According to the original book's plot, time was running out, and any delay could lead to trouble. Struggling to recall the information from the book, he told Han Yu, Empire Club, room 2318. You need to hurry. Go quickly. Huang Yu grabbed Han Yu's hand from behind. His tone gradually became more serious. Seeing Huang Yu so serious, Han Yu couldn't help but feel a bit nervous and quickly agreed. After all, it was about her own younger brother, so she wouldn't neglect it. She hurriedly opened the door, instructed her colleague to watch over Huang Yu, then turned back and warned him, "You better not pull any tricks or try to escape." With those words, Han Yu slammed the door shut and disappeared from the doorway. She quickly gathered some members of the police squad and rushed to the Empire Club, the largest club in Tianhai. Huang Yu watched Han Yu's figure disappearing, finally feeling a bit relieved. However, he still couldn't help but worrying whether they could make it in time. Kun, your brother Yu has done everything he can. Whether your waist can be protected now depends on your sister. He muttered softly as he watched Han Yu disappear. But at that moment, he had no other way. All he could do was pray that Han Yu would be fast enough. After all, as depicted in the original book, Han Kun being targeted was definitely not a simple matter. It was highly likely that it had been planned in advance. The Empire Club. This was the largest club in Tianhai, covering hundreds of acres with various entertainment facilities. It wasn't easy to gain entry here, as it wasn't just about having money. Therefore, most of the time, being able to enter here represented not only indulgence, but also a symbol of status and identity. At this moment, outside the club, various luxury cars kept passing by, with wealthy youngsters or regular customers entering one after another. Just then, a Bugatti, the world's top limited edition, accompanied by a roar of the engine, slowly drove up, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. Damn, wasn't this car just revealed last month? It's already here now. Forget about the limited edition. Weren't only a few of these cars made? Everyone marveled. Some were curious about who had such great influence, and dared to make such a scene at the entrance of the Empire Club. Just as everyone watched with anticipation, a man jumped out of the car. With a flamboyant entrance, he greeted the people around him, making a heart-shaped air kiss gesture. Hello, everyone. Everyone was stunned to see this scene, frozen in place. Damn, what a waste of this car. Turns out it's this arrogant guy driving it? Who didn't know that among the 4 young masters of Tianhai, the biggest waste was Han Kun. Although he was the real sister of the police boss Hua Han Yu Yao and born into an ancient martial arts family, he never liked martial arts from a young age. He hadn't learned anything from the Han family's legacy ancient martial art, Cold Jade Palm, and spent his days studying singing, dancing, and rap. Not only that, he followed Huang Yu, one of the 4 young masters of Tianhai, around and caused trouble all the time. If it weren't for the fact that in this generation, there were only Han Yu Yao and Han Kun in the Han family, with the Han family's rules and traditions, this waste would have probably been wiped out long ago. Next, a woman with a strange appearance came into Han Kun's arms, and he looked at her with a face full of indulgence and affection. After throwing the car keys to the little brother to park, he arrogantly walked into the club with the enchanting woman in his arms. Young Master Han, you've left them all in shock. The woman chuckled, looking at him admirably. Of course, Han Kun glanced proudly at the people around him, not hiding his arrogance at all. Today, I will completely rewrite the legend of the singing and dancing circle in Tianhai. Later, listen to my hit song and boost the mood for us. He laughed, teasingly looking at the woman in his arms, as if he had already conquered her for the night. Disgusting. The woman blushed and shyly lowered her head, lightly patting Han Kun's chest a couple of times. This made Han Kun feel even more like a man who controlled everything, feeling even more satisfied. However, what Han Kun didn't see was that in the moment when the strange woman lowered her head, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Soon, they were surrounded by a few henchmen as they entered the club. Young Master Han is here. Bro, been waiting for you. Is this the new sister-in-law? Not bad at all. Although Han Kun was a complete loser in the older generation, he was quite popular among the younger generation. Upon seeing Han Kun, many young elites hurried over to greet him and make themselves familiar. The club manager also squeezed in, wearing a fawning smile. Young Master Han, you've arrived. The private room you reserved is ready. Come see ... Okay, take me up. In less than 2 minutes of Han Kun entering the club, several police cars arrived at the entrance of the Empire Club with sirens blaring. Han Yu Yao, with over 20 Arthur members, came down with great momentum, walked past a group of people to the club's entrance, and presented her credentials. Police inspection. End of chapter. Chapter 21. Zuo Jingchu this. The doorman at the entrance saw the imposing Han Yu Yao and his expression instantly became somewhat awkward. The Empire Club, as the largest club in Tianhai, naturally had its own network of relationships. Ordinary police inspections were not a cause for concern at all. Unless under special circumstances, one couldn't even enter. But the key was the police officer in front of him, who was not so simple. As a doorman of the Empire Club, he was not unfamiliar with Han Yu Yao, the eldest daughter of the Han family, one of the 4 major families of Tianhai. With just one glance, he confirmed that she was someone they couldn't afford to offend. What, do you want to stop me? Seeing the doorman hesitating to let her pass, Han Yu Yao's expression immediately turned dark. As the tension grew, on the verge of eruption, a seductive female voice suddenly sounded. Oh, isn't this Sister Han from the Han family? How come you have time to visit me today? Everyone followed the voice and saw a well-proportioned and tall beautiful woman slowly walking out from inside the club. Wearing an exquisite cheongsam, her already hot figure appeared even fuller. With slightly parted red lips, a pair of peach blossom eyes full of smiles walked out with a touch of ancient charm and endless allure. In an instant, she attracted the attention of everyone present. But for this woman, Han Yu Yao's visit seemed like an insignificant matter. President Zuo, seeing the woman approaching, the doorman hurriedly respectfully stepped aside. Looking at this woman, Han Yu Yao coldly faced her gaze. What, Zuo Jingchu? Are you also trying to stop me? Watching these two confront each other so sharply, the onlookers shook their heads, one after another. It seems President Zuo might not be able to keep this club after all. In the end, background can't surpass others. The woman in front of Han Yuyao was called Zuo Jingshu, also from the Zuo family, one of the four major noble families of Tiahai with an extraordinary background. It must be said that Zuo Jingshu was very capable. In just a few years of taking over this club, she turned the Empire Club into Tiahai's largest gold mine, successfully turning losses into profits. However, being from a collateral branch of the Zuo family meant that despite her outstanding abilities, she was not valued. If it were an ordinary police officer, Zuo Jingshu might be able to handle it. But the Han family, as the only ancient martial arts family among the four major families, and Han Yuyao being the eldest daughter, regardless of status or background, they were almost overpowering figures. In front of Han Yuyao, the eldest daughter of the ancient martial arts family, whether in the underworld or lawful circles of Tiahai, almost no one dared not to give face. Even the big boss behind the Empire Club appeared diminished. Han Yuyao looked displeased as she gazed at Zuo Jingshu in front of her. Zuo Jingshu and she were old acquaintances, but their relationship was not good. When Huang Yu was still in Tiahai, Hong Kong had often brought him here to hang out, and she had been here many times, but always to make arrests. Therefore, Han Yuyao's impression of Zuo Jingshu was very negative. Nowhere, looking at Han Yuyao's posture, Zuo Jingshu shook the folding fan in her hand, forcing a light smile. However, there was a hint of concealed displeasure in her eyes. But, Sister Han, is there a misunderstanding between us? Our Empire Club has always operated legally. We pay Tiahai millions in taxes every year, Zuo Jingshu said softly, walking over in an attempt to hold Han Yuyao's hand, subtly trying to appease her, wanting to stabilize Han Yuyao's emotions. But faced with Zuo Jingshu's goodwill, Han Yuyao was not polite at all. For the Empire Club to achieve its current status, Zuo Jingshu was no saint either. She just hadn't found evidence yet. Han Yuyao brushed off Zuo Jingshu's hand, directly saying coldly, "Who's your sister?" "My brother and those bastards from the Huang family were led astray by you. We haven't settled that account yet. Step aside. I don't have time to waste with you." Zuo Jingshu's mouth twitched slightly. Outwardly calm, inwardly she couldn't help but scoff. "Your brother's disgraceful behavior, along with Huang Yu, causing trouble in my business is annoying enough. So, because of them being misled by you, I have to deal with it. People should have a conscience. If not for the Huang and Han family backgrounds, I would have cut ties with them a long time ago. I'm afraid that's not quite appropriate." Seeing that Han Yuyao was unwavering, Zuo Jingshu made a troubled expression, but she secretly gestured for someone to call for reinforcements from the family. If Han Yuyao were to force her way in, the club's business would likely suffer a significant blow. "Let's go in." They had been at a stalemate in front of the club for 5 to 6 minutes, time passing bit by bit. Zuo Jingshu was still blocking the entrance. Han Yuyao was anxious. If something happened to Hong Kong now, she realized she couldn't hesitate any longer and waved her hand. Immediately 20 or so police officers rushed forward. "Officer Han, what are you trying to do? We're carrying out official duties. Please cooperate." In comparison to the chaos at the club's entrance, inside the VIP room, Hong Kong had already started partying. Sitting on the surrounding sofas, Hong Kong was seen holding a basketball, which he had somehow acquired, and after a few awkward dribbles, he tossed the ball away and started showing off his dance skills. "Your approach makes me so restless. You're mine, I'm yours. Who? One more look and you'll explode." Getting closer feels like melting. Singing loudly, Hong Kong danced towards the mysterious woman in the crowd, thinking he looked cool and captivating the audience. The mysterious woman also cheered in surprise. "Great." Watching Hong Kong's dance on stage, the surrounding people cheered loudly, full of admiration. However, unnoticed by all, as Hong Kong's dancing became more intense, the several bodyguards beside him gradually relaxed, choosing to stand guard at the door. It was a rare opportunity. Watching Hong Kong perform energetically, the mysterious woman's eyes carried a trace of disdain and coldness. Just as everything was going according to plan, bang, the door suddenly swung open with a bang. What the heck? The loud noise startled Hong Kong, who then displayed anger. Who the hell dares to kick my door? Just as Hong Kong was about to get angry and teach the person in front of him a lesson, the grim and familiar face gradually became clear. Who are you calling blind? Hearing this voice, Hong Kong's heart trembled. Sis. Hong Kong looked at the dark-faced Han Yao, awkwardly laughed, took 2 steps back, and began to sweat on his forehead. No, I meant someone else. End of this chapter. Chapter 22. Oh my. What are you doing? Sister. Why are you here? Han Kun's forehead was covered in cold sweat that couldn't be stopped from flowing down. Han Kun had a near-natural fear towards Han Yao, stemming from the suppression in their bloodline since childhood. Unable to do anything about it, watching his elder sister's somewhat unusual mood, Han Kun nervously swallowed saliva. Sister, I just came here to relax. I didn't do anything against the rules. Han Yao displayed a slightly aggressive posture, while Han Kun kept retreating with a strained voice, becoming increasingly hesitant. I just came here occasionally to have some fun. Han Kun felt like a mouse facing a cat, despite being taller than his sister Han Yao. But he knew well that if he angered his sister, it wouldn't end well for him. After all, the ancient martial arts skills he had cultivated since childhood were not in vain, and he had the title of captain of the criminal police brigade. If he was casually caught and detained for more than 10 days, that would be risking his life. Along with the slightly peculiar atmosphere, Hong Kun's group of friends wisely stopped the music under the watchful eyes of the police. Han Yao, looking at Hong Kun's nonchalant demeanor, couldn't help but feel a surge of anger inside. Originally worried about her younger brother getting into trouble, but seeing the current situation, there was no sign of that. Moreover, as the heir of the Han family, not focusing on proper business and indulging in miscellaneous things was one thing, but to present himself in this manner was another. Han Yao, with a darkened face, grabbed Han Kun's hair. Sister, it hurts. Sister, I was wrong. Han Kun felt like his scalp was being torn off, immediately yelling out in pain. Although unsure of what mistake he had made, admitting fault first was the way to go. He desperately tried to pull his sister's hand away, but the sudden pain on his face made him stop. Han Yao's nasal cavities directly knocked Han Kun down to the ground, scolding loudly with an iron hand. Why did you dye your hair like this? Not focusing on proper work. What do you want to do? Do you know how people see our Han family now? Do you look like the future head of the Han family? If you want to be the heir, act like one. Are you not better suited for the role than me? Han Yao rebuked him, and Han Kun didn't dare to retort, muttering a few words in his mind. But seeing his friends on the side, as well as his girlfriend, even if unwilling, Han Kun had to maintain eye contact with his sister and softly say, Sister, don't be like this. Look at our siblings here. He indicated quietly, hoping to save face in front of his elder sister. Glancing in the direction of Han Kun, Han Yao wrinkled her eyebrows, not knowing what to think. Witnessing this, Han Kun felt a glimmer of hope. Immediately, he loudly declared, I'm not neglecting my duties, I'm a rapper. What? Han Yao, who had turned away, instantly looked back, glaring at Han Kun as if ready to kill. Seeing his sister's eyes ready to attack, Han Kun nervously swallowed saliva. However, with so many friends present, he had to show some backbone. Otherwise, how would he pick up girls in the future? I'm a rapper. Smack. Say it again. Upon hearing this, Han Kun also showed a bit of stubbornness. I'm a rapper. Smack. Another slap landed on Han Kun's face, nearly knocking him to the ground. At this point, two red handprints were visible on his face. Hey, what are you doing? Han Kun took a step back instinctively, trying to avoid. I just dyed my hair. I see that you're asking for it. Without waiting for Han Kun to finish, Han Yao quickly delivered another slap, back to back in front of his brother and girlfriend. Even though it was Han Kun, at this point, he was also getting annoyed. A rapper is tempered by 100 battles. I, Han Kun, will never give in. You dare provoke me? Is this a freestyle? Just as Han Kun was about to showcase his self-made rap to impress others, Han Yuyao couldn't bear it any longer. She directly grabbed Han Kun's hair and produced a razor out of nowhere. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the razor passed over his scalp. Han Yuyao showed no mercy and shaved a strip from the top of his head to the back. His originally fluffy white hair now had a bald stripe in the middle. How can you be a rapper looking like this? At this moment, where was his previous bravado? As soon as he was released, he touched his hair while retreating, muttering in a fluster, "I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it in this lifetime." Seeing Han Kun admitting his wrongs, Han Yuyao coldly hummed, then threw the razor on the ground. After dealing with Han Kun, Han Yuyao came over to the mysterious woman, questioning sharply, "Who are you?" She wasn't dealing with that waste Han Kun. Trained in ancient martial arts since childhood, she immediately sensed something unusual about the woman. This woman clearly practiced a demanding and perverse technique involving seduction. Her origins were definitely not simple. Thinking back to Huang Yu's urgency in bringing her here, Han Yuyao finally understood. Seeing this woman for a brief moment, she realized her foolish brother was being targeted, unwittingly falling into her trap step by step. With Han family's millennium-old heritage, they naturally had many enemies. Thus, Han Yuyao wasn't surprised. Staring firmly at the woman, she noticed the calm demeanor of the woman, who didn't seem to fear her at all. This further confirmed Han Yuyao's suspicions. "Sister, don't hit her." Just as she was about to interrogate her, Han Kun, who had been shaved almost bald, stood in front of the woman. Taking advantage of the situation, the woman pretended to be innocent. "Master Han, please save me. Lily is a good girl. I promise. This time I'm serious." As she finished speaking, 2 slaps resounded. Han Kun's face now had another pair of handprints, and he was tossed aside, unable to get up. Han Yuyao wiped her hand. She was adept at controlling her strength. It was only a superficial wound. Despite being reprimanded multiple times, Han Kun, upon seeing his girlfriend in danger, whispered anxiously, "Lily, please beg for mercy." Witnessing this scene, a strange glint passed through Lily's eyes. Seemingly surprised, a dignified scion of the Han family was actually living so timidly. As Han Yuyao looked at her, preparing to apprehend her for questioning, the door to the room suddenly opened, and a playful male voice resounded. "Chief Han, you're quite formidable." End of this chapter. Chapter 23. Left family's evil youngster heard a familiar voice behind him. Upon hearing the familiar voice behind her, Han Yuyao furrowed her brows and a tinge of disgust flashed in her eyes. She turned around coldly. "Young Master Zuo, intentionally causing harm and serious injuries to others, such a serious crime, yet you're released so quickly. Your left family really has connections everywhere." As the words fell, a refined man with rimless glasses made of gold wire walked in from outside the box. With handsome and refined features, he resembled a Confucian scholar who had thoroughly studied the classics of sages in ancient times. When he smiled, there was a sense of elegance and civility. The appearance of such a person at the clubhouse gave off a sense of contrast, as if rising from the mud without being tainted. However, the disdain and ruthlessness in his eyes, like being stared at by a venomous snake, unintentionally exposed his true nature, giving him an air of a refined scoundrel. The person in front of Han Yuyao was no one else but another member of the 4 young masters of Tianhai, named Zuoyi, chosen by Huang Yu and Han Kun from Tianhai. Compared to the Han family, the left family had many more younger generations, which of course was due to the hard work of the left family's patriarch when he was young. Zuoyi was one of the outstanding juniors of the younger generation in the left family. The reputation of Zuoyi, Han Kun, and Huang Yu could be said to be to extremes. However, Han Yuyao knew clearly that these were all just superficial appearances. The left family had once risen from the underground world of Tianhai to the forefront, becoming the leading family in the underground world. Although they gradually whitewashed their image to adapt to the situation, be it in business or other competitions, They never played by the rules. The former head of the left family, in the process of whitewashing, in order to make things go smoothly, even after learning that a certain high-ranking official liked married women, he directly sent his own wife away, leading to her suicide by hanging. However, this was all kept hidden, known by few. Zuoyi preferred to solve problems with violence. In the project he was in charge of within the left family, there were deaths in almost every project. It could be said that the left family achieved their success by having no moral boundaries, enabling them to whitewash their image and become one of the four major families in Tianhai. In the original book, Zuoyi was the first to join Zizan. In the Tianhai copy, he became a henchman of Zizan, successfully seized power, and became the new head of the left family, one of the four major families in Tianhai, with the support of the Dragon King's court, allowing the left family to dominate Tianhai. However, it came at a cost, including left Jingchu. All the young female characters from the left family mentioned in the book eventually became sacrifices for Zuoyi, joining Zizan's ever-growing harem. The other three major families did not fare much better, except for the Huang family, which had completely declined due to the relationship with Huang Yu. The Han family and the Mo family also submitted to Zizan, the Crooked Dragon King, because of Han Yu Yao and Mo Lingguang, falling at his feet. When Zuoyi and Han Yuyaro's eyes met, a moment of unmasked aggression passed between them. While looking over her youthful and well-endowed figure, he seemed to see through her police uniform. However, Zuoyi did not show any violent behavior. Instead, he lightly adjusted the gold wire glasses on his nose bridge and chuckled, saying, "Thanks to Chief Han, I spent a few months studying in prison, but I have been wrongly accused. Isn't Chief Han a bit too domineering? Could it be that this is a tactic by the Han family to suppress other families?" "Zuoyi, stop your nonsense." Han Yuyao looked at him with a cold smile, paying no attention to Zuoyi. "This is a strict fact. If you refuse to confess, you can go to the police station with me. I guarantee. This time you won't just be imprisoned for a few months." "Yuyao, don't be so harsh." Zuoyi sighed, pretending to look helpless. "It's all because of the deep misunderstandings between us. But I'm not like that lackey Huang Yu, licking the boots. I will try to repair our relationship. Maybe, in a few months, we can become a family." Seeing his sister being teased by this kind of person, Han Kun, who had just managed to get up, couldn't help it. Although he didn't like his sister due to often ruining his good deeds, they were siblings. When would an outsider bully his sister? "Zuoyi, it seems you have a short memory, right?" Han Kun walked directly in front of Zuoyi, his finger pointing at Zuoyi's forehead. Chapter 24. A Lifelong Nightmare. Kun. As Han Yuyao approached step by step, the woman known as Lily's eyes began to fill with tears, and she fell directly to the ground, continuously retreating. She looked like a pear blossom in the rain, evoking a sense of pity. Lily looked at Han Kun, her eyes pleading for help. Seeing this scene, Han Kun couldn't help but feel a pang of pity and couldn't bear to say, "Sister ... Is there some misunderstanding between us?" Han Kun looked at his elder sister, who seemed on the verge of losing her temper, and nervously swallowed. But for the sake of love, he mustered the courage to ask, could there be a misunderstanding? "Shut up." Before he could finish speaking, he was immediately rebuked. Han Yuyao glared at Han Kun, feeling frustrated. Han Kun shrank his neck, overpowered by Han Yuyao's imposing manner. Loitering all day and not attending to proper business, not even knowing if you've been sold out. Immediately, Han Yuyao coldly glanced at the woman named Lily not far in front. The distance between them was now only about 2 meters. As they both stopped in their tracks, Han Yuyao's demeanor suddenly became terrifying. The air around them began to swirl continuously, her hair gently fluttering, and the temperature inside the room seemed to drop to freezing point. As she raised her hand, it became slightly pale, her delicate skin resembling frozen white jade. Seeing this, Han Kun's face changed drastically. "This is the Han family's martial arts skill, cold jade palm." Although Han Kun did not like martial arts, he still had some knowledge of ancient martial arts techniques in the family. Starting off with such a move, it would be unbearable for an ordinary person to withstand. Lily, run! You! He didn't care whether he would anger his sister. He immediately shouted, urging her to escape as he realized she couldn't bear it. But before he could finish, his mouth hung open, and he was petrified on the spot, his eyes filled with shock. His mouth could fit several eggs inside. Lily in front of Han Yuyao completely lost her previous panicky demeanor. Instead, she stood up lightly, picked up a glass of red wine with a slight smile, and raised it as if making a toast. The successor of the Han family truly remarkable, being able to cultivate the cold jade palm to this realm at such a young age. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, a rough male voice came from Lily's mouth. At the moment she drank the wine, her right hand, filled with cold fury, struck out. Bang! The strike did not land on its target but hit the ground, leaving behind some frost. The moment Han Yuyao struck with her palm, the woman directly retreated, her figure ethereal, like a ghost. With a calm smile on her face, she threw a flirtatious glance at Han Kun. Cutie, it's a pity we can't have a good time tonight. Next time, make sure your eyes sparkle more. Otherwise, I'll be heartbroken, and you play basketball quite well. With these words, the woman broke through the glass window behind her and disappeared into the night in an instant. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the room was stunned. Damn, this is the 28th floor. Apart from the bewildered Han Kun and the icy-faced Han Yuyao, including Zuoyi and the others, their eyes widened. Jumping from the 28th floor was practically a death sentence. However, what followed was even more startling. The woman glided through the air with a swift wind and landed steadily on a luxury car far below. The immense weight instantly left a large dent on the car's roof. Then, she leapt a few times, gradually disappearing into the night. Could there really be such freaks in the world? Jumping from the 28th floor and landing so smoothly, how extraordinary must her physical conditioning be? Damn transvestite. Just as everyone was shocked, a loud roar broke the silence. Han Kun, with a pale and haggard face, vomited dryly on the spot and gradually calmed down after a while. He then darted towards the broken window frantically. Damn it. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Bastard. I want you dead. Like a wild beast losing control, he ferociously pounded the ground where the woman had left, venting his anger. At this moment, even if he were foolish, he understood that he had been set up. He had almost fallen into someone else's trap. This was his rare moment of seriousness after wandering for so long. He actually ended up playing with a transvestite. Not only would it utterly disgrace Han Kun, one of the 4 young masters of Jingdu, but it was also a nauseating and insulting experience for him. Just as he was about to continue shouting, there was a loud slap. Han Kun covered his face and flew back into the room, watching her brother, who was always loafing around, ready to kill someone as soon as a problem arose. Han Yuyao scolded him angrily. What were you thinking? Playing with a transvestite? Do you think you have any face left? She looked around coldly, eyes full of frost. The underlings who had always regarded Han Kun as their leader suddenly became uneasy, looking elsewhere and beginning to discuss something, touching their necks and pointing at something, as if Han Kun's life or death was none of their concern. After all, Han Kun's elder sister was captain of the criminal police brigade, and if he were to really be implicated, it would be serious trouble. Thus, Han, it's not that we won't help you, but that we are powerless. With that, Han Yuyao ignored the group of people, ready to leave while grabbing Han Kun's ear. Sis, please be gentle. The police officers around also followed Han Yuyao. The underlings around Han Kun finally relaxed a bit, no longer as tense as before. As Han Yuyao was about to leave, Zuoyi suddenly stopped her from behind. Officer Han, leaving so soon. End of chapter. Chapter 25. The Crook Dragon King appears again. Do you really think that Zahi will come at your beck and call, and leave when you want? Zuoyi sneered. Even though Han Yuyao was the captain of the criminal police brigade, for him, as the most hopeful successor of the Zuo family, There was nothing to fear. Is that so? Han Yao turned around, sneering, and let go of Han Kun. Then, what does young Master Zuo have in mind? How about accompanying me for a meal? Zuo Yi wiped his glasses and put them back on, not hiding his greedy gaze. He had long coveted Han Yao. Damn it. Han Kun, who had been released, was also furious at this moment, already upset today. Zuo Yi dared to provoke him. He picked up the basketball that had been thrown to the side and hurled it towards Zuo Yi. Bang! Zuo Yi, who had been staring at Han Yao the whole time, was caught off guard. He stumbled back several steps, fell to the ground, and his glasses were shattered. Have you forgotten about kneeling in front of my brother-in-law and calling him father? Daring to catch my sister's attention? Feeling itchy? Huh? Han Kun walked slowly towards Zuo Yi, his eyes filled with uncontrollable anger. It seemed like he wanted to vent all the frustration he had faced today. What? Ready to fight? Zuo Yi sneered, slowly getting up. The broken lens had cut his forehead, and blood was slowly trickling down. Although it was just a superficial wound, for the young master of the Tianhai Zuo family, it was a huge insult. However, Zuo Yi quickly suppressed his anger. Looking at Han Kun, who was clearly displeased, he showed no fear. What are you? Han Kun. And Huang Yu. You made me think your Han family is a lapdog to the Huang family. Damn it. Han Kun directly charged forward, full of anger, ready to strike. Stop. Han Yao stepped forward, pulled Han Kun back, and glared at him. If you dare to make a move in front of me, try it. She had come mainly because of the incident with that Shamail, so it could be considered official business. However, if there were more physical altercations, it would be difficult to handle. She immediately had the policeman press down on Han Kun. As Han Yao and her group were about to leave, suddenly, Zuo Yi stood in their way. Officer Han, I'm afraid you can't leave now. With him were several of his bodyguards, appearing ready to act at any moment. What? Are you attempting to attack a police officer? Han Yao furrowed her brows, her expression darkening at the sight before her. Where did you hear that? Zuo Yi lightly laughed, as if he had no ill intentions. As if Han Yao had misunderstood. Officer Han can certainly go. Just that. Zuo Yi turned the topic towards Han Kun, pointing at the wound on his forehead, which was still oozing blood. I, a lawful citizen doing business, just want prosperity. But Han Kun, relying on his official background, abuses his power. He emphasized the last few words heavily. He vandalized my place, which I let slide for the Han family's sake. But to physically assault me like this, there has to be a reasonable explanation. Zuo Yi acted as if he was about to pass out, exaggerating the dizziness and headache. If Officer Han insists on bullying a commoner like me, I don't mind taking you to court and exposing you to the media. While speaking, he maintained a faint smile, showing no signs of being dizzy or disoriented. Clap, clap. He clapped lightly. In response, numerous people holding microphones and cameras rushed into the room. Flashlights began to flicker continuously, and a barrage of questions were thrown at Han Yao and the other police officers. They were blocked from leaving, and the Han sisters were unharmed, while Zuo Yi from the Zuo family had a wound on his head. Clearly, it was an abuse of power. Seeing this scene, Han Kun instantly understood. Apparently, they were waiting for him. So, what? Go to jail. He had been there before. Taking advantage of the distracted policeman, Han Kun broke free and rushed forward. LL. Before Han Kun could reach Zuo Yi, Han Yao swiftly subdued him with a quick hand-to-hand move, pinned him to the ground, and handcuffed him. If you don't want trouble, stop. Han Yao warned in a low voice, her eyes slightly serious. As the eldest daughter of the Han family, she naturally had her own strategies and methods. Hearing Huang Yu's voice approaching, she almost suspected whether Huang Yu, that scumbag, colluded with the Zuo family to set them up. After all, the Han family had never faced such powerful media influence before. After Han Yao cuffed Han Kun, she stood up slowly, looked at Zuo Yi, her eyes filled with displeasure. What are you up to? Zuoyi looked at Han Yao, a smug smile flashing in his eyes. But on the surface, he pretended to be innocent, picked up the half-broken lens from the ground, and put it back on his face. How can I do something to Officer Han? Zuoyi walked in front of the media crowd. Everyone, I am just a businessman. I called you here today just to seek justice. Why is it that under the bright sun, cops can shield their friends and allow such scum to trample on the law and social order with impunity? Zuoyi's face was filled with grief and indignation, as if he was lamenting the injustice he had suffered. Han Yuro's eyes were full of anger, and she involuntarily clenched her fists. But with so many people present, as the captain of the criminal police brigade, she had no way to act openly. When she was at a loss, a figure in a security uniform suddenly jumped from the shattered window on the 28th floor with a crooked smile on his face. What the hell? The figure rushed towards Zuoyi without a word and pummeled him mercilessly. Zuoyi was caught off guard and took a solid punch, flying 5 to 6 meters before landing among the news reporters. Han Yao also saw the newcomer clearly, her eyes cold and slightly surprised. Wasn't this Zizan, that crooked-mouthed guy? End of chapter. Chapter 26. Zizan carried a large pot, but in the next moment, Han Yao's expression changed. No, it's not Zizan with a crooked mouth. This is ... Watching this Zizan hitting someone while cursing loudly, a familiar scumbag figure slowly emerged in her mind. She was almost certain that the person in front of her was not the crooked-mouthed Zizan, but Huang Yu, that scumbag. ... On the other side, Zuoyi was lamenting that Han Yao, the troublesome woman, had finally fallen into his hands, and it was time to deal with her properly. But before he could do anything, he felt a sudden darkness and his body felt like it was hit by a truck. He flew out directly and landed on the ground. Zuoyi really felt dizzy, and the intense pain in his chest made him feel like his whole body was falling apart. Young Master Zuo. Several bodyguards around saw their young master in trouble, hurried forward to stop the crooked-mouthed one, ready to teach him a lesson. However, in just a moment, several bodyguards all fell down. The surrounding reporters saw this scene and quickly backed away, not daring to make any extra movements in the face of the sudden change of events. As Zuoyi lay on the ground, feeling dizzy and blurry, he vaguely saw a crooked-mouthed figure in a blue shirt that seemed to appear out of nowhere, grabbing his head and starting to beat him severely. Dare to touch a woman of mine? Zizan, I see you don't want to live. Huang Yu, pretending to be Zizan, smirked and said the classic line, the dragon's reverse scale, whoever touches it shall die. With these words, his fists rained down on Zuoyi's face like a storm. Ow! Zuoyi screamed in pain. Following that, a series of punches from behind made him unable to speak. His handsome face, which was fairly attractive before, was now covered in bruises and swelling, turning him into a pig head. Even the lens of his eyes shattered, with the frame distorted. Who is this scumbag with a crooked mouth? I'll damn well wipe out your whole family. Coming up and beating me like this without warning. Zuoyi's mind only had one thought, along with a sense of resentment. After the storm of punches and the intense pain, his consciousness gradually became clearer. Who are you really? Why are you hitting me? Don't we have any enmity between us? Zuoyi believed that he still acted quite decently. If there were any small-time characters who had conflicts with him, they were either lying in some cement ground or floating in some sea area. As for those big shots, his memory of them was still quite clear. But the person in front of him, he had no impression of. Huang Yu, transformed into a crooked-mouthed dragon king, looked with satisfaction at his handiwork, feeling quite pleased. This guy was originally a nobody at Tianhai, barely worth mentioning. It was just that he managed to become a rival with him and Han Kun, making them archenemies, so people outside thought they were evenly matched and could be compared. But he and Han Kun had never really paid attention to this kind of trash. Even though he made the guy kneel and call him father before, he still didn't dare utter a word. Seeing that this guy could still speak, Huang Yu punched him directly in the mouth. Zuoyi was now spitting blood, his mouth slightly open, unable to speak. Do you admit your mistakes? Huang Yu crooked his mouth, pretending to be Zizan, adopting his tone and angrily asked, at 3 years old you peeked at your mom bathing. At 4, you force women to peek at you bathing. Flirting with married women everywhere is bad enough, but you don't even pay attention to hygiene. In your 30s and still not thinking of circumcision. Do you have no shame? As he scolded, Huang Yu's actions did not stop, relentlessly punching the other's face. Damn, I'm so outstanding. I even helped old ladies cross the street in elementary school. Don't know which idiot put this trash in the same league as the 4 young masters of Tianhai. I'll make sure to fly over and beat him up. With this kind of scum, that's too disgusting to even throw to the rats in the sewers. He's worthy of being compared to me. Thinking this, Huang Yu felt annoyed. Tell me, do you admit your mistakes? Huang Yu crooked his mouth, coldly laughing as he spoke. I. At this point, Zuoyi was already desperate, as if he couldn't even feel his own mouth anymore. Still not speaking. Huang Yu punched him in the eye socket again, and Zuoyi could no longer bear this humiliation and pain. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Watching this ridiculous scene in front of her, Han Yuyao's mouth twitched, trying to hold back a smile. But in the end, she couldn't help but chuckle. This scumbag Huang Yu really had no shame. When he helped old ladies cross the street in elementary school, it was clearly because the old lady happened to have a granddaughter around his age. But she interfered, and that girl always treated him coldly after that. She said he flirted with women everywhere, and if it weren't for her, he wouldn't be behaving. Han Yuyao didn't see any difference between Huang Yu and Zuoyi. After landing a final punch, Huang Yu stood up, took a deep breath, closed his eyes and did a gesture as if concluding his attack. Suddenly, a clicking sound followed by a camera flash was heard. Opening his eyes, he saw a photographer secretly taking a photo among a group of reporters huddled in a corner. When the photographer realized he forgot to turn off the flash, he turned pale. His lips trembled slightly, thinking he was about to get beaten. Hey, eggplant! Seeing the group of reporters, looking scared and avoiding eye contact, Huang Yu smirked with a crooked mouth, making a victory V gesture. What's this all about? Hearing this voice, the group of reporters looked up and were stunned by what they saw. What kind of drama is this? Have you never seen a handsome guy before? Huang Yu imitated Zizhan's crooked mouth expression, suppressed his smile, scolded the reporters, and then made a gesture with Han Kun that only the two of them could understand before quietly leaving the scene. In the eyes of everyone, he leapt from the shattered window of the 28th floor. Is it the end of the world? Everyone stared in amazement, witnessing two people in one night who jumped from the 28th floor and came out unscathed. When did humans evolve to be so powerful? After a long period of shock, Han Kun was the first to come to his senses, looking somewhat puzzled, thinking of that gesture and the completely unfamiliar face. You, brother, he muttered quietly, with some uncertainty. Thinking of the familiar figure from before, he became more convinced. If that dead Shamail could disguise himself, then why couldn't brother Yu? With this thought, Han Kun became excited, watching the figure disappear into the night unharmed after jumping from the 28th floor. Brother Yu is so cool, Han Kun couldn't help but exclaim. Cool my foot. Han Yuyao muttered lightly, cursing inwardly, but feeling a slight sense of relief for the sudden resolution of the predicament by Huang Yu. There was a hint of laughter in the corners of her mouth, with a touch of hidden joy in her eyes and a sense of awe. Where did he go? Suddenly, Han Yuyao remembered something and her expression changed. Sis, where's brother Yu? Han Yuyao didn't have time to say much. She directly kicked Han Kun in the shin. Hurry back home and face the punishment from the old man yourself. Stop messing around with that scumbag all day long. Get back to the police station. With that, she led the police officers away from the clubhouse in a hurry, heading towards the hospital. Her face filled with anger. This scumbag, getting arrested and boldly running away to appear in front of her like this. End of this chapter. Chapter 27. Han Yu was furious upon confirming that the dead twisted mouth who had just beaten Zuoyi to death was Huang Yu disguised as Post. Han Yu didn't hesitate, immediately leading a group of police officers back, the sirens blaring frantically along the way. Thinking of Huang Yu's despicable appearance, a fire raged in her heart. This bastard had the nerve to come to the club to find her. The police guarding him at the hospital must have encountered trouble. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but wish to rush to confront Huang Yu and beat that scum to a pulp. Assaulting a police officer was no simple matter. Soon, under Han Yu's urging, the group quickly returned to the hospital. Han Yu walked at the forefront, followed by more than 20 elite police officers. The intimidating display shocked many bystanders in the hospital lobby, who thought something big was happening. After casually instructing a team member to resolve the situation, Han Yu led the rest of the group to Huang Yu's ward. "Captain." The two police officers guarding the entrance to Huang Yu's ward stood up immediately upon seeing their captain. "Has anyone come out of the ward?" "No, Captain." "What's going on?" But Han Yu didn't respond. Instead, she kicked open the door of the ward with a bang. Contrary to expectations, the room wasn't in chaos, and the windows were intact. Huang Yu was still handcuffed to the bed, sound asleep with steady breathing, showing no signs of panic. His clothes were the same as before, without any signs of having left to beat Zuoyi. Han Yu furrowed her brows and approached the bed. Her eyes narrowed, trying to discern something. She stood there for 2 or 3 minutes in silence. The room was quiet, only the sound of gentle breathing. Huang Yu, who had been pretending to sleep, felt uncomfortable under Han Yu's intense gaze. "What's with that look? Could it be that he discovered I was the dead twisted mouth who beat Zuoyi?" Thinking Han Yu's unyielding gaze, Huang Yu realized he must have revealed something. "Damn, I shouldn't have signaled to that kid. I knew that Brett wasn't reliable. He would sell me out." Although anxious inside, Huang Yu maintained a facade of ignorance. Observing his reactions, Han Yu couldn't help but smirk. This scoundrel was still pretending. Even though she had confirmed with the colleague guarding Huang Yu that he never left the room, her intuition wouldn't deceive her. Although she didn't know how Huang Yu had left and returned before she did, she was certain that the one who pretended to be the security guard earlier was definitely Huang Yu. "Have you really not been outside?" Han Yu asked calmly. No." Huang Yu looked into Han Yu's calm eyes, feeling a hint of unease, but maintained his denials. "Got it." Han Yu didn't expose him, instead laying on an accompanying family bed nearby. "Hey, aren't you going home today? If you don't go back, what if Han Kun is in danger again? Are you planning to stay in the hospital?" Han Yu ignored the stream of questions. The events of today were too bizarre. Huang Yu, in her memory, was just a playboy who knew nothing but indulgence. How did he suddenly master such advanced disguise skills? Surviving a fall from the 28th floor unscathed was no ordinary feat. This made Han Yu, who thought she had control over Huang Yu, feel a sense of unfamiliarity and panic. There was a tinge of resentment in her eyes. Could she really keep Huang Yu by her side? Seeing that Han Yu was ignoring him, Huang Yu, reluctant to leave, sighed in resignation and lay down, gradually drifting off to sleep. As he started snoring, Han Yu felt a mixture of sadness and slight anger. She had been lied to, but couldn't confront him. Why couldn't he explain himself? She was worried about that scoundrel, which was why she rushed back. Filled with annoyance, Han Yu thought angrily, wanting to pull him up and beat him to force out the truth. Suddenly, she heard Huang Yu's voice behind her. She didn't turn around. Was this scoundrel finally going to explain? "Big Bear Sister, heh." Hearing these words and a creepy laugh from behind, Han Yu was speechless. She turned around, and in the faint moonlight streaming in through the window, she looked at Huang Yu, who was sleep-talking. "You scold me every day, and I will make you angry. Huh? Your panties are lacy. You're so hot. No, you're so fierce. You definitely won't get married. I don't want you. You're always beating people. Damn bastard." Hearing Huang Yu's nonsensical dream talk, Han Yu gritted her teeth in anger, grinding them back and forth. She wished she could slap that lewd face. If she hadn't heard his inner thoughts, she would have doubted if he was pretending to annoy her with his sleep-talking. When did she often scold people? Even if she did, what's the big deal? Just one confrontation with Mo Ling Long today was enough. If she didn't manage him, this scoundrel would have been involved in countless scandalous affairs long ago. It was all for his own good. However, watching Huang Yu's adolescent antics, no matter how she thought about it, Han Yu couldn't connect it to the extraordinary person he was today. Could something have happened to Huang Yu during those years abroad? Being someone who had trained in ancient martial arts since childhood, Han Yu naturally understood how formidable Huang Yu's skills were today. Coupled with the grappling hand he displayed during the day, she increasingly felt Huang Yu was not ordinary. Unbeknownst to her, after Han Yu left, Huang Yu was essentially in a clueless state, unable to leave the hospital room. End of chapter. Chapter 28 unlocked new rewards. Surviving to get stronger. Time reversed back 2 hours. After Han Yu left, Huang Yu was thinking about whether he could protect both the backbone of the Han family. Just then, the clock in the hospital room also struck midnight. A familiar electronic synthesized voice sounded in his mind once again. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surviving the first day without being killed by any of the Sons of Destiny. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 1 transformation card, 1 substitute card, and the reward of grandmother level light skill. Transformation card. Lasts for 2 hours. Can freely transform into anyone desired, including breath, scent, voice, demeanor, and even imaginary clothing. Substitute card. Lasts for 2 hours. Can create a clone that lacks personal consciousness and only follows simple commands. Grandmother level light skill. Able to move swiftly and lightly in rugged cliffs, muddy swamps, as fast as the wind, disappearing without a trace. Upon hearing the system's voice, Huang Yu immediately felt energized. This was like a pillow scent when he was sleepy. Whether it was the transformation card, substitute card, or grandmother level light skill, they were all crucial for him at this moment. After all, before this, the system had only given him a super god level combat technique. But that was just combat technique. Outside there were real armed police officers. He didn't think he was powerful enough to withstand live ammunition. I wonder if Han Yu, that big girl Loli, can handle it? Huang Yu felt some worrying. After all, the non-binary killer next to Han Kun tonight was the real culprit of the serial murder case. Not only that, but also a martial arts grandmother who had reached the peak of ancient martial arts. While Han Yu had only just reached the stage of transformation, she might not be able to handle it. Thinking of this, he decided to use the substitute card given by the system. An identical replacement of himself instantly appeared in front of him. Although its gaze was a bit vacant, it was almost indistinguishable from a real person. It was as if looking in a mirror. Huang Yu picked up a toothpick next to him, twisted it a couple of times inside the handcuff, and carefully opened the handcuff. He learned this lock-picking skill from self-study when Han Yu often complained and kept him confined at home before. He never expected to use it here. Then he let the substitute fall asleep, handcuffed his own hand, and directly jumped out of the window. Hearing the commotion in the hospital room, the police outside just glanced inside through the window. Seeing Huang Yu still lying on the bed with handcuffs, they didn't enter to inspect. As for Huang Yu, who had gained the grandmother level light skill, the moment he jumped off the building, his body seemed to become weightless. His control over his body reached its peak instantaneously. Although the hospital room was on the 5th floor, the momentum of the fall was instantly dissipated, and he landed steadily on the ground. It was soft, without any sense of pain. His speed as he rushed over was even faster than some top-tier sports cars in Tianhai City. Many people only saw a blur and thought they were mistaken, so they paid no attention. Thus, Huang Yu encountered no obstacles along the way. It wasn't until he arrived at the clubhouse that he noticed a large hole in the landing window of the targeted private room. He cursed inwardly. With 3 steps, he utilized the wall of the clubhouse, took advantage of a few leverage points, and ascended rapidly at a terrifying speed. Arriving outside the private room, he discovered that Zuoyi, this bastard, was causing trouble in front of Han Yu Yao with an unfriendly expression. Damn, it's Zuoyi, this crooked-mouthed bastard lackey of Zizan again. Huang Yu cursed silently. In the original book, Zuoyi was truly a loyal underling to Zizan in the Kyoto Pavilion. The rapid collapse of the Han family also had a lot to do with the Zuo family. Thinking about the crooked-mouthed lackey Zizan, Huang Yu's sense of mischief rose significantly, and he suddenly had a daring idea. Since you're so bootlicking behind Zizan, let's make you taste the bitterness of being a lackey once in a while. Use the transformation card, Huang Yu silently uttered, then transformed directly into the appearance of Zizan, sneered, and barged in. What happened next was as Han Yu Yao saw it. With Huang Yu's help, the Zuo family had started a frantic investigation into Zizan's identity by now. Although Zizan was supposed to be the biggest supportive family in Tianhai City, he was now pushed to the opposite side by Huang Yu. It was estimated that the next time Zizan appeared, they were bound to collide. Unfortunately, despite Huang Yu thinking his disguise was seamless, Han Yu Yao still discovered his true identity. The next morning, Huang Yu furrowed his brow, squinted his eyes, and slowly woke up, meeting a pair of watery eyes just 1 or 2 centimeters away, close enough to see his reflection in them. The person seemed somewhat familiar. Han Yu Yao, eh? Huang Yu suddenly snapped awake, leaned back a bit, and looked at Han Yu Yao staring at him with caution. What do you want? He hadn't forgotten that this woman was bold enough to want to be his wife yesterday. You're not really meaning to harm me, are you? Seeing Huang Yu looking scared, Han Yu Yao blushed and directly stuffed a bun into his mouth from the bag on the side. Even eating a bun won't shut up your foul mouth. She admitted that, when she first returned, she was indeed a bit entranced by Huang Yu's appearance. It was like when she first met him in childhood, warm and dazzling, but she just hadn't realized it at the moment. If it weren't for your pitiful look, I wouldn't have bought you breakfast. Han Yu Yao lightly snorted. Also, we checked the surveillance at the scene of the crime. You're not involved in the serial murder case. Today, you're coming to the station with me to make a statement and then you can go home. Huh? Hearing this news, Huang Yu, who was eating the bun from Han Yu Yao, suddenly frowned. Can't I spend some time inside? No other meaning. I just haven't experienced what it's like to sit in the police station. Don't even think about it. Han Yu Yao coldly snorted and glanced at Huang Yu. Through their conversation yesterday, she naturally understood this scoundrel's intentions. He just wanted to avoid that security dragon, Zizan, and deliberately find an excuse to go to jail. What a lack of integrity. And you better not think about taking Han Kun to any clubs in the future. Don't even think about avoiding me. Seeing Huang Yu's exaggerated expression, Han Yu Yao couldn't help but show her frustration. Despite his powerful abilities, he was still afraid of this and that, lacking the stature of a real man. It seemed she had to take charge. Seeing Han Yu Yao persisting, Huang Yu realized his time in jail was over and couldn't help feeling a bit tearful. Could this violent big bear girl really like me and want to drag me into trouble? Even if that's the case, please don't let me walk into a trap. Just at that moment, the sound of the door opening broke in. Mo Linglong, dressed in a white coat, entered, coming to the bedside and looking at Huang Yu with a smile devoid of yesterday's coldness. I've heard about yesterday's incident. Huh? Huang Yu was somewhat lost. What incident? At this moment, Mo Linglong's eyes towards Han Yu Yao also carried an indescribable meaning. But in Han Yu Yao's eyes, it was an open provocation. She directly glared back, smiled, and placed a hand firmly on Huang Yu's shoulder. Linglong, from now on, Huang Yu is my boyfriend. I don't mind your previous relationship, but now that Huang Yu is with me, you can't bully him because of personal grudges. During the conversation, the air was gradually filled with tension. End of this chapter. Chapter 29. Self-strategy is the most deadly. Is that so? Mo Linglong listened to Han Yu Yao's declaration of sovereignty, raised an eyebrow, and couldn't help but glance lightly at Huang Yu. You really can't sit still, can you? Whether it's studying or in the hospital, you never forget to flirt with the opposite sex, especially when it comes to the few words about studying earlier. Mo Linglong deliberately emphasized. In her eyes, Han Yu-ya was just one of them, just an object that could be discarded at any time, not worth her consideration. Han Yu-ya had previously heard from her intuition about what happened between Huang Yu and Mo Linglong when they were abroad, so she understood the implication behind the words. She gritted her teeth a bit. Is that so? Han Yu-yao's expression instantly turned cold. She coldly glanced at Huang Yu next to her. This bastard, if he wasn't constantly flirting with girls every day, where did all these romantic debts come from? At this moment, even Huang Yu felt helpless and innocent. When did I ask you, big bear violent sister, to be my girlfriend? And also, neither of you is actually someone I want, right? Hearing these two sentences, he instantly felt two gazes full of killing intent turning towards him. The two women, who had been tense with each other, now both had faces as cold as ice. They looked almost like they were ready to eat someone. Huang Yu swallowed nervously and said, I didn't say anything. Why drag me into your fight? These idiot women both wished they could teach this scumbag a lesson. In any case, both Han Yu-yao as Huang Yu's childhood friend and Mo Linglong as his ex-girlfriend thought that Huang Yu should step up to help them. But unexpectedly, he spoke so irresponsibly. It seems like you didn't get your injection yesterday. So, you're a bit out of line today. Huh? Mo Linglong sneered and slowly picked up a prepared syringe from the trolley. What do you think, Officer Han? Han Yu-yao looked at Huang Yu, who looked like a total scoundrel, and despite their childhood connection, she was disappointed that he didn't speak up for her. Agreed? She nodded, showing her annoyance. With that, Han Yu-yao stepped forward slowly, preparing to hold Huang Yu down. No, don't. Huang Yu's expression instantly turned uglier than crying. You two were just about to fight a moment ago, and now suddenly you act like nothing happened and no one speaks up for me. Huang Yu grumbled in his heart, but now the one who usually listened to him, the crazy sister, was not around. Although Huang Yu could easily break free from the handcuffs on his hospital bed at this moment, he couldn't do it in front of everyone. If he really revealed his strength, how could he continue to hide it? After all, these two women in front of him were the main female characters next to Zizan in the original novel. And Huang Yu, as a minor villain in the early stage, surprisingly had such strong power. As the saying goes, the taller the tree, the stronger the wind. This was clearly preparing for the experience points for Zizan or other major characters. If you weren't women, with my current strength, I could punch you all the way to Siberia with one punch. Huang Yu looked at the two women and grumbled in his heart. But even with the ability to escape at this moment, he still had no way out. Hearing Huang Yu's thoughts, Han Yu-yao, who was about to hold him down, was shocked. She remembered when she tried to deal with Huang Yu earlier and he countered her moves. This scumbag had intentionally let her go first. However, Han Yu-yao had never accurately judged how strong Huang Yu's hidden power was. But she was deeply convinced of the truth and accuracy of her intuition. Thinking about how Huang Yu, this scumbag, had hidden so deeply for so many years, even fooling her. Han Yu-yao became more and more convinced. This scumbag Huang Yu must have harbored ill intentions towards her since childhood. Otherwise, why would he endure her attacks for so many years without fighting back? And why was he always caught when he tried to approach other girls by her? Could it be to get her attention? Thinking about this, Han Yu-yao felt increasingly possible and more sure in her heart. HMPH. This scumbag says he has no feelings for me, but clearly, he's just afraid of hurting me. Slowly, Han Yu-yao looked at Huang Yu and couldn't help but feel moved. She realized her true feelings for him. If Huang Yu could hear Han Yu-yao's inner thoughts, he would probably feel like vomiting blood. Please, sister, must you strategize so deeply? He didn't do anything. So, how did he end up liking her? Every time he flirted with girls, it was because Han Yu-yao had been clinging to him since childhood. Mo Linglong didn't have a good look on her face. Hearing Huang Yu's thoughts, her expression instantly turned cold. This scumbag, who broke up with me in the past, now wanted to hit me. You seem very ill. I'll have to give you a good shot today. Mo Linglong's face remained unchanged, but the growing coldness was clearly visible. Hearing Mo Linglong's words, Huang Yu felt hopeless. There was no way he could expose his strength in this situation. He could only think about it in his heart. Forget it. Let Linglong have her way. Although I had some difficulties before, dropping out of school because of scumbags is unacceptable. Just as Huang Yu was about to close his eyes and accept his fate, Mo Linglong, who heard his thoughts, paused for a moment. Her eyes flickered, and she slowly put down the syringe in her hand. After waiting for a long time and not seeing Mo Linglong move to give him an injection, Huang Yu slowly opened his eyes and sneakily glanced around. At that moment, Mo Linglong stood there blankly, looking at him with a hint of inexplicable meaning in her eyes. By now, Han Yuyao had already made a judgment. Everything Huang Yu had done was actually to get her attention. How could she betray someone who was so devoted to winning her heart? She walked directly in front of Mo Linglong, blocking her way. Linglong, I know you can't forget him, but you also. Who said that? Even before Han Yuyao could finish her sentence, Mo Linglong interrupted her, retracting her gaze from Huang Yu. She tucked her hair that had scattered around her ear and gave a cold laugh. I have long forgotten who this scumbag is. I just thought he resembled someone I used to love. But from now on, you and I go our separate ways. Take care of yourself. Without hesitation, she turned and left. Huang Yu was astonished to hear these words. Why does this sound so familiar? Isn't this what I said to Liu Ryan's foolish women in Liu's group yesterday? Mo Linglong sounded just like me in her tone. Could it be a response? Dumbfounded. This seemed to be the first time he got dumped by a woman. Serves you right. Han Yuyao looked at his aggrieved face and couldn't help muttering. What Huang Yu didn't notice was that as Mo Linglong turned away, there was a faint smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. End of this chapter. Chapter 30. The Narrow Road of Enemies. Not long after Mo Linglong left, a colleague of Han Yuyao's stood outside the ward and walked in, looking at Huang Yu, whose hand was handcuffed to the bed head, giving a sympathetic look, before quickly stepping in front of Han Yuyao and whispering something. After receiving orders from the bureau, Han Yuyao had Huang Yu checked and, once it was confirmed that there were no issues, she took him to the police car to return to the bureau for interrogation. Captain Han. Just as Han Yuyao brought Huang Yu into the bureau, a voice rang out. A police officer holding a file ran over with a serious look on his face. Captain Han, something bad has happened. What is it? Han Yuyao frowned slightly. Currently, their criminal investigation team was only responsible for one case, the recent series of murders in Tianhai. Taking the file, she looked closely. Out of the corner of his eye, Huang Yu also saw some of the contents. It seemed that the perpetrator of the series of murders had committed a new murder. You are required to come back immediately, apart from informing the relevant personnel. They want you to quickly proceed with the next phase of the investigation. The murderer in the series of murders seems to be feeling bolder now. Upon hearing her colleague's words, Han Yuyao promptly closed the file. Notify them to gather the remaining team immediately. Also, she looked at Huang Yu and then added, lock this bastard up for now. We'll question him thoroughly when I get back. The police officer nodded. Just as Han Yuyao was preparing to leave, she thought of Huang Yu's restless nature. So she came back and warned him quietly. You better not do anything else suspicious, or you'll be in big trouble. Seeing the warning look in Han Yuyao's eyes, Huang Yu cowered and nodded as if very fearful and obedient, but inside, he was already pleased. Chapter 31. Unpleasant memories of the past. Huang Yu looked at the man in front of him, dressed in a police uniform and about the same age as himself. He was about to sneer mockingly, but then immediately realized something was wrong. Damn it. It's all because of Zizan, that bastard. He almost got swayed by this sneering mouth himself. A sneering, sinister, and arrogant smile is not cool at all. Huang Yu quickly adjusted his facial expression. The man in front of him was named Zifeng, the deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade in Tianhai City. He came from a fourth-rate small family in Tianhai City and had been a fanatical pursuer of Han Yuyao, the violent and powerful Lolita, since his student days. However, Huang Yu knew that although this guy seemed passionate, his motivations were not as simple as they appeared. Pursuing Han Yuyao was not just because she was pretty, but because of some secrets. According to the original plot, the Han family in Tianhai City descended from the famous military strategist Han Din, passing down treasures generation after generation for more than 1,700 years. When the head of the Han family took over the family, they also inherited the military treasures passed down from Han Din. According to the plot, the military treasure was obtained by Han Din when he defeated the king of Western Chu at Gaixia and was related to the pursuit of longevity that the ancestor of the Qin dynasty, Qin Shi Huang, had always sought after. Later, due to fear of Han Din and his treasure, Emperor Liu Bang signaled Empress Liu to assassinate Han Din when it was inconvenient for him to act, but ultimately failed to obtain the treasure. Instead, it was carried away by the descendants of the Han family, hiding for 100 years. It was only during the chaos of the Zuoyi and Tang dynasties that the treasures reappeared, gradually influencing the political landscape. However, due to being coveted by others, the head of the Han family, Han Yu, was poisoned. Until the resurgence of the Northern Song dynasty, the head of the Han family, Han Shizhong, retreated courageously after witnessing the death of his good friend, Yue Fei. It was this resilience that enabled the Han family to move to Tianhai City hundreds of years ago and gradually establish themselves. Due to several lessons learned, the rule in the Han family was not to use the treasure unless absolutely necessary, leading to fewer and fewer people knowing about it. Although the Zi family, to which Zifeng belonged, was just a fourth-rate small family in Tianhai City, tracing back, their ancestors were none other than Han He, the prime minister under the Han dynasty, who possessed the secret of pursuing the Han family's treasure. However, the current head of the Han family, Han Kun, was almost like a demon, leaving only Han Yuyao as the legitimate descendant. If he succeeded in capturing Han Yuyao, he could very likely take over the Han family and obtain the treasure. This was the main reason why Zifeng had been pursuing Han Yuyao relentlessly for years. However, Han Yuyao never reciprocated Zifeng's advances, but rather followed behind Huang Yu every day, leading to a feud between the two. During their school days, Huang Yu and Han Kun were pleased to see someone pursuing Han Yuyao, the violent king. This meant they were finally free from her. Zifeng blamed Huang Yu for affecting his relationship with Han Yuyao and decided to confront him directly. Rewind to their high school days, and memories of unpleasant interactions with Zifeng resurfaced. Huang Yu, stop bothering Yuyao. If you make her angry again, don't blame me for being rude. Just as Huang Yu, along with the younger Han Kun, finished smoking in the restroom and was about to leave, Zifeng appeared with two lackeys, blocking their way. Who the hell are you? Are you even worthy to call my sister's name? At that time, Han Kun was even more arrogant than later, which immediately darkened Zifeng's expression. Huang Yu just chuckled, not taking him seriously at all. Seeing that they were being disrespectful, Zifeng couldn't hold back and charged in with his companions. But who was Han Kun? He was the only son of the head of the Han family. Although he didn't like martial arts, he had been forced to practice the family's martial arts for several years. Compared to his peers, he was a formidable fighter, and Huang Yu, despite not being able to fully resist Han Yuyao's attacks, still managed to overpower Zifeng easily. Zifeng and his lackeys were forcibly subdued in the restroom and beaten by Huang Yu and Han Kun. Huang Yu even ordered Han Kun to dunk Zifeng's head in the toilet and smack his face against the toilet seat that Han Kun had just used. Eat it quickly. In this completely one-sided situation, Zifeng broke down in tears with his head forced into the toilet. The humiliating scene of being beaten in the restroom by Huang Yu and Han Kun almost became psychological trauma for Zifeng. Seeing Huang Yu being taken into the police station in handcuffs, Zifeng saw an opportunity he couldn't miss. Huang Yu, long time no see. Zifeng looked at the familiar figure in front of him, memories of their unpleasant past flooding his mind. Despite this, he forced a smile in front of everyone, but inside, he was eager to get back at this spoiled and degenerate character. Long time no see indeed, Huang Yu lightly mocked, looking at Zifeng with a smile that wasn't quite a smile and gave a simple greeting. He knew Zifeng's scheming nature all too well. Although we were classmates, Zifeng approached slowly, placing a hand on Huang Yu's shoulder and grasping his handcuffed hand, speaking earnestly, "But now that you've broken the law, don't blame me for not reminiscing the past. Do as you wish." Huang Yu was familiar with Zifeng's schemes. "Don't dwell on the past. I fear you'll use it as an excuse for personal gain and seek revenge for the oligo she made you eat back then." This remark shocked the surrounding officers who had been watching the scene unfold. Huang Yu, the arrogant son of a powerful family, was known for his tyrannical behavior, and forcing someone to eat oligos was something he was likely to do. This revelation made even the female colleague who once felt good about Zifeng recoil in fear, stepping back with her coffee cup. Suddenly, the entire police station began whispering and pointing fingers at Zifeng. Some officers disliked Zifeng long before he became the deputy captain, and now, learning about his embarrassing past, they were eager to discuss it. The discussions and gestures of pointing fingers instantly made Zifeng the focus of the entire police station. But Huang Yu wasn't intimidated in the slightest. According to the original story, Han Yu was the woman Zizan, that snaring mouth, loved. Touching her was an act of overstepping, leading to Zizan's inevitable downfall, where his family would be destroyed. As for the coveted treasure of the Han family that Zizan always dreamed of, in the end, it would only bring Zizan, that snaring mouth, disappointment. Seeing that Huang Yu dared to be so bold and openly reveal their past, Zifeng, enraged and aware of the surrounding gazes, started to panic even more. End of chapter. Chapter 32. Anger into fury. Misunderstanding, you're talking nonsense. Zifeng noticed the increasingly heated murmurs around him, his eyes growing more and more frantic. I have never eaten Oli before. Oh. Huang Yu has never been a good person from a young age. Oh. Relying on the power of his family to act recklessly, his words cannot be trusted. Oh. Flustered actions, stuttered words, and occasional dry heaves due to unpleasant memories. Although Zifeng's image within the police station has always been filled with a sense of justice, his private reputation is not that great. Most of the people present have a certain amount of criminal investigative experience, so they naturally do not believe much in Zifeng's words. Seeing his long-cultivated image within the police station collapse, Zifeng's veins bulged on his forehead, and he became angry out of embarrassment. "Good, very good," he sneered at Huang Yu. "Truly worthy of the famous Heavenly Ocean's fourth young master, adept at framing others. It's a pity that this time you hired someone to commit murder. Even if your family patriarch intervenes, he won't be able to save you. Lock him up in detention room No. 3. Detention room No. 3. The police officer responsible for escorting Huang Yu heard these words, and his expression slightly changed, showing disbelief. Team Feng. Team Han already said to keep this person in solitary confinement, and inside detention room No. 3 is where. The officer didn't continue speaking about what was inside. After all, if an ordinary person were detained there, serious incidents would occur. Besides, the officer glanced around with a strange look in his eyes. Zifeng followed his gaze and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, I was too hasty. The officers who originally had doubts now cast strange looks at Zifeng, slightly astonished. Apparently, if Zifeng hadn't been associated with Huang Yu, he wouldn't have resorted to such vengeful methods. After all, in order to maintain his best image in front of Han Yu, Zifeng had always established a fair and just character within the police station. Now, with such devious actions, it was hard not to believe Huang Yu's words. Zifeng had practically verified his own consumption of Oli. But it was too late for regrets. I said, "Send him to detention room No. 3. Are you telling me how to do my job?" No, no. Seeing him erupt in anger, the officer also became flustered. Then, just hurry up with the escort. As for Team Han, when she returns, I will have an explanation. Zifeng gritted his teeth and growled softly, looking at Huang Yu with anger in his eyes. If Huang Yu weren't part of the Huang family, he would have torn him to pieces long ago. But even so, today he wouldn't be able to walk out of the police station unscathed. However, on the surface, he tried his best to hide his emotions. With that said, Zifeng gave Huang Yu a meaningful look, coldness flashing in his eyes. You better behave yourself and get along well with your fellow inmates in the detention room. Don't think about causing trouble. Unexpectedly. All right. Huang Yu raised an eyebrow, calmly replied, with a faint smile still on his lips. This was his dream come true, to be imprisoned. If during his detention, he could beat up the other prisoners, he wondered how long his sentence would be extended. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Despite the threatening situation, in Huang Yu's eyes, Zifeng could see no hint of surrender. In fact, was there a hint of excitement? This only made Zifeng more infuriated. I want to see how long you can hold out. And Huang Yu looked at Zifeng with pity in his eyes. After all, in the original story, Zifeng's outcome wasn't that friendly. Following a series of events where he clashed with the Dragon King over a woman, it could be said he had deeply offended the Dragon King. Not only was his family wiped out clean by Zizhan's twisted strategies, but he himself was also directly castrated in a conflict, becoming the last eunuch of his time. When he tried to seek revenge against Zizhan, he was turned into a eunuch by Zizhan's scheming and ended up in some kind of special club. After being played and manipulated by a group of perverts for some time, he was eventually destroyed by human intervention, under Zizhan's directive. Zifeng's twin sisters of the Z family also fell victim to Zizhan's schemes and became part of his harem. It was utterly tragic, with humiliation and degradation at every turn, becoming Zizhan's playthings. Seeing Huang Yu's meaningful gaze, Zifeng's expression suddenly hardened, his eyes turning as cold as a snake's. But he quickly composed himself. Looking at the handcuffs on Huang Yu's hands, he chuckled. Huang Dasha seems to have time to pity me now. I heard you've been trailing behind Miss Liu of the Liu group these years. The two families are even engaged. Congratulations. But, Zifeng's tone shifted, a hint of malice slowly creeping into his eyes. Since you are a couple, I will definitely inform Miss Liu to come visit you later. He joked, his eyes gradually filled with mockery and smugness. Who didn't know? Huang Yu had been a lackey to Liu Ryan for 3 years. Even if they were engaged, it was mostly due to pressure from both families. What? Huang Yu, who was feeling self-satisfied about being in jail, widened his eyes upon hearing this. Are you crazy, or what? That woman Liu Ryan nearly got him killed at the Liu group last time. Now that he had finally shaken her off, he couldn't afford to see her again. If she went berserk and stuck to him, wouldn't it be like presenting himself as a target for Zizhan's twisted strategies? Zifeng, if you have the guts, be a man and come at me. What kind of ability do you have? In his desperation, Huang Yu directly taunted Zifeng. Scared now. Too late. Seeing him in a panic, Zifeng couldn't help but sneer. Originally, Su Ryan didn't like Huang Yu. If she found out that he had become a prisoner, he would indeed appear pitiful and miserable. HMPH. Zifeng chuckled softly, completely ignoring Huang Yu's provocation. The more he provoked Zifeng, the more he was determined to act that way. End of this chapter. Chapter 33. Yes, yes, yes. You have never tasted Ori? Huang Shao. I heard that in recent years, you used family means to force President Liu into an engagement with you, even though she couldn't reciprocate your feelings? I'm looking forward to seeing if President Liu would be touched by your sincerity if she knew you hired someone to kill for her. Zifeng looked at Huang Yu, who seemed a bit flustered, feeling increasingly smug. The mocking look in his eyes was evident. It seemed like in the next moment, Huang Yu would kneel before him and beg for mercy. Touched my ass. Huang Yu immediately cursed it out loud, wishing he could just shove this irritating guy's head into the toilet and make him eat a few mouthfuls. I have no relation whatsoever with Liu Ryan. I advise you to think twice. Huang Yu explained, pale and powerless, feeling frustrated. Zifeng laughed. After all these years, he finally saw the pampered Huang Yu in such a frustrated state. Even though he was the young master of the Huang family, he was still under Zifeng's control. This is not the attitude to ask for mercy. Oh. Zifeng looked at Huang Yu, sneering lightly, his words full of mockery. He was already beginning to anticipate Huang Yu begging for forgiveness. The fact that Huang Yu willingly pursued and flattered Liu Ryan for 3 years was enough to show how much he liked her. And all of this was about to be destroyed by Zifeng's hands today. Just like when Huang Yu used to disrupt the relationship between him and Han Yu Yao during their school days. Beg my ass. Huang Yu directly cursed out Zifeng. I don't think you're even a man. Calling a woman over. I think I must not have fed you enough ori back then. What are you coming at me for? Huang Yu's mind was already starting to feel chaotic upon hearing that Zifeng was going to call Liu Ryan over. Even though Liu Ryan was beautiful and elegant, she was brainless. In the original story plot, their only connection was that Huang Yu acted as her lapdog for 3 years. And because of this irritating woman, Huang Yu ended up being utterly destroyed by Zizan. They only didn't have enmity between them. Bringing Liu Ryan over, Huang Yu didn't want her to come and disrupt his plans of going to prison, along with bringing that irritating Zizan as well. Looks like you're inviting trouble. Seeing that Huang Yu showed no signs of begging for mercy, but instead became more arrogant, Zifeng's expression darkened, his gaze suddenly chilling, especially since he dared to slowly uncover the scars of his past humiliations, which was basically asking for trouble. Immediately lock up this criminal in detention room 3. He said each word with emphasis. In short, Zifeng certainly would not let Huang Yu walk out of the police station unscathed today. His colleagues, upon seeing Zifeng in such a furious state, also started to look at him with strange expressions. Initially, they speculated that Xiaofeng might have been bullied by Huang Yu in the past. As for whether he had taken ori, it was still doubtful, or maybe Huang Yu was just blabbering. But now, it seemed, Feng might have really been forced to take ori in the past. It even looked like he had taken quite a bit. Sensing the strange looks from his colleagues, Zifeng suddenly became flustered. Hurry up, he reprimanded the officer beside Huang Yu. He realized that if Huang Yu wasn't taken away soon, he'd be ruined in the police station. Zifeng then turned to his colleagues. I never took ori. Huang Yu is just talking nonsense. Yue. His words cannot be trusted. Seeing the skeptical looks on his colleagues' faces, Zifeng's inner turmoil worsened. The experience of being forced to take ori by Huang Yu and Han Kun, which was his darkest secret and inner shadow, was now exposed in front of everyone. How could he continue to work in the police station? Yes, we believe you. A few female colleagues expressed their understanding, showing a comforting look. Yes, yes, yes. Huang Yu's voice echoed from where he was being taken. I'm just a useless and spoiled brat. You definitely didn't take ori back then, and your head was never shoved into the toilet by me and Han Kun. I was just talking nonsense. I deserve to die. Huang Yu's self-deprecating voice could be heard in the office. Many officers who didn't get along with Zifeng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Now, his explanations became even more feeble. Zifeng's face darkened, his fist tight, wishing he could just punch Huang Yu in the face. But after all, he was the deputy captain of the criminal police brigade. With his status, no matter what the criminal did, he had to uphold the principles of justice and legality. Letting him into detention room 3 was already the most he could do. Get moving. Hearing Zifeng almost grinding his teeth, Huang Yu sneered, showing no concern. Though he didn't know what the detention room was like, he figured it was still better than letting Zizan break his legs outside. Even though he was powerful now, but who made that guy the favored son of fate? If you provoke him, can't you just hide? Wait. Just as Huang Yu was being led away by the officers and prepared to leave, Zifeng called out to him again. Zifeng walked up slowly, looking at Huang Yu with a cold smile. I told you. Just as he was about to say something, he was directly interrupted by Huang Yu. Chuckling lightly, Huang Yu quipped. I have already proven for you that you didn't take Ori. You're innocent now. What more do you want? Zifang's face turned dreadfully grim upon hearing Huang Yu's words. Innocent. He didn't think he was cleared of anything inside the police station. But with so many people watching, Zifeng naturally couldn't show his true emotions. He quickly regained his composure, trying to contain his emotions, looking at Huang Yu with a smirk. Huang Xiao, I hope you can adjust your attitude now. Don't cause trouble inside the detention room. Get along well with your fellow inmates. Got it, Huang Yu replied lazily, indifferent to Zifeng. Whatever tricks you have, just use them, right? It would be best if he could spend a few more years behind bars without being sentenced to death. Talking so much here. If Zizan, that irritating guy, comes over, you can block him, right? If not, then just let him go to jail. Don't block him. With the guidance of the officers, Huang Yu left the police station in large strides, heading to the nearby detention center. Upon reaching the front of the detention center, Huang Yu gave a disdainful look at the shabby gate. This was to run down. He wondered if the prison was the same. He'd have to ask his family to donate money to reinforce the prison. How else would he be able to stop Zizan? Entering the detention center, he arrived at detention room 3 as mentioned by Zifeng. Although he was mentally prepared, upon opening the door to detention room 3 and seeing who else was being detained inside, Huang Yu's expression immediately turned strange. There was something he wanted to say, but didn't know if it was appropriate. Damn it. No wonder Zifeng insisted on locking him up in detention room 3. Both of them were locked up in the same detention room. End of this chapter. Chapter 34. The white-haired pig teammate, Bai Mao, was seen in the No. 3 detention room. At this moment, beneath the big bunk, a row of 5 big and 3 thick men were kneeling neatly on the ground. These men, who were usually lawless and fierce outside, were now behaving obediently in a line. They knelt on the ground, hanging their heads low tightly, not daring to speak a word or make any movement. Even when Arthur entered, there was still no sign of them getting up. It seemed as if they were genuinely afraid of the person lying on the bunk in front of them. Among the kneeling men, 2 of them were trembling uncontrollably, with sweat dripping down their foreheads. Among these men, Bai Mao, with his cool white hair, stood out conspicuously. Looking at Bai Mao, who was kneeling upright at the moment, Huang Yu's eyes twitched. Even his own position as the chief lackey of the Tianhai gang was now in this place. However, he was nothing like the arrogant and domineering attitude he had before entering prison. Instead of being arrogant and overbearing, he now seemed somewhat listless, lifting his head slightly as he subconsciously glanced towards the open door of the detention center, only to see the familiar figure of Yellow Shao. The worrying and panic in his eyes disappeared instantly, gradually replaced by a sense of excitement. It was as if he had grasped a life-saving straw, and he subconsciously raised his head. Yellow Shao, this is the No. 3 detention room. I'm just following orders, understand? The police officer, looking at the row of kneeling figures inside, also felt a bit helpless. However, there was nothing they could do. These men inside were tough guys. Almost any kind of punishment was futile, and many prison guards had suffered at their hands. But considering his usual non-violent nature, they had to turn a blind eye to the situation. However, he looked at Huang Yu with some sympathy. He didn't expect that this young master of the Huang family had offended the Feng gang and even made him eat the 8th Lord's special mini burger. He sighed slightly and looked at the lean figure lying on the bunk in No. 3 detention room. Nizi, be careful. Don't cause trouble, he warned slightly. After all, the position of the Huang family in both the political and business sectors of Tianhai was not to be underestimated. They were truly influential. If something were to happen to Huang Yu, the young master of the Huang family, it would surely cause a major stir. Understood. The lean young man on the bunk waved his hand, turned over, and continued sleeping. He just gave a simple response without paying much attention to the police officer. Seeing this, the police officer, although somewhat helpless, had no choice but to accept it. Yellow Shao, also recognized the other person's identity at the first moment. Nizi, the second male lead from Xiao Zhan's original book. Although Huang Yu had long known that he had crossed into a fusion world of many dragon-proud heaven novels, it seemed that only the storyline of Xiao Zhan's crook Dragon King was unfolding, with no sign of the dragon-proud heaven's destiny sons appearing yet. However, Nizi was not to be overlooked. As Xiao Zhan's future accomplice, known as the Blood-Handed Butcher, he was a feared figure in the Dragon King's palace, striking terror into his enemies, and, if placed in the traditional novels 10 years ago, Nizi would definitely be the template for a main character. In the original novel's plot, Nijiao's background was surprisingly rough. The life of poverty he led, relying on picking up trash to support his sister's education, was initially mundane. However, his sister suddenly fell seriously ill, and in his desperation to help her, Nizi stumbled upon an advertisement for a large sum of money for a child. Innocently, he contacted the advertiser and ended up at a designated location. After being deceived by the advertiser and drinking a bottle of water, he fell into a daze and woke up in Southeast Asia. After escaping from a certain compound through numerous hardships, he became a thug under a certain compound's boss to earn money. Through a series of coincidences, he later became a mercenary for a security company that specialized in dangerous missions issued by Southeast Asian warlords, quickly making a name for himself in the mercenary world. His character gradually became composed, aloof, and ruthless, and he even unwittingly cultivated a powerful internal energy technique to a high level. After completing several cold and ruthless missions, he earned the title of Blood-Handed Butcher. However, he harbored a deep affection for his sister. In the original novel's plot, after Nizi earned enough money and returned to the city, he found his sister on the brink of death to lack of funds, awaiting her fate in a hospital corridor. After assassinating the head doctor, he desperately sought medical help for his sister, but to no avail. Then he met Xiao Zhan's crook Dragon King. Unsurprisingly, his sister was cured by Xiao Zhan, and with the added debt of gratitude and some mesmerizing brainwashing from Xiao Zhan, she swore allegiance to Xiao Zhan, becoming his most sharp blade and loyal servant. Nijiao's sister also wildly desired to become Xiao Zhan's woman, creating a rather melodramatic situation. According to the original novel's plot, the character of Huang Yu was eventually dealt with by Nizi himself. Thinking about all this, Huang Yu felt a chill. Why was he always encountering people related to Xiao Zhan everywhere he went? Yellow Xiao, be careful, don't offend this person. Once Han's team returns, they will take you out. The police officer did not want to offend the prisoner inside too much. After quietly reminding Huang Yu, he shut the door with a bang, plunging the No. 3 detention room into silence. Only the steady breathing of the lean man on the bunk remained. The men kneeling on the floor did not dare to even breathe, fearing to upset the person before them. Watching Nizi, Huang Yu touched his neck, feeling somewhat puzzled. Damn, according to the original novel's plot, Nizi shouldn't have returned to Tianhai City yet. I just crossed over here. Why do I feel like the plot is diverging from its course? However, there was one person beneath the big bunk who stood out. When he saw his young master appear, Bai Mao instantly became resolute. Amid the fearful looks around him, he slowly stood up, full of hope in his eyes. Yellow Xiao, you finally come to rescue me. Bai Mao, looking at his young master, was tearful and moved, but more than anything, he was excited. With a newfound boldness, he straightened his back and, with a pair of panda eyes from a sleepless night, directly pointed at Nizi on the bunk, cursing loudly. You damn thing. Hurry up and kneel down. Move out of my bunk for my master. My young master has arrived. You're dead meat. Kneel down and apologize now. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. Bai Mao stood firm, his eyes filled with provocation. Given his young master's background, a mere prisoner should kneel down with just a finger pointed at him. After these words were spoken, the atmosphere inside the No. 3 detention room froze instantly. All the men kneeling on the ground trembled uncontrollably, some even closing their eyes low, fearing to anger Bai Mao. Seeing Bai Mao looking so arrogant, Huang Yu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, stupid Bai Mao. Are you waiting every day for your young master to be killed before you're satisfied? End of this chapter. Chapter 35. We are all Huang Shao's men, yes. Huang Shao is here. Kid, your time is up. How dare you lay hands on us? I think you don't want to live. Originally with their heads down, not daring to lift them up, upon hearing Bai Mao's words, a few lackeys also raised their heads, one after another, looking towards the familiar figure at the door. Just like Bai Mao, they were originally Huang Yu's lackeys. They were also caught together yesterday. Now, upon seeing their own Huang Shao appear, they instantly became excited. Immediately standing up, disregarding the bruises on their faces, they directly cursed at the lean figure on the main floor. What? This is Huang Shao, the first among the four great young masters of Tianhai, that Huang Shao of the Huang family. Originally feeling doomed and kneeling on the ground, the lackeys, upon hearing this, also raised their heads in surprise. What was the status of the Huang family in Tianhai City? As the saying goes, in Tianhai City, anything that catches the Huang family's eye must belong to the Huang family. Of course, this is the eldest of the four great young masters of Tianhai, Huang Yu, Huang Shao. Watching the row of people kneeling on the ground, Bai Mao and the other lackeys also became smug, not bothering to conceal it in the slightest. Huang Shao, from now on, we are your people. As long as you say a word, even if it's going through fire and water, we won't hesitate. That's right. Starting now, in detention room No. 3, you are the boss. The people kneeling on the ground, except for a few who were psychologically scarred after being dealt with, all stood up one after another. Besides showing loyalty, they also looked hostilely towards the lean figure on the main floor. Nizi, damn it, why aren't you kneeling down for Huang Shao? Seeing so many people standing on his side, Bai Mao also became even more proud. This was Huang Shao's charm. With a wave of his hand, everyone would stand on his side. We are all Huang Shao's men. If you dare hit Huang Shao's face, get down on your knees. Otherwise, we'll break your legs later. That's right, get down for Huang Shao. What kind of thing are you? Huang Shao is here, and you dare stay lying down. Have you heard of the four great young masters of Tianhai? As Bai Mao provocatively spoke, the people who had come closer began to shout back. However, not a single person dared to step forward, instead hiding behind Bai Mao and the lackeys. Damn, when did I say anything for you to come over here? Watching this group of people provoking each other like crazy here, Huang Yu almost spat out old blood. But it's not surprising why these people were acting like this. As the saying goes, a person's reputation precedes them. Although his previous identity was that of a lackey, because of the Huang family's formidable background, Huang Yu indeed had a lot of sway in Tianhai City. Almost no one dared to provoke him, especially in the past 3 years. Any man who got close to Liu Ryan, regardless of his status, was thoroughly dealt with by Huang Yu once he found out. Many of them were even commanded by Huang Yu to break legs and were directly expelled from Tianhai City. Due to the rumors spreading outside, many hooligans and lackeys on the streets thought that the Huang family was a tyrant presence in Tianhai City, an overlord. Even killing someone was as easy as killing a chicken, with no laws to restrain them. But in reality, Huang Yu, the eldest son of the Huang family, although arrogant and domineering, had only gone as far as being extravagant and violent. The reason he got away with violence was because the incidents were not big, coupled with someone covering for him. Otherwise, with the old man of the Huang family's temper, he would have cleaned up Huang Yu himself, without needing the police. Looking at the crowd surrounding him, Huang Yu felt a sense of being led by the nose. Bai Mao and his bunch were indeed his lackeys. However, how the hell did I not know that I had such a group of riffraff thugs like you, with dragon and tiger tattoos all over you, covered in sweat, unkempt, with various tattoos all over their bodies, and a cowardly appearance. They were purely petty gangsters, who only knew how to collect protection fees on the streets. Huang Yu considered that, although not a righteous person, the standard for selecting lackeys was still quite high, After all, he had a background in the military and political circles in Tianhai City. Unlike the mud-legged thugs from the left family, therefore, the lackeys under him in the past, including Bai Mao and his group of little brothers, passed the test in terms of looks, height, and physique. Before joining Huang Yu, they all came from martial arts schools or bodyguard academies with no bad backgrounds. When they went out, they all were well-dressed and exuded an aura of authority. But look at these guys in the cell all covered in tattoos. Oh, no, some tattoos had faded. Wait, one of them had a dragon tattoo over his shoulder that was half fading and peeling off, obviously just pasted on. Some had a guangong tattooed on their backs, with black and yellow teeth showing. And just by them coming closer, the foul breath almost made him suffocate. Damn, Huang Yu almost vomited. As if he was Nizi, he would definitely have to teach these gangsters a lesson. The Four Young Masters of Tianhai. Hearing the title of the Four Young Masters of Tianhai, Nizi on the main floor opened his eyes, slowly got up after shaking his neck a few times, turned his head with a smile that was not a smile to him. You're the leader of the four great scoundrels of Tianhai, Huang Yu. If that's the case, are you and that bastard Lin Kong in cahoots? Lin Kong. Huang Yu looked at Nizi with a smile that was not a smile and mused to himself. Could it be that you came back early because that idiot with only one thing on his mind from the Lin family did something to someone's sister? Although the Lin family was not one of the four great families of Tianhai, its family influence was also very powerful, even stronger than many first-class families, ranking among the top 8 super first-class families in Tianhai outside the four great families. Lin Kong, as a core member of the Lin family, also acted very ostentatiously in Tianhai, sometimes deliberately making noise to make headlines. In order to boost his status, he often associated with various female celebrities and frequently rode on Hong Kong's various hot topics. But in the eyes of outsiders, this was already very impressive. Therefore, many people referred to Lin Kong, Huang Yu, Han Kun, and Zuoyi as the four young masters of Tianhai, but many more called them the four great scoundrels of Tianhai, almost pointing their fingers at them and calling them the four great evils of Tianhai. And he, Huang Yu, was the leader of the four great scoundrels of Tianhai. Seeing Nizi looking at him with such unfriendly eyes, Huang Yu could guess what he was thinking. Damn, that Geneva Lin Kong is a real bastard. Whether you did anything to his sister or not, now I'm really dragged into this because of your stupid actions. However, Huang Yu was not afraid of Nizi at the moment. System, what is my battle power against Nizi? Huang Yu silently asked in his heart. This was a new feature unlocked by the system, which could detect the battle power of people around him. However, he had been neglecting it, so he hadn't used it much. Host, your current battle power is 8,500. Ni Zhao's battle power is. End of this chapter. Chapter 36. Battle power of 250. Ni Zhao's combat power is 10,000. For the host, the combat power is temporarily displayed in real time. Huang Yu scanned the people around him. Other than Bai Mao with a combat power of 250, the rest were only in the tens. It really fits this guy's character. Bai Mao is just a pure 250. Huang Yu muttered quietly in his heart. But it's okay. His combat power ain't too far off from the opponent, so there shouldn't be any problem with survival. Is that so? A voice came from the large room again, facing Ni Zhao's cold questioning. Huang Yu also seemed a bit innocent. Don't get me wrong. I'm just a lackey. Except for that idiot Han Kun. I'm not on the same side as the other two nuisances. If you want revenge, go find Lin Kong for revenge. If you can really cripple that grandson, I'll open the champagne for celebration. Huang Yu raised his hand and said, although this was to avoid angering Zizan, the protagonist of Destiny's faction. But there was another reason. Huang Yu really couldn't stand Lin Kong, who only thought with his lower body. Putting people like Zuoyi and Lin Kong together with him was an insult. However, as soon as Huang Yu's words fell, Bai Mao, Huang Yu's chief lackey, immediately became dissatisfied. Huang, why are you afraid of this bastard? Just say the word, and I'll cripple him right now. Bai Mao said to his boss, Huang Yu, with some concern. Bai Mao felt touched. It seems that because he was just bullied, Huang Yu must be afraid that they would be taught a lesson by the other side again, so he pretended to admit defeat for their sakes. I'm so damn stupid. In addition to feeling touched, Bai Mao also vowed that he must save face for Huang Yu, so he immediately looked fiercely at Nizi sitting on the bed in the large room. Are you deaf? Quickly give up the bed for our Huang, otherwise, I'll break your legs. That's right, move out of the way. How dare you sit there? With Bai Mao and a few lackeys leading the way, the rest of the group also followed suit. Well, Nizi was almost amused by this, but when he raised his head, his expression turned even colder. I've heard that the 4 scumbag in Tianhai have full of evil deeds, relying on their family background to kill and commit arson recklessly. Seeing it today, it seems just as rumored. I am willing to give up this bed, but... Nizi sat cross-legged on the bed in the large room, looking coldly at Huang Yu. I wonder if young Master Huang dares to sit on it. Ni Zhao's terrifying intent to kill, which he earned from collecting enemy heads in the battlefield, surged like a sudden storm. The extremely cold pupils seemed to be harboring endless bodies and blood. For a moment, it seemed that even the temperature in the room had dropped significantly. Everyone present, including Bai Mao, was overwhelmed by this killing intent, except for Huang Yu, and felt a slight sense of fear. In the No. 3 detention room, everyone was silent. Recalling the terrifying torture last night, several people couldn't bear the pressure, their cold sweat flowing directly as they kneeled to the ground. Huang Yu looked at Nizi and couldn't help but sigh. Truly worthy of being the blood-handed butcher. No wonder even the high-eyed crooked-mouthed Zizan regards him highly. But at the same time, he also felt some anger in his heart. Did I provoke you? You're coming at me with killing intent right off the bat to scare whom? The blood-handed butcher is capable. Why don't you go slaughter the prison warden Yang? Go deal with Lin Kong. I'm not Lin Kong. Am I? If it weren't for just using the rare card, you would have used it on your future crooked-mouthed boss. I'll have to show you some respect. Nizi, looking at Huang Yu who seemed unperturbed, flashed a hint of confusion in his eyes. If it weren't for the fear and timidity displayed by others, he would have suspected that his killing intent, honed through battles, was dissipating due to his long time away from bloodshed. This bad guy, Huang Yu, wasn't simple. Nizi lightly laughed, slowly retracting his killing intent. It seems that people have misunderstood you, young Master Huang. I never expected one of the 4 scoundrels of Tianhai, young Master Huang, to be such a master who hides his true strength. He slowly got up, his gaze becoming even more indifferent. However, this means I cannot let you continue to harm the innocent. Huang Yu narrowed his eyes. Rascal, what are you place? Before White Fur could finish his words, Nizi leapt from the bed in the large room, closing the distance between him and the former in an instant. Huang Yu felt helpless. It seemed he had to reveal his true strength earlier than planned. The climax of the imminent battle was about to begin. Crash! Nizi stood on the floor below the large room with his hand turned into claws, and his whole body motionless, dripping wet with wet clothes emitting a foul odor. Meanwhile, White Fur, as the main culprit, was holding a chamber pot with both hands, raised high above and stopped right on top of the blood-handed butcher, Ni Zhao's head. Giving him a chilling splash, his heart was elated. In almost an instant, White Fur pinched his nose, took a few breaths, threw the chamber pot aside, and then walked quickly over to stand in front of young Master Huang. If you want to touch young Master Huang, you'll have to step over me first. White Fur exclaimed fiercely, his eyes fixed firmly on the blood-handed butcher, Nizi. Even though he had already felt the opponent's almost overwhelming power last night, for the sake of young Master Huang, he was willing to sacrifice himself, even if he had to die. Huang Yu, who had been prepared to reveal his strength, was stunned. Are you playing with fire? But he couldn't help but be amazed. White Fur was indeed loyal, otherwise he wouldn't have taken the bullet for him later. Although his thought process was not quite right. This lunatic, when they were out, he wondered if he should take this white fur to see that crazy woman Mo Linglong to have their heads examined. After all, that woman was just as much of a lunatic. This mentally unstable lunatic white fur, in her presence, was only considered a minor issue. You're playing with fire. Nizi, who had been chillingly doused with water, looked up slowly, his eyes becoming more terrifying. The killing aura in the air seemed to solidify into substance. When had Nizi, the blood-handed butcher who roamed Southeast Asia, ever been insulted like this? Hearing Ni Zhao's voice, White Fur also became nervous for a moment. His hands spread open and blocked in front of young Master Huang, already prepared for a fierce battle. Seeing White Fur's tense posture, Huang Yu felt somewhat dumbfounded. Where did his gang of lackeys get this mysterious confidence from? Did they think he could win against the future right-hand man of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King? If it followed the original plot, he might have been killed long ago. However, at the moment, he had to think about how to withstand Ni Zhao's anger. After all, if he didn't reveal his strength yet, Huang Yu wasn't ready to do so. That way, he would have a better chance at survival in front of Zizan, the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. End of this chapter. Chapter 37. Having you as my blessing, kid. With just this little Karami card, you dare to challenge my brother Huang Xiao in my house. Bai Mao snorted coldly, looking at Nizi with provocations in his eyes, ready to fight at any moment. Move your hand again and try it. I'll break your legs. Seeing him provoking the other party again, Huang Yu's face was full of black lines. His number one henchman was completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Nizi is not just a small fry. In the original book's plot, Nizi is a solid second male lead. Although he is the sidekick of Zizan, his storyline in the book is very rich. Even the romantic scenes are very complicated. It can be seen how important the character of Nizi is. As for Bai Mao, he is even worse than him, just a minor character. How dare he pour a urine bucket on the second male lead? What's the difference between this and seeking death? Huang Yun rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. If he didn't do everything possible to survive when he saw Nizi, wouldn't he be in danger? This henchman of his is jumping around so much, he could easily get himself killed. How much backbone does this kid have after all? However, although Huang Yu was a bit helpless in the original plot development, Bai Mao, although lacking in brains and impulsive, when Zizan, that twisted mouth, was about to destroy Huang Yu, he not only blocked the bullet for him, but also hugged Zizan's leg desperately, full of blood and hysterically shouting for Huang Xiao to run. It was because of Bai Mao that Huang Yu survived for many more chapters in the original book. Thinking of this, Huang Yu had nothing to say. Although Bai Mao, this number one henchman, was troublesome, he was extremely loyal at critical moments. Well, he had to keep him around. Bai Mao, having you is indeed my blessing. Huang Yu sighed helplessly, looking at the increasingly terrifying Nizi and Bai Mao, who kept provoking the other party. It looks like he has to reveal his strength. Just as Nizi was staring fiercely at them, his terrifying power about to explode. Nizi, someone came to bail you out. With the sound of the lock turning, the door of detention room 3 was opened from the outside, and the voice of the guard policeman rang out. Hearing the policeman's voice, the little hooligans inside the detention room also breathed a sigh of relief. When the police opened the door and looked into the detention room, an unparalleled foul smell hit them. Yuck! The policeman took 2 steps back in disgust and looked towards the source of the smell. Inside the detention room, everyone but Nizi was huddled in a corner. As for Nizi, he was soaking wet, reeking of urine. He was used to being bullied in this detention room situation. But to be bullied was Nizi, which was unexpected. Nizi, did someone bully you? After all, since such a thing happened, it was necessary to ask us to show some courtesy. He was also somewhat moved. After Nizi came to the detention center, the actions of bullying by his fellow inmates had never stopped. It seemed like the Feng team's wish would not come true. It was unexpected that the arrogant Nizi not only did not mess with Huang Yu, but instead ended up smelling of urine. Indeed, the tree's shadow followed the person. Huang Yu truly lived up to his reputation as one of the Tianhai Four sages. He had only been in here for a few minutes and had already dealt with Nizi. Upon hearing the policeman's words, Nizi, who was inside the detention room, was stunned for a moment. Then he seemed to remember something and the killing intent disappeared. He had just returned to the country and had no friends. The only one who knew about him and could bail him out could only be one person. That was his sister, Nimeng. A somewhat sickly fragile figure instantly appeared in his mind, the one he had been longing for over the years in Southeast Asia. Nizi coldly glanced at Huang Yu, making a neck-cutting motion. He wouldn't let this slide. Then, Nizi snorted and jumped off the bunk without paying any attention to the police at the door, heading straight outside the detention room. If you dare, don't leave, or I'll break your legs. Bai Mao saw Nizi leaving and his tone became more arrogant. Shut up, damn it, Huang Yu scolded, feeling a little bitter in his heart as he looked at Bai Mao with more resentment in his eyes. Damn, he's been here for less than 5 minutes locked up, and he had done nothing yet. He almost got taken down by a so-called destined child again. It seems like villains have no human rights. Do they have to keep boosting the experience of these destined children? It's okay, Huang Shao. Bai Mao looked at his master, feeling touched. He must have already known about the terrifying strength of the other party, worried about being assassinated, so he asked him to shut up. Huang Shao, you go rest on the bunk first. Seeing Bai Mao's fawning smile and looking at the stench-filled bunk due to Bai Mao, Huang Yu's eyes became even more resentful. Without paying any attention to Bai Mao, he silently walked to the detention room, sat down by the door, and crossed his legs. Don't mind me. I'll sit quietly by myself. Sit quietly. Bai Mao furrowed his brows slightly, walked over slowly, and asked in confusion, who is quieting? Quieting is who? Doesn't the name sound like a girl's name? Another henchman added. Oh? Bai Mao suddenly realized. It seems that his master has finally awakened and is no longer relentlessly licking the disgusting woman, Li Yanin. It's okay, Huang Shao. No matter who this person quieting is, I'll make sure to grab her for you once I get out. Get out. Huang Yu was a bit emo. Other villains' henchmen are at most arrogant and brainless. His own henchman doesn't even have a brain at all. Meanwhile, outside the police station, a girl in a dress with a ponytail and a quiet voice stood not far away. Her eyes, clear and clean, looked sadly at the police station entrance. Her eyes were very clear and beautiful, and her delicate and pretty features added a touch of innocence and beauty to her appearance. However, there was a hint of sickly paleness and exhaustion in her complexion. She looked like a fallen angel on earth. At this moment, Nizi, who had just been led out of the police station by the police, immediately saw this slender figure. Infinite tenderness surged in his eyes. It was his sister, the figure he had yearned for day and night over the years in Southeast Asia. Rest assured, little dream, this time I will definitely cure you. Nizi clenched his fists, silently making a vow in his heart. But soon, his brows furrowed, the gentleness in his eyes vanished, replaced by a surge of coldness, and the killing intent reemerged, becoming more terrifying. Damn it. Don't worry, little dream. We said we'll bail you out. So, we will definitely bail you out. You have to trust us police officers. By the way, have you eaten? Beside Nimeng, Arthur, who looked quite greasy and was trying to make a move, was babbling on. His eyes kept scanning Nimeng with clear greed. And this Arthur was none other than Xiaofeng, who had just recently personally brought him into the police station. End of this chapter. Chapter 38. Thoughts of a teenage girl. Officer Z, you are quite humorous. Faced with the flirtation from Zifeng, Nimeng smiled on the surface, but a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes imperceptibly, yet she hid it well. She retreated to steps calmly, intentionally maintaining a certain distance from Zifeng. After all, her brother had been missing for several years, and she had been searching for him with no avail. The two siblings had been orphaned since childhood, and they had seen all kinds of human emotions and behaviors. Nimeng was not as naive as she appeared on the surface. How could she not see through the ulterior motives of Arthur beside her? But her brother was the only family she had left in this world. They were each other's only support. Now that she finally had news about her brother, how could she not be eager? However, even in her utmost eagerness, Nimeng could not afford any mistakes. Although she was still in university, due to economic difficulties, she had been struggling in society for many years. She was not an innocent flower who knew nothing, but a shrewd fox. Facing Arthur beside her, who seemed trustworthy and reassured her that her brother would be fine, she was already wary. She hesitated to give him her contact information, as she recalled the lecherous gazes she had faced from strange men during her past jobs. How could she trust such a sleazy man as a police officer? How could she possibly give him her contact information? Furthermore, as she thought about this, a dignified figure appeared in her mind. Her heart raced like a deer, as if being by his side could bring her infinite security. That handsome and noble face. In other words, he was the white moonlight in her heart. Compared to this handsome and noble image in her mind, Arthur beside her, who was called Zifeng, was not only greasy-looking but also made her extremely uncomfortable with his lingering gaze. In contrast, this Arthur was basically comparable to a pile of smelly dog poop. However, as the matter concerned her brother, she couldn't lash out directly. Little Meng. Just as Nimeng was thinking about how to quickly dismiss Zifeng, a familiar voice sounded. Nimeng's eyes lit up. An indescribable emotion surged in her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes. After giving Zifeng a slyly apologetic smile, she rushed towards the familiar figure not far away as if a happy butterfly. Brother, after so many years. Finally, the indescribable excitement could not be contained. Nimeng looked at the slightly gaunt face before her, her nose tingling, about to give her long-lost brother a hug. However, a pungent smell suddenly invaded her nostrils. Nimeng paused her steps, standing awkwardly in place. It was then she realized that her brother emitted an indescribable odor. Brother, what's going on? And Nizi naturally knew the reason for his sister's reaction. Just a moment ago, when he saw his sister running towards him, wanting to hug him, he quickly waved her off. After all, the repulsive smell emanating from his body was truly nauseating. Seeing her come to halt, he felt relieved. On the other hand, upon realizing that the girl his brother wanted to flirt with was Nimeng, Zifeng's gaze subtly changed. It was this person. A few days before, he personally led the team to arrest Nizi from the airport. The reason was simple. Nizi had physically assaulted Lin Kong, an air hostess on board. Who was Lin Kong? She was one of the notorious for evils of Tianhai, on par with Huang Yu in terms of influence. Although the Lin family's power was not as strong as the Huang family's, they were still a top-tier family with extraordinary connections. So, when they landed, Zifeng and his team immediately arrested Nizi. The process went smoothly without any resistance. Little did they know, perhaps due to Ni Zhao's recent return to the country and his concern for his sister's health, he did not resist the arrest and cooperated by being handcuffed and put into the police car. But ultimately, it was Lin Kong's big mouth that caused trouble. When Nizi was about to be taken away, she insisted on revealing his relationship to one of the four evils of Tianhai. She even provocatively made it clear that he should be careful since offending the four evils of Tianhai was not a wise decision. This was why, when Nizi heard Huang Yu's name, he immediately considered taking action against him. In short, Nizi had no prior connection to the four evils of Tianhai. It was a mere coincidence that he was implicated due to Lin Kong's behavior, making him a victim of circumstance. Soon, Zifeng witnessed Ni Zhao's terrifying methods. During his detention, Nizi managed to discipline every troublesome detainee effectively. Regardless of who entered, they would receive a lesson and become obedient. Yet, outwardly, these detainees showed little sign of harm. Knowing this, Zifeng decided to put Huang Yu and Nizi together, hoping Nizi would deal with him. However, to his surprise, shortly after Huang Yu's arrival, Nizi was released on bail. Damn it, that jerk Huang Yu is so damn lucky. Seeing his plan foiled, Zifeng cursed internally. Currently labeled with an infamous reputation within the police station, he felt utterly defeated. However, as he watched Nimeng not far away, despite feeling a bit disgruntled, he also felt a surge of heat. While he had been pursuing Han Yuyao relentlessly, it didn't stop him from indulging in nightlife activities, privately using his family's influence and his own appearance. Basically, any girl he set his eyes on, except for those from prestigious families, he would be successful with them, especially for someone like Nimeng, a rare beauty. How could he let her slip away? Seeing the Ni siblings about to leave, Zifeng's heart stirred, and he quickly approached. Little Meng, leaving so soon, give me your contact information, and just in case anything comes up in the future, so we can stay in touch, Zifeng said, still keeping a certain distance from Nizi. Unfortunately, the smell emitting from Nizi was simply too overpowering. While maintaining his distance, his gaze greedily swept over Nimeng's lovely figure. Get lost. Hearing his voice, Nizi turned around and gave him a cold look. Mr. Ni, please don't misunderstand. I have no ulterior motives. Zifeng retreated to steps, laughed awkwardly, and subtly tried to lighten the foul odor emanating from Ni Zhao's body. However, his gaze remained fixed on Nimeng. We have investigated your matter. It was Lin Kong who harassed the air hostess. I truly apologize for your suffering, but I hope you can understand the nature of our work, continued Zifeng, proceeding to boast about his own identity, the deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. The Ni siblings exchanged a glance, looking at Zifeng as if he was talking in vain. Seeing their lack of interest, Zifeng shifted to another topic. Huang Yu didn't cause you any trouble, did he? Huang Yu. As soon as she heard this name, Nimeng's expression subtly changed. End of chapter. Chapter 39. Disgusting Death. Yunifeng has been rampant in Southeast Asia, where sin runs rampant for many years, and even made a name for himself as a bloodthirsty killer. Naturally, he could not be just an ordinary person. When he heard Zizan mention Huang Yu, his heart twitched slightly. He suddenly raised his head and keenly noticed something wrong in Zifeng's eyes. Staring at Zifeng, Nizi remained composed, squinting his eyes ever so slightly. It was clear that this police officer knew Huang Yu as one of the four evils of Tianhai. Regardless of background or strength, Huang Yu was a towering figure. Logically speaking, even if he was caught, he should have been locked up in a small room, not in the detention room where Nifeng was. After all, the detainees in the detention room before had all been taught a lesson by him. Although it wasn't primarily his doing, it was enough for people to fear him. So, those who were sent to detention room 3 later were basically troublemakers causing disturbances while drunk. But sending Huang Yu to the same detention room where he was, it was obviously someone wanting to use him as a weapon, to use him against Huang Yu. Nifeng quickly understood the other party's intentions, and a hint of killing intent rose in his heart. Indeed, as the police officer hoped, he had already clashed with Huang Yu, the villain, and the conflict was on the verge of breaking out. If he hadn't just received news of his own bail from Xiaomeng at a critical moment, he might have already become a weapon in the hands of this police officer. Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent slowly surfaced in Ni Zhao's heart. Although Huang Yu, this scoundrel, could be considered one of the 4 major scourges of Tianhai alongside Lin Kong, clearly he was no good. However, Zifeng had still touched the nerve of Nifeng, not only because he dared to set him up, but the main reason was that the way this scoundrel looked at his sister made Nifeng very uncomfortable. She was his only relative in the world. He would absolutely not allow anyone to harm her. Although a torrent of killing intent surged in Nifeng's heart, he still managed to conceal it well on the surface. After all, he had just returned to the country. His power base was unstable, and he needed to carefully plan and wait for the right opportunity. Thank you for your concern, Officer Z. Nifeng still smiled calmly and replied casually, Officer Z, rest assured, although I have just returned to the country, I am not someone to be taken lightly. Just a momentary impulse on the plane? gone through the police station. How could I possibly stoop to the level of scum like Huang Yu? Hearing Ni Zhao's words, Zifeng was stunned for a moment, then slightly irritated. Damn it, a waste. What's the use of you being in the detention room? Just go straight to jail. Nizi had caused quite a bit of trouble in the detention room, and he had received quite a few reprimands. Originally, he had wanted to let that scoundrel Huang Yu go in and have a fight, but nothing came out of it. What a waste. Zifeng suppressed the anger in his heart and forced out a smile. That's good. Recognize mistakes and correct them. Nothing is impossible. Speaking of which, I would like to thank Officer Z. Before Zifeng could finish his sentence, Nizi interrupted directly. He took a few steps forward, intentionally used his hand with a strong smell, and forcibly grabbed Zifeng's left hand. His face was full of gratitude. If it weren't for Officer Z, I wouldn't have had the chance to correct myself like this. Damn, the distance just now was tolerable, but now so close. The strong smell emanating from Ni Zhao's body soon infiltrated Zifeng's nostrils like a nightmare, washing over him like a head in toilet soup. It almost made him nauseous and want to throw up. He was about to shake off the hand when Nizi noticed the flash of anger in Zifeng's eyes. Seeing that the other person was about to shake his hand off, Nizi directly tightened his grip on Zifeng's hand, then pulled him closer and collided their bodies together like old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. Then, as if Nizi was an old buddy who hadn't seen Zifeng in years, he hugged Zifeng tightly. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay Officer Z, Nizi said with a resemblance of emotion. After a brief embrace, when the disgust had almost dissipated, Nizi let go. At the moment he released his hand, Zifeng took several steps back, almost falling to the ground. By now, a very strong smell of urine enveloped his body, especially a section of his pants. Due to the distance between the detention center and the police station, Ni Zhao's upper body was already partially dried, but his lower body remained wet. Seeing himself in this state, Zifeng was about to explode in anger, but then he suddenly saw Ni Meng smiling beside him. This was indeed a rare find. Suppressing the impulse to turn his face, Zifeng managed a smile. I wish you a smooth journey. Nizi, who had just finished the disgusting maneuver, naturally paid no attention and left with Ni Meng, one after the other, under Zifeng's gloomy gaze. However, as they were about to leave, just as their backs were disappearing, Ni Meng's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed and her eyebrows slightly furrowed. There was something heavy on her mind, as if she was contemplating something as she glanced back at the police station. With the departure of the two, Zifeng's expression at the entrance of the police station twisted. When was he ever insulted like this? Nizi had clearly done it on purpose just now. He would make sure that one day, Nizi paid the price for provoking him. At the same time, with the roar of a car engine, a Porsche sports car drove into the police station and stopped in front of Zifeng. The scissor doors slowly lifted, revealing a pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings. With sunglasses and hair swaying gently, Liu Ryan appeared in front of Zifeng. Her perfect figure, beautiful face, and the mysterious eyes behind the sunglasses added a touch of allure, quickly captivating Zifeng's attention like a beautiful landscape inside the police station. Seeing Liu Ryan, Zifeng's eyes lit up. She deserved to be the CEO of the Liu Group. Indeed, living up to her reputation. He had been wanting to meet her for a while, but his family was a low-rank small family, and he had never had the chance to see her based on social status. Now, she looked even better than in the newspapers. No wonder that scoundrel Huang Yu had been trailing after Liu Ryan for over 3 years. Those legs alone were irresistible. Hello, President Liu. Zifeng stepped forward quickly, a self-proclaimed handsome smile on his lips. At the same time, he reached out his hand to Liu Ryan. I am the officer in charge of the Huang Yu case. I am Zifeng. As he got closer, Liu Ryan instinctively took a few steps back, showing no intention of shaking hands with him. Zifeng's hand awkwardly hung in the air. While maintaining a slight distance, Liu Ryan quickly covered her nose with her hand. You are the one who notified me that Huang Yu was detained. End of chapter. Chapter 40. Lu Arkin came to face Lu Arkin without hiding her disdain at all. The expression on Jiao Feng's face immediately stiffened. His outstretched hand paused in midair, neither letting go nor staying. Despite Jiao Feng trying his best to show what he believed was his best state, Lu Arkin still showed no intention of shaking hands with him. In front of others, Lu Arkin always presented herself as the ice-cold female CEO, extremely aloof. My time is limited, so say what you need to say quickly. Lu Arkin frowned slightly, seeing Jiao Feng remaining silent and coldly urged him. She already knew that Huang Yu, that dead scum, had been taken away by Han Yu Yao yesterday. However, she was not worried. After all, this was not the first time Huang Yu had gotten into trouble. With the status of the Huang family in Tianhai City, as long as the patriarch of the Huang family said a word, Huang Yu would be brought in, but would be respectfully escorted out. Just based on the face of the old patriarch Huang, nothing could happen to Huang Yu while in the police station. The reason she rushed over so quickly after receiving Jiao Feng's call was simply because Huang Yu had been taken away too quickly yesterday, and she didn't have the chance to question this scum properly. It was one thing to criticize herself as being naive, but saying she would become a concubine to a crook security guard was a whole other matter. Even though she was cold, she wouldn't stoop to that level. Why would she, Lu Arkin, the esteemed CEO of the Lu Group, give up such a high position to become a concubine to a crook security guard? But the more real her thoughts were, the more upset she became. Last night, Lu Arkin lay in bed getting more and more angry. Thinking of how Huang Yu had cursed her repeatedly in his heart yesterday, she got up several times in the middle of the night, railing at Huang Yu for being ill. She hardly slept all night, and the dark circles under her sunglasses were extremely severe. She rushed over today because she wanted to confront that scum Huang Yu face to face. Over the past 3 years, no matter how she treated him, he always wore a smile. He would accommodate her temper at all times. Even when the Lu Group was in crisis, he had repeatedly used a large amount of resources from the Huang family to help out. She couldn't understand what her 3 years of passionate pursuit meant to him. I haven't agreed yet. So, why are you giving up? Have I agreed? At the same time, Lu Arkin also wanted to confirm whether hearing Huang Yu's inner thoughts yesterday was just an illusion or not. Jiao Feng saw Lu Arkin's icy expression, which was clearly a prelude to anger. Now, Lu Arkin must be extremely disappointed in that dead sycophant Huang Yu. He sneered inwardly. Huang Yu, I want to see you. A lapdog for 3 years. Watch as the girl you adored step by step leaves you. Just like how you humiliated me in front of Han Yu Yao. Now, he was willing to get involved in anything that could hurt Huang Yu. Thinking of this, Jiao Feng suddenly felt less awkward. Let's walk while we talk, he said, slowly putting down his hand and walking towards the police station. This time, Huang Yu's evidence of hiring a killer is conclusive, at least a life sentence, and during his detention, he also caused trouble with other inmates and roommates, including framing police officers and so on. He's completely like a small-time hoodlum. Moreover, oh, I almost forgot, Miss Lu, you're engaged to Huang Yu. Jiao Feng said almost everything he could say, then pretended to have more to say, but held back, suddenly realizing their relationship. It seemed as though there were 10 unforgivable sins he hadn't finished talking about. He wanted to make Lu Arkin feel the stain for Huang Yu. But rest assured, even though I was once classmates with Huang Yu, I will never condone such scum. I heard that Miss Lu was forced to continue pretending with Huang Yu due to family pressure. This time, you can finally cut ties with him and pursue your true feelings. Jiao Feng had an appearance of considering others, speaking out righteously, wanting to establish a dignified image in front of this ice-cold beauty and boost his own presence. After pretending to sigh helplessly, he looked back. All he saw was an empty space. Lu Arkin was still standing not too far away, showing no intention of catching up. After going on for a while by himself, Jiao Feng felt a bit embarrassed. Miss Lu, don't you want to know the situation with Huang Yu? Your voice is loud. I already heard. Lu Arkin interrupted, holding up her hand unapologetically, waving it in front of her nose with great disdain. You smell too strong. As a police officer, you should always pay attention to your appearance and develop good hygiene habits. Don't tarnish the reputation of the Tianhai Police Department. Hearing this, Jiao Feng's expression also turned somewhat unpleasant. Being so strongly disliked by Lu Arqin, the renowned ice-cold female CEO in the Tianhai business world, was indeed a very embarrassing matter. Adding to that were today's various setbacks. First, he had embarrassed himself in the police station. Then he was made a mess of by Nijio. Huang Yu was still in the detention center without a care in the world. At this point, Jiao Feng was almost on the verge of exploding, with veins bulging on his forehead. But in front of Lu Arqin, he forced himself to suppress his anger. He squeezed out a smile that was even more pitiful looking than crying. Miss Lu is joking. Jiao Feng forced a smile, feeling the boiling rage in his heart. Let's go quickly. I hope you can persuade Huang Yu to confess soon and not try to resist the authorities. After all, this is not his first offense. He can't always rely on his family to shield him from the law. Jiao Feng sighed exasperatedly, expressing his frustration. Ignoring Lu Arqin's request to keep a distance, he tried to get closer by talking about Huang Yu, trying to improve their relationship. This time, when Lu Arqin simply walked away and ignored him, Jiao Feng's gaze changed. The enormous gap in status made him even more twisted in his thoughts. Who gave your Lu family the right to be the big family in Tianhai? Wasn't it also built up with the help of the Huang family? When the Huang family falls, let's see how arrogant you can be then. CEO of the ice-cold female CEO Lu. I don't think there's any ice inside you. As for Huang Yu, Jiao Feng sneered. I look forward to the moment you, this dead sycophant, hear your goddess say she's cutting ties with you. I'm afraid you'll be very desperate then. With that in mind, his confidence grew. He quickly caught up, following Lu Arqin's back. Under Lu Arqin's disdainful gaze, he personally led her to the door of cell No. 3 and slowly opened the door. Inside, Bai Mao, along with other inmates, was cleaning the cell. As for Huang Yu, he was sitting comfortably on the side, lost in thought. Jiao Feng looked at the beautiful profile of Lu Arqin. There was no trace of anger on her calm face. End of this chapter. Chapter 41. Willow feathers blowing up again. You dead scum. You really are relaxed. Watching Huang Yu's indifferent appearance, Willow Feathers coldly snorted and turned to leave. When Huang Yu turned to the sound of the door opening, he happened to see Willow Feather's cold and elegant figure. Huang Yu, congratulations. Your fiancé came to see you, Zifeng sneered, looking at Huang Yu with a mocking gaze. He wanted to see how Willow Feathers would still marry Huang Yu after meeting his fiancé, who turned out to be a prisoner of the lowest class. Zifeng, do you have nothing else to do? Seeing Willow Feathers, Huang Yu trembled inside. Why is it this troublesome woman again? Don't come near me, he shouted in his mind. It was only after Willow Feathers coldly snorted and left that Huang Yu pretended to calm down and breathed a sigh of relief. But looking at Zifeng's face that seemed to have been beaten up, he suddenly understood. Huang Yu's expression gradually turned gloomy. Have you not eaten enough shit? Stop with your sharp-tongued remarks and think about what to do with your goddess, Zifeng sneered, giving him a disdainful glance before having someone take Huang Yu out. He then followed Willow Feathers as she left. Inside the meeting room, Willow Feathers and Huang Yu sat facing each other. Willow Feathers crossed her arms, her face cold and her beautiful eyes staring coldly at him. Huang Yu had a headache. He had finally managed to hide in the police station detention center, only to be found by this woman. No, it should be that he had been tricked by that asshole Zifeng. Why did you come to find me? We made it clear yesterday. Whatever happens in the future, let's keep our paths separate. Huang Yu looked at Willow Feathers with disgust. Although she was the famous and prestigious CEO of Tianhai Shishi, he had absolutely no interest in her. Please stay away from me. I really don't want any connection with you. Go serve under Zizhan's twisted mouth, he silently complained. At this moment, Huang Yu just wanted to keep Willow Feathers far away, as far as possible. Hearing Huang Yu's thoughts, Willow Feathers gritted her teeth in anger, her proud bosom heaving greatly. She had rushed over so quickly after hearing that this scum was in jail, but now realizing how he felt, she wished she had left him there to rot. Now, I am your fiancé. Why can't I come? Willow Feathers could now confirm that she could indeed hear Huang Yu's despicable thoughts, staring at the indifferent scum in front of her. This man, who seemed to despise her to the core, had been chasing her relentlessly for 3 years. What's going on now? Showing up whenever he pleases. Thinking of this, Willow Feathers started to get more and more annoyed. Don't. Hearing Willow Feathers' words, Huang Yu quickly denied. I can't handle being your fiancé. If there's something to discuss, let's discuss it. If not, just leave. After all, they were so close to each other now. Zhejian's twisted mouth could appear at any moment. But to Willow Feathers, this was a hint of disdain in his words. What do you mean by that? Willow Feathers stared at Huang Yu's eyes. Are you falling in love with Han Yu Yao, and that's why you're treating me like this? No matter what, you are still my fiancé? Do you think it's appropriate to act this way? Hearing this, Huang Yu, who was already annoyed, became even more irritated. Fiancé? Do you really think I'm your fiancé? Where have you been for the past 3 years? No matter what difficulties you have faced, I was always the first one to help you, but you always turned a cold shoulder to me. Why do you think I would wait for you forever? Don't think that a lapdog is easy to bully. Even the lapdog has its temper and dignity. I don't want to be your lapdog now. I will serve whoever I want. What can you do to me? Willow Feathers' mind suddenly exploded after hearing this, memories from the past flooding into her mind. It seemed that this man, who had always treated her with disgust, had always stood by her side. However, he had always treated her with disdain. The look of disgust and disdain from Huang Yu in front of her was something she had never seen in the past 3 years. Willow Feathers suddenly felt her nose tingling, tears starting to well up in her eyes. She wanted to explain, but didn't know what to say to refute. It seemed that what Huang Yu said was not entirely wrong. Do you feel angry? Then go away. Serve under Zhejian's twisted mouth. Offer the assets of your Liu family. Even if you're beautiful, you're just a vase. I've been blind for the past 3 years, wasting my family's resources on you. Get out. Seeing Willow Feathers biting her lips and looking a bit aggrieved, Huang Yu didn't go to console her as usual. Willow Feathers, who heard his thoughts, was completely overwhelmed by anger, picked up her bag, turned and rushed out in tears. Seeing her crying, Huang Yu had no intention of stopping her. Great. This stupid woman finally left. Hearing her thoughts as she rushed out, Willow Feathers cried even more softly. She felt confused and lost, briskly leaving in the direction of the police station's entrance. She was unsure of how to face Huang Yu now. Had she really done something wrong? Maybe she just hadn't thought things through properly. Perhaps 3 years was just too long. In the monitoring room, Zifeng's gaze was dark and somewhat terrifying. What the hell is going on? This situation completely exceeded his expectations, making him start to doubt life. Wasn't Huang Yu supposed to be Willow Feathers' lapdog? For the past few years, Huang Yu had been following Willow Feathers like a tail, licking at her feet for everyone to see. Willow Feathers would frown a bit and he would do everything possible to cheer her up, using the resources and connections of the Huang family to solve any problems. But why did it feel like everything had been reversed? Huang Yu should have directly cut ties with Willow Feathers after he made that statement. So, why did she leave in tears? At the same time, after initial investigation of the case, Han Yu Yao rushed over energetically, holding the latest case information in her hands. She briskly walked towards the police station. She coincidentally bumped into Willow Feathers, who was running out in tears. Willow Feathers staggered back a few steps after being bumped by Han Yu Yao. Fortunately, Han Yu Yao quickly caught her, preventing her from falling. Willow Feathers, recognizing the tearful face of the person she collided with, Han Yu Yao appeared puzzled. Why are you at the police station? Are you here to file a report? Did someone bully you? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Willow Feathers slowly raised her brows, seeing the familiar face of Han Yu Yao. It's nothing, Willow Feathers replied calmly. She took 2 steps back without a word, breaking free from Han Yuyao's grasp. End of this chapter. Chapter 42. The 2 women face off again, facing this woman who made Huang Yu change his mind. Liu Ryan had no positive feelings at this moment. There was even a hint of faint hostility in her heart. She turned her face slightly, wiped the corner of her eye, calmly took out a mirror, and touched up her makeup. Looking at Han Yuyao, who seemed confused, Liu Ryan raised her chin, snorted coldly, turned and walked past her towards the police station. Just as she had taken a few steps, she stopped, put on her sunglasses and looked at Han Yuyao. I won't let go easily. Liu Ryan adopted a posture of an icy, strong woman she displayed in the shopping mall, with a hint of a declaration of war in her words. You may not know how deep Huang Yu's feelings were for me in the past 3 years. He is just temporarily misguided. I believe he will come back. With that, Liu Ryan snorted coldly, turned and walked away, gradually disappearing from sight. Crazy. Sensing Liu Ryan's hostility and inexplicable declaration of war, Han Yuyao immediately felt annoyed. How could she say that Huang Yu was just temporarily misguided? As long as he's alive, Huang Yu cannot escape from her grasp. After a while, Han Yuyao finally reacted to the information in her hands. Thinking about the unusual scene she saw in the surveillance footage at the crime scene earlier, she immediately turned and continued walking towards the interior of the police station, wanting to find Huang Yu immediately for clarification. Zili, where is Huang Yu? Back inside the police station, looking at the empty interrogation room, Han Yu went to the monitoring room and raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at the officer who was in charge of guarding Huang Yu. And what's the deal with Liu Ryan? Liu Ryan left so urgently just now. It was obvious that something had happened between her and Huang Yu. Han team. Looking at the returning team leader, Zili's face looked somewhat unnatural. His gaze was somewhat uneasy as he looked at Zifeng standing beside the monitoring screen. Miss Liu was notified by the Feng team to come and bail out, because Huang Yu was locked in detention room 3 and needed someone to bail him out. What did you say? Hearing Zili's words, Han Yuyao exploded on the spot. With a bang, she punched the glass of the monitoring room. Then she looked coldly at Zifeng, not giving him any face. Who authorized you to move my prisoner? This punch instantly shocked all the colleagues present. The transfer of prisoners is not uncommon, but it was the first time they had seen Han lose her temper like this. However, only a few officers felt it was a big deal. After all, the Feng team was Han's quasi-boyfriend. How could they not be able to handle such a small matter? Watching the annoyed Han Yuyao, Zifeng's expression changed. He smiled awkwardly at the colleagues around him, trying to force a smile. Yuyao, don't make trouble. Give me some face. Who do you think you are to demand face from me? Hearing this, Zifeng's face looked unpleasant. It was no secret in the police station that Zifeng had been pursuing Han Yuyao. He even boasted about it openly, claiming to be Han Yuyao's quasi-boyfriend. Since Han Yuyao mostly carried out missions outside, many people believed Zifeng's words. Is this Feng team really Han's boyfriend? I think it's fake. After all, who believes what a smooth talker says? Look at this, there's no sign of them being a couple. Probably just talking nonsense again. Whispers and giggles reached Zifeng's ears. Almost instantly, with a few words from Han Yuyao, he once again became the biggest joke in the police station. Zifeng looked at the furious Han Yuyao, who was angry with Huang Yu. His embarrassment turned into anger. It's you who forced me to do this. Soon, with Han Yuyao's procedures and evidence, Huang Yu was released. Looking at Huang Yu, Han Yuyao hesitated. Of course, Huang Yu knew what Han Yuyao wanted to ask, and immediately embraced her shoulder to change the subject. Good camaraderie. Didn't expect you to come bail me out. From now on, I will be sworn siblings with you, not born on the same year, month, or day, but destined to die on the same year, month, and day. Go to hell. Seeing Huang Yu's smug expression, Han Yuyao was annoyed and was about to grab his hand when Huang Yu quickly dodged. Hey, are you trying to abuse your power for personal gain? What do you think? Seeing Huang Yu's not-so-serious expression, Han Yuyao couldn't understand the meaning behind Huang Yu's joke. And so, a chase scene unfolded between the two of them. My God. Are you trying to kill me? With one chasing and the other escaping, accompanied by the roar of cars, a white Audi drove up and stopped in front of the police station. The window slowly rolled down, revealing the cute, playful face of Han Yuyao. Brother, get in the car quickly, ignore this violent woman. Seeing his cute and obedient sister, Huang Yu rushed forward and jumped into the car. Drive. Stepping on the accelerator, under Huang Yu's command, Huang Yuhua drove away with him in the driver's seat. Indeed, Han Yuyao is too violent, suitable only as a sister, not to be married as a wife. Watching Huang Yu leave and hearing the thoughts around her, Han Yuyao stomped her foot in anger, feeling even more enraged. Just wait for me. End of this chapter. Chapter 43. The tough Huang family members watched the figure disappearing rapidly behind the car. Huang Yuhan snorted lightly. You rely on Big Bear to cling to my brother all day long. I insist on taking him away. And Huang Yu, who had escaped danger, also breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was starting to relax a bit, he realized that the direction the car was heading in was not quite right. Wait, little sister, where are you taking my brother? Huang Yu's eyes widened slightly, feeling that the road was becoming more familiar, his hand alertly placed on the car door. Of course, back home. Back home, you? Huang Yu suddenly felt a bit flustered. After all, the lesson he received at home was much harsher than the suffering he endured at Han Yuyao's place. When compared like this, staying in detention seemed better. He was about to say, "Stop. Let me get off the car." But before he could finish speaking, accompanied by the roar of the engine, Huang Yuhan floored the accelerator, and the strong pushback sensation made Huang Yu fall backwards instantly. The car sped towards the Huang family's estate at a speed of over 100 miles per hour. We're back. At this moment, in the ancestral hall of the Huang family, Old Master Huang had a serious expression, leaning on his cane seated at the top of the hall, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire place. A bulky figure with gold-rimmed glasses, a refined middle-aged man, had sweat trickling down his forehead, kneeling somewhat anxiously in the center of the hall, while the Huang family servants around him stood tensely. The atmosphere was extremely quiet and solemn, almost to the point where no one dared to even breathe. Old Master Huang had once been on the battlefield in his early years, following the founding emperor's conquests, earning great achievements. Even though he had retired from military service for many years, his aura remained undiminished. In the Huang family, the old master's words carried great weight, akin to the will of the heavens. It was because of Old Master Huang's presence that the Huang family could maintain their status as the top dynasty in Tianhai. In the tense and solemn atmosphere, Huang Yuhan's voice suddenly broke the silence. Huang Yu was unwillingly dragged in by this impulsive younger sister. Upon seeing his father already kneeling on the ground as a punishment, Huang Tian, who he recognized from this book, suddenly appeared. Seeing the main figure finally showing up, Huang Tian's gaze turned resentful and angry. You actually still dare to come back? My son makes mistakes, so I kneel. If I had known I would end up with such a rascal like you, I should have shot you against the wall. Huang Tian stood up slowly, looking at his incompetent son, preparing to act. Stop. A stern and commanding voice rang out, and the imposing gaze fell instantly on Huang Tian. Did I tell you to stand up? Bang. Hearing this familiar voice, Huang Tian trembled in his heart and hurriedly knelt back down. Dad. Huang Old Master looked at his son, slowly hobbling over and hitting Huang Tian with his cane. The family is in disgrace. Do you have the nerve to talk about your son? Huang Yu, this little bastard, has been causing chaos in Tianhai City these years. Isn't it because he was raised badly? That's why he turned out like this. The cane struck Huang Tian one after another. Ouch! Huang Tian kept using his hands to block, enduring the intense pain and feeling unfairly treated. If you say I've done wrong, the root of the problem isn't with me. Still daring to talk back. Upon hearing these words, which clearly referred to him, Old Master Huang became even more furious. The head of the cane struck Huang Tianhe's buttocks. Ouch. Dad, I was wrong. Huang Tian's immediately begged for forgiveness. I didn't mean it. I didn't say it was you. Theft. Seeing this ridiculous scene, Huang Yu couldn't help but laugh. In the original book, the relationships among the Huang family members were not extensively detailed, but who knew it would turn out to be so ridiculous? The second-generation head of the prestigious Tianhai Huang family, middle-aged, should not have been subjected to being spanked by his father and then begging for mercy. Isn't a villainous family supposed to have dark expressions, occasional sinister laughter, plotting revenge against their adversaries? Hearing laughter coming from behind, Huang Tian turned around and saw his son laughing at him. Damn, I'm only getting hit because of you, my son. You rascal. After being repeatedly struck by the cane, Huang Tian could no longer hold back, leaping up from the ground and charging towards his son. I won't allow you to hit my brother. Seeing his father about to strike, Huang Yu immediately stepped forward, hands outstretched to shield his brother. With a defiant expression, he glared at Huang Tian, full of determination. You. Huang Tian almost fainted with anger. What kind of logic was this? Your brother made a mistake, and you're protecting him. Not only is he fine, but you're going to take the beating for him. Thus, a more farcical scene unfolded in the ancestral hall. Old Master Huang, wielding the dragon-headed cane, pursued Huang Tian, who in turn kept chasing Huang Yu. Huang Yuhan fiercely protected her brother, preventing Huang Tian from hitting him. Huang Yu actively hid behind Huang Yuhan. His level of favor within this family seemed to be overshadowed by his younger sister. Watching the cane repeatedly strike his father's backside, he realized it must have been quite painful. Seeing the red-faced look of his father, he understood how uncomfortable he must be. Old Master, the Madam and Mrs. are back. The chaotic scene had not yet subsided when a servant hurriedly entered. What? Upon hearing this, Old Master Huang and Huang Tian exchanged shocked looks and then immediately deflated. I will spare you for today. Now quickly kneel and make amends to the ancestors in the inner hall. Old Master Huang pointed at Huang Yu and hurriedly instructed. Then he followed behind Huang Tian, who had already rushed out. Oh, madam, you're finally back. Wife, save me. Old Master Huang looked at his wife, his previously grim face now sporting a smile. Huang Tian, on the other hand, threw himself into his wife's arms, his face full of grievances. After welcoming their respective wives, Old Master Huang and Huang Tian finally relaxed and returned to the ancestral hall. Originally, Old Master Huang had intended for Huang Yu to kneel before the hall and apologize to the ancestors, but now Huang Yuhan knelt beside him. Watching Huang Yuhan kneel alongside Huang Yu, Huang Tian felt a pang of guilt. It was Rainey's biological father who had sacrificed himself for him on the Annan battlefield, allowing him to survive. Rainey, get up quickly. Don't indulge this little scoundrel. Hearing his father's words, Huang Yu was speechless. I'm a little scoundrel. What about you? And why is my sister a princess while I am a little scoundrel? I won't. End of this chapter. Chapter 44. Huang Lao Tai is all about having an unmatched dominance. Huang Yuhan stubbornly knelt beside Huang Yu, with no intention of getting up. In any case, the main point is the protective crazy demon. I want to be punished with my brother, unless you stop punishing him. Oh, you, Huang Tian was about to say something when suddenly, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. You call him a little animal, then what am I? An old animal. Huang Lao Yi slowly walked into the ancestral hall, leaning on his cane. This is how the Huang family handles things. Any mistakes by the younger generation are dealt with directly, no delays. You were running around just now, but dare to hide when I want to punish you. What? Are you picking on your old man because he can't run anymore? Looking at his incompetent son, Huang Lao Yi was about to continue his tirade. Old geezer, I heard that mom isn't around. So, you think you can punish my precious grandson by making him kneel? Suddenly, a cold voice of an elderly woman came from outside the ancestral hall. Hearing this, Huang Lao Yi's expression suddenly changed. Like a mouse seeing a cat, he crumbled immediately, losing the vigor on his face. As for Huang Tian, he quickly stood by the door, trying to minimize his presence as much as possible. Shortly after, an elderly lady with silver hair and extraordinary temperament, dressed in a black cheongsam, walked slowly into the ancestral hall with the help of a middle-aged woman. Although the elderly lady was well into her advanced years, her posture was still elegant, exuding an extremely powerful aura. She had a natural aristocratic quality that had not diminished with age, but had rather become even more refined. With slightly squinted phoenix eyes sharp as a knife, her gaze fell directly inside the ancestral hall. Apart from her meticulously groomed silver hair, there was no sign of her age showing. The middle-aged woman beside her had a plump yet well-proportioned figure, and when her gaze fell on Huang Yu, there was a hint of gentleness in her eyes. The few extra fine lines at the corners of her eyes gave her the aura of a mature woman. Hearing the voice, Huang Yu subtly turned his head and glanced back. With just one look, he recognized them. The visitors were none other than his grandmother and mother. Huang Laotai watched her grandchildren kneeling in the hall with a heart full of distress. When had these two obedient grandkids ever suffered such injustice? How could this old bastard be so heartless? Darling grandkids, please get up. With the support of her daughter, Huang Laotai slowly walked up to Huang Yu and Huang Yuhan. In a gentle and soothing voice, she said, "This." Huang Lao Yu looked at his two grandkids and was about to say something when he felt a sharp gaze on him. Huang Laotai glared at him, and he immediately wilted. As an antagonist, Huang Yu naturally possessed memories of his grandmother. Memories of the past came flooding back, and listening to his grandmother's gentle and loving voice, he could feel the affection she had for him. But thinking back to the background of his grandmother's family briefly described by the author, no wonder the original owner could cause havoc in Tianhai without consequences. Huang Yu sighed inwardly. In order to please those crazy women like Liu Ryan, for 3 years, he had spared no effort to support the Liu family with the resources of his own family, escaping the punishments of the Huang Lao Yi and himself. It was all because his grandmother was the true matriarch of the Huang family. The fact that Huang Yu had survived for so long was entirely due to his grandmother's protection. After all, the background of his grandmother's family was not ordinary at all. Although he was the most beloved grandson of his grandmother, in his memories, Huang Yu did not fully understand how powerful his grandmother's family background really was. He only remembered that whenever there was a crisis in the Huang family, his grandmother easily resolved it with a few words. Often, various people from different backgrounds visited the Huang family using his grandfather's name. Sometimes, Huang Yu felt like the Huang family might as well have been named after his grandmother. With such a powerful background supporting them, Huang Yu marveled at how his grandmother could easily resolve any crisis with just a few words. It was hinted in the original text that Zizan spent so much time in Tianhai not just to pursue women, but also because the Dragon King Temple feared the family behind Huang Yu's grandmother. If not for the misfortune that befell the family of Huang Yu's grandmother beforehand, perhaps Huang Yu would have been more than just a minor villain. After all, the reason the Huang family could maintain its position as the #1 family in Tianhai City was not just because of the terrifying background of Huang Laoyi, but also because of the power of the family behind his grandmother. In the eyes of the other families in Tianhai City, let alone marrying the firstborn daughters of the 3 major families, even marrying one of them would be a rare and extraordinary opportunity. And if several families joined forces, it would be even more powerful. This was why Zifeng had always pursued Han Yuyao. Apart from the mysterious weapon in the possession of the Han family, Zifeng was interested in the family's influence in Tianhai City. However, Huang Laotai casually mentioned marrying 3, rather than just 1. Considering the hidden plot lines in the original text, Huang Yu didn't think his grandmother was joking. His grandmother really had that kind of power. End of chapter. Chapter 45. Huang Yu expressed that everyone present was the antagonist watching their own grandmother in her formidable appearance, which stirred something in Huang Yu's heart. Although the author of the original book didn't provide detailed information about the family behind the old lady in the plot, only briefly mentioned it. Based on the reaction of the Dragon King Palace and the subsequent events when the old lady's family encountered trouble, from snippets of information, one could guess roughly. The family behind his own grandmother was likely to be a hidden cultivation family. This was also the most mysterious point in the original plot, and the only information that could be deduced. Huang Yu looked out of the window. The original book didn't elaborate much, but at that moment, everything in the Huang family seemed lush and green, with a faint mist that seemed to have a touch of a fairyland, including the fact that he hardly had any illnesses while growing up. This further proved the extraordinary nature of the family behind his grandmother. As long as his grandmother was around, that scoundrel Zizan would never dare to lay a hand on the Huang family. After all, as long as his grandmother's family had no accidents, the Dragon King Palace almost never dared to act against the Huang family. However, since the day the family behind his grandmother encountered trouble, the Dragon King Palace began to gradually invade the Tianhai with lightning speed, and Zizan also successively took down several major families. If his grandmother's family hadn't encountered any accidents, the story plot wouldn't be that simple. After all, in the original plot, with Zizan as the male lead, a cocky and bloody new media web plot setting, it was just a martial world. Besides pretending or womanizing, there was nothing much, not even reaching the level of high martial worlds. The reason Huang Yu thought it was a martial world was also because the master of Zizan in the original book was incredibly powerful. According to the original book's description, when Zizan's master killed his crazy sister, he directly withstood hundreds of kilograms of TNT explosives buried underground using just his physical body. However, since the protagonist's perspective was on Zizan, the author didn't elaborate much on the family behind the grandmother. But one should know that the world where Huang Yu was now wasn't the same world as that original book anymore. Huang Yu thought to himself. The world he was in now was a fusion of many Dragon King bloody new media stories. Not to mention Zizan, who was merely a cocky Dragon King who could only bluff. There were even immortal kings and celestial emperors returning or reincarnating from the fantasy and immortal worlds, who could move mountains and hold nuclear warheads in their hands with ease. Compared to those Dragon King protagonists who didn't know if they had returned to the urban world, Zizan was simply not worth mentioning. But with that being said, the hidden cultivation family behind his grandmother suddenly seemed reasonable. Looking at his grandmother, Huang Yu didn't have many memories about her in his mind. Occasionally, when someone visited his grandmother at the Huang family, they mostly addressed her as Senior Zhuan Yuan. He didn't even know their specific names. The only thing he knew was their surname, Zhuan Yuan. According to the original book plot, if Huang Yu remembered correctly, it shouldn't be long before the hidden cultivation family behind the old lady emerged. After all, he was just a minor antagonist, and his grandmother was nothing but a nobody. In the original book, the author simply mentioned the extinction of the family. Several generations of the Zhuanyuan family perished directly. With just a couple of sentences, the tragic fate of the Zhuanyuan family could be seen clearly. Thinking about this, Huang Yu's heart felt somewhat inflamed. His eyes gradually filled with hope. If that was the case, maybe there was a chance to turn the tide. After all, although the Zhuanyuan family would eventually perish, they were currently exceptionally powerful. Because, according to the original book's plot, after the old lady's family encountered trouble, not all members of the family perished. There were still 2 badly injured survivors who sought refuge with the Huang family as younger members of the family. In terms of generation, they were the old lady's nephews, Huang Yu's uncles. After the Huang family suffered severe damage from Zizan and Huang Yu, a minor antagonist had died. These 2, along with his crazy sister, almost managed to kill Zizan, that scoundrel, as revenge for Huang Yu and the Huang family. Moreover, these 2 from the Zhuanyuan family were not even the most powerful in their family, just in the middle tier, which made it very difficult for them to escape. With that level of strength, they could go head-to-head with Zizan and the Dragon King Palace. With the level of protection his grandmother had for him, If the family hadn't encountered any accidents, with just 2 elderly family members brought back, where would there be any room for Zizan, that scoundrel, to wreak havoc? His Dragon King palace was merely a bunch of nobodies. Moreover, in this mishmash world of the Chosen One, according to the usual plotline, those 2 immortal kings and celestial emperors didn't know if they had returned or not. But even if they had returned, they were in a state of declining strength. If one could plan carefully, looking at the members of the Huang family, Huang Yu suddenly became more confident, as if he could already see Zizhan's fate. As long as this time he could ensure his grandmother's family didn't emerge, Huang Yu would be able to point at all the chosen ones and say, "Forgive me for speaking frankly, those present here are the real villains." Although Zizhan was a chosen one, he had fallen to the point of being a salted fish as an antagonist. But even a salted fish needed to have the strength to protect themselves, right? As an antagonist with hidden power. Huang Yu was surprisingly excited at this moment. However, Huang Yu hadn't lost his reason at this moment. Although everything seemed to be going smoothly, the opponent, who could almost uproot the terrifying family behind his grandmother, wasn't something he could confront at the moment. But calculating the time, Huang Yu pondered slightly. There was probably still about 2 or 3 months left, and now that he had the system's golden finger, perhaps he could still turn things around. As Huang Yu stared blankly, lost in thought, Huang's grandmother frowned, feeling a bit distressed. With the appearance of a wrinkled old tree, her hand rested on her obedient grandson's head. "My precious great-grandson, looks like he's been suffering outside." Huang's grandmother sighed deeply, looking somewhat unkindly at the father and son of the Huang family. "You two are really not good, seeing my grandson end up like this, and you still want to punish him." Hearing his wife's stern tone, Huang's grandfather sighed helplessly. Just spoil him like this. Otherwise, over the years, he wouldn't have seen this many absurd things. "What did you say?" Huang's grandmother glared at him, and Huang's grandfather immediately retreated to steps. "I'm us telling the truth." Although Huang's grandfather insisted on his point of view, he indeed couldn't win against his wife. She was not as simple as she appeared. Seeing his father retreat, Huang Tian hurriedly added, "Mom, you really can't spoil him like this. With the Huang family having such large industries right now, the burden will sooner or later fall on this young man's shoulders. If things continue this way, the family business will eventually be ruined. You wouldn't want your precious great-grandson to be a good-for-nothing in the future, right? Just ask this little rascal how long it's been since he went to the company." End of chapter. Chapter 46. With a slap, you will forever remain at 25 years old. However, before Huang Tian could finish this sentence, he suddenly felt a sharp gaze cast upon him. "You little brat, have you said enough?" The sharp gaze of Grandma Huang fell on Huang Tian. "If it weren't for the pressure you put on him, shall you behave like this all day?" Upon hearing this, Huang Tian had to swallow back the words he hadn't finished saying. They say distant relatives are not as close as immediate family, but you're closer to him than a real son. Since returning from abroad, has this troublemaker caused any less trouble in Tianhai City these years? Huang Yu looked at his own cheap father being scolded by his grandmother until he couldn't say anything, feeling secretly delighted, just as he was feeling smug. The next moment, he couldn't smile anymore. Grandma Huang stared at Huang Tian, then glanced at her husband, her eyes showing a hint of contemplation. "My precious grandson, why don't you go to the group company tomorrow? After all, these will all be your future assets. That maid from the Li family looks down on you. You must show some achievements, right? Let her regret it later." Grandma Huang's gaze returned to Huang Yu, still extremely loving and gentle. Looking at Grandma hoping for him to become successful like a dragon, Huang Yu, who was initially dumbfounded, couldn't bring himself to refuse. Fine." After some hesitance, Huang Yu could only agree helplessly, tears in his eyes. He just wanted to live quietly and be an insignificant villain. He never thought of becoming some business elite. All he wanted was to live a peaceful life. Why was it so difficult? "That's right." Grandma Huang lovingly patted his head. "My diligent grandson, the Huang family will surely flourish even more in the future. Unlike those two, always resorting to corporal punishment. Despite agreeing, Huang Yu didn't have many thoughts in his mind. It seemed he couldn't escape it. Well, he might as well casually visit the company tomorrow. After all, the most urgent matter at hand was not about doing business, but figuring out how to survive comfortably and, if possible, make a comeback against the odds. Seeing how quickly her obedient grandson agreed, Grandma Huang felt much more relieved. After scolding her husband and son Huang Tian a bit more, she left with Huang Yu Huan and Huang Yu's mother. She left behind the three men in the ancestral hall, Huang Laoyi, Huang Tian, and Huang Yu, staring at each other in astonishment. You better listen to your grandmother and manage the company well in the future, instead of getting involved in all those messy things. Seeing his son agreeing so readily, Huang Tian, as a father, naturally had some doubts. However, family businesses need to be passed down, and right now, adapting is the best course of action. Dad, if you hand over the company to me, are you not afraid that I might give the group's assets to please Liu Ran tomorrow? Huang Yu sneered, provokingly looking at his cheap father. While he couldn't say much in front of Grandma earlier, now that he had the chance to refuse, he wouldn't let it go easily. Try it. Hearing this insolent talk from his son, Huang Tian was almost furious. Also, don't call me Dad. I'm not your father. If you dare to not listen to me and take the Huang family's assets to please the Liu family maid. Here Huang Tian paused for a moment, delivering a stern warning. I'll slap you so hard that you'll forever remain at 25. Huang Tian stared firmly at his incompetent son, feeling quite angry. If this boy had even half the entrepreneurial spirit of the Han family girl, why would he have to worry so much? Like father, like son. How did I end up with such a spoiled and incompetent plaything as a son? What did you say? Hearing this, Huang Yu couldn't take it anymore. He still remembered some of his father's past actions very well. Don't think I don't know how you managed to woo my mom back then. You can call me a leecher, a squanderer, a bootlicker. I acknowledge them all. But have you ever thought whose genes I inherited from? How good were you when you were pursuing my mom back then? Huang Tian was almost spitting blood. How did this kid know these things? He looked resentfully at his own father. Huang Laoyi was immediately enraged. What are you looking at me for? I'm not a bootlicker. Back then, dear boy, I led armies on the battlefield, a hero in my own right. By my 20s, I was already a general, leading thousands against the treacherous little devils in bloody battles. What kind of bravery was that? It was your mother who pursued me first. Huang Laoyi thumped his cane, straightened his spine, and spoke fervently, as if reliving the past glory. Grandson, why are you back? Huang Yu was speechless, watching his grandpa pretending to discover something and looking behind him. Hearing this, Huang Laoyi's knees almost gave out, his gaze subconsciously shifting to behind him. But there was no one there. When he turned back, he saw the mischievous looks of Huang Yu and his son, the two rascals. Huang Laoyi was embarrassed and angry, silently cursing the two of them. Nevertheless, he cleared his throat and changed the subject. I know what kind of person my grandson is, always groveling like a bootlicker in the past. If you dare to hand over the Huang family's assets to Xiaoyu, I'm afraid the entire legacy might end up taking the Liu surname. So, Huang Laoyi paused for a moment before waving his hand decisively. Go to the company tomorrow. I'll arrange an interview to choose a business elite to be your secretary. They will guide you to become a competent and assertive CEO. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu instantly remembered a famous saying. I don't want you to think, I want to think for myself. Becoming an assertive CEO, probably not so suitable. Just as he was about to refuse, his grandpa interrupted him directly. Don't worry, I'm thus choosing a secretary, to prevent you from running to the Liu group all the time. Though he said that, Huang Laoyi was more concerned that his grandson was unfamiliar with the group's business and might ruin the business. Despite Huang Yu's intention to refuse, when both his grandpa and dad made it clear if he dared to refuse, they would unleash a storm of policies, he could only accept it unwillingly. All right. The next day, Huang Yu woke up to a familiar synthesized voice. Congratulations, host, for successfully coasting through another day. Your reward, 10 years of cultivation. 10 years of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu, who was initially drowsy, woke up abruptly, sitting up. Damn, was he going to ascend to godhood? Already possessing a superhuman fighting style, he now received a 10-year cultivation reward. Was he going to cultivate as an immortal? End of this chapter. Chapter 47. At the moment the system prompt tone ended, Huang Yu felt his mind suddenly became clear and transparent. It was as if his whole body was rejuvenated with unprecedented vitality, giving him a sense of unprecedented control over his body. Compared to before, when he obtained the super divine martial arts, the power he could feel now was even more formidable. Great! Huang Yu exclaimed with excitement. He watched as he slowly clenched his fist. Previously, even with the super divine martial arts, he had to retreat in the face of Zizhan's evasive actions. Now, Huang Yu felt that given time, he might even have the strength to protect himself in front of Zizhan. However, this good mood did not last long, due to a plan he had already arranged yesterday. Early in the morning, Huang Yu arrived at the largest enterprise in Tianhai City, the Huang Group. In Tianhai City, the Huang Group was involved in various industries, with the annual tax payments amounting to billions. Especially with the Huang family behind it, they were an influential presence. Every day, there were numerous workers coming here to apply. In the most magnificent building in the center of Tianhai City, people applying for jobs looked at the elegantly dressed business elites coming and going inside the building with admiration. At the entrance of the Huang Group, accompanied by the roaring sound of an engine, a red Ferrari stopped at the gate. Huang Yu, feeling a bit helpless, got out of the car and looked at his own company. Although Huang Yu did not want to come, he was being pressured even by his own grandmother, so he could only go along with it. Amid the shocked gazes of everyone on the street, Huang Yu, dressed casually, tossed the keys to the security guard at the gate and then walked in nonchalantly. I say, who is this important figure again? Coming to work dressed so casually, he must be a young master of the Huang family. Huang Yu's office was located on the top floor of the building. Although he rarely came to the company, he did hold a position to show formally. However, due to his absence for a long time, it was more of a nominal position. Soon, with the company's personnel arrangement, the interviews began. Old Master Huang and Huang Tian had been waiting for him in the office. Seeing him arrive so late, they both gave him a stern look. Huang Yu was indifferent, sat down, and started playing with his phone. Along with the sound of high heels clacking, the office door was pushed open. Hello, General Huang, MM. Hearing the voice, feeling somewhat familiar, Huang Yu responded slightly and put down his phone. As he looked at the other person's appearance, his heart skipped a beat. In front of him, a cold and beautiful woman with long legs wrapped in black stockings, wearing a professional OL outfit, was sitting in the chair. With a curvaceous figure and a beauty value comparable to some top-tier stars. However, this person, he knew. Yan. Huang Yu was so shocked that his chin almost dropped. What the heck? Isn't this the stubborn old Miss Yellow Flower from 1,000 years? Master Yan, spoken by Zizhan. This is chaotic, all chaotic. Where did this old woman come from? She even came to be my secretary. Does she want me to die faster? Although the original plot did not mention Yan's background in detail, it was just mentioned briefly. However, it did indicate that this woman seemed to be not from this world. Moreover, having lived for thousands of years, she possessed almost godlike abilities. Who knows what her background was? Otherwise, his crazy sister wouldn't have been killed by her later. Despite being extremely astonished, Huang Yu forced a smile on his face. During the process, Yan showed no unusual expression on her face, but her heart was suddenly startled. What's going on? I haven't spoken yet. Why did I betray myself? Could it be that there is a connection between that world and this world? No, that's impossible. Yan began to feel uncertain about life. He and this Huang Yu had only had eye contact before when saving Zizhan. If it had been an ordinary person, the other party should not have seen through her. Moreover, although she heard the voice just now, the other party clearly did not speak. Could it be that I can hear his voice? In his doubts, Yun also became more cautious. After all, she indeed, as Huang Yu guessed, was not from this world, but from an immensely magnificent fantasy world. Compared to the technological civilization here, her world belonged to the realm of gods and demons, with sword-flying immortals, ascension to immortality, and even terrifying beings who could move mountains and fill the seas with a snap of their fingers. Despite discovering that she could hear the other party's voice, Yun did not seem very surprised. After all, in the fantasy world, such divine abilities like telepathy were already commonplace. When she accidentally arrived in this world, she thought it was just a world constrained by fate. But later, she discovered that behind the facade of normalcy, this world was extraordinarily mysterious and deep. Compared to the forbidden places she had explored, which were even more horrifying, when she initially arrived in this world, she encountered some deeply hidden but terrifying indigenous beings that made her heart race. However, over the eons, those ancient, terrifying indigenous beings gradually became more secretive and even vanished. Yun carefully examined Huang Yu without a change in expression. No, this guy looked just like an ordinary person. How could I possibly hear his thoughts? But Yun didn't dwell on it. Instead, she understood that revealing her identity would be the biggest threat. Just as Yun was contemplating whether to completely eliminate this hidden danger with one sword strike, she heard the heart voice of this little jerk in front of her. This jerk, saying she is the ancient Miss Yellow Flower, an old woman. I'm really running out of patience. However, after listening to these thoughts, Yun still maintained a calm smile, presenting an image of a composed and professional businesswoman. Hello General Huang, this is my resume. Yun handed over a thick bundle of resumes from her bag to Huang Yu. Huang Yu, pretending to be calm, took the resume. After all, the other person was an old fox of 1,000 years, and he couldn't let her know that he knew her identity. Otherwise, it would be game over. Huang Yu flipped through the resume a bit, and couldn't help but mock in his heart. Damn, she has lived for thousands of years, but all she learned was to brag. This old woman even graduated from Harvard Business School overseas, and also served as a senior executive in the top 100 global corporations. If she's so great, why come work as my secretary? But she did manage to forge this fake very convincingly. Listening to Huang Yu's series of inner monologues, Yun still maintained a slight smile, restraining the urge to slaughter this little jerk on the spot. What's a fake certificate? After descending to this world for thousands of years, what hasn't she experienced? Serving as a senior executive in large corporations was very real. If she hadn't been afraid of scaring ordinary people, she could have brought out resumes from hundreds or thousands of years ago, when those dynasties were even regarded as deities. End of chapter. Chapter 48 stirred killing intent towards Huang Yu 3 or 4 times. In just a minute, under Yun's calm face, killing intent surged 3 or 4 times. It's no wonder why his incompetent disciple was so determined to kill that bastard Huang Yu. It must be said, this little bastard was truly infuriating. Listening to the other party's continuous complaints, Yun, after living for so many long years, felt even her 3 corpses and divine spirit were getting agitated. No, she absolutely couldn't let this little bastard live. A sense of murderous intent gradually rose in Yun's heart, especially since the other party knew her secret. If, as his incompetent disciple said, this scumbag Huang Yu's temperament was known by others carelessly, Yun's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, just as she couldn't help but make a move against this scum, when suddenly, the voice from before sounded once again. Although Zizan is a dead weirdo, his vision is quite good. She always has improper thoughts about him, her master. Not sure if it's a similar case with a weirdo in the future. After all, he is the son of destiny, and the enemies he faces later are quite miserable, but almost all the beauties become part of his harem. In the original book, the author kept cutting corners, and even directly left it unfinished. The ending for Yun wasn't explained either. However, following the usual plot patterns, it's highly likely she end up in the harem. It's just uncertain how it will develop. Zizan. Hearing this name, Yun's eyebrows furrowed. Her own disciple actually has improper thoughts towards her. But speaking of the future, does this little scum know what will happen then? Listening to these inner thoughts, Yun felt that something extraordinary seemed to have happened. It seems this kid can see the future. After just a couple of glances, Huang Tian and Mr. Huang took the resume. The resume is good. Indeed, Mr. Huang and Huang Tian were quite satisfied with the resume. Those who could enter the interview round for the Huang group were all true business elites, who had undergone professional background checks by headhunting teams. Hence, the two had no doubts about Yun's resume. First question: if your leader is going on a business trip next week, what are the tasks that need to be completed before departure? After a brief look at the resume, Huang Tian changed his usual demeanor and began questioning Yun with a domineering CEO attitude. Confirm the details and specific time of the business trip. Make sure, if during the trip, your boss suddenly leaves to engage in other unrelated activities, how would you advise him? I would say, these were just routine secretary position questions, but since it was for Huang Tian, as a father, still needed to ask some specific questions. Engaging in improper activities midway through a business trip, such a thing wasn't impossible with his degenerate son. However, Yun almost effortlessly answered each question, showing no signs of panic on her face, remaining calm throughout. Good, Mr. Huang praised. It had been a while since he had seen someone so capable. Though being a secretary might be beneath her, it was for his grandson after all, so keeping such a capable person by his side was good. You're hired. After the interview questions, Mr. Huang directly made the decision. Grandpa, maybe we should consider this again. At this moment, Huang Yu had never felt so urgent. He thought Yun was just going through the motions and wouldn't become his secretary. But it worked out. If she really became his secretary, that wouldn't do. Dealing with Zizan was already enough trouble. Adding another fantastical cultivator, wasn't he risking his life? It's decided. Mr. Huang glanced at his incompetent grandson without consideration for his feelings. If it's not a problem, start working now. In the future, you have to manage his laziness as his secretary. Mr. Huang wanted this effect. If he didn't show any concern, he would worry. Under his grandfather's firm suppression, Huang Yu reluctantly accepted his fate. Damn, leaving a time bomb beside me. This old lady must be at least 10,000 years old. Who knows what she has experienced in all those years? She might be an ancient pervert. What if she gets angry and kills me inadvertently? Huang Yu thought to himself, secretly glancing at Yun across from him. Even though she had a breathtaking beauty, this old lady was older than his grandfather's grandfather's grandfather. And the crucial point was Zizan, the weirdo master with the twisted mouth. It seemed he had to be more careful in the future. Hearing Huang Yu's inner thoughts, Yun, concluding the interview, revealed a hint of a smug smile. Scared. You called me old lady. Better not fall into my hands in the future. Although she didn't reveal her thoughts, as a secretary, using Mr. Huang's attitude, finding excuses to tease a little was feasible. After all, this little scum might know about future events, and she wanted to understand more. On the other side, having resolved his grandson's secretary issue, Mr. Huang naturally had a task for Huang Yu. In the past few years, due to his lazy nature, he had never done anything in the company. Now was the perfect opportunity to hone him. The rest don't need an interview. All the senior executives from the headquarters will come to the conference room for a meeting in an hour. Huang Yu felt like sneaking away once he saw Yun was his secretary, but just as he made a move, he was sternly stopped by Mr. Huang. This meeting is for you, the prodigal. You want to run. Seeing his grandfather's angry expression, Huang Yu dared not walk out. He could only sigh and obediently follow behind his grandfather. Everyone, the position of Chief Strategy Officer in the Huang Group's Strategy Department is temporarily held by Huang Yu now. Any objections to this proposal? At the meeting, after Mr. Huang said this, his intimidating gaze swept across the room. Inside the conference room, faces looked back and forth. The prodigal son who hasn't returned to the company for years, becoming the Chief Strategy Officer as soon as he returns. Isn't that a bit too high? Should we voice some opposition? Do you dare to oppose? This is Mr. Huang's own grandson. You want to incur his wrath. Nevertheless, these discussions among the senior executives were carried out in soft voices, not wanting the others to hear. After all, the Huang family in the Huang Group, in Tianhai, was equivalent to the heavens, the destiny that couldn't be defied. After a long pause, no one made any objections in the conference room. Well, this matter is decided. Mr. Huang and Huang Tian nodded in satisfaction, finalizing the decision. After the meeting, Mr. Huang patted Huang Yu's shoulder. Work hard. Then, leaving the disheveled Huang Yu and Huang Tian alone, Mr. Huang confidently left, as if leaving a store in the hands of a careless shopkeeper. Only Huang Yu and the group of company executives remained in the conference room. In other words, Huang Yu now essentially acted as the CEO of the entire company. While it was unlikely that the core business would change much, most matters could now be decided by him. A somewhat silent atmosphere lingered in the conference room. Huang Yu's gaze swept over everyone and suddenly landed on a youthful executive with a head full of gray hair. A profoundly familiar feeling surged within him, causing a moment of confusion. Then, a cold smile crept onto his lips. The world truly was small. End of chapter. Chapter 49. The rebellious son was in a daze when his own father, the cheap old man, declared his position. The young executive clearly hesitated for a moment, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes imperceptibly. Although he appeared to be smiling and clapping in celebration, the subtle hostility did not escape Huang Yu's notice. Just now there were too many unusual people around, so Huang Yu didn't pay much attention. But now, as Huang Yu took a closer look, he felt increasingly familiar with the other party. Isn't this the rebellious son from the original book's plot? The young executive's name was Li Hue. He was not in an adversarial relationship with the Huang family. On the contrary, he had a very close relationship with Huang Tian, Huang Yu's cheap old man. According to the original book, this Li Hue was the son of a comrade in arms of Huang Tian who sacrificed himself in the Annan battlefield. Due to the brotherly bond between Huang Tian and that comrade, Li Hue, who became an orphan at a young age, was supported by the Huang family and later promoted by Huang Tian himself to enter the Huang Group, becoming one of the company's youngest executives. While earning Huang Tianhei's trust and being a renowned young talent in the business world of Tianhai City, Li Hue also had some personal abilities. He was efficient and meticulous in his work, which was why he was able to secure his position at a young age. However, a cold look crossed Huang Yu's eyes. Unfortunately, this seemingly loyal and talented young man to the Huang family was, in fact, a wolf in sheep's clothing through and through. In the original setting, this guy was ambitious, cunning, and malicious under a facade of a gentleman. While superficially adhering to the Huang family, he had been secretly exploiting his power and Huang Tianhei's trust to embezzle assets from the Huang Group through his privately owned shell companies, continuously siphoning off profits. The losses hidden in various false accounts were shocking. If Huang Yu remembered correctly, this despicable character had later forged evidence of business violations within the Huang family, despite the years of nurturing and promotion from his cheap old man, when the Huang family was under pressure from Zizan and Long Wangdian. This move dealt a heavy blow to the Huang family internally. By seizing part of the Huang family's assets, he also provided an opportunity for Zizan to exploit. He completely forgot that if it weren't for Huang Tianhei's consideration of the camaraderie with Li Hua's mother after she remarried and the support she received, which changed his fate from early dropout to his current status and wealth, how could he have such a position and wealth today? Thinking of this, Huang Yu's gaze became even colder. It seemed that the enemies of the Huang family were not only those destined opponents, but also significant internal problems. In the original plot, even with the intervention of Long Wangdian externally, if the Huang family had unity internally, it would have been impossible to collapse within a short period. Despite the power of Long Wangdian, Li Hua's influence within the group was probably considerable. At this moment, as the old master and Huang Tianhe left, the executives all stood up one after another to introduce themselves, wanting to make an impression on Huang Yu, the future leader of the Huang group. After listening to the introductions of the executives and glancing at them briefly, Huang Yu remained calm and then spoke up. "Let's end the meeting here today." Although he was aware of the crisis within the group, he had no intention of personally taking action. After all, once he made a move, it meant he would be bound completely within the Huang group. It was probably impossible to slip away from the watchful eyes of both the old master and his cheap old man. He might as well find an opportunity to remind his family members. After the meeting dispersed, just as Huang Yu was preparing to leave, a voice suddenly called out to him. "Huang Yu, long time no see." Li Hui adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and suppressed the displeasure in his heart, walking towards Huang Yu with a gentle smile. "The last time I saw you was when you had just returned to the country, and it's been several years in a flash. Didn't expect to see you again, and you've already started leading the group." "Oh, no, I was forced to come here too." Huang Yu didn't react immediately, instead smiling gently as he reached out his hand to shake the other man's. "Otherwise, I should be singing with some younger sister right now. You're the leader of the group now. You can't be like that." Li Hui sighed theatrically and glanced at Huang Yu with a hint of scrutiny. It seemed like he wanted to confirm something, but there was no discernible difference in the debonair air before him compared to several years ago at all. He was just a prodigal son who only knew how to eat, drink, and wait for death. Thinking this, Li Hui let go of his worries and expressed some relief instead. "As long as you do well, I believe under your leadership, our group will soar higher and achieve greater success." He smiled lightly at Huang Yu, but there was a hint of contempt in his smile. "I'll take your words to heart." Huang Yu pretended to be confused, chuckled and scratched his head. After a few more polite exchanges, Li Hui made an excuse to leave. Once Li Hui and the other executives left, the large meeting room soon had only Huang Yu and his secretary, Yan Yan. "Boss Huang, this executive is not simple." Yan Yan, a sly old fox who had lived for countless years, saw through Li Hua's small expressions as child's play. If someone like that stayed, there would be great trouble. Hearing Yan Yan's words, Huang Yu was stunned for a moment, muttering to himself, "What does this old woman want to do? She's being so quick to be nice. Could it be that she's scheming something against me? If that's the case, I can't let my precious self fall into the hands of this old woman. Looks like I need to be more cautious about this in the future." Despite Yan Yan being correct, and even though she was a supporter of the opponent, Zizan, Huang Yu found it somewhat unsettling that his enemy was trying to help him. Yan Yan, who initially offered genuine advice, heard his thoughts and her face instantly darkened. She suppressed her anger, clenching her teeth in frustration. "Giving you a warning, and you think it's harming you. I've lived for so many years. What kind of person haven't I seen? Have to sleep with a little brat like you. Who do you think you are? Some precious gem?" With no one around at the moment, Yan Yan looked at this externally composed but vile rogue. She couldn't help but think, maybe she should get rid of this scoundrel once and for all. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 made Yuninage angrily. "I naturally know that this executive named Li Hui has ill intentions towards me." Just as Union gritted her teeth, anger in her eyes, considering whether to slap this little bastard to death. Hearing Huang Yu's words, she was stunned for a moment. "You know." "Yes," Huang Yu nodded. "But so what? You may not believe it if I tell you. I have no interest in the position of the head of Huangxi Group, the top 10 in the nation, even though it is the number 1 in Tianhai. If you ask me, I still prefer to be a willful and arrogant young master, breaking the legs of anyone I dislike." Huang Yu sighed, glanced outside the conference room. If it weren't for the pressure at home, I probably wouldn't have appeared here today. Maybe not even for many years to come. TCH. Union looked at Huang Yu with a somewhat mature demeanor, feeling somewhat disdainful in her heart, talking about having no interest in money and not wanting to be the head of a business group. In her eyes, it was just for Psy rhetoric. She had seen many such playboys before. They talk big, but when it comes to inheriting assets, they all want a bigger share. Especially in Tianhai, the Huang family and Huangshi group truly cover the sky with one hand, especially the legendary Huang patriarch who single-handedly built the Huang family, the #1 family in Tianhai. An outstanding figure in the military, his students spread throughout the 10 major war zones. On the battlefield, he was like a god of war, with a force that demolished enemy troops effortlessly. However, at the peak of his power, he gracefully retired from the military and entered the business world in Tianhai, creating the colossal commercial empire of Huangshi Group. His business methods and insights were unparalleled and terrifying. Even later, he quickly rose to the top echelons of the Tianhai family. Although Huang Tiant was not as extraordinary as the patriarch, in just a few years after taking over Huangshi Group from the patriarch, he multiplied the Huang family's assets many times over, cementing the Huang family's dominant position in Tianhai and becoming a true giant in the business world. Especially in recent years, under Huang Tianhai's leadership, Huang family made breakthroughs in technology and expanded their business both domestically and internationally, with a market value of hundreds of billions. On the other hand, this little bastard, in his 20s, had become the head of such a huge industry. He dared to say he had no interest in being the head of Huangshi Group. Isn't that just nonsense? Longwang Temple took many years to develop to its current scale. How many years has it been for the Huang family? No way. Thinking of this little bastard's nonsense, Union's anger grew. She couldn't help but want to slap this little bastard to death. It's not easy to sit on the head of Huangshi Group. Huang Yu's words were sincere. The position of the head of Huangshi Group may seem splendid, but for me, it's like being shacked in irons. What? Originally, Union thought differently of Huang Yu, as Ziazan said, and looked at him with some disbelief. It's surprising, right? Huang Yu self-deprecatingly laughed, his face full of helplessness, and glanced at Union. Do you know what this position means? Union looked at Huang Yu, feeling somewhat complicated, and shook her head. Perhaps this kid was not as he appeared on the surface. Do you know how many employees and business partners Huangshi Group, including its subsidiaries in the industry chain, employ? How many suppliers, distributors, and partners rely on the Huang family for a living? How could she know about these things? Union frowned slightly. Given the scale of Huangshi Group, these things were basically incalculable. But before she could speak, Huang Yu looked at the ceiling and said softly, 3 billion. At least 3 billion. And that doesn't even count the countries overseas. In the entire fire summer, the total population is only around 3 billion. That means at least 1/10 of the country depends on the Huang family for a living. As the head of such a huge commercial empire, the first thing you wake up to every day is to remind yourself constantly not to make mistakes. Huang Yu clenched his fist, his face filled with pain, as if this was his most firm belief. Because one wrong step is a precipice, leading to disaster for the Huang family. And after the Huang family falls, it would be an unprecedented catastrophe for the more than 3 billion people living off the Huang family's industry. After saying this, Huang Yu, who initially looked serious, glanced at Union. Indeed, at this moment, Union looked shocked, as if she was silenced by his words. Huang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it. Luckily nothing leaked. Though his words were sincere, it didn't really matter if the Huang family fell or not. As long as the Zhuanyuan family behind Huang Leotai and Huang Leotai herself were okay, it would be fine. According to the original book setting, if Huang Leotai didn't marry Huang Leotai, she was a candidate designated by the Zhuanyuan family. Even now, the current head of the Zhuanyuan family is Guang Laotai's own biological brother. Huang Yu was just a small villain trying to survive. As long as the Zhuanyuan family stood, Huang Leotai could definitely protect him. As for Zizan, that lying and scheming master, according to the plot of the original book, although he was ruthless in his actions, he possessed a compassionate and humane quality. Now, with such a dangerous old woman by his side, without any precautions, he was truly fearful. Moreover, Huang Yu's words were not baseless. In the original book, after the Huang family fell, there was turmoil in many industries in Fire Summer for a while. This provided an opportunity for enemies overseas to exploit, and ultimately, Zizan stepped out as a savior. Taking over the Huang family's business, he befriended the high-level officials in Fire Summer, used the Huang family's influence to repel the siege by foreign enemies, and gained considerable recognition. The efforts of 3 generations of the Huang family were ultimately usurped by Zizan. This was turning out to be a repeat of history. After listening to Huang Yu's words, Yunyan's expression was also complex. This Huang Yu seemed different from what Zizan had described. Such a compassionate attitude and self-reflection. Was he really just an ordinary playboy? Unwittingly, Yunyan thought of the scene thousands of years ago in another vast world that had long been destroyed, when she inherited the position of the strongest sect master in that magnificent world from her master. The similarity with Huang Yu now was striking. Originally, they were similar types of people. Looking at Huang Yu, Yunyan felt a faint sense of recognition. Alright, go do whatever you need to do now, whether you want to go home and sleep. Your salary will be paid on time. Just let me have some peace and quiet for a while. Just as Yunyan was pondering, these 2 sentences made her freeze in shock. Immediately, a series of thoughts also reached her ears. Damn it! Almost forgot that this old woman is Zizan's wretched master. We have to figure out a way to get rid of this old woman. Otherwise, this continuous deception is not going to work. Bastard! Hearing these words, Yunyan instantly felt received. So, you were lying to me with those statements. I actually thought you were a bit different, but you're just a scum after all. End of this chapter. Chapter 51. Do you want to ride in a vehicle that you can't control? Yunyan? Huang Yu didn't notice the strange look in Yunyan's eyes. After all, the most urgent task right now is how to get rid of the time bomb next to him. Zizan, with that crooked mouth, has always harbored inappropriate thoughts towards his master. If he found out that his master was serving as his secretary right beside him, dressed so provocatively in that office lady style, wouldn't he just come at him with a knife? But Huang Yu didn't have the courage to dismiss Yunyan. Not to mention, this secretary was arranged by his grandpa and dad. Moreover, with Yunyan's strength, if he accidentally angered her, would he even have a chance to survive? So what Huang Yu had to focus on was slowly cooking the frog in warm water. While improving his own strength, he needed to find a way to keep this time bomb away from himself. Just now, through the system's display of combat power, he discovered that this old woman had a combat power of 100,000. Absolutely abnormal. He had just reached the level of 10 years of cultivation, barely breaking 10,000. Similar to the Bloodhand's elimination unit back in prison No. 3. If he accidentally provoked her, wouldn't she disable him in minutes? Seeing Yunyan's smiling face, Huang Yu couldn't help but feel a bit sarcastic in his heart. Although this old woman is indeed a bit older, she is indeed a supreme quality person. It's not surprising that later on, Xiaozhan found a replacement for Yunyan who is similar to her. But looking at the figure and appearance of this old woman, she must be very thirsty. What if she has any ideas towards me and forces herself? I can't resist, but I can't refuse. Sigh, it's tough. When Yunyan couldn't bear it any longer, even though she remained calm on the surface, she couldn't help but swear silently. What does it mean that a woman like her is very thirsty? How could I have any thoughts about this little jerk? Please don't put labels on me. Suppressing the urge to smack this little brat, Yunyan smiled lightly, and in a gentle tone, she tried to play the role of a qualified secretary. Director Huang? This might not work. Before Mr. Huang left, he repeatedly instructed me to keep an eye on you and not let you leave, and I am being paid by the Huang Corporation. How can I slack off? Is that so? Huang Yu pretended to be hesitant on his face, but he was already getting impatient. What kind of person is this old woman? Has she not been a secretary for all these years? Since she so dearly loves being a secretary, let her be one to her heart's content. Huang Yu looked at Union and said, "Then, why don't you focus on matters in the company, and I'll go out for a walk and take care of my own affairs." Finally, this makes sense, right? You can focus on being my secretary in the company, and I can go out to do my own things. Nope. Knowing the spoiled nature of this dandy, Union could guess where he wanted to go. Most likely a club, or getting involved with women, and then getting into trouble with the law. Even if you call me an old woman, I won't let you have your way. With a faint look of satisfaction on her face, she softly said, "I also need to organize your schedule into reports for Mr. Huang and Senior Executive Huang every day. You should stay in the company comfortably and fulfill your duties as the new head of the Huang Corporation." Damn, this old woman causes real trouble. She's already acting like she's my secretary. Seeing Union dressed in a seductive office style, with the tight skirt accentuating her hips and the silky stockings hugging her fair legs, if it weren't for her formidable strength, Huang Yu would have pinned this old woman on the desk long ago and acted out some island-style drama. But she's ridiculous. What's the point of her coming undercover to me as a dragon queen? Could it be that she was discovered after messing up Xiaozhan so badly? If that's the case, I better keep a low profile in the future. Otherwise, if this old woman keeps following me, no matter how I manage, it's a matter of time before things go south. You little brat. Having trouble getting over it, right? Seeing the brat constantly whining about her age, Union was infuriated. Even though she wanted to smack this dandy, seeing him trying to shake her off unsuccessfully made her feel somewhat triumphant. As long as I'm around, you'll have to stay in the company all the time, trying to run away. There's no way out. Director Huang, do you have anything else to do next? Watching Huang Yu look impatient with company matters, Union prodded him with a touch of satisfaction. You've just taken over the company. You need to manage it more to familiarize yourself with the business. When it came to managing the company, Huang Yu suddenly remembered the young executive, Li Hua. He was the son of his dad's war comrade. According to the original plot, this kid had been playing all sorts of tricks behind the scenes at the Huang Corporation, embezzling its assets, all kinds of fake accounts, creating deficits. At this point in time, if he remembered correctly, there was a major commercial residential project under the Huang Corporation's real estate company. This project was worth billions in value. It was a significant venture for the Huang Corporation in the real estate industry. Unfortunately, there were issues with a batch of construction materials, resulting in several residential buildings showing cracks and water leakage to varying degrees. The most severe one had become a hazard. This undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to Huang Corporation's brand image in the real estate industry. Later on, the headquarters assigned Li Hua to the real estate company to investigate, but came up with no results. The matter was put on hold. But this incident led Huang Corporation to struggle in the real estate industry for the next few years. Thinking of this, Huang Yu couldn't help but sneer. Let that Li Hua investigate. Of course, he won't find anything, because it was this bastard himself who messed with those construction materials. If he could find out, that would be a real miracle. Since he couldn't lay low now, he would deal with this white-eyed wolf and vent his anger first. Let's go. Since we have to manage the corporation, let's go to the real estate company first. With a wave of his hand, Huang Yu, followed by Union, walked towards the corporate building. Although there was some time before the construction material incident occurred, he didn't believe that it was just the materials that were at fault. The real estate industry, from acquiring land, demolishing, to constructing, almost all stages were lucrative. Ding! Huang Yu, with his secretary in black silk stockings, stepped out of the building. Shameless, utterly shameless. Does the Huang Corporation have no sense of shame? Based on what right are you demolishing my house? This is plain robbery. Old man, what are you barking there? Do you know where you are? If you continue to slander our Huang Corporation here, I'll break your legs. Just as they walked out of the corporate building, voices of confrontation and quarrel reached their ears. One voice was particularly familiar. End of this chapter. Chapter 52. The beginning of playing tricks. This moment, outside the Huangshi Group headquarters building, a middle-aged man is alone with a child, kneeling in front of the group's building. His face is filled with grief, anger, and indignation. The sign hanging around his neck is written in blood-red letters, Huangshi Group, shameless. The banner he is holding up reads "Give me back my house" in big red letters, written with red ink. Onlookers surround the scene, pointing and discussing. The cries of the middle-aged man are particularly poignant. The child next to him is scared by the commotion and starts crying. Across from him, a group of lackeys in suits, led by white hair, glaring angrily at the pair. Don't play foolish here. Don't think you can slander and frame Huangshi Group with just a few words. Huang Yu smirked, feeling a sense of familiarity watching this scene unfold. Why do you men like smirking so much? Looking at Huang Yu's smirk, Yun Yun suddenly thought of her disciple's somewhat unpleasant smirk. Although Huang Yu's wasn't as ugly, she was still speechless. Damn it, that scoundrel Zizan has influenced me. Hearing Yun Yun's voice, Huang Yu cursed inwardly, realizing that his expression was off. Making a move similar to Zizan's disgusting one was an insult to him. Wait a minute. Huang Yu seemed to realize something as his gaze gradually shifted towards Yun Yun. With a look in his eyes that seemed to insinuate something, he half smiled, saying, "You say you men. Besides me, who else likes to smirk?" Upon hearing this, Yun Yun suddenly realized she had slipped up. After all, her disciple's favorite expression was a smirk. Huang Yu must have seen it before, but for now, she couldn't come up with a good excuse, so she remained silent, shifting her gaze to the confrontation outside. Seeing this, Huang Yu didn't say much more. After all, she would one day reveal herself. On the other side, the conflict and heated exchange between white hair and the middle-aged man only intensified. Damn it. I'll break your legs if you don't stop. Stop. Unable to bear it any longer, white hair was about to take action when he was suddenly called back. Huang Yu walked slowly forward, with a hint of playful look in his eyes as he looked at the father and son outside. Take them to the office. I'll have a good talk with them. Yes. Though reluctant, white hair controlled his urge to act out, and approached the middle-aged man. You've been clamoring to see our boss, haven't you? Come on. Our boss Wang will personally solve your problem. Are you satisfied now? Who knows if you have good intentions or not? Do you really want to solve the problem? Stop fussing around. Who's causing trouble? You guys demolished our house first. Observing the conversation below, with her godly perspective, Huang Yu naturally knew who sent the middle-aged man and the child to fight for their rights. If the original storyline unfolds as planned, 2 hours later, the middle-aged man will be playing the human catapult stunt at the top of the Huangshi Group headquarters building with a buff of flames. The dirty water that forces the father and son to relocate will end up being poured on Huang Yu. This will also be the beginning of the misunderstanding between Han Yu Yao and Huang Yu in the original plotline. After all, Han Yu Yao is a very upright person and wouldn't believe that someone he knows is capable of such behavior. But Huang Yu is truly being wronged. He is not like Zhao Gongzi, who may be reckless. While he may have broken someone's legs, it was all instigated by white hair, his number one lackey. Murder and arson are an exaggeration. This so-called middle-aged man, who came to defend his rights, was arranged by Li Hue to deceive him. Since the other party has resorted to such despicable tactics, Huang Yu doesn't mind teaching him how to behave. After a heated exchange between white hair and the middle-aged man, unable to withstand the intense pressure, the middle-aged man reluctantly stood up and followed white hair to the CEO's office. Upon entering the CEO's office, the middle-aged man sat unceremoniously on the couch, crossed his legs, displaying a mix of anger, arrogance, and resignation on his face. How do you plan to solve my problem? Huang Yu did not rush to respond, but walked calmly to his seat, before looking at him calmly. You need to explain the problem clearly, before I can solve it. With a cold laugh, the middle-aged man burst out. Your company's real estate division injured my wife when they forcefully demolished my house. If you don't give me justice today, I won't let it go. Saying this, the middle-aged man picked up a Sprite plastic bottle in his hand and poured it over his head. It smells like gasoline. White hair, sensing something amiss, hurriedly moved to shield Huang Yu. Young Master Huang, please leave quickly. We will stand in your way here. Huang Yu remained calm, gently pushing White hair aside, quietly watching the scene unfold. The middle-aged man, full of despair and pain, continued to pour gasoline over himself, cursing at the Huang family. Your Huang family has no morals. Those with filthy money will face retribution sooner or later. The child brought along was already crying loudly in fear, trembling uncontrollably. However, the middle-aged man seemed indifferent, always resorting to the same old trick of pouring gasoline. Aren't there any fresh ideas? Huang Yu sighed. He knew the middle-aged man didn't want to live anymore, but forced demolition was a fact. Seeking justice was also a fact. However, in this process, Li Hui promised the middle-aged man one thing. According to his plan, he would give the man's wife and child 500,000 after the incident. The middle-aged man agreed without hesitation as he had nothing to lose, even if he didn't agree, considering his dire circumstances. His name was Li Guoshang, from the same village as the executive Li Hui, who was like a cousin to him. However, due to Li Hui being raised by the Huang family from a young age, he was not close to his own relatives in the village. Li Guoshang knew this, but had recently been diagnosed with a terminal illness. He had no choice but to seek help from this distant relative for a plea for help, for both seeking justice and medical treatment funds. Facing such a dire situation, Li Hui did not agree outright, but used this plan as a condition for help. Despite his immense fear and trembling, Li Guoshang eventually agreed, thinking about his demolished house and the possibility of his wife and child being left destitute. But little did he know that, whether it was a terminal illness or forced demolition, it was all part of the scheme set up by his cousin. The goal was to provoke Huang Yu, make him lose control, establish a motive, and then use the death of this cousin to completely tarnish Huang Yu's reputation. Ultimately, this would lead to an attack, forcing Huang Yu to step down. End of this chapter. Chapter 53. Playing the Bachelor. Huang Yu is professional. Faced with this situation, if it were before, with Huang Yu's arrogant and domineering personality, perhaps in the face of provocation from the middle-aged man, he would directly explode in anger, making the other party feel the urge to light a fire as soon as possible. What would come next would be the middle-aged man lighting himself on fire on the rooftop of the Huang mansion, followed by a leap. If this were true, it would likely be followed by a media blitz organized by Li Hui, tarnishing Huang Yu's reputation completely, making him thoroughly disgraced. At the same time, it would sow discord between Han Yuyao, who would later be responsible for investigating the case, and Huang Yu, until later, under the various misunderstandings purposely created by Zizan, a complete rupture occurs. But things are different now. You dog. I'm giving you face, right? Daring to act shamelessly in Huang Xiao's office. Watching the middle-aged man starting to act shamelessly, Huang Yu was about to speak, but was interrupted by a stern shout from behind. Seeing the middle-aged man ready to ignite the gasoline, Bai Mao could no longer bear it and kicked the middle-aged man over in 3 quick steps. Ouch! The middle-aged man cried out in pain, falling to the ground and curling up. I'll sue you. I'll make you go to jail. Oh, dare to shout. If you dare, just go ahead and light it up. Bai Mao continued to kick hard, cursing as he did so, without any intention of stopping. Huang Yu rubbed his temples with a headache. This scoundrel Bai Mao. It's actually a blessing to have a lackey like you, little lord me. Just to make sure I die quickly. Watching the escalating situation, Yan Yan's eyes also held a bit of curiosity. How will this little scoundrel resolve this issue? After all, for the Huang group, it's one thing not to appease the current situation, but to also physically assault the other party is outrageous. Through previous expressions, he also knew that Huang Yu was not a pampered son. Under Yan Yun's gaze, Huang Yu's expression became somewhat dark and he began to move forward. If you dare to light it, then do it. Bai Mao continued to beat him while taunting. Such a person, he had encountered many. Coming here to cause trouble was just to get more money. Fine. Since you all want me dead so badly, then I'll show you. The middle-aged man, holding his head, curled up, his body soaked, thinking of the disdain and contempt in the eyes of the other party when he borrowed money, he had no choice but to accept this fate. Li Hua's relentless pursuit and the beating he was enduring now caused the long-suppressed emotions of the middle-aged man to finally explode. He quickly took out a lighter from his pocket. I'll die. I will die and let you see. You are all the same scum. So, what if I die? My wife and children will get a sum of money, and you all will turn on each other. Shaking almost all over, he muttered to himself continuously. Do you want to die? Just as he was about to light the lighter, a cold and merciless voice rang out, causing him to shudder uncontrollably, subconsciously stopping his actions. The hand holding the lighter was also firmly grasped by a powerful hand and unable to move. Huang Yu looked at this middle-aged man, unsure whether to pity or condemn him. He pushed Bai Mao aside and pulled the middle-aged man up. If you want to die, you can. Huang Yu handed the lighter back to him, his eyes filled with indifference. But this office is filled with redwood furniture, each worth at least hundreds of thousands, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere. If you damage even one piece, even if you self-immolate today, I will have the company's legal team go after your family for debt. The middle-aged man, originally prepared to die, was frozen upon hearing this. He suddenly dropped the lighter he was holding, feeling unsure about what to do next. Dimly, he slowly recovered from his extreme emotions. Hearing the loud crying of his son beside him and looking at the luxurious decorations around him, he suddenly felt at a loss. If you want to die, I won't stop you, Huang Yu said with a smile. Open the French window. Upon hearing his young master's words, Bai Mao quickly opened the nearby French window. The cold wind from dozens of floors high rushed in, making the middle-aged man tremble. Huang Yu came to the French window and made a gesture of invitation to the middle-aged man. If you really want to die, please go ahead. Hearing this, not only did the middle-aged man hesitate, but even Bai Mao, who had been urging him to light the fire before, also hesitated. Although he had been taunting the other party to light the fire, it was just a form of provocation and emotional release. But if he were to die now, the consequences, Xiao Wang. Are you serious? Bai Mao whispered, approaching his young master. Couldn't we just teach him a lesson? Even though his voice was low, in the small office, everyone could hear it. That's not a good idea. Huang Yu directly and coldly rejected it, saying in a cold tone, it is difficult to reason with a damned ghost. If he really wants to die, why should we stop him? Why not let him have his wish? But, Bai Mao scratched his head, trying to think of a reason, but this pig's life is already a mess. If he dies here in our group, won't it become an unlucky place? And if we have to deal with those tabloid reporters later, you'll be in deep trouble, Xiao Huang. Even if you're covered in gold, you'll still be covered in shit. Although Bai Mao was usually ruthless, he was clear-headed when it came to such important matters. Why don't we stick to the old ways? Let's have our brothers break this guy's legs, throw him out and give him a few tens of thousands as compensation. By saying this, Bai Mao's eyes grew fierce. He did want to teach this middle-aged man a lesson, but he also wanted to dissuade his young master from this course of action. Yet Huang Yu remained indifferent. After rubbing his forehead, yawning, he slowly sat down on the sofa. Then, he looked indifferently at the middle-aged man, soaked and disheveled. It doesn't matter. In Tianhai, the Huang family is heaven. If need be, I'll have my old man provide a heads-up to the authorities, and if that doesn't work, I'll throw money at it. If $1 million isn't enough, then it will be 10 million. As for the unlucky place and such, this is an age that champions science. Who believes in ghosts? Even if there were ghosts. So, what? I may lack in other things, but money is certainly not one of them. If necessary, I'll spend a fortune and invite the top 10 feng shui masters in the country to perform a ceremony. While he appeared indifferent on the surface, Huang Yu felt a bit frustrated with White Hair's fetish for breaking people's legs, and there was a feeling of déjà vu. Next time, at a fishing pond, I'll see if this jerk will ask the boss there if they have shrimps. End of this chapter. Chapter 54. Union poured tea into the cup as Huang Yu said, "Now, you can start your performance." Huang Yu pointed to the French window, a playful smile in his eyes, looking every bit the elegant young master. At the same time, he leisurely took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet and poured himself a glass. He took a sip, swirled the wine in the glass, comfortably lounged on the sofa, and then his gaze once again fell on the middle-aged man. He waited quietly for his performance. Gurgle. Seeing that Huang Yu was not following the usual script, the middle-aged man looked at the high-rise French window outside. His Adam's apple moved slightly, swallowing some saliva. The determination that had just risen in his heart suddenly shrunk back. "Don't you want to die? Quickly, don't delay. I'm in a hurry." Seeing the middle-aged man standing still, Huang Yu's lips curled into a smile, a hint of teasing in his eyes. "What are you waiting for?" Seeing Huang Yu acting indifferent, even though the middle-aged man felt a bit uneasy, he tried to appear calm on the surface, looking fierce. "Aren't you afraid that I'll turn into an evil spirit and come for your life? If I die, the first thing I'll do is seek revenge on you blood-sucking capitalist dogs who exploit the hard-earned money of the common people." Seeing the middle-aged man deliberately putting on a fierce look, Huang Yu smiled. "Of course, I'm afraid." The middle-aged man felt a moment of joy in his heart and was about to say something, but he was interrupted once again. "But didn't you hear what I just said? At worst, we can hire a few experienced Taoist priests to perform some rituals after your death. Don't you know the saying, money talks, even if you become a vengeful spirit? So, what? Have you not heard of being able to make a ghost grind the mill with money? My Huang family may not have much else, but we have money. As long as the price is right, even a lowly ghost like you won't resist. Even if that 1,000-year-old fox turned into a demon, this young master could still have a celestial master come and subdue it." As Huang Yu spoke these last words, he glanced slightly at Union with the corner of his eye. Indeed, he saw her staring at him coldly, as if she wanted to flay him alive, break his bones, and eat his flesh. Full of murderous intent. Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man was instantly stunned. At that moment, he felt as if his heart had plunged into an endless abyss, realizing that his death might not bring about any change at all. In front of these wealthy people, they were like ants on the ground. He even began to doubt whether Li Hue would provide money to his family after his death. "Don't you want to spare your son from witnessing this bloody scene?" Feeling that his words weren't harsh enough, Huang Yu then looked at Bai Mao. "Cover this child's eyes." Bai Mao hesitated a bit, but did as told and covered the child's eyes. "Now, you can jump, scum, bastard, son of a bitch." Union, seeing Huang Yu looking like an elegant young master, couldn't help but want to tear him to pieces. He was already in a pitiful state, yet Huang Yu was pushing him step by step towards death. It seemed that her disciple was right about him. This Huang Yu was truly a despicable scoundrel. Just as Union was about to intervene and destroy this scumbag's humanity, Huang Yu said slowly, "It's easy for someone to want to die, but living on is the hardest, isn't it?" Huang Yu raised his head slowly, drained the wine from the cup, and then stood up and approached the middle-aged man, speaking calmly. For Li Hua's vague promise and the possibility of getting 500,000 in hand, is it truly worth it to throw away your life? Or do you think that, with the power of the Huang family's oath in Tianhai, we won't be able to find out about these things? After you die, do you think Li Hue will be able to protect your family? Can he withstand the wrath of my Huang family? As Huang Yu's tone gradually grew sterner and more profound, not only the middle-aged man, but even Union, who was brimming with anger, was stunned. Union looked at Huang Yu with a complex expression. She couldn't help but feel remorseful. How could she forget? This scumbag seemed to know the future. Upon hearing Huang Yu's stern admonition and feeling dazed for a while, the middle-aged man suddenly became a bit anxious. He couldn't help but glance around nervously, unable to meet Huang Yu's gaze directly. However, the arrow was already on the bowstring and had to be released. If he admitted the truth now, he might be charged with fraud and sentenced to a few years. At least, he couldn't confess outright. "If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll jump," the middle-aged man said, his tone strict but lacking the confidence he had before. Seeing the middle-aged man looking nervous and flustered, Huang Yu did not pour more oil on the fire. He shrugged and said, "I never said you had to admit knowing Li Hua so quickly. Why rush to confess? Or perhaps, you really want to die?" With each softened word, the middle-aged man, who had been prepared for a storm of criticism, began to relax his tense heart. A bit of goodwill even sparked within him. However, he had no other way out now. "If you don't want to die, why don't you sit down, and let's have a chat?" Huang Yu didn't mind the fact that the man was soaked in gasoline. He patted the man's shoulder, signaling him to sit down. Although the middle-aged man remained motionless, Huang Yu sat down on the other side. "If it's true that the Huang family is forcibly demolishing your house, justice will be served. Apart from death, there are many ways to solve problems in this world. There's no need to use your life to blackmail others," Huang Yu said when the middle-aged man remained silent, smiling faintly. Although the man didn't speak, his subtle expressions showed signs of loosening up. "Pour a glass of wine for this gentleman," Huang Yu signaled to Union, feeling humiliated that this scumbag knew her identity and dared to give her orders like this. Union wished she could slap him to death. Wasn't he clearly trying to disgrace her? However, since this scumbag seemed to know a lot about future events, she decided to act as if she didn't know. Suppressing her anger, Union picked up the red wine on the table and poured a glass for the middle-aged man. She wore a professional smile on her face, but in her heart, she wished that she could slice the scumbag on the sofa into 1,000 pieces. What a wonderful feeling. Seeing that his commands were actually obeyed, Huang Yu, who appeared outwardly calm, felt excited and pleased. After all, this was one of the founders of the Dragon King's temple, and she was an old woman who had cultivated for endless years. Letting you dress so provocatively and infiltrate by my side. Having Z's on, that crooked-mouthed manner. Weight on me hand and foot is just delightful. But when there's work, let me handle it instead of the secretary. It would be great if I could indulge a little when there's nothing to do. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, A Fragrant Scene. Cloud Yun's heart was filled with question marks, almost stumbling and falling. Anger surged within her immediately. She turned around and glared fiercely at Huang Yu. How dare he have such thoughts about her? If not for the fact that this little punk knew some things in the future, she would have already made her move. Seeing Cloud Yun's angry gaze, Huang Yu's smile froze instantly. Why does this woman seem like she's about to strike? Huang Yu swallowed nervously, thinking to himself, I almost forgot that this old woman is ruthless, killing without blinking an eye, treating me like killing a chicken. Seeing the cautious demeanor of this little punk, Cloud Yun couldn't help but regain her smile, feeling somewhat proud in her eyes. Knowing fear is good, the old lady doesn't want to kill you now because she's in a good mood and doesn't want to start a massacre. Otherwise, even if you know what will happen in the future, it doesn't mean she won't act. Though she thought this way, Cloud Yun still felt curious and looked forward to how Huang Yu would handle this middle-aged man. Seeing the red wine on the table in front of him, the middle-aged man sneered, cursing out loud. Humph! Who would drink the wine of heartless capitalists like you? I would rather die of thirst today than take a sip of your wine. Enough of this. It's disgusting. Watching the stubborn attitude of the middle-aged man, Huang Yu was not angry, but instead smiling as he said, Indeed, you have some principles. This glass of romaine iconi is just enough for what you owe Li Hua. After all, Even this small glass is almost equivalent to the money Li Hua paid you. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes showed a hint of shock as he looked back at the glass of wine, struggling to swallow his saliva. This is even more expensive than gold. Compared to the middle-aged man's lack of knowledge, Bai Mao appeared different. Although he didn't recognize all the wines in the young master's office, he knew they were valuable. As the chief minion following the young master for so many years, he had drank some expensive wines, but only bottles worth tens of thousands, like Hennessy. Seeing the middle-aged man's ignorance, Bai Mao immediately raised his hand, indignant as he said, "Young master, this guy doesn't know what's good for him. If he won't drink, I will." Bai Mao sneered and looked at the middle-aged man. When he saw the young master nod slightly, he hurriedly stepped forward to pick up the glass. "Who said I won't drink?" The middle-aged man's eyes turned fierce as he picked up the glass on the table and downed it in one gulp. "You bastard. So shameless, huh? Drinking 1 minute, refusing the next." Seeing his Romaine economy encounter a dead end, Bai Mao scolded the middle-aged man sharply. All right. Take it and drink." Huang Yu chuckled, waving his hand nonchalantly, letting Bai Mao take the wine away. Hearing this, Bai Mao's eyes immediately lit up, carefully picking up the wine glass from the young master's side. "All right, young master." Then, Bai Mao happily placed the glass on the nearby table. Such a precious wine was not something one could simply buy with money. He had to savor it later. Watching the subtle expressions and actions of the group, Cloud Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter. As everyone's eyes turned to her, Cloud Yun quickly composed herself, putting on a cold expression again. "No. How could I find this punk cute and funny? This is the enemy of my disciple, who also knows my secrets. I'm just using him. No extra thoughts allowed." Cloud Yun admonished herself in her mind, calming her emotions. Her gaze gradually returned to calm and indifference. "Now that we've had our wine, shall we have a good talk?" Huang Yu's black eye sparkled as he gestured towards the sofa, indicating the middle-aged man to sit down. The middle-aged man snorted lightly, but sat at the edge of the sofa with the child. Outside the top-level office of the conglomerate, although not many people had gathered at the moment, almost everyone's attention on this floor was focused on the CEO's office. After all, Huang Yu, the new CEO of the Huang Group, was well known in Tianhai City for his fierce temperament, especially with his thug Bai Mao, who was quick to resort to violence and often threatened to break people's legs. If this incident with the middle-aged man turned out to be true, it was definitely a problem for the conglomerate. If he ended up breaking the man's legs, the situation would be difficult to handle. With these thoughts in mind, many felt discontent towards this young master CEO. How could they let such a playboy lead the entire conglomerate? Wasn't this leading the company into a disaster? After half an hour passed, finally, there were shouts and sounds of smashing coming from the CEO's office. "Old bastard, I gave you face, didn't I?" Repeatedly setting conditions. "Do you think our Huang Group is a charity? Watch me break your legs today." "Don't, we know we were wrong. Please don't hit my dad." "CEO Wang, we just came to talk. We didn't mean to offend you." "Help." With a mix of noises, including the middle-aged man's painful cries for help and the child's sobs, the situation was escalating. Hearing these sounds, the people outside the CEO's office looked at each other in shock. Can the young master CEO really do this? Li Hua, accompanied by a group of employees, slowly approached the office. Huang La, end of chapter. Chapter 56. At this moment, in the CEO's office where all sorts of commotion and crying could be heard, Huang Yu was sitting lazily on the sofa, slightly raising his wine glass and looking ahead. Meanwhile, Yan Yun was standing beside him, looking at Huang Yu with an extremely strange expression. "I'll beat you, you shameless dog. And you, this son of yours too. Trash like you, always resorting to extortion all day long. Look at yourselves, daring to play tricks on my Huang family's young master. Watch me break your legs." In the middle of the office space, Bai Mao was earnestly performing, holding a stone statue in his hand, smashing randomly, occasionally breaking a desk or chair. Huang Yu's eyelids couldn't help but twitch, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. Be careful, don't actually break them. These are all authentic old mahogany. Although these mahogany desks and chairs didn't mean much to him, his grandfather was a true old mahogany enthusiast. This office was nearly reserved for the group leaders, where only a total of 3 people sat: Grandpa Huang, Huang Tian, and him. If his grandpa found out about this, he would surely drag him back to teach him a lesson. But, Huang young master, in order to act convincingly, we have to break a few pieces of furniture. How can it look real otherwise? Bai Mao said, somewhat aggrieved. But his actions didn't stop. He tossed the stone statue aside, picked up a chair, and vigorously smashed it on the table. Fine, Huang Yu sighed. Break a few thousand, but don't break them all. Or else watch out for my grandpa to come after you. All right. Hearing that it was because of grandpa, Bai Mao swallowed nervously and nodded repeatedly like a hen pecking at seeds. Old man, are you done yet? On one hand, he continued smashing, while on the other hand, he began to increase his volume and curse. I asked you to mess with Huang young master. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. The middle-aged man rolled on the ground in agony, howling. Although Bai Mao was only banging on desks and chairs, not hitting the man himself, acting still required a touch of reality, after all. Especially since he had received $1 million from Huang young master, it wouldn't be fair if he didn't put in effort. Even the middle-aged man glanced over at his son beside him, who seemed puzzled. Quickly, cry and kneel down. Don't stop. Hearing his father say that, the naive son became even more confused. His feelings of sadness slowly faded away, no longer as heartbroken. Dad, didn't you say men have golden knees? Right now is the time to extract the gold. Seeing his son, not crying, the middle-aged man, afraid that Huang young master would be displeased, pinched his son's small hand. Ow. Wah. Under intense pain, the middle-aged man's son burst into tears. In their father-son cooperation, the sound of their crying was as desolate as it could be. Watching the front of the weeping and howling performance, Huang Yu shook his head helplessly. This acting, definitely a future Oscar winner. It's a shame he's not in the entertainment industry. Under the sharp wails, even Yan Yan couldn't help but cover her ears. It was just too loud. She glared at Huang Yu with resentment. This jerk was truly cunning, although she didn't understand why he wanted to squat in the cell block, even willing to pour dirty water on himself. There must be something fishy going on. As the performance was coming to a close, Huang Yu finished the red wine in his glass, waved his hand, and Bai Mao immediately understood, setting down the desks and chairs he was holding. Taking a deep breath, he put on a fierce look and stormed out like a crazy gangster. What are you looking at? Get lost. Never seen Huang young master deal with people. Huh? If you don't leave now, you'll all be fired together. The sudden appearance of Bai Mao opening the door startled the employees who were spectating. The remaining lackeys also pretended to look anxious as they walked out. Get out, or we won't be polite. Hurry up. Driven away by Bai Mao and his lackeys, the white-collar workers in the group's building had never witnessed such a scene. Although their gaze occasionally fell over here, no one dared to approach. Li Hua was the same. Although he wanted to stay, he knew how ruthless these spoiled rich kids and business elites who served Huang young master could be. They didn't care if you were a company executive, they would hit you if ordered to. In fact, in the pursuit of Liu Ryan, many wealthy sons and business elites had been beaten by them. Despite this, Li Hua, who stood at a distance, still exchanged a meaningful glance with the head of security. The security head had returned to this floor at some point, understanding the message conveyed by Li Hua's eyes, and nodded in acknowledgement, indicating that the matter had been handled. Only then did Li Hua feel at ease. Being meticulous and thoughtful in his tasks was his habit. If he were dragged into trouble due to a slight oversight, the loss would be irreparable, and Li Hua sneered. This son of the Huang family seemed even dumber than he had imagined. He actually dared to start a conflict directly and had a clearly visible fight in front of so many people. This was evidence This time, he didn't want to have a hard time even stepping down from his position as CEO. Huang Yu naturally noticed this detail. As evening approached, after most of the employees had left the Huang Group headquarters at Huang Mansion Tower, at Huang Yu's command, Chief Lackey Bai Mao indeed made his way to the monitoring room. Area of main surveillance. No one is allowed in. May I help you? The head of security blocked the door, looking coldly at Bai Mao. You dare to stop me? Do you know who sent me here? If you don't want to be fired by Huang young master, step aside. Seeing Bai Mao's arrogant and aggressive attitude like this, the head of security hesitated for a moment, but eventually gave way. According to the original plan, their surveillance was crucial, but the sudden intrusion left him unsure of what to do. Just as he was about to call Mr. Li, turn off all the surveillance equipment in the monitoring room, Hun, the head of security, was momentarily stunned, almost thinking he misheard. Wasn't that their job? Why was this guy making such a demand? Do I need to repeat myself? If you don't want to be fired, turn off all the surveillance equipment for me. Bai Mao's tone turned even more menacing, and his two lackeys behind him were also itching to move. The head of security slowly put down the phone, pretending to look troubled. Several seconds later, he raised his hand helplessly. Turn off the surveillance equipment. You've got some sense. Let's go. Upon seeing that all the monitoring equipment had been turned off, Bai Mao and his two lackeys finally left. The head of security, bewildered by the inexplicable behavior of the group, was left scratching his head. After half an hour, several sharp cries suddenly rang out from below Huang Mansion Tower. Someone jumped off the building. Quick! Someone is dead. End of chapter. Chapter 57. Is it so exciting to play this big? Accompanied by the sound of chaos, the head of the security department seemed to realize something and quickly picked up the walkie-talkie downstairs. Quick! See what happened and take measures as soon as possible. Oh no, sir. Someone jumped off the building. There's blood everywhere on the ground. A panicked voice came from the walkie-talkie. Hearing this, the head of the security department's face showed a hint of surprise. Quickly call for an ambulance now. I'll come down and take a look. He then closed the walkie-talkie and hurried downstairs. Downstairs, Bai Mao carried the body covered in blood onto the ambulance as planned. When the head of the security department came down, he happened to see this scene. Seeing the figure covered in blood on the ambulance through the crowd, it was obvious that the person couldn't survive. Seeing Bai Mao breathe a sigh of relief, he left. The head of the security department looked at the blood all over the ground, showing a hint of mockery. I didn't expect that the group of hooligans really forced the person to death, as Director Li said. Thinking of this, he took out his phone and dialed a mysterious number without a name tag. Yes, that's right. It's all settled now. Early the next morning, according to the group's usual practice, as the new CEO, Huang Yu must hold a meeting to outline the upcoming plans. It was also an official meeting with the group's executives. In the surprised eyes of the group of executives, Huang Yu walked in calmly, followed by Yun Yun, who had a good figure and was holding a folder. The suicide jumping off the building event last night was known throughout the group. How can the person involved be so calm as if nothing happened? Despite the doubts of the crowd, they still listened nonchalantly to the CEO, who just killed someone and was unruffled holding the meeting. Bang! Huang Yu, we are from the Tianhai City Police Department. You are suspected of a murder case. Please come with us. Before Huang Yu could finish the meeting, the door of the meeting room suddenly opened with a bang. A familiar figure appeared slowly. A soft voice rang out, sounding somewhat indifferent. Han Yuyao led a group of police officers into the meeting room, directly presenting an arrest warrant. No, you must have mistaken me. Huang Yu, who was initially calm, looked anxiously at the people in the meeting room, then stood up abruptly from his chair, shaking as he retreated. He couldn't stop trembling. I didn't kill anyone. Looking at the new CEO, the executives couldn't help but sigh. Old Master Huang really misjudged the person. He actually made such a young master the CEO of the group. And on the first day, he dragged the group into a pit. Seeing the panicky and trembling appearance of the young master, it didn't look like he was innocent at all. Whether you killed someone or not will be known when you come with us. Han Yuiro's gaze was cold, raising another hand to signal. Two police officers immediately came up and handcuffed Huang Yu's hands. Seeing this, Li Hui, who was sitting below, couldn't help feeling a sense of smugness. Yun, quickly inform the old man at home to save me. Huang Yu pretended to be in a panic and shouted to his secretary before leaving, as if grasping at the last straw. But no matter what, struggling under the cold gaze of Han Yuyao, he was taken away by a group of police officers. Seeing Huang Yu in this state, Yun looked helpless. It was simply to fake, not a hint of sincerity. Although she didn't want to be bossed around by this little jerk, there was still no more information coming out of his mouth to cooperate in pretending. She also pretended to look panicked and nodded repeatedly. Understood, Mr. Huang, I will definitely speak the truth. Yun's voluptuous body, especially the pair of majestic features in front of her, along with her sudden rise in motion, trembled slightly with a certain degree of cuteness, giving off a somewhat carefree workplace naive vibe. Before leaving, Huang Yu couldn't help but think silently. After being taken away by the police officers for a while, amidst the stares and sighs of the executives, Li Hui slowly stood up. It seems that Mr. Huang is unlikely to return for a while. It's not your turn to speak here. He sighed, but was suddenly interrupted by a cold female voice, completely opposite to the panic and fear from earlier. Yun now exuded a strong aura, with eyes extremely cold, staring at Li Hui. She slowly moved to the main seat and sat in the position Huang Yu had just been in. It's just a little misunderstanding. What kind of reaction is this from all of you? The meeting continues now. In theory, the woman in front of them was nothing but a small secretary, but when Li Hui was stared at by her, he even felt a fear of facing death. He couldn't say a word even though it was on the tip of his tongue. With cold sweat running down his forehead, he could only sit back down with reluctance. Sensing the diverted gazes, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The executives and Li Hui felt the same way. They were all old hands in the business world, yet today they were being controlled by a mere secretary. None of them dared to oppose. Their instincts told them not to provoke her, as it could lead to immeasurable consequences. Seeing that the situation calmed down, Yun began to address the main topic of the meeting. This brat, Li Hui cursed inwardly. Is the old man Huang just here to assist that dandy? He thinks highly of himself. At the next opportunity, I'll let you moan a bit more in bed. Let me go. Let go of me. I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone. If you arrest me, my family will not let you go. On the other side, after Huang Yu was taken away in the police car, his voice suddenly stopped as the door closed. There was no trace of the panic as in the meeting room. That was exhausting. Huang Yu wiped the sweat off his forehead, breathing a sigh of relief. After all, performing all the way from upstairs to downstairs, such a long distance was quite tiring. Aren't you going to unlock my handcuffs? He raised an eyebrow, looking at Han Yuyao as a matter of course, stretching his hands out to her. After all, this was just a play. There was no need to take it seriously. But Han Yuyao showed no intention of taking out the key, instead looking coldly at this scoundrel. This bastard. Not seeing each other for a few days, he suddenly had a beautiful secretary with a great figure by his side. If it goes on like this for a few more months, will they be having children? The fair and beautiful woman in business attire who was beside you at the meeting room, who is she? Han Yuyao looked at Huang Yu, her anger mixed with a hint of sarcasm, becoming chilly and eccentric. No wonder you're not servicing Liu Ryan anymore. You have a new target, don't you? Our Mr. Huang is really amazing, finding such beautiful women every time. If you really commit murder one day, let's see if your mistress will come save you. End of this chapter. Chapter 58. Han Yuyao is jealous. Am I jealous? Looking at the strangely moody appearance of Han Yuyao, Huang Yu showed no anger. A hint of amusement flashed in his black eyes, looking somewhat pleased. That's right. She's my new lover, and I trust her. Don't you dare hit me. Huang Yu raised an eyebrow, with a hint of provocation. If Han Yuyao ended up hating him because of this, that would be perfect. If their fate drifted apart, he might even avoid being taken into the harem by Zizan, the twisted mouth. However, he couldn't help but internally mock. This Han Yuyao is another busty airhead. Didn't you see how terrified I was of union? I have a new target. Before that new target, I'll make sure to have a go at you first. I'll make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 days and nights. What a scoundrel. Shameless. Hearing Huang Yu's disdainful thoughts, Han Yuyao's face turned slightly red. You jerk. You probably can only rely on these lovers to get by. Han Yuyao spat out lightly. As she spoke, she murmured to herself while unlocking the handcuffs on this asshole's hands. What kind of act are you putting on? Seeing Han Yuyao easily bypassing that topic, Huang Yu was surprised. When did this girl become so easygoing? But since the handcuffs were already released, he didn't dwell on it. How did the protection for that father and son go yesterday? Huang Yu shook his hand and asked. Everything is settled. The man has been taken to the hospital ward, with police protection outside around the clock, and publicly declared as having died after failed resuscitation. His wife and child have been secretly taken away for protection. That's good. Huang Yu nodded, pondering on the next steps of the plan. Give me a single room. You might have to stay in detention for a while. What are you planning? Do you have a serious illness? Why put on such a show? Han Yuyao was somewhat exasperated, thinking about what that bastard said last night at the police station. She then warned cautiously, if this matter doesn't turn out as you said, if Li Hua involved in criminal activities and related to a serial murder case, I will make sure to destroy you. Han Yuyao raised her delicate white hand, tightly clenched her fist, and crackled her knuckles. Don't push me. Huang Yu shrugged, quietly mocking in his mind. This busty girl somehow became the captain of the criminal police, a classic busty airhead. She's doubting me even at this point. No wonder she was taken into the harem by Zizan, the twisted mouth. What did you say? Hearing this jerk insulting her again, Han Yuyao became even more infuriated. I'm helping you, and you still dare speak like this. Who am I doing this for? I said I wanted a single room. Single my foot? Pa! A police car arrived at the police station entrance, and Huang Yu got out with a slightly red face. It wasn't for any ambiguous behavior, but because he got hit by the violent Han Yuyao. Did he deserve such a harsh treatment for just a mild taunt? If his body hadn't been enhanced by the system, his face would probably have been marked by 5 finger imprints. Humph. Han Yuyao got out of the car with a snort, re-handcuffing this scoundrel, chaining herself to him, and walked proudly ahead with her impressive bust. Huang Yu was also escorted into the police station. At this moment, by the water dispenser picking up a cup to fill it, Zifeng unintentionally heard a discussion coming from the other end of the corridor. Do you think Fang's team really ate rice fields together? Of course it's true. Why would it be impossible? I have a cousin who was at the same school as them. I specifically inquired and it's confirmed. Moreover, it's said that after Fang's team came out of the restroom, they vomited several mouthfuls, all rice field seeds. Ooh, how disgusting. Fortunately, Han's team didn't agree to Fang's team, but Fang's team acts like a couple with Han's team all day long. Ain't it embarrassing? As they were halfway through, 2 female police officers walked around the corner and happened to see Zifeng's extremely dark face. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Feng team, you're back. Isn't that young Master Huang again? Why are you back at the police station? Due to the recent high discussion level of Huang Yu, Zifeng, and Han Yuyao in the police station, most people had become quite familiar with them. Hearing the teasing in the police station lobby, Zifeng was alarmed and turned his head in the direction of the lobby. Then, he clenched his fist. It was indeed a coincidence that when Cao Cao was mentioned, Cao Cao arrived. Suppressing his anger, after adjusting his appearance, Zifeng walked towards the lobby step by step. Just as he fantasized about getting Huang Yu back in his hands and dealing with him, he saw Han Yuyao and Huang Yu entering the 24-hour detention room, tightly handcuffed together. Especially Han Yuyao, who handcuffed herself and Huang Yu together. Yu Yao, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, Zifeng's eyes turned red, quickly walked up and blocked them, pointing at their handcuffs, looking at Huang Yu with eyes full of hatred, as if wanting to devour him. How can you stick with this scum? And so closely? What's it to you? Han Yu Yao looked at Zifeng with a hint of disgust. I'm personally monitoring him. Stop having those dirty thoughts about me. Step aside. Upon hearing this, Zifeng exploded with anger. Who did she think she was? How was he inferior to this pampered son? He was the deputy captain of the criminal police. Why was he still below someone who came to the station every day? Seeing himself being chased away like a fly by Han Yu Yao, Zifeng forcefully suppressed his anger, looking at Huang Yu with fierce eyes. Don't be too proud. When the day comes that you fall into my hands, I'll make Yu Yao clearly see what kind of trash you are. End of chapter. Chapter 59. Head towards arresting Mo Linglong's father. Is that so? Huang Yu, with handcuffs on, subtly leaned closer to Han Yu Yao, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Officer Hen, is this considered the police threatening law-abiding citizens? You. Seeing this scene, Jiofeng was about to explode with anger. This was clearly targeting him on purpose. Yu Yao. You. Jiofeng was about to say a few words to expose this dandy's true face. Get lost, or I will charge you with obstructing official duties. But Han Yu Yao was not at all grateful, instead giving him a cold look. Then, she led Huang Yu straight towards the detention room. No. It cannot continue like this. Jiofeng gave Huang Yu a cold look. The only way to solve everything now was to make this bastard kneel and admit his mistakes, clarifying all the facts. Otherwise, he would truly not be able to live down that reputation. Suddenly, he heard some whispered conversations. Jiofeng turned around abruptly, only to see several female colleagues slightly tilting their fingers, whispering about something. Their eyes were full of disdain. When they saw him turn around, the female colleagues hurriedly pretended to be working. Damn it! What are you all gossiping about? Jiofeng roared, unable to contain his anger any longer. He stared unreservedly at the female officers who had just been gossiping about him. HMPH. What we say has nothing to do with you. One male officer, who didn't get along well with him, sneered loudly. Do you really think everyone is discussing you? We are discussing the rapist in the file, and you want to join us. Exactly. It's as if everyone's attention has to be focused on you. Do you think you're the chief of police? The male officer's words were instantly echoed by several officers. Jiofeng's face turned ashen instantly, but he couldn't explode on the spot. He suppressed the anger in his heart, looking at the others. He walked out of the police station. It was all because of these busybodies. If it weren't for these people spreading rumors in the police station all day long, how could he have fallen into this situation? It could be said that he, who was once popular in the police station, had almost lost his ability to choose a partner. The female officers who used to like him now treated him with caution. The male officers, who had long been tired of him, avoided him. He was now completely isolated. Huang Yu, we are enemies. Inside the police car, Jiofeng was almost trembling with anger, hysterically shouting. He took out a lighter, wanting to smoke to calm himself down forcefully. But for some reason, the lighter wouldn't light up at all. In his mind, the scene of being ridiculed just kept replaying, stimulating his tense nerves. Memories of being forced to eat shit in school also resurfaced. Damn it! Jiofeng roared, throwing the lighter on the windshield. The lighter exploded instantly, fragments flying over his cheeks, leaving a blood stain. He covered his face in pain, then pounded the steering wheel with his fist, venting his emotions crazily. Damn it, damn it. Huang Yu, you wait for me, damn it. Outside the police car, passing officers naturally noticed the scene inside. The deputy captain of the criminal investigation team was in such a miserable state because of a dandy. Add to that his various flirtations with female officers, his pretentious behavior, and having offended quite a few people. Now, he even had the experience of eating shit. Many officers felt even more contemptuous. How could he resemble a deputy captain of the criminal investigation team in the slightest? Serves him right. Inside the police car, Jiufeng finally stopped pounding the steering wheel after a few punches. He was breathing heavily, his eyes bloodshot. At this moment, Jiufeng's hatred for Huang Yu had reached its peak. Ding ding. Just then, a cell phone next to Jiufeng suddenly rang. He turned his head slightly, seeing the name Li Hui written on it. It was a high-ranking executive of the Huang Group. Hello. Jiufeng answered the phone, and a familiar voice came from the other end. Let's meet. I have something to ask of you. After the matter is settled, several new real estate projects under the Huang Group can be assigned to the Zhou family. Alright. Hearing those almost bribing words, Jiufeng didn't hesitate and agreed. Although he portrayed a righteous image within the police station, it was all for his career. As for the Huang family, if their assets were swallowed up, Jiufeng didn't care. It would be best if it ruined Huang Yu and his family. At the same time, inside the police detention room, seeing that Han Yao was not leaving, Huang Yu couldn't help feeling impatient. We're already in the detention room. Why are you still here? Are you so free? If you stay here wasting time with me instead of going after that killer group, what if there's another serious crime? Put away your tricks. Han Yao glared at him. She didn't think that letting this guy go after the murderer so obediently was for anyone's benefit. Han Yao clenched her fists, slamming one on the table in front of him, staring fiercely into the eyes of this scum. Be honest, what do you really want by hiding in the detention room? Otherwise, believe me that I will tell Grandpa Huang and Uncle Huang to break your legs. Hey, officer, don't casually slander people. Huang Yu remained unfazed, looking indifferent. My grandmother has returned, even if you sue. What's the use? After all, in the Huang family, it was widely known that grandmother Huang doted on Huang Yu. With grandmother Huang around, who would dare touch him? You! Han Yao was instantly filled with anger, her chest heaving violently, wishing to punch this bastard to death. If you're really free, why don't you watch the Mo family head instead? After thinking it over, Huang Yu looked at Han Yao seriously. It's even better if we can find a way to arrest the entire Mo family. Maybe there will be pleasant surprises. What did you say? Hearing Huang Yu's words, Han Yao furrowed her brows. Are you playing with me? If it were someone else, she might consider it and think about it. But arresting the head of the Mo family, that was absolutely impossible. The current head of the Mo family was not only the #1 divine doctor in Tianhai City, but also the head of the leading medical enterprise, the Mo Medical Group, nationwide. Throughout his life, he had saved countless lives, had a wide network of people, and held an extraordinary status. Furthermore, the current head of the Mo family was Mo Linglong's father. She absolutely did not believe that such a person would be involved in any so-called murder cases. Chapter 60. Do you still remember the lotus by the Daming Lake? Even if there is a suspicion that the Mo family head is guilty, not to mention the social status and influence of the Mo family head, as well as being one of the 4 major families in Tianhai City, the identity of the Mo family head. Moreover, Mo Linglong's grandfather, the old head of the Mo family, is still alive. The most typical characteristic of this old head is protecting his own people, extremely protective. As one of the top 10 leading figures in the world of medicine, his medical skills are superb. Not to mention domestically, many high-level figures of super forces globally have benefited from his medical expertise. Compared to the current Mo family head, he can be said to surpass him in every aspect. Even, the reason Mo family can become one of the 4 major families in Tianhai City is largely attributed to the old family head of the Mo family. If you dare to arrest the Mo family head, it might provoke the Mo family to declare war on the Han family tomorrow. So naturally, this kind of matter needs to be handled with utmost caution, extreme caution, and even more caution. It's not something you can just randomly come up with a charge and bring the person back for investigation. If you wrongly accuse someone, it will lead to a big disaster. Don't be anxious for now. Seeing Han Yao's angry glare, Huang Yu seriously whispered, "Do you still want to catch the real culprit of the serial murder case?" Nonsense. Han Yao coldly snorted, But do you think it's too far-fetched to say that the Mo family head is the mastermind behind the serial murder case? If it had to be a member of a big family, she would believe it more likely to be the Zuo family. Moreover, which family head would personally commit such acts? What do you want to say? Huang Yu raised an eyebrow. Being impatient won't help. I want to. Thinking about this jerk, even though she could foresee the future, he still insisted on playing games with her. Han Yu couldn't help but feel the urge to question him. But in order to find out the real culprit of the serial murder case, she had to compromise. Then who do you think the killer is? You better bring back the old man Mo of the Mo family first. Huang Yu calmly took a sip of water on the table and repeated his words. Damn scum. Are you playing with me? Han Yu grabbed the scoundrel's collar. I want information on the real culprit, not to let you order me to randomly arrest people. Do you believe I'll shut down the camera now? Although she has a bad temper, this violent woman has a good figure. Speak quickly. Although hearing the scumbag's voice, Han Yu was too lazy to argue. The serial murder case was still the top priority. What I said is true. Even if you bring him back and detain him for 24 hours and set up a trap, you can at least capture one big fish. Although it's a bit deceitful to get this big sister to catch the Mo family head, but it's also considered saving the life of the old Mo family head and repaying the debt owed to Mo Linglong. Moreover, this pair of siblings can solve the case, making it a win-win situation. Bah, what debt is there to repay? Han Yu's heart suddenly thumped. Although several times before, she jokingly admitted her feelings to Huang Yu in front of him, but most of it was in jest. She didn't expect this scum to actually know she liked him. Since he knew, he dared to push her away. Han Yu suddenly felt annoyed and wanted to interrogate this scoundrel thoroughly with this opportunity. However, it seemed that the Mo family head was indeed related to the serial murder case. After a moment of hesitation, Han Yu became cautious again. She glanced at Huang Yu with an innocent face. You'd better behave and not cause trouble. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble, Han Yu warned. Even after leaving the detention room and locking the door, she was prepared to inform her superiors and have the Mo family head invited over. 2 hours later, inside the detention room, in front of Huang Yu, a middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses, who appeared cultured, was staring at him. However, the middle-aged man's gaze towards Huang Yu was somewhat unkind. This middle-aged man was none other than the Mo family head, Mo Young, the father of Mo Linglong, and the current top divine physician in Tianhai. Han Yu also felt a bit helpless. With her logical arguments and repeated assurances, it took quite an effort to persuade the higher-ups to have the Mo family head come. Although he was there, Huang Yu seemed a bit dumbfounded. He had asked Han Yu to bring the person back to set a trap, but she put herself in the same situation as him. Wasn't she clearly asking for trouble? Boy, do you really believe that by bringing me here, you and the Han family girl can find the culprit of the serial murder case? Mo family head looked at this guy who was always fawning around, with a slightly hostile gaze. Where, Uncle Mo, you're joking, Huang Yu chuckled awkwardly, switching to his delusive mode. I didn't say catch, I just said invite. It was all a misunderstanding. However, Mo Young had been in the Tianhai circles for many years. How could he fall for this? So, you also think that throwing away my precious daughter was just a misunderstanding? Upon hearing this, Huang Yu was instantly speechless. The question he feared most had come. Feeling somewhat guilty, he turned his head and looked outside the detention room at Han Yu, who seemed unfazed by the situation outside. He said in tears, "Hey, can you let me go now? I'm done playing." After finally inviting Uncle Mo here, you think you can just leave whenever you want. If you don't confess anything today, you won't get out. Han Yu angrily raised her fist and glared at the scumbag. Speak up. Seeing this, Huang Yu also turned his head helplessly. He couldn't rely on this girl. Well, Uncle Mo, can we put aside our personal grudges for now? No, the Mo family head said faintly. He loved his daughter, Mo Linglong, very much. She had never suffered any hardship since her childhood. even to learn more Western medical skills and make up for her shortcomings. She willingly went abroad for further studies. Not only did he support this accomplished daughter, but the entire family also supported her immensely. But unexpectedly, shortly after going abroad, she ran back crying because of this scumbag. How could he not hold a grudge? Seeing Mo Yang's calm gaze, Huang Yu trembled. Damn, he didn't know the woman he had met abroad had such a background. He only knew she came from a family of medicine, but he didn't know it was the Mo family. Nevertheless, he forced himself to remain calm and looked at Mo Young with sincerity. Uncle Mo, do you still remember the lotus by the Daming Lake? Upon hearing this name, Mo Young's expression suddenly changed, becoming a bit unsettled. End of chapter. Chapter 61 Top Understanding Ability AHGM. Mo Young seemed to have thought of something, coughed awkwardly a few times. That Han family girl. Could you please step aside for a moment? Han Yuyao felt like she had discovered something extraordinary and was eager to listen carefully, but she was directly shooed away, naturally feeling somewhat unwilling. However, as the head of the Mo family, she had to give face to this senior. Han Yuyao looked at the pretending to be mysterious Huang Yu, glaring fiercely at him and raising her small fist as a gesture to warn him not to have any other thoughts. When there was no one outside the detention room, Mo Young suddenly turned around, glaring fiercely at Huang Yu. His gaze was extremely cold and terrifying, even though Huang Yu had only seen the head of the Mo family a few times. But in Huang Yu's impression, the other party had always been gentle and refined, never like this. Thinking about the development of the plot, with Mo Linglong's later crazy appearance, Huang Yu suspected that the root cause might be this senior in front of him. For a moment, Huang Yu felt a bit uneasy being stared at, unconsciously stepping back. Well, Uncle Mo, can we talk about something else first? But Mo Young ignored him completely, still staring at Huang Yu intently. How did you know Xiao's name? How much do you know? Mo Young's tone was extremely cold and indifferent. The matters in question were supposed to be secretive, and no one should know about them. Did you gossip with Linglong to defame my innocence? Speak up. Otherwise, I have countless ways to make you a fool in your next life. This old fogey was really something, clearly just trying to scare him, but he had the appearance of wanting to kill him. No wonder the head of the Mo family, one of the top 4 families in Tianhai City, ended up being stabbed by a little girl, turning a search for relatives into a stormy public event. With this attitude, even if this senior really had a secret daughter outside and recognized her, wouldn't they become enemies? Facing the threats of the head of the Mo family, Huang Yu was not flustered at all. After all, he was not the one in a panic at the moment, it was this old fogey. Among the top 4 families in Tianhai City, besides the Huang family, the head of the Mo family was the most feared. These could be considered secrets within secrets, known only by a few. However, unlike the fear in the attitude of the Huang family father and son, the head of the Mo family was truly helpless. In the original plot setting, Mo Linglong's mother was a true heir of the 1,000-year-old ancient martial arts sect Gu Poison Valley. The poison skills of the Gu Poison Valley almost dominated the world, incomparable to anyone, and as the heir of the Gu Poison Valley, the poison skills were even more terrifying, particularly Mo Linglong's mother, who had an accompanying elderly woman from her maiden family named Rong, whose acupuncture skills were superb and could kill invisibly, extremely insidious, a truly vicious character. Although Rong was not as terrifying as Mo Linglong's mother, her strength should not be underestimated. As for Mo Linglong's mother and even her daughter Mo Linglong, they could be considered absolutely loyal. In the original novel, after Mo Linglong became a part of Zizhan's harem, she secretly got rid of many opponents, and Rong was responsible for cleaning up. Though not displaying much strength from start to finish, in the details, she was definitely not weak. Didn't the head of the Mo family say he had countless ways to turn him into a fool? If Mo's wife knew about Xiao's existence, she could undermine the reputation of the head of the Mo family in an instant. Perhaps even without Mo's wife personally getting involved, Wrong alone could cause him a lot of trouble. So, facing the threat from the Mo family, Huang Yu was not flustered. Instead, he just kept staring at him. Ahem. Seeing this guy's eerie gaze fixed on him, the head of the Mo family cleared his throat awkwardly twice, withdrawing his stern and indifferent expression. Tell me, how did you know the name Xia? Well, about that ... Huang Yu looked at the head of the Mo family and slowly opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say it in the expectant gaze of the other party, he shrugged and smirked. Guess. Hearing this, the head of the Mo family instantly became furious with anger. So this kid was playing him. However, given the gravity of the situation, and looking at this somewhat sly punk in front of him, Mo Young was also somewhat helpless. Alright, forget it. You had nothing to do with Mo Linglong a long time ago. I will go to the Huang family and speak to your father. You should also talk to him about canceling the engagement with the Liu family. If you become my son-in-law in the Mo family, then I have no objections. What? Upon hearing this, Huang Yu was instantly dumbfounded, his eyes widening. This old fogey had top-notch understanding ability. Before he could refuse, a series of rapid footsteps came from the next room. No way. Han Yu Yao, who had been ready to eavesdrop on some secrets, burst in upon hearing that the head of the Mo family intended to marry her daughter to Huang Yu. She was instantly agitated, disregarding whether she would be caught eavesdropping. She directly opened the door and rushed in. Uncle Mo, how could you marry Linglong to this scoundrel? Han Yuiro's eyes were extremely panicked, pointing at Huang Yu and berating him. He's just a scumbag, a jerk. You must not marry Linglong to him. In any case, canceling the engagement with Lui Ruyan from the Liu family might be acceptable, but getting engaged to Mo Linglong was absolutely not possible. After all, when abroad, there had been a romance between Huang Yu and Mo Linglong. If they got engaged, wouldn't that flame reignite? At that time, there would be no place for her beside Huang Yu. Being berated by Han Yu Yao for no clear reason, Huang Yu was also somewhat befuddled. When did I become a scoundrel? Have I ever wronged you? Nevertheless, on the surface, Huang Yu quickly addressed the opposite Mo Young. That's right, I have had no relations with Mo Linglong for a long time. Uncle Mo, you can't arbitrarily pair us up. I'm still dodging Mo Linglong's craziness. Who the heck wants to be your son-in-law? Hey, kid, I'm giving you what you want, and you're still not happy, huh? Seeing this kid's rejection, Mo Young's face darkened. The reason he wanted this kid to be his son-in-law was not only the Huang family background, but also because his beloved daughter liked Huang Yu. Therefore, he acquiesced. Today, whether you agree or not, you have to agree. I'm informing you now, not negotiating with you. Mo Young sneered. If I say you're my son-in-law today, you are. If you disagree, you have to agree. But really, I can't bear it. Alright. Is this how you want to play? End of this chapter. Chapter 60 to slander. He slandered me. Huang Yu looked at the increasingly gloomy face of the head of the Mo family across from him and had to unleash his ultimate move. Finally, he glanced at the head of the Mo family with a hint of pity in his heart. Currently, there are 3 culprits in the series of serial murders in Tianhai. One of them is the precious eldest daughter you lost track of among the commoners. Huang Yu raised his head, looked at the head of the Mo family, and softly spoke, with a strange tone, only when he said the word eldest daughter. What did you say? Mo Young, whose face was originally dark, suddenly looked shocked, stood up abruptly, and stared at him intently. Mo Young's expression changed constantly, clearly showing some unpleasantness. I warn you, you better not talk nonsense. Do you know I can sue you for slander? I can sue you for slander. Do not talk nonsense? By the end of his words, Mo Young was visibly agitated and flustered. After all, if the mother tiger at home found out about this, there would be no escaping a thorough reprimand. Putting aside whether he actually had a secret daughter, just the thought of Huang Yu's words reaching the ears of that mother tiger in his family made Mo Young break out in a cold sweat. Not to mention Huang Yu mentioning that their secret daughter was actually the culprit of the serial murders. Even if his family member couldn't accept it, He himself couldn't either. Mo Young no longer cared about what Han Yu Yao had overheard earlier in the adjacent holding cell. Indeed, I did have a story with Zahi in those years. After a while, Mo Young gradually stabilized his emotions and started to explain slowly. But our relationship during that time was purely platonic, even more so than platonic love. At most, we just kissed. How could we have a child? Someone must be scheming against me, behind my back. It must be. Watching Mo Young explain in a panicked and agitated manner towards the end, Huang Yu's face expressed disbelief. In the world of Dragon Proud, almost every major female character was an enchanting beauty like a fairy. This old rogue seemed far from being a straightforward person in Huang Yu's eyes. Han Yu Yao also looked at the head of the Mo family with the same strange expression as Huang Yu. Growing up in a large family, she had already seen all sorts of storms and tempests. This matter involving Mo Young was likely true since it came from this scoundrel's mouth. Although Huang Yu was not a reliable source, he seemed to know what would happen in the future. Hence, this matter was likely true. In another family, it might not be a big deal, brushing it off and accepting the child. But the madame of the Mo family was a pillar of the family, second only to the head of the family. If she found out her husband had a secret daughter outside and she was a serial killer, it would lead to chaos. This scoundrel, Han Yu Yao, looked somewhat helpless at Huang Yu. She had only wanted to stop the chaos of their relationship. Who knew she would hear such a shocking secret? Would the head of the Mo family later turn against her and eliminate her to cover up this matter? After all, the reputation of the Mo family in the medical field was well known outside. Making someone disappear quietly was not a difficult task. However, Huang Yu was also the successor of the Huang family. If there were any messy affairs with secret children outside, unconsciously, Han Yu Yao viewed it from the perspective of Madame Mo. Despite giving her all to care for this useless scoundrel of a husband like Huang Yu and supporting the family, what if one day her husband came home with 3 secret children and claimed they were his successors, wanting to oust her for the other woman? Damn scoundrel! When I enter the Huang family one day, watch me sort you out. Thinking about this, Han Yu Yao felt a surge of anger in her chest. The resentful look in her eyes toward the scoundrel was tinged with annoyance again. Sensing Han Yu Yao's gaze, Huang Yu trembled inwardly. Is this big sister bear concocting some nonsensical ideas again? Is she going to hit me again? He swallowed, then nonchalantly moved a bit farther inside. He then looked at the head of the Mo family and softly said, Uncle Mo, please calm down for a moment. Getting angry won't solve the problem. Mo Young felt somewhat annoyed at the moment, unable to help but ask, Do you have a solution? Huang Yu nodded. At this point, Mo Young had no other option but to let this kid speak first. Huang Yu then shifted his gaze to Han Yu Yao. Yu Yao, do you remember the warning I gave you? Be cautious of beautiful women and seemingly innocent children. I remember. What's wrong? Han Yu Yao was slightly surprised but quickly regained composure and nodded. Following your guidance, we have indeed discovered valuable information in the investigation. Several of the deceased had contact with a young woman. That woman is the one who almost cut Han Kun's waist before. However, Han Yu Yao remembered the encounters with that woman during capturing her, always managing to escape and play tricks on her, which made her angry. Her tone carried some frustration. That woman has been too cunning recently, never showing up after the last escape. As for the seemingly innocent children you mentioned, I haven't seen much of them. After a brief pause to ponder, Han Yu Yao continued, In recent cases of homicides in Tianhai, the victims were all in their prime. The methods were brutal, and one can hardly relate it to innocent children, right? The Han family was an ancient martial arts family, so Han Yu Yao was more familiar with the training process of ordinary people. Even if a child started training at the age of 2 or 3 and continued until 8 or 9, they would still be a relatively strong child. Compared to adults, there would still be an undeniable gap in size. It was one thing if it was an adult disguised as a child, but if it were an actual child, how could that be possible? Nonetheless, she couldn't connect the brutal and bloody serial killings with innocent children. Mo Young also thought the same way. Listening to the conversation between the two, he believed children didn't have the capability. But he had a different perspective. If it were indeed the work of a child, then the only possibility would be poison cultivation, someone who could kill silently and undetectably. However, given the extremely violent nature of the serial murders, it didn't seem like the work of a poisoner. Mo Young had some inside information about these cases. With that in mind, he looked deeply at Huang Yu. Feeling puzzled, both Huang Yu and Mo Young slowly realized something. Children can't possibly be the culprits of the serial murders, Huang Yu said, changing his gaze with a sharper look. In terms of demeanor, he seemed to have shed his previous refined appearance. But what if it's an adult who looks like a child? End of chapter. Chapter 6-3. The Highland Syndrome. When Huang Yu mentioned this, Han Yuyao still had some doubts. Could it be the legendary skill of bone shrinking? The Han family is an ancient martial arts family that has been around for 1,000 years. Han Yuyao, as a direct descendant of the Han family, was naturally very familiar with the skill of bone shrinking. In order to be able to commit a series of murders with enough ruthlessness and yet still look like a child, this was the only possibility. No, although the skill of bone shrinking can make an adult's body shrink to a great extent, the overall body proportions do not change. Huang Yu shook his head, denying this idea. And it also cannot be considered a child, but rather just an adult with strange walking postures after shrinking bones. Huang Yu continued to look towards the head of the Mo family. Could it be? Mo Young seemed to have thought of something as his face suddenly changed. Uncle Mo, have you figured out something? Huang Yu remained calm and continued to gaze at him. The reason he did not directly tell Han Yuyao the truth, but used the Mo family as a mouthpiece to reveal the secrets of the series of murders, was to gain more information about the various conflicts in Tianhai City. After all, only by preserving the power of the major families in opposition to Tianhai City and Zizan could one survive in the most secure way. Mo Young nodded, his expression becoming more serious. He slowly took out a cigarette from his pocket, took a deep breath, and exhaled smoke. If it's about an adult who looks like a child, there is only one possibility. That is, the Highland Syndrome. The Highland Syndrome. Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Han Yuyao was shocked. What kind of disease is that? Why have I never heard of it before? Mo, the head of the Mo family, took a sip of his water, his expression serious as he continued to explain. This is a disease that slows down the aging process of the patient's body. It was officially named by the medical community in recent years because the symptoms are too complex, and many do not consider it a disease. So, it has not been recognized by mainstream medicine until today. Most believe it is a genetic pathology caused by hereditary defects. However, Mo Young paused for a moment and extinguished his cigarette. This is a type of covert genetic disease. Different from the genetic defect of dwarfism, this is a clear genetic inheritance. The symptoms of the Highland Syndrome are obvious. When individuals reach their 40s or 50s, they can still look like they are 7 or 8 years old. For example, in ancient times, especially during the medieval period in Western Europe, patients with this disease are often considered by the church to be practicing evil, witchcraft, or magic and are basically burnt alive. The most typical example is Saint Joan of Arc of medieval Europe. This national hero of France, responsible for the recovery of territory and the defeat of England, was burnt alive under the pressure of religious tribunals and the English church, accused of practicing dark witchcraft. It was only exonerated and declared a saint several decades ago. Of course, there are some very rare cases of this syndrome. Mo Young finished his glass of water and continued, in this covert genetic disease, some individuals will initially grow normally like regular people. Then, suddenly in their 30s or 40s, or at another time, the symptoms manifest. For example, Saint Joan of Arc during the medieval battle against England, her symptoms suddenly appeared. She was discovered, and subsequently, she was considered an evil witch practicing black magic. However, most of the time in ancient China, such individuals were seen as miraculous cases of rejuvenation. For example, during the Han Dynasty, Prince Huainan Liu An had 8 immortals in his palace who were said to be eternally youthful, also known as the 8 immortals. It is said that Liu An continued to worship these 8 immortals until his death, and they still appeared as children. When Mo Young talked about the disease, he couldn't stop. After a long explanation, he returned to the main topic. Mo Young seemed to suddenly remember something and lifted his head abruptly, his eyes filled with shock as he stared at Huang Yu. "Are you saying?" "Yes, just as you thought, Uncle Mo." Huang Yu nodded. Hearing this answer, Mo Young's mind was struck as if by lightning, standing there in disbelief. How is that possible? Seeing the mysterious conversation between the two, Han Yu Yao couldn't hold back anymore. "What riddle are you playing at, Huang Yu?" She looked at Huang Yu with questioning eyes. Instead of speaking, Huang Yu shook his head and turned his gaze towards Uncle Mo. "Since I am a junior, there are some things that are not appropriate for me to say. It's better to let Uncle Mo explain." With that said, Han Yu Yao's gaze shifted to Mo Young. By now, Mo Young had lit another cigarette and started smoking. Between his brows was a hint of unresolved worrying, as if he was contemplating something, his murky eyes staring intently at a spot. After a long silence, finishing yet another cigarette, Mo Young finally sighed and slowly began to speak. "I think I understand now." He continued to reminisce about the past, as if he had returned to the time when he first met Zahi. An answer slowly emerged in his mind. Despite how unbelievable it seemed, after ruling out all possibilities, only this truth remained. This series of murders in Tianhai City probably involved multiple perpetrators. Mo Young threw the cigarette butt into the trash can, then turned slowly to Han Yu Yao. "Exactly?" Han Yu Yao nodded. According to the police investigation, while initially they thought it was a single serial killer, similar cases continued to occur one after the other. Although each case was closely related, there were slight differences. If it wasn't coincidental, then it could only be a group committing the crimes. This was highly confidential information from the police. However, Han Yu Yao couldn't help but glance at Huang Yu with a hint of surprise. She knew that Huang Yu was aware of many things in the future, but she never expected him to know about such confidential matters. After all, if the case remained unsolved, the file would be kept confidential until authorized for public release. After learning the truth, Mo Young's face, which was already in his 40s, appeared even older. If there are multiple suspects, one of them should be Zahi. What? Listening to the conversation between the two, Han Yu Yao's initial gaze fell on the daughter of the head of the Mo family. She felt that his daughter must have a close connection to the series of murders. Han Yu Yao was deeply shocked. One of the real culprits of the series of murders was Zahi. What was going on with his daughter? The case of the unsolved series of murders was already complex enough, but now it was unexpectedly linked to the Mo family. Realizing this, Han Yu Yao's expression changed. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 for Kion Yao drama dares not to shoot like this. Han Yu Yao began to analyze all possible situations in her mind. According to the tone of this scum and calling the Mo family head to come, it is absolutely impossible to say that there is no connection among them. And she seemed to have figured something out. Looking up at Huang Yu, "Are you saying that the child among the killers is Zahi, who has high-altitude syndrome?" "Bingo. Correct. Unfortunately no reward." Huang Yu's mouth slightly curved up, snapping his fingers. "This big bear sister is indeed a cop. Who said big chest without brains? Maybe it's just grown into a bear. Still somewhat useful at a critical moment. Bastard." Han Yu Yao was originally thinking seriously about reasoning, thinking about Zahi's motives for coming to Tianhai City to commit serial murders. Unexpectedly, she suddenly heard the heart of this scum. "Isn't it uncomfortable not to call him Big Bear Sister all the time? Feels like you don't look." "Huh?" Han Yu Yao bit her teeth, wishing she could tear this scum apart. Peeled his brain to see what he's thinking all day long. No, this is not possible. It's impossible to be Zahi. But how is that possible? Too similar? No, it must be her. But, suddenly, Mo Yang's voice interrupted Han Yuro's thoughts of dealing with Huang Yu, instantly attracting the attention of both. Looking at the venerable Mo family head, who seemed a bit out of sorts, Huang Yu sighed, shook his head, and ignored him. After all, in the original plot, the Mo family head's plot is really melodramatic. According to that melodramatic author's setting, in the plot, Zahi really did reverse aging due to high-altitude syndrome and found the Mo family head in the guise of seeking her family. Because they were originally the same person, when Mo Young saw Zahi, he mistakenly thought she was really Zahi's daughter. The moonlight turned into a daughter. This kind of melodramatic and cliched plot actually happened for real. What's even more absurd is that Mo Young and that Zahi were indeed once affectionate, even making a lifelong promise. But since they were once affectionate, how could they have a child when so many years had passed? Where does the child come from? Mo Young, this old man, probably knew deep down, but even though he knew that the girl in front of him was not his child, he insisted on pretending to be the father, adopting her as his daughter. The result was naturally tragic. This daughter of his not only used the Mo family to get rid of a series of charges on herself, but also continuously eroded the power of the Mo family. She even ended up stabbing her former lover and father. That Zahi was also crazy. After taking down Mo Young, not only did she appear at his funeral as his illegitimate daughter, pretending to be pitiful while wailing loudly, under the guise of mourning, she engaged in melodramatic interactions with Mrs. Mo and Mo Linglong, and then shamelessly interfered with the Mo family business. And in the end, it was that crooked-mouthed Zizan who wanted to please Mo Linglong, who finally used the power of the Dragon Palace to find out the truth and completely deal with this Zahi. That crooked mouth also took the opportunity to curry favor with Mrs. Mo Linglong in front of Mrs. Mo, and with the unexpected turn of events with the Mo family head, as well as the original Huang Yu's unknown fate, Mo Linglong became Zizhan's harem in a state of confusion. Thinking of the melodramatic plot written by the melodramatic author, Huang Yu couldn't help but mock in his heart. Damn melodramatic. Kyung Yao drama wouldn't dare to do this. Indeed, as bold as people are, the plot is as melodramatic. Huang Yu remembered that, when the melodramatic author wrote this plot, he was heavily criticized by countless readers. Seeing the somewhat distracted look of the Mo family head muttering to himself, Huang Yu couldn't count on him now. Then, he turned his gaze to Han Yu Yao standing beside him. Now go and investigate the time before the first murder in Tianhai City. Check if any orphanages in Tianhai City have recently adopted orphans. Should be able to get clues about Zahi. Are you saying Zia? He became an orphan and entered an orphanage. Hearing this guess, Han Yu Yao's eyes widened in shock. The criminal of a serial murder case hiding in an orphanage. Once this news gets out, it will likely cause widespread panic instantly. However, even so, Han Yu Yao was still determined to proceed according to Huang Yu's plan. After all, if a large-scale crime were to occur in an orphanage, she would truly be ashamed of her police uniform. With that in mind, Han Yu Yao's gaze became even more resolute. She must capture that Zahi disguised as a child. Seeing Han Yu Yao looking confident, Huang Yu also felt a bit worried about this big-chested sister getting into trouble. Remember, Zahi is very dangerous. Do not be deceived by her appearance. If you encounter danger, shoot directly. Watching Huang Yu earnestly caution her, Han Yu Yao was about to say something. Just then, a somewhat old and weary voice interrupted their conversation. Can you refrain from shooting? Try to capture her alive if possible. Seeing the somewhat hopeful look of the Mo family, Huang Yu pursed his lips. This old man probably doesn't dare tell the Mo family, otherwise, if Mrs. Mo knew, he'd probably take matters into his own hands even before the police caught her. So he could only say to them, but this old man is a sentimental one. Even at this point, still thinking about preserving his past lover. Okay, Han Yu Yao nodded. I won't shoot unless absolutely necessary. After all, with a serial murder case looming, if she really brought back a child's corpse, it would be difficult to explain. Saying that, Han Yu-yao left in a hurry to contact various orphanages in Tianhai City. For a moment, the detention room fell into a long silence. After all, faced with such a sudden event, Mo Young was also at a loss. On one side was his family and his wife and daughter, on the other hand was his past lover. He was in a dilemma. The silent atmosphere lasted less than half an hour before Han Yu-yao returned in a hurry, looking somewhat unsightly. "Have you found her?" Huang Yu looked at her calmly. "If I'm not mistaken, she should have completely changed her appearance by now, right?" "That's right." Hearing this answer, Mo Young's gaze also turned to Han Yu-yao. After all, that dearly missed figure had reappeared. How could he remain unaffected? The current Zahi is now renamed Mo Wangjun. Moreover, Han Yu-yao paused, her gaze somewhat solemn as she looked at the Mo family head. Just today, she was hospitalized in Mo Hospital due to a continuing high fever. Mo Wangjun. As Mo Young murmured this name, he was shocked and stood up instantly upon hearing this. What? End of this chapter. Chapter 65. The age-old witch union, could it be? Summer Lotus's target is Linglong. Moang suddenly stood up, with a look of disbelief in his eyes as he asked, "That's right." Han Yu-yao nodded. "I just called the hospital to inquire, and it turns out that Linglong was on duty today, and she was the one in charge of treating Summer Lotus. So, Summer Lotus going to the hospital is very likely related to Linglong." "Absolutely not." Upon hearing this, Moang instantly lost his composure, his expression becoming urgent. "Absolutely cannot let her harm Linglong." In Moang's generation, the family line was already not very prosperous. The Han family was better off. Although Han Kun was a complete playboy, he was at least a son, and the family business could be passed down. Moreover, there was also Han Yu-yao, who had shown remarkable talent in martial arts since childhood. In any case, the Han family had successors, but the same could not be said for the Moang family. Over the years, he and Madame Moang not only did not have a son, but they only had Moingling as their only daughter. Therefore, Moang had always cherished this daughter since she was young, considering her a precious treasure in his hands. Especially since Moingling inherited the medical talent of the Moang family, this only daughter became even more important to the Moang family. But now, this woman Summer Lotus actually wanted to harm his daughter. This was something that Moang absolutely could not accept. Even if his feelings with Summer Lotus were once rosy, he couldn't sit still at this moment. "No, I have to go out." After much thought, Moang felt that he absolutely could not just wait and see. Even if that woman was targeting him, he accepted it. As long as Linglong was not harmed, anything was acceptable. "Open the door." Moang urgently signaled for Han Yu-yao to open the iron door. However, Han Yu-yao made no movement, and Moang's expression gradually turned cold. "What, do you want to stop me?" "No." Han Yu-yao replied softly, her gaze turning serious as she looked at Huang Yu. As the head of the Moang family, she naturally didn't dare to be forceful. Besides, the other party had not committed any crime. They had only been invited to assist in solving the case. It had also taken quite a bit of effort. If she used the name of the Moang family to detain them unjustly, it wouldn't be justifiable. After all, as one of the 4 major families in Tianhai City, the Moang family's power was still considerable. If they forcefully stayed here, the Moang family would probably be at war with the Han family the next day. However, even though she was also worried about Moingling's safety at this moment, Han Yu-yao was also concerned that this could be a trap. Although a war between the Moang family and the Han family was terrifying, once the head of the Moang family fell, the consequences for Tianhai City would be immeasurable. Seeing Han Yu-yao's serious gaze, Huang Yu nodded slightly. Han Yu-yao then took out the key and opened the door to the detention room. Without hesitation, Moang immediately walked out and took out his phone, apparently contacting someone. Huang Yu was not worried that this old man Moang would be taken down. In the original plot line, Summer Lotus did indeed target Moingling. Without Summer Lotus's cooperation, Lin Kong, that sandbagger, would not have almost succeeded in capturing Moingling. Huang Yu understood Summer Lotus's intentions very well. Summer Lotus originally came to Tianhai City with the simple idea of getting Moang to cure her strange disease and reverse her aging process. Coupled with a past memory of tender affection, there was also a desire to rekindle the past relationship. But when Summer Lotus actually saw the person she had longed for, she was stunned. The old lamp, who used to embrace her by the great bright lake and shower her with sweet words, not only had a wife, but also a grown daughter. How could she accept this? So, the mentally shaken Summer Lotus completely succumbed to darkness. However, Summer Lotus seemed to have some abnormalities in her mind. Typically, when someone falls into darkness, they seek revenge against unfaithful people all around. But this woman, since the first murder case in Tianhai City, seemed to have gotten an inspiration from someone. She took advantage of the situation, imitated the crime, and transformed into a heartless serial killer. Upon closer investigation, it could be easily discovered that several of the subsequent victims were former patients treated by the head of the Moang family, Moang, or Moingling. Mother Egg. This world is indeed too dangerous, full of lunatics. There are those who distort the story and a bunch of crazy female characters. And that mentally unstable age-old witch union. If she goes berserk one day, there's no escape. No, this time I must find a way to get locked up for a few years in a solitary cell. Wait until Z's on finished cleansing the Tianhai instance, then come out to play. By then, with busty girls like this violent woman, I'll find 10 of them. Heh. Hey, you. Hearing Huang Yu's thoughts, Han Yu Yao suddenly sensed that this otaku was looking at her inappropriately. She sternly glared at the bastard, cursing angrily in her mind. Did he really think the prison was his home and he could just sit there? If he dared to look for another woman, I'll directly cut off that thing of yours. Wait. I mean lock it up. On the other hand, in an apartment exclusive to the executives of the Huang Group, Union, in a tight yoga suit, was following the movements of a female instructor on TV, demonstrating various seductive and gentle poses on a yoga mat. Her tall and proud figure and occasional glimpses of her fair skin were displayed thoroughly, making one unable to resist the urge to gawk. Suddenly, at the next movement, Union froze, her whole body paused, her hand clenched into a fist and slammed on the yoga mat, shattering the tiles below. A powerful momentum emerged around Union, causing disruptions even in the smooth TV display, lowering the temperature indoors by several degrees. Huang Yu. Union slowly raised her delicate face with furrowed brows, her eyes filled with anger. Deep furrows on her impressive chest surged dramatically. With a slap of her hand, the TV beside her exploded with a sizzling sound. You wretched bastard, do you have a problem? I didn't provoke you. What do you mean by mentally unstable? Age-old witch. Still feeling exasperated after hearing Huang Yu's thoughts, Union glanced in the direction of the detention center far outside the window, gritting her teeth and angrily muttering, "If you dare, just keep staying at the detention center. Don't come back." On the other hand, inside the emergency department of the Moshi Hospital building, today happened to be Ling Long's shift for consultation. Although designated as the next successor of the Moshi family, at this stage, Ling Long was indeed a qualified doctor. At least she had not embarked on the path of madness yet. At this moment, she was frowning, carefully examining the medical records in her hands. End of this chapter. Chapter 66. A scumbag calling. How is it? Is the doctor serious? The orphanage head in the emergency room anxiously waiting. Head. When did Mo Wangjun's symptoms start? Mo Ling Long slowly closed the medical records and began questioning in detail. This illness, she couldn't quite grasp at the moment. It needed a more concrete understanding. And on the side of the bed, there was a little girl lying there at the moment, with a flushed face, delicate features, and a cute appearance, about 7 or 8 years old. But her face was slightly pale, looking very weak. It was just in the moment when Mo Ling Long turned her back to talk to the orphanage head. She didn't notice that the seemingly innocent little girl on the bed, at this moment, was looking at her with eyes that carried a coldness that was incompatible with her age. It was already late at night. Zahi, who was still pale and weak during the day, opened her delicate and cute big eyes, coldly staring at the orphanage head, who was leaning against the bedside. Head. She shook slightly, her voice pitiful and soft, calling twice. After confirming that the other party had fallen into a coma, she smiled slightly, quietly got out of bed. Wearing a cute pair of pink bunny slippers, carrying a teddy bear, she gently opened the door of the ward. In the dark hospital corridor where no one was around, the sound of the slippers moving lightly was particularly striking. Zahi, holding the teddy bear, added a touch of eerie atmosphere in this environment. At this moment, in the office of the emergency room doctor, because there had just been a car accident, most of the doctors and nurses in the emergency department had rushed to the operating room to save lives. So, except for Mo Linglong, the remaining few attending doctors and nurses were all absent. Leaving her alone on duty, Mo Linglong was organizing the patient records for the day, and after finishing most of it, she checked the time. It's almost time to inspect the wards. In order to prevent any accidents with the patients, nurses had to take turns inspecting every 1 or 2 hours in the emergency department. Normally, it was not something that the attending physician like her needed to do. But today, with no other doctors or nurses available, this responsibility naturally fell to her. Soon, Mo Linglong got up, took off the stethoscope from her neck, took a flashlight and put it in the pocket of her white coat. After carefully inspecting all the wards, as she was preparing to return to the office, and then go to the operating room to help out, she reached the front of the office door, where she heard a creaking sound. The door slowly opened. It was pushed open from outside, and more strangely, there was no one behind the door. Mo Linglong furrowed her brows. As a doctor, she had seen life and death, so she naturally didn't believe in ghosts. She was just about to go forward and pull the door open, but then she heard a faint voice of a young girl. Sister. She saw a familiar little girl, wearing pink bunny slippers, carrying a teddy bear, with an innocent face. At this moment, she was smiling a bit strained while looking at her, but her face still appeared pale. Kianer, why are you here? Seeing the little girl she had treated not long ago, Mo Linglong couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. It's late, you should be sleeping. Be careful, or an head of the orphanage will come spank your butt tomorrow. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Mo Linglong squatted down, rubbed Zahi's head. She glanced inside and didn't see the orphanage head. Where's the head? Didn't Aunt Head come with you? Aunt Head has already gone to sleep. She doesn't sleep with me. Hearing the caring words, Zahi's face showed a sense of fear. She suddenly plunged into Mo Linglong's embrace. Sister Linglong, I'm afraid of the dark. I can't sleep alone. It's okay, Kianer. Mo Linglong comforted softly, gently patting Zia. He's back, her face full of tenderness. But after all, she was still a little girl. Being afraid of the dark was normal. She brought the little girl to her office chair, continuing to comfort her. Sister will come back to accompany you to sleep in a while. You sit here obediently and wait for me. Okay. Zahi nodded while hugging Mo Linglong, smiling sweetly. However, on the small face that Mo Linglong couldn't see, behind the sweet smile, Zahi's eyes were unusually cold. Seeing that the time was right, she slowly reached for a toy box on the teddy bear's back. Zahi's eyes were filled with more and more murderous intent. She was indeed the daughter of that scum Mo Young. Damn it. You all deserve to die. Just as she was about to take out something from the toy box, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Mo Linglong, who was currently holding Zahi, hadn't planned to answer it. After all, she didn't have many people to contact in her life. It was mostly just her family members and a few calls to that scumbag Huang Yu. But every time, she didn't pick up. The rest were mostly suitors, whom she generally ignored. Besides, she needed to hurry to the operating room to help out, so she didn't want to pick up. But when Mo Linglong saw the caller ID number, her eyes widened briefly. Then, her head buzzed, her nose tingled, and subconsciously she stood up to reach for the phone. That scumbag finally took the initiative to call me. Excitedly forgetting that she was still holding Zahi, the little girl. Oops. Just as she was about to deal with the scumbag's daughter, Zahi suddenly felt the place she was sitting on disappear in an instant. She fell straight to the ground, landing on her bottom. Ouch. Ooh. Zahi placed her small hand on her bottom, rubbing continuously. In her teary eyes, tears the size of beans rolled down like disconnected beads. Her face was full of grievance. It hurts. It hurts. My butt. Although Zahi didn't want to be in this state, it really did hurt. Since her body had shrunk, her emotions and physiology seemed to have returned to the age of 7 or 8. Ah, Kianer, I'm sorry. Mo Linglong, upon hearing the cries, instantly reacted. Seeing the little girl crying on the floor, she felt a surge of guilt in her heart. She quickly picked her up, continuously rubbing Kianer's, but gently. She comforted, "It's okay. It's all sister's fault. Sister will buy you a lot of delicious food tomorrow. Kianer, girls should be strong. Don't cry." So embarrassing. She had nearly been comforted by the enemy's daughter, treated as a daughter, and even rubbed her butt. Zahi instantly felt an unprecedented sense of shame, wishing to immediately kill the other party. However, hearing Mo Linglong's comforting words, her heart began to involuntarily picture potato chips, cola, and popcorn. With a moist feeling on the corner of her mouth. No, no. Zahi shook her head quickly, wiped the drool from her mouth, stopped crying. I haven't been comforted by that scumbag's daughter. Absolutely not. Seeing the little girl stop crying, Mo Linglong finally relaxed. It wasn't because she intentionally did it, but because of the note she had just seen on the incoming call. It was from that heartless scumbag Mo Young. The only person who could have this note on her phone was him. End of this chapter. Chapter 67. Huang Yu, you bastard. Watching Han Yu Yao making a phone call, Zahi's heart grew even more hateful. She wouldn't be swayed by just a few bags of chips, popcorn, spicy snacks, fried chicken, and hamburgers. At this moment, she was being held in Han Yu Yao's arms. Zahi pinched her small butt, not dismissing the idea of killing the daughter of this scumbag. The murderous intent in her heart grew stronger, but little did she know, squatting and bending over was just the beginning of her tragedy. Due to the chaos just now, her phone accidentally fell to the ground. Mo Linglong suppressed the excitement in her heart, placed Zahi on the chair. Squatting down, she picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. This bastard. Why is he calling now? Could it be? Could he be wanting to get back together with me? No. No. How can I easily agree to him? When I was abroad, he clearly didn't answer so many calls. But if I don't agree, what if he gets upset? So tangled. Imagining the tender words that might come from the phone, Mo Linglong's face blushed slightly, feeling a bit like a little girl in her heart. Just like when she first met Huang Yu, feeling shy and flustered. With an anxious heart, Mo Linglong tried to calm herself down, speaking in a calm tone. Hello. Hello. You. Huang Yu's words on the other end of the phone were interrupted by a strong voice. Huang Yu, where do you think you're touching? Do you want to die? Ouch. With two loud bangs, Huang Yu on the other end immediately let out a wail. Bastard. Listening to the familiar voice on the phone, how could Mo Linglong not recognize it? The voice on the other end of the phone was clearly Han Yu Yao. Hearing the banging on the other end of the phone, as well as Huang Yu's wails, Mo Linglong's expression gradually changed, her hand holding the phone trembling imperceptibly, eyes full of coldness. In her mind, she could already imagine the inappropriate scene on the other end of the phone. This scumbag dared to call her with such provocative contempt after dumping her. How dare he? How dare he use such unusual preferences to provoke her? Huang Yu. Mo Linglong's nose tingled, feeling momentarily stunned, a surge of indescribable emotions rushing over her. Bastard. Mo Linglong's mouth slightly opened, her jade shoulders shivering as she took a few deep breaths, forcing back the tears that were about to fall. Her eyes became hopeless yet resolute, filled with a mixture of sorrow and anger. Huang Yu, you asterisks are not human. Next time I see you, I will definitely stab you to death, you bastard. Then, she directly hung up. At the same time, Zahi also saw an opportunity while sitting behind Mo Linglong. Seeing the other person squatting down, not moving while holding the phone, she picked up the teddy bear, preparing to strangle her. Just as she jumped off the chair, ready to pounce on Mo Linglong's back, she heard Mo Linglong yell and abruptly hang up the phone and stand up, then suddenly turned around. The square titanium phone case in Mo Linglong's hand hit Zia. His face hard when she turned around. Thud. Zahi, who originally intended to attack Mo Linglong, was directly knocked out and flew out. Junjun, are you okay? I'm really sorry. Sister didn't see you. It was really unintentional. Are you okay? Saddened by seeing Zahi thrown and falling on the ground, Mo Linglong hurriedly approached with apologies and helped the delicate girl up. Meanwhile, on the urban highway rushing to the hospital, in a speeding police car, Huang Yu held down Han Yuro's head, making her to tiny fists while they dance in the air, failing to hit him. Have you had enough? Huang Yu looked innocent, with a hint of helplessness. Han Yu, do you have some kind of illness? Just now, it was your colleague breaking abruptly. Do you really think I want to take advantage of you? Spare me the disgust. Do you think I like you? Nonsense. Han Yu was both embarrassed and angry. You say you don't like me, but you constantly call me big-chested girl and say you won't let me get out of bed. This hypocritical scumbag clearly wanted to take advantage of me. Though she knew this scumbag's words were false, she couldn't directly deny it. She could only let her fists fly, wanting to teach this scumbag a lesson. But with her short arms, she couldn't reach him at all. This scumbag, the more she couldn't hit him, the angrier Han Yu became. Since the last time this scumbag no longer let her take advantage of him intentionally, she was already unable to beat him. The head of the Mo family looked at the two bickering people, feeling a bit helpless. He just heard his precious daughter's voice on the phone. Hearing her angry and fiery tone, he could tell there was a misunderstanding. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but worrying even more. Alright, you two, mind your surroundings. We came out for a serious matter, not for your squabble. Listening to the serious tone of the Mo family head, the two finally slowed down, with Han Yu coldly huffing at Huang Yu and then directly turning her face to the car window. The gaze of the head of the Mo family continued to fall on Han Yu, then shifted to Huang Yu, saying, Kid, were you really causing trouble between my daughter and yours for Han's sake? Hearing this, Huang Yu was instantly furious. You can insult my character, but not my status. Just for a woman, can one act so recklessly? Me and Linglong had a peaceful breakup, unlike some people, causing trouble and abandoning at the end. Hearing the slightly mocking tone of this guy, Mo Young was instantly annoyed and embarrassed. Kid, show some respect for your elders. Otherwise, do you believe I will turn you into a complete idiot? You think I'm afraid? Huang Yu retorted, coldly humming. Mo Young, don't think I'm really scared of you. Take advantage of your age. Your Mo family is one of the 4 major families. Isn't my Huang family one too? If you keep blabbering like this, do you believe I will let you become a useless grandpa directly? You, always respected and welcomed wherever he went. Mo Young had never been so provoked before. Watching this guy being so unruly, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He dared to threaten him using his precious daughter. All right, kid, don't be so arrogant, or one day you won't know what hit you. After all, he was in need now. As a member of the Mo family, Mo Young could only endure, his face turning red with embarrassment, making a superficial counterattack. Meanwhile, in the emergency room, another scene unfolded. End of chapter. Chapter 68. Decimated Zia. He's right, I had turned dark and swollen, resembling half of a panda attached to her. Her face was red, her big eyes brimming with tears, looking extremely pitiful. She kept sniffing and tears streamed down her face, as if she was about to burst into tears at any moment. Stinky woman, I won't spare you. While Zia was crying, her determination to kill Mo Linglong grew stronger. Junjun, I'm sorry. Mo Linglong carefully administered medicine to the young girl, her eyes filled with regret. Elder sister didn't mean it. When your eye is better, elder sister will buy you snacks? Okay. Stinky woman, empty promises. Although Zahi believed she didn't care about those snacks, the thought of missing out on them made her even more furious. I just want to kill you, but you keep tormenting me again and again. Zahi felt bitter inside, her urge to kill Mo Linglong almost reaching its peak. But on the surface, she had to maintain a facade of being wounded. Thank you, elder sister. It's okay, it wasn't intentional. Zahi comforted in a childish voice, still looking very pitiful. Seeing this, Mo Linglong felt somewhat relieved. She had never taken care of children before, so if the girl started crying, she wouldn't know what to do. Your Mo family may be one of the 4 great families, but isn't my Huang family influential too? Keep blabbering, and I'll make you a cheap grandfather directly. Boy, you. As he checked Zahi's body for other injuries, a phone placed on the table suddenly rang again. Mo Linglong glanced at it, recognizing the familiar voice from the phone. The screen was still on the call interface, not disconnected. Perhaps due to the earlier excitement, she hadn't noticed it wasn't hung up. Listening to the confrontation between Huang Yu and her father, Mo Linglong felt embarrassed and angry. How could they talk about making him a cheap grandfather when they had just argued? Even though she felt embarrassed, Mo Linglong subconsciously turned to grab the phone, not realizing she was holding a plate with medicine in her hand. In a split second of turning, the plate smashed onto Zahi's head. A loud bang. Zahi felt like she hit something pitch black on her head, and the office chair she was lying on toppled, throwing her against the wall. Junjun. Seeing Zahi injured again, Mo Linglong became even more panicked, rushing to help her up. I'm sorry. Elder sister didn't mean it. Don't cry. Didn't mean it? This stinky woman definitely did it on purpose. Zahi, slowly getting up from the ground, her big eyes brimming with tears, her nose slightly red, and one eye covered in darkness. She almost couldn't contain the sense of injustice anymore. She wondered if she had revealed too much. Watching Mo Linglong repeatedly express concerns and apologize, Zahi was barely holding back her desire for revenge. Since arriving in Tianhai City, everything had been smooth sailing until she encountered this stinky woman, even hitting a wall one after another. Did her fate really clash with the Mo surname for her whole life? Back then, shortly after breaking up with that scumbag Mo Young, Zahi had been plagued by this weird illness. Initially planning to seek vengeance on that scumbag, she ended up getting hurt by Mo Linglong for no reason. This made Zahi feel more resentful. Her anger had reached its peak. There was no need to pretend anymore. This stinky woman, today she was determined to kill her. Not even Jesus could stop her. Though her mind was in turmoil, on the surface, Zahi still appeared pitiful. Elder sister, it hurts. Woo-woo. Zahi sobbed quietly, wiping her tears, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Unnoticed by Mo Linglong, Zahi's eyes harbored an unsettling coldness as she lay in the pain. Elder sister, you're so mean. You're not intentional? Zahi maintained a pitiful and tearful demeanor, catching Mo Linglong off guard. Seeing Zahi's pathetic appearance, Mo Linglong felt even more guilty. She quickly picked Zahi up. Junjun, don't cry. It's elder sister's fault. It's okay, I don't blame you. You didn't mean it? Tears welling up in Zahi's eyes as she struggled to contain her emotions. She looked into Mo Linglong's eyes with a mix of bewilderment and anger, a hint of confusion in her expression. With slightly reddened and teary eyes, Zahi couldn't believe the situation she was in. Unbeknownst to Mo Linglong, within Zahi, a determination brewed to exact revenge on that faithless scumbag, Mo Young. Feeling a wave of despondency, Zahi knew it was all coming to an end soon. She wanted to see that scumbag kneel before her begging for forgiveness. End of this chapter. Chapter 69. Death of the scumbag male. Have you seen enough? At the same time, Huang Yu and his group also stepped on the gas, arriving at the hospital in just over 10 minutes. Daughter. Mo Young urgently opened the car door and called out, then quickly rushed into the hospital. After all, someone was about to kill his daughter. How could he not be anxious? Han Yuyao also grabbed Huang Yu and followed quickly behind Mo's main house. At the same time, on the rooftop of the Mo hospital, Mo Linglong and Zahi were in a lush garden. As the specifications of the Mo family hospital were very high, many dignitaries from Tianhai City, they came here for treatment even if they had a headache or fever. Therefore, all the facilities in Mo family hospital were top-notch. Although it was called a rooftop, it should actually be a lush rooftop garden. With the evening breeze blowing by, the city's searchlights cast light under a hazy cloud, full of countless colorful neon lights and billboards. However, Zahi was not here to admire the scenery. Looking at Mo Linglong, whose expression was clearly confused and dazed, Zahi sneered, "You scumbag male, I want to see if you feel sad when your daughter dies. Do you feel hurt?" Click. Just as she was about to act, she suddenly heard the sound of a snapped twig. "Who's there?" Zahi quickly turned towards the direction of the sound, her eyes full of killing intent. But what met her eyes was an empty garden, eerily quiet. Several minutes passed, yet no one appeared. Could it be that she misheard? "Zia?" He breathed a sigh of relief, then slowly relaxed her guard. Her gaze fell back on the dazed Mo Linglong. "Sister, let's go." Zahi sweetly smiled, but a strange curve appeared on her lips. She came up behind Mo Linglong, placing her hands on Mo Linglong's full hips. Due to their height difference, this was the only place she could reach. Zahi pushed hard, but encountered a huge resistance. She tried to move forward, but couldn't budge, finding herself gasping for air in the same spot. It was all that scumbag male's fault. No, it was Mo Yong's fault. If he hadn't already married and had children, she might have found him and let him cure her. How could she end up looking like a child now? That scumbag male, she loathed him. Feeling both wronged and angry, Zahi huffed and puffed, pushing hard on Mo Linglong's hips. She pushed relentlessly towards the edge of the rooftop, wanting to push this damn woman down and watch her shatter into pieces. Unfortunately, perhaps due to her lack of strength, after struggling for a while, Mo Linglong's body didn't budge at all. Instead, when Zahi eased off, Mo Linglong's plump and elastic hips pushed her back several steps. This woman's figure is pretty good. Her figure is unexpectedly good, covered up by the lab coat. Almost missed it. Should have done more when I was abroad. Hidden in the darkness, Huang Yu observed this scene and thought to himself, under Zahi's desperate shove, Mo Linglong's lab coat became taut, outlining a beautiful and full curve. Huang Yu naturally knew that this little girl in front of him, Zahi, was trying to kill Mo Linglong. However, he remained hidden in the dark, not wanting to alarm her, just watching with a half smile. In the original story, Mo Linglong was not a simple character. If she were naive and simple, the Mo family would have been destroyed long ago. How could they tolerate this crazy girl who later caused chaos in the harem? Nasty woman, what have you been eating? So heavy. Zahi pushed for a while without any effect, and grumbled while panting heavily. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zahi sneered, taking out a dagger from the teddy bear. She had originally planned to create an accident and make this woman die unpleasant death. But now, it's not my fault, Zahi said coldly, taking out the dagger with no remorse in her eyes. At this moment, her face showed no more childlike innocence, only a chilling and malicious look. As Zahi approached Mo Linglong, ready to use the dagger to silence her, a fair and delicate hand suddenly grabbed her small hand. How is this possible, Azia? His pupils contracted, almost unable to believe that Mo Linglong, who appeared absent-minded moments ago, was now back to her usual cold self. There was no sign of being hit by her trick. Mo Linglong twisted her hand painfully, then effortlessly lifted her into the air. Zahi, confident in herself, couldn't believe her tactics were ineffective against this woman. Frustrated, Zahi struggled in the air, but her weak body felt insignificant against the powerful force holding her. Hearing Zahi's nearly questioning tone, Mo Linglong ignored her and coldly looked towards a dark corner of the rooftop garden. Scumbag male, have you seen enough? If you have, get lost. End of chapter. Chapter 70 Linglong. Don't play dead. Thinking about this scumbag, just hiding in the dark and not coming out to save himself is already forgivable. Inside her heart, there were dirty and low thoughts. Thinking about this, Mo Linglong couldn't help but wish to drag this asshole out and give him a good beating. Maybe even stab him with a few needles. Stab this bastard to death. Linglong. I'm here to save you. Huang Yu also didn't expect that this crazy woman was so powerful. He was already discovered a long time ago. But looking at her expression, things didn't look good. Huang Yu silently complained in his heart. This woman is really crazy. Can't judge her by normal standards. Fortunately, this crazy woman is my ex-girlfriend. Otherwise, I'd be in big trouble. Damn it. Mo Linglong heard Huang Yu's thoughts and gritted her teeth with anger. Am I really so unbearable in your eyes? And you call me crazy? I don't even know which dog of a man left me high and dry. Even if I'm crazy, it's because you drove me crazy. The more Mo Linglong thought about it, the angrier she got, her chest heaving violently, and she unconsciously increased the strength in her hands. If only she had known, she would have just stabbed this bastard to death that day. Seeing this horrifying scene, Zahi's heart trembled, and she closed her eyes in despair. Is this woman really going to lay hands on her? Looking at Mo Linglong's gaze, that seemed like she wanted to devour someone, then glancing at Zahi, who was suspended in midair on the swing set, Huang Yu swallowed hard, cleared his throat, and began to act calm, starting to explain. Linglong, do you really see me in this light? A hint of sadness flashed in his eyes as he squeezed out a few tears. How can you and I have shared a connection before? You? Yes. Before Huang Yu could finish his sentence, a cold female voice interrupted him. Mo Linglong looked at this scumbag with a hint of sarcasm. Not only are you a coward, you're also despicable. Are you even sure I'm your ex-girlfriend? I spit on you. Who do you think you're putting on a show for? If you were really that upset, why did you break up with me back then? Huang Yu was at a loss this time. He had intended to use the emotional card, but who knew this woman wouldn't buy it? He definitely couldn't tell her he left her for other women back then. After all, Mo Linglong was extremely clingy when they were together, following him everywhere. It made it impossible for him to pick up other girls, which is why he broke up with her. But of course, he would never say that. Huang Yu awkwardly chuckled, slightly more serious now, and began explaining. I know your capabilities. Even if I didn't come, you wouldn't be at a disadvantage in any way. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. And Han Yu Yao and your dad are coming up soon. Be careful not to play dead. As a reborn person, Huang Yu naturally wouldn't rush up to the rooftop as soon as he entered the hospital, claiming he knew Mo Linglong was there. Wouldn't that cause unnecessary trouble for himself? What if the old man thought he had something to do with his daughter's kidnapping? That would be ridiculous. Furthermore, nothing would happen to Mo Linglong in the first place. Scumbag, you trying to run again? Seeing this bastard about to leave, Mo Linglong was instantly furious. She thought of how this scumbag had left her high and dry overseas without a word. Didn't this scumbag feel any guilt for treating her like that? Wait, she had initially planned to berate this scumbag harshly and interrogate him thoroughly. But Mo Linglong suddenly realized something, looking somewhat dazed at the little girl in her hands. Then she looked at Huang Yu. What do you mean by stepmom? Huang Yu slightly turned his head, smiled meaningfully, and then pointed at Zahi in Mo Linglong's hands. There, that's the thing you're holding. Scumbag. Do you want to die? Hearing this, Mo Linglong instantly exploded. Was this guy implying that this little girl was his stepmother, essentially tarnishing his father's reputation as immoral and indecent? Wasn't that an insult to her? Huang Yu shrugged, looking innocent. Are you talking nonsense? Your old man is coming up right now. Ask him. You. Seeing this scumbag insult her father like that, Mo Linglong naturally felt displeased. But, no matter how she looked at the little girl in her hands, it just didn't seem like something her father would do. Mo Linglong furrowed her brows slightly, still not believing Huang Yu's words. After all, the whole thing was too far-fetched. although the little girl did seem a bit off. But with her visible age, she seemed around 8 or 9 years old at most. In contrast to Mo Linglong's calm demeanor, Zahi was starting to get anxious. What? That scumbag is coming. By the way, when did you realize something was off about this kid? Seeing Mo Linglong unscathed, Huang Yu was curious. After all, Zahi had been in Tianhai City for so long, and no one had noticed anything unusual about her. Even he had only found out through the original script of the book. Do you think I'm like you, scumbag? Counting down to every exam, Mo Linglong smiled triumphantly and hummed, I'm very smart, you know. You learn from your mistakes. After living for more than 20 years, what haven't I seen? Especially when I got scammed by a bastard back then. Do you think I can be easily fooled? Especially with what you did. And you, our business isn't finished. With that, Mo Linglong remembered the incident when Huang Yu called her earlier. She felt annoyed. Hearing this, Huang Yu was speechless. Why did this woman hold grudges so much? But he didn't realize he had offended her again during their car ride. Seeing Huang Yu looking crestfallen, Mo Linglong felt a bit proud. Since you're so curious, I'll generously give you an answer. Huang Yu glanced up only to see Han Yu Yao continue. This morning during her hospital checkup, I noticed something was off. Although she looks innocent and naive like a child, there was still a bit of discrepancy. Initially, I was still uncertain, but her sudden request for me to go to the rooftop at night, that didn't seem normal, especially since she hadn't seen the city at night before. Her room is on the 6th floor. How could she not have seen it? After hearing these words, Huang Yu finally understood. It wasn't that Mo Linglong was keenly observant, but rather he had made too many mistakes. You woman, he couldn't help but start yelling after listening. So, you intentionally hurt me earlier too, right? He struggled desperately, wishing she could choke this woman to death. But Mo Linglong, smiled mysteriously. Guess. End of the chapter. Chapter 71. Is it possible that at this moment, amidst the sound of hurried footsteps, Han Yu Yao finally arrived with a group of people. Along with them were several police officers in addition to the 3 of them, and walking at the end was Mo Young, the head of the Mo family, who seemed somewhat guilty. Upon seeing his daughter still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. But when his gaze moved to Zahi being held by Mo Linglong, his expression changed instantly. In his memory, the image of a playful and lovely neighbor girl with fair skin and beauty suddenly emerged in his mind. Along with it came a tender memory of simpler times. It was one of the few unforgettable moments in his life. Although she had turned into a little girl now, the familiar feeling between her brows and face was indelible. This was not his daughter, but Zahi herself, the person he had hidden in his memories. But looking at Zahi and his own precious daughter, it was clear that trouble was brewing, especially Mo Linglong, holding Zahi's hand right at the edge of the rooftop. It seemed as if with a gust of wind or a slip of the hand, Zahi would transform into someone flying high in the sky, breaking into pieces upon falling. Seeing this, Mo Young became nervous. Linglong, put her down first and let's talk. Seeing his father so nervous and caring for this little girl, Mo Linglong's expression changed. Coupled with the words that scum had said earlier, Mo Linglong furrowed her brows and gradually became suspicious. Casting a doubtful look at her father, she then glanced at Zahi being held in her hands. At that moment, Mo Linglong's eyes changed instantly. Staring strangely at her father, she murmured softly, "Don't forget. Don't forget." Saying this, she began to piece things together. Subsequently, with a face full of suspicion, Mo Linglong looked at her father, her eyes showing a hint of hostility. Although he still couldn't believe it, the ironclad truth was right in front of them. The strange looks between the two. If you said there was no issue, no one would believe it. Dad, is this little brat your illegitimate daughter from another woman you had outside? This, after all, facing his own daughter. Mo Young's face turned red. How could he bring up his past romantic affairs at this moment? Seeing his father squirming, Mo Linglong had a bad feeling. Is it possible that this little brat is your mistress? Standing on the side, Huang Yu decided to join in, looking amused. After all, the old man had previously threatened him, and now it was his chance for revenge. Although causing a commotion in his backyard wouldn't lead to anything significant, it would surely ruffle some feathers. Hearing this, Mo Linglong boiled with anger. After glaring at him, her gaze turned even more furious towards her father. Dad, is this true? You've wronged my mother, haven't you? Are you worthy of the Mo family? You taught me medical skills and compassion since I was young. Is this how you lead by example? How could you touch such a young girl? Why didn't Mom notice how perverted you are before? Are you even human? You're worse than that scum Huang Yu. As she scolded her father relentlessly, Mo Young dared not speak, mainly because he lacked any confidence. He did not yet know about his daughter's syndrome. Thus, in his ears, everything she said seemed true, although it was just a hazy memory from the past. In other words, Mo Young had developed a different sort of affection towards Zahi. Wouldn't that be considered emotional infidelity? Yet in Mo Linglong's eyes, her father was nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing, a beast who had molested a young girl. Witnessing Mo Young being scolded, Zahi became displeased as well. Despite being suspended in midair and at risk of falling at any moment, she showed no intentions of backing down. Shut up. How dare you speak to your father like this? Show some respect for your elders. Is that too much to ask? Has your father raised you in vain? Zahi was being held by Mo Linglong, her arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance, making Mo Linglong even more furious. You little brat should be studying in kindergarten. Why are you hanging around with this old man? Do you really want to be my stepmother? I'm not a little brat. Who cares about you being my daughter? Seeing the two arguing, Mo Young became nervous. Not for any other reason, but because, as the two women argued, Mo Linglong's hand had stretched outside the rooftop, holding Zia, his body suspended in the air. One wrong move and she could fall. Linglong, bring her back quickly. We are innocent. Don't listen to that little scum. Mo Young shouted. He feared Zahi falling off as much as he feared his daughter committing murder. Han Yu Yao, unable to stand by anymore, nudged Huang Yu, who was still pretending to gaze at the stars. There isn't a single star out tonight. What are you looking at? Explain quickly. Can't you see Linglong's hand is already outside the rooftop? If someone dies and we can't solve this serial killing case, we won't be finished. End of chapter. Chapter 72. Crazy criticism of Huang Yu. Huang Yu turned his head and looked at the commotion, without hesitation, leisurely glancing at Mo Linglong and Zahi. As expected, at this moment, Mo Linglong's hand had already reached completely outside the rooftop. Zia, he was teasing Mo Linglong while her body kept swaying. It seemed like she could fall at any second. The cool night breeze felt like a death omen from hell at this moment. Mo Young and Han Yu Yao were both terrified. Huang Yu was also somewhat at a loss. When did his ex-girlfriend become so full of killing intent? Damn it. It seems like these crazy women didn't become crazy just because their hands were stained with blood. It seems like she was crazy to begin with. While feeling somewhat relieved, Huang Yu also silently complained in his heart. Thank goodness we broke up early years ago. Otherwise, if I fell asleep one day and got castrated by this stinky woman, I wouldn't even know. What? In an instant, Han Yu Yao and Mo Linglong, upon hearing Huang Yu's thoughts, both turned their eyes toward him. What a scumbag. Thinking about her on one hand and other women on the other, Han Yu Yao thought indignantly, her gaze somewhat resentful. But Mo Linglong's look was filled with murderous intent. What do you mean she was always crazy? If it weren't for you, scumbag, I wouldn't have turned out like this, she thought. Back when you used to call me sweet, I wasn't like this. Now you look at me with disgust. Theft. Seeing the two women's gazes full of murderous intent, Huang Yu swallowed nervously. Why are you all looking at me? I haven't said anything yet. Humph. The two women coldly hummed and turned their heads, not wanting to bother with this jerk. Watching Zia, he swaying in the air, Mo Linglong, with a sudden movement, retrieved her hands, throwing her to the ground. Thud. Zia, he landed on the ground with a thud. Ouch, that hurts. Tears welled up in her eyes, pitifully clutching her buttocks. Seeing Zia, he finally out of danger. Mo Young, Han Yu Yao, and the other policemen breathed a sigh of relief. But before everyone could react, Mo Linglong took a few steps forward. Smack, smack. Two big slaps were immediately delivered. Zia, his delicate white skin instantly bore to handprints. Zia he, who had been rubbing her buttocks, froze. She sat there motionless, tears welling in her eyes, seemingly unaware of what had just happened. Linglong, what are you planning? Seeing his daughter receiving two big slaps, Mo Young was perplexed. Nothing. My hand was itching a bit. Mo Linglong shrugged nonchalantly. Huang Yu couldn't help but feel some sarcasm. This old man doesn't realize he almost got his daughter killed. Yet here, he is asking his daughter why she slapped someone. But if that knife had stabbed you, according to your cowardly nature, you would probably ask them to find a good spot to stab you, so it wouldn't hurt your hand. While he was making sarcastic remarks, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. It seemed like a faint gaze was fixed on him. Huang Yu somewhat dazedly looked towards the source of the gaze, only to see Mo Linglong, the crazy woman, smiling brightly at him. To outsiders, Mo Linglong's smile, the goddess of ice, would surely be incredibly beautiful. But to him, it felt somewhat creepy. Something just didn't feel right. Watching Mo Linglong, Huang Yu felt increasingly uneasy and began silently criticizing in his mind. She's insane. This crazy woman is truly insane. Alright. Zahi, come with us and give a statement. Han Yu Yao coldly approached, handcuffing Zahi. So, your name is Zahi? Mo Linglong finally learned the girl's name. She glanced at the father whose gaze had been fixed on the girl the whole time. Seems like there's affection between the gentleman and the lady after all. Subsequently, Mo Linglong came up to Huang Yu, smiling lightly. And you bastard. How should I discipline you? Let's just forget it. Huang Yu awkwardly laughed and raised his hands. Despite his daughter's words just now, Mo Young didn't pay attention. Just as Han Yu Yao and the other policemen were about to take Zahi away, Mo Young couldn't hold back his thoughts and hurriedly approached Han Yu Yao. His expression was complicated, tinged with embarrassment. His eyes fell on Zahi, who had turned into a little girl, pointing and saying, "Can I have a word with her?" Hearing this, Zahi lifted her head, her eyes showing a glimmer of hope. Perhaps there was still a different kind of affection there. Seeing her father's lack of backbone, Mo Linglong was instantly enraged. She didn't have any intention of scaring Huang Yu anymore. She came to her father's side, her expression darkening. "I'll tell Mom about tonight's events when we get home." Hearing this, Mo Young's expression changed instantly. "Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's stop." Ignoring Zia, his pleading gaze, he awkwardly waved his hand at his daughter and said, "I was just speaking casually." "Mo Young, you better explain to me." But Zia, he was not happy at this moment. After thinking about someone for so many years, they suddenly appear in front of you. How could she remain calm, especially bowing down to a woman, and the daughter of another woman? At this moment, Zia, he wanted an answer. "You stinky bastard. Why are you with another woman? Am I not as good as this little brat? Come here, Zia." His crazy impulse arose. She directly broke free from the officer holding her down, called out Mo Young's name, and rushed towards him, yelling various insults. Zahi. Mo Young felt an indescribable sense of sorrow. If this were decades ago, he would definitely have rushed over without hesitation. But now, the vicissitudes of life have changed everything. Just as Zahi was just a few meters away from Mo Young, about to grab onto the person she longed for, she suddenly flew out. Zahi. Mo Young couldn't help but shout. On the other side, Han Yu Yao slowly retracted her foot, her gaze icy. "I don't care what connection you have with him. Wait until you're judged and investigated by the law. Take her away." Han Yu Yao flicked her slightly messy hair, casually handcuffing Huang Yu as well. "You go back and continue cooperating with the investigation." She coldly snorted, warning Mo Linglong with a gesture as she clutched Huang Yu's handcuffs. "Leave." As Han Yu Yao led Huang Yu away, muttering warnings to him, her voice lowered. "Stay away from Linglong in the future. It's better not to have any other thoughts. Watching this scene, Mo Ling long squinted her eyes. Watching the backs of the two leaving, she seemed to think of something, then suddenly laughed. This scene frightened Mo Young, who was already nervous. Looking at his daughter, he suddenly felt a chilling feeling. End of this chapter. Chapter 73 introduces the new system that rewards the police station's detention room. You're always too soft-hearted, too soft-hearted. La la, Huang Yu comfortably lay on the bed, singing leisurely. On the bedside table, there was a bottle of 1980 to Lafite with only a few sips taken. This is the life I want. Huang Yu opened his eyes and looked around the empty detention room, feeling a bit emotional. Without those twisted places, it's comfortable. He got up, picked up the wine that had been sitting next to him for a while, poured it into a glass. After a few swirls, Huang Yu drank the red wine in one go. The fragrance of the wine stimulated his taste buds, as if penetrating his soul. Finally getting some rest. The joy of life lies in this. Forget about the luxury and abundance. Even squatting in a jail cell was a different kind of experience. Especially this time. He had specifically greeted Han Yu Yao, the big-chested girl. She had arranged a single room for him, and because they had caught Zahi, Han Yu Yao was probably in the interrogation room recording with other officers. Now, not only the dead twisted mouth Zi's on didn't appear, even the violent woman didn't come to disturb him. Huang Yu felt that he had never been so relaxed before. Really nice. But in the neighboring detention rooms, their jaws dropped in surprise. Watching Huang Yu enjoying himself in the detention room, he could even drink red wine. Was this really a detention room, or a guest house? Especially for a few old alcoholics who had been temporarily detained for drunk driving or getting into fights. Smelling the fragrant wine, their eyes widened as they leaned against the bars. Watching across, they wished they could rush over and pour a few sips into their mouths. The fragrance. So fragrant. This foreign wine is so fragrant. Is it better than Mao Tai? Several detainees, watching Huang Yu swing the red wine glass, kept swallowing saliva. Buddy, let me have a sip of that wine. Yeah, let's be friends. The moment these words were said, people in the detention rooms started clamoring. After all, most of them were fond of drinking. Go away. Huang Yu replied indifferently to the crowd in one word. He was in jail not because he committed a crime, but because he wanted to be in here. He was miles apart from these criminals, who ended up in jail for various absurd reasons. You have no shame, do you? Do you know where I'm from? Being so arrogant at a young age. Don't you know how to respect your elders? Let me tell you, my second uncle is a property manager. If you don't kneel down and apologize, you're doomed. But Huang Yu remained calm, swaying the red wine glass and sipping occasionally, paying no attention to the meaning of these people. Hey, someone, police, someone is drinking here. Aren't you going to do anything? Except for a small group who didn't want to cause trouble, or those who were aware of the situation. Many began shouting in anger. Why is this kid getting special treatment? I'll report you guys to the authorities. Quick, where are the police? Watching Huang Yu receiving special treatment while they were crammed in their cells, these people became increasingly envious. A bunch of idiots. Don't cause trouble. Do you want to get into more trouble? Just then, a muscular bald man with tattoos suddenly stood up inside one of the detention rooms. He approached the bars, pushed aside a few people leaning against them, and threw them to the ground. Try calling me again. Seeing the bald man with tattoos, the detainees swallowed nervously, realizing they had underestimated him. After all, seeing his appearance, it was clear he was from the criminal underworld. If they crossed him, who knew what trouble would come their way after they got out? The bald tattooed man, seeing everyone quiet down, sneered and scolded them. Do you know who this is? And yet you dare to shout. This is young Master Huang. Young Master Huang. Could it be? Hearing this name, some in the detention room suddenly thought of something, looking shocked towards the single room in the detention room. That's right. It's the Huang family from Tianhai. If you mess with him, you're as good as dead. The influence of the Huang family in Tianhai City was immense. Even if some didn't know the Huang family's position in the military and political circles, They knew the Huang group's status in the business world in Tianhai. Messing with them was like poking a giant. Originally feeling resentful towards the bald tattooed man, many in the room quieted down and became obedient. After all, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Even though the Huang family or the Huang group may not be as notorious as the top 4 villains in Tianhai City, the name Young Master Huang carried more weight. As the fiercest among the notorious figures in Tianhai City, anyone who offended him ended up with broken legs, countless in number. Who would dare provoke this young master? Young Master Huang? Are you all right? The bald tattooed man, after calming everyone down, changed his menacing demeanor to a fawning smile. He came to the bars, leaned against them, and softly spoke to the single room in the detention room across the hallway. It's me. We met in cell 3. Huang Yu slightly raised his eyelids, looking across. It's you. He raised an eyebrow. This man was the leader of the tattooed gang members who had been kneeling in a row on the ground in cell 3, punished by blood hands. Right. You can call me Zikong. The bald man flirtatiously laughed twice. Just relax. I'll make sure they don't disturb you. Okay. Huang Yu nodded and closed his eyes to rest. The bald tattooed man, with an excited expression, turned around and gave a fierce look to the others, and the rooms in the detention area, whispering, I warn you, anyone who disturbs young Master Huang's rest will have to go through me. If anyone dares to offend me, I'll take care of them. After all, the opportunity to please young Master Huang wasn't always available. Although he was the leader of a small gang, it wasn't as glorious as working under young Master Huang. Indeed, today, driving after drinking was the most correct thing he had done. On the other side, as time passed slowly, the clock outside the detention room pointed to midnight. The next moment, a familiar voice rang in Huang Yu's mind again. Congratulations. The host has once again successfully survived another day without being trampled on by any of the Tianming's children. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the system reward of a portable space, measuring 10*10 meters upgradable. End of this chapter. Chapter 74. Union's frustration listened to the familiar electronic synthesized voice in his mind. Huang Yu, who had just woken up from a nap, opened his sleepy eyes and yawned. Slowly sitting up, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional after a while. It's indeed safest to be in prison. Unconsciously getting stronger slowly, Huang Yu leisurely poured himself a glass of red wine and took a sip. Although he had good wine, as a second-generation rich kid, how could he not have a few girls by his side? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat regretful. If only Zizan, that dead crooked mouth, was taken care of by other sons of destiny outside, then I wouldn't have to hide here. Thinking of Zizan's crooked mouth, perhaps mingling with others and showing off outside, Huang Yu found it surprisingly comfortable to sit in prison, drinking red wine. Huang Yu almost crushed his cup in anger. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Damn it, it's all because of Union, that perennial old spinster, dressing provocatively every day, flirting with me by my side. It's annoying. All these bad students, because of this annoying woman. A crooked beam produces crooked buildings. Maybe this woman couldn't survive in her previous world. That's why she's being chased and had to run away. Huang Yu silently complained in his heart. Although in the original plot, Union's identity and background were extremely mysterious. Besides knowing she was from another world, there wasn't much other information. If he knew more, maybe he could take advantage of it. Just as he was complaining, suddenly urgent alarm sounded in his mind. Alarm! Alarm! A new son of destiny has arrived in Tianhai City. Survival difficulty increased. To enhance the host's survival ability, the system automatically activates a check-in function. Check in at specific locations to randomly receive system rewards. Damn it. Hearing this news, Huang Yu almost sprayed out the red wine in his mouth. Fuck. Dealing with one crook Dragon King was already enough trouble. Now another one. Huang Yu quickly got up. Looking around the detention room surrounded by walls of iron and bars, he suddenly felt that it wasn't safe here either. Young Huang, are you okay? The bald tattooed hunk was scanning the crowd, and seeing Huang suddenly standing up on the big bed, he thought someone had disturbed him. So he quickly and cautiously asked. The prisoners locked in the detention room were all staying quiet, not daring to make a sound, afraid of getting on someone's radar, just as Huang Yu was feeling frustrated due to the arrival of the new son of destiny. On the other side, in an unknown abandoned factory underground base in Tianhai City, Yunyan's expression was also extremely unpleasant as she stared at her disciple Zizan in front of her, who had a bruised and swollen face. It wasn't because her disciple had been beaten up again that she was angry. Mainly it was because just now, she had once again heard that bastard cursing her in his heart. You little bastard. Yunyan gritted her teeth in anger. You better never come out of the police station in this lifetime. If you rush back to the company tomorrow, I'll show you why the flower is so red. But in Zizhan's eyes, seeing his manner upset because he got hurt, it seemed like she was thinking about how to avenge him. Seeing his manner care so much about him, Zizhan felt extremely happy, and his crooked smile became even wider. It seemed that Yunyan still had a soft spot for him. Yun, oh no, Menor. Zizhan was so happy that he almost called her by a more affectionate term. Fortunately, he quickly corrected himself. Mentor, don't worry. I'm fine. These are just small injuries. As your disciple, how could I be easily defeated? I will always protect you. Zizhan stood up, crooked smile on his face, full of arrogance, straightening his back, wanting to show his upright and righteous demeanor. Little did he know, as Yunyan watched her incompetent disciple, she felt nothing but disdain. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have to endure being cursed by Huang Yu in her mind every day. And unfortunately, she couldn't hide these thoughts. She could hear them clearly every time. Damn it. Shut up. Yunyan became increasingly angry, raising her hand to stop her disciple from speaking further. Her proud chest heaved violently a couple of times as she tried to control her emotions. Fix your crooked mouth problem in the future. Acting like a child with polio. Stay away from that scum Huang Yu. Huh? Zizhan's expression froze, looking at his mentor, confused. He almost thought he misheard. Huang Yu offended the Dragon King's temple, and the Dragon King himself. Just for this, everyone in the Dragon King's temple should be punished. However, on the surface, Yunyan still nodded. I understand. Tianhai City has been a bit restless lately. Be careful, and I will arrange for Yanren to come back to assist you. Yanren is coming back. Hearing this name, Zizhan's eyes widened, his crooked smile became even wider, and his eyes lit up. A familiar figure with a hot body appeared in his mind. In the Dragon King's temple, she was second only to the manner and beauty. Imagining Yanren's hot figure, Zizhan couldn't help but look at his manner, starting to compare the two in his mind. Both of them had their own strengths in terms of physique. Which one should he prioritize? You can leave now. At this moment, Yunyan's cold voice interrupted him. Watching her disciple still lingering, she waved her hand, and Zizhan flew out of the door and landed on the ground. In the future, contact me via phone for any matters. Don't come looking for me on your own. Zizhan watched as his mentor disappeared, standing frozen in place. How could his mentor become so distant in just a few days? But he didn't dwell on it, instead becoming more excited at the thought of Nalan Yanren returning to the country. End of this chapter. Chapter 75. The Revenge of Cloud Charm. The Revenge of Cloud Charm takes place in the detention room on the other side. Learning that another destined protagonist has appeared in Tianhai City, Huang Yu became even more determined to spend 7 or 8 years in prison. Darn it, there's no way I can get out of this one. Dealing with the crook Dragon King is already troublesome enough. If a reincarnated immortal emperor or celestial sovereign were to show up, that would be a nightmare. He might end up burping and farting right there. But with protagonists coming one after another, how long does he have to stay? Huang Yu suddenly thought. He can't stay in the cell for a lifetime, can he? Or perhaps. Huang Yu looked around the detention room, thinking about setting up his own exclusive VIP cell here, with a rotation of 7 or 8 beautiful girls every once in a while and extravagant indulgences. Maybe that wouldn't be so bad. Thinking about this, Huang Yu instantly became excited. If that were the case, then no matter how many protagonists there were, they would have nothing to do with him. Just as Huang Yu was feeling smug, a stern reprimand suddenly came from the end of the desolate detention room corridor. Old Huang. Hearing this familiar voice, Huang Yu immediately recognized it. If his own grandfather found out that he had killed someone and ended up in jail, he might break his legs. Right. With a few footsteps and the sound of a cane gradually getting closer, he started to feel a little nervous. After all, his grandfather was not someone easy to talk to. But now his detention room was single-occupied, with nowhere to hide. Things had come to this, and Huang Yu could only sit on the bunk bed with a hard scalp. After a while, 3 familiar figures appeared outside his detention room. They were Huang Tian, Old Huang, and Cloud Charm. Cloud Charm's proud figure and stunning beauty instantly attracted the attention of most people in the detention room. Their eyes widened. Those plump long legs, that face, that chest, they were simply breathtaking. Her business as a secretary is to work, and when there's no work, she works the secretary. Indeed, life is good when you come from a rich family. Why would this woman actually come to see me? Huang Yu suddenly had a bad feeling. Wait, looking at the smug look on Cloud Charm's face, Huang Yu instantly realized he had deliberately kept his family in the dark. So it must have been these women who brought his grandfather here on purpose. Secretary Yun, why are you here? Huang Yu gritted his teeth in anger, suppressing his own outrage. Are these women just bored and have nothing else to do? I'm already in prison. What more do you want from me? Mr. Huang, as your secretary, when you are in trouble, of course, I must come to see you. Watching Huang Yu forcefully suppress his anger and resentment, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in Cloud Charm's beautiful eyes. Let your scolding of me in your heart all day long, and dare to call me an old spinster. I'll make sure things don't go your way. You brat, what are you staring at your secretary for? Let me tell you, don't even think about having any other thoughts about your secretary, or you'll be in trouble. Huang's grandpa gave his grandson a stern look. And you, if you weren't so negligent in disciplining him all the time, how did he end up like this? Huang's grandpa glared at his son, who was supporting him. With a loud thud, he slammed the cane down. Open the door. Yes, yes. Huang Tian had no choice but to lower his head repeatedly. After all, his father was already quite old, and he didn't dare to defy him. Holding the key given by the officer, he came to the front of the detention room door and slowly unlocked it. Seeing his son leisurely sitting on the bunk bed inside, with a bottle of 80 to Lafayette on the bedside table, Huang couldn't help but feel angry. Your old man is being scolded outside by your grandpa, and here you're enjoying yourself. Huang Tiana cast a glance at his son, with suppressed anger, feeling more resentment building up in his heart. He had always been said to have failed to discipline this son properly. Today, he would show this brat what discipline means. If you dare to touch me, my grandmother and mother won't let you off. You brat, threatening us now. Upon hearing this, Huang's grandpa and Huang Tian had no intention of stopping. Instead, they started to berate him even more severely. You never do anything productive, always thinking of ending up in jail. What, you want to secure a steady job here? Watching his own cheap dad and grandpa not showing any signs of stopping, Huang Yu couldn't help but complain. Seeing the smug look on Cloud Charm's face, he almost burst into cursing. Are these women so bored because they haven't had a man for so long? I haven't provoked or touched you. Why target me? It serves you right for being unable to get married. The day I can overpower you, I'll make sure you stay in bed for 3 days and nights. Hearing the thoughts of this brat, Cloud Charm instantly showed a trace of anger. Damn it. She was itching with anger. If it weren't for her being unable to act right now, she would have already put this brat on the ground for a lesson. The dodging Huang Yu gradually found himself cornered. I came to squat in jail because of you. Realizing that he couldn't avoid this beating, he suddenly shouted, Brat, still want to argue? Ha! Upon hearing this, Huang Tianhei's face instantly darkened. He admitted that he had been somewhat negligent in taking care of his son from a young age. But when did he teach this kid to end up in jail? Seeing the two about to start a fight again, Huang Yu quickly explained, If it weren't for you back then, bringing that I involved Li Hua into the company, how could I be framed by him? How did I end up in jail? You think Li Hua framed you? Hearing the name of his comrade's son, Huang's dad suddenly stopped in his tracks, and his eyes became somewhat hesitant. End of the chapter. Chapter 76 was full of talents. What's going on? Master Huang looked at the father and son and seemed to have guessed something. He slammed his cane on the ground and asked sternly. He knew about Li Hua, the son of a comrade in arms who sacrificed on the battlefield. He had been supported by the Huang family since childhood, and after his own son became the president of Huang Corporation, he brought him into the corporation. Master Huang did not oppose this. After all, Master Huang himself was a military man. Even when he hadn't retired from the military, he had been secretly supporting the families of comrades who sacrificed in the war. Over the years, Huang Corporation would annually hire or sponsor some families of martyrs. Seeing the two stop, Huang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and explained slowly, Li Hua is not an easy person to deal with. He wanted to kill me, so I had no choice but to do this. Huang Yu felt somewhat wronged. Watching his son speak like this, Huang Tian hesitated. One was his biological son, the other the son of a comrade. But now ... After struggling in his mind, Huang Tian chose to believe in his own spoiled son. Although he was idle all day, he never dared to do anything too extreme. On the contrary, Li Hua, there had been some issues with the projects under his control recently. Combined with Huang Yu's words, doubts arose in Huang Tianhe's mind. Uncle Huang? Wait. At that moment, a slightly panicked female voice sounded. Along with hurried footsteps, Han Yuyao appeared in front of them. Seeing the rough conditions of the detention room, Han Yuyao's heart tightened. After confirming that Huang Yu was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Han girl, why are you here? Weren't you interrogating the prisoners? Why wouldn't I come? Han Yuyao smiled wryly, realizing Master Huang had sent her away most likely to teach Huang Yu a lesson. She knew this old master's character well, so upon learning of Master Huang's actions in the detention center, she hurried over. If she had been half an hour late, the detention room might have been wrecked. Master, everything has been arranged properly. Our security department also has our men in place, including Bai Mao. Hearing the plan progressing as scheduled, Huang Yu relaxed. But upon hearing Bai Mao was involved, he felt a headache coming on. This kid is too unreliable. Is it okay to use him? Cloud Yun nodded. Don't worry, Master Huang. I will handle it properly. That's good, but make sure to keep a close eye on him. Don't let him cause any trouble. With himself in the prison, Huang Yu had no choice but to pray that Bai Mao wouldn't disrupt his plans, even though he was unwilling to be bossed around by this bastard. Despite her frustration, Cloud Yun agreed, as she couldn't reveal herself yet. At least by being close to the lowest-ranked bastard, she might hear some other news, such as, all the way until Cloud Yun left, Han Yuyao kept staring at Huang Yu intently, as if trying to read something from his face. What are you doing? Huang Yu looked at himself and felt puzzled. Nothing. Han Yuyao turned her head away, glancing at Cloud Yun leaving. She always felt a surge of unknown anger whenever she saw Huang Yu speaking with other pretty girls. When are you going back to Huang Corporation? Seeing Han Yuyao's expression, Huang Yu smiled bitterly, understanding her jealousy. The people here speak nicely and are all talents. As the saying goes, heroes don't question their origins. Huang Yu's expression gradually turned serious, appearing concerned for the country and the people. I'm planning to stay here for a year or so to further my education, to prepare for the future development of Huang Corporation. Seeing this bastard lying so smoothly, Han Yuyao gritted her teeth. It was all for the Huang Corporation, when in fact, he was just cowardly. However, rather than exposing him, Han Yuyao pretended to test him and asked, Really? Definitely. No pearls are as real as this. In Huang Yu's eyes, Han Yuyao suddenly smiled, a touch of satisfaction in her eyes. If that's the case, don't regret it. Don't worry. I guarantee I won't regret it. Thinking Han Yuyao might do something else, Huang Yu assured her immediately. The sound of the detention cell door opening interrupted them. From today, your code name is 9527. You will temporarily stay in this detention room. A bruised and swollen middle-aged man in his 40s, carrying a blanket, entered. Huang Yu felt this person was oddly familiar. Uncle Mo, he cautiously asked. Yes. Mo Young looked at this little bastard with deep resentment in his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 77. Enchanted by obsession, who are you? Huang Yu looked at the dignified head of the Mo family, who had turned into this state, and he almost understood what had happened in his heart. Kid, you're quite good at causing trouble. The head of the Mo family, full of resentment, suddenly showed a smile, but his gaze made Huang Yu feel uneasy. If you hadn't told Ling Long about Zahi, I almost managed to avoid this. Watching the head of the Mo family reveal a mouthful of white teeth under his swollen face, Huang Yu said awkwardly, Uncle Mo, you're too kind. Ling Long sees the situation clearly herself. Mo Young showed no sign of forgiveness, and his resentment only grew, even if his daughter liked this pampered young master. So, what? Seeing the despicable appearance of this brat, Mo Young really had the idea of giving him a good lesson. After all, because of this boy, he didn't know how much longer he would have to stay here. You Yuan, please take me away quickly. I'm really being wrongly accused, Huang Yu said, looking at the old lamp, clearly intending to trouble him. It's not that he's particularly afraid of this old lamp. It's just that if this old guy with a crazy daughter accidentally provokes someone, it could end badly. Is that so? Won't it be too much trouble? Han Yu Yao glanced at him with satisfaction. No, Huang Yu replied. After leaving the police station, Huang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. What do we do now? Where do you plan to go? Han Yu Yao asked. You're not planning to confront Li Hua directly, are you? After all, in everyone's minds, young Master Huang Yu of the Huang family was already in custody. Furthermore, he was involved in murder, causing such a big scene. Chances are he won't be out anytime soon. Therefore, if they were to follow the plan as normal, they absolutely couldn't let Li Hua see someone who had been in prison outside again. Regarding this, I haven't figured it out yet. Huang Yu furrowed his brows. He hadn't thought about this problem at the moment. According to the original plan, he was supposed to stay in prison, but now, he might have to find another place to hide temporarily. This way, he could also avoid the gaze of Zizan. If there's nowhere to go, you can come to my house. What? When he heard Han Yu Yao's words, Huang Yu immediately frowned with disdain, thinking he had misheard. Living with this violent girl with big breasts, I'd rather die. Damn it. What? Is the chief personally protecting you, making you feel wronged? Then, Huang Yu felt a twist around his waist. Ouch. No. I just thought I have a private villa. Nobody knows where it is. It should come in handy for now. That's... Han Yu Yao's expression changed instantly from anger to a smile. Let's go. I'll take you there. Okay. Although Huang Yu didn't know what this girl was up to, he had no choice at the moment. Meanwhile, Zifeng had just come out of the police station, holding a bouquet of flowers. It can be said that today was the happiest day of his 20-plus years. That scoundrel Huang Yu finally went to prison. He wasn't stupid. Having pursued Han Yu Yao for so many years, he could somewhat see her feelings towards Huang Yu. But from now on, everything would change. Yuao ... could only be his. Zifeng was firm in his resolve, his eyes burning with flames. However, as he walked out of the police station and looked outside, he was instantly stunned. He saw his beloved goddess embracing the arm of a strange man, filled with indescribable joy on her face. Like a peach blossom, they got into a sports car and drove away. Bastard! Zifeng suddenly roared, his forehead bulging with veins, smashing the bouquet of flowers to the ground, his chest heaving heavily, his mind overwhelmed with intense pain, a hint of heartbreak. It was a feeling of betrayal. He had once thought that Han Yu Yao was a woman of self-respect, but secretly she was just a slut. That sports car had only been released last month, and it was limited edition. Only a few people in Tianhai City had it, meaning that it belonged to the wealthy and powerful. It seemed that her feelings towards Huang Yu were just seeking power and influence. Due to the angle, he hadn't seen the man's face. Zifeng raised his head slowly, his angry gaze mixed with resentment and madness. Yu Yao, I will make sure you return to me sooner or later, and make your Han family kneel before my Zi family. Furthermore, every man beside you will die, even that bastard Huang Yu in prison. Meanwhile, in the Huang Group office, Li Hui stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking arrogantly at the other tall buildings that seemed small under the Huang Group. It seems that you, Huang Yu, are just a waste. He took a sip of coffee, his eyes flashing with envy and madness. Everything was finally falling into his control. From the first time his father took him to the Huang family when he was a child, he was amazed. He never thought there could be such luxurious estates and extravagant lifestyles in the world. Because of his father, he was considered well off in school, so he boasted a lot. But at that moment, he felt a sense of inferiority. Especially like Huang Yu, he had terrible grades, yet he received so much love, and would eventually inherit the huge Huang family. He was nothing compared to Li Hui. Mr. Huang was the same, entrusting the huge Huang family to such a person like Huang Yu, especially since he had indirectly caused his father's death and still pretended to be good to him. Li Hui felt nauseated. Moreover, many people made him feel grateful to the Huang family for what he has today. If it wasn't for his father dying for him, would he have everything he had now from the Huang family? All this was expected. Not enough. Li Hui vowed that he would take back everything from the Huang family that his father exchanged his life for. At that moment, his phone rang. It displayed a familiar number. Hello. Are you ready over there? We on the Z family's side can start anytime. Understood. Li Hui nodded, a cold light flashing under his gold-rimmed glasses. After it's done, I don't care about the grudges between your family and the Huang family. But one person must stay behind. Who? Huang Yu Wan. Li Hui slowly uttered these three words. As he said this, warmth and tenderness rarely seen in his eyes were revealed. End of the chapter. Chapter 78 calculated along with this, at the entrance of a villa in the suburbs of Tianhai City. Huang Yu took off his mask and felt a little relieved in his heart. Finally arrived. When did you buy this? Han Yuyao looked at the villa, furrowing her eyebrows slightly, holding a large bear, and asked, why didn't I know you had such a villa? She knew all of Huang Yu's secret bases and places he liked to go to. Except for this one, which she had never seen before. None of your business. Hurry up and leave. Huang Yu was not in a good mood, not wanting to talk to this big bear girl at all. If it weren't for you, I would still be peacefully in jail now. Do I have to tell you about my investment talent? In fact, the original Huang Yu had quite an investment talent. When he was still in high school, in order to avoid Han Yuyao, he used the money in his hand to invest. After making millions, he secretly bought this villa. Even Han Yuyao didn't know, let alone his family. HMPH. Han Yuyao snorted coldly, not getting angry, but warning, if there's any danger, remember to contact me at any time. With that, she turned and left without hesitation, seeming a bit anxious. When did this big bear girl become so easy to talk to? Huang Yu frowned in confusion, but didn't think much of it. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Maybe it was related to that serial murder case. For these matters, it's better to participate less in the future. After all, survival was the top priority now. The more things he did, the closer he got to those powerful figures. He opened the door and looked at the luxuriously decorated interior, filled with posters of various sports stars, games, and teachers. In a daze, he felt like he was back in high school. Activate mission. Please check in at a specific location before midnight tonight. The check-in location is Han Yuyao's bathtub. Huang Yu was speechless. What kind of chaotic situation was this? Han Yuyao's bathtub. Who knows which bathtub it was? Besides, if he went to that big bear girl's bathtub, he might as well tear himself apart. The last sneak attack was purely coincidental, combined with the lack of defenses from the other side. Otherwise, if they fought for real, He wasn't completely confident in subduing this big bear girl. System, can I skip the check-in? Please note the increased difficulty in survival and do not underestimate yourself. On the other side, inside the Huang family, is what you're saying true? Mr. Huang sat at the head, while Huang Tian, Huang Yuan, and some trusted members of the Huang family stood beside him. It's all true. Li Hui stood in the middle of the hall below, with a very sincere expression and a hint of sadness. I've advised young master, but he said what am I to him? Then he and his father were beaten, and then that happened. Damn it. Upon hearing Li Hua's words, Mr. Huang was so angry that he almost fainted. How dare that brat kill someone? Dad, is there some misunderstanding here? Huang Tianhei's face seemed a bit unpleasant, trying to bring some light. What misunderstanding can there be? Let me tell you, nobody is allowed to save him. No. Huang Yuan stood up at this moment, tears streaking down her face. I don't believe my brother would kill someone. Grandfather, please save him. She knelt down. Seeing Huang Yuan's small figure, Li Hui felt a bit of heartache and closed his eyes slightly. Yuan, you've been blinded. In his eyes, Huang Yu was a scoundrel, not deserving such a good girl's admiration, especially the girl he loved. Mr. Huang was so angry he almost struck with his cane. Li Hui quickly rushed over, knelt beside Huang Yuan, trying to block the cane with his hand. Grandfather, if you must hit someone, then hit me. It's my fault for not watching young master. But after Mr. Huang sighed, he turned away. Huang Tian, with a complex expression, came to the two, saying to Li Hui, Xiaohua, you should go now. We have to discuss other matters. Li Hui nodded, taking a look at the kneeling Huang Yuan with some heartache. Don't worry, Yuan. As he turned away, Li Hua's eyes became more determined. I will make you see the true face of Huang Yu and Huang family. I won't allow any injustice to come to you here, because in the future, this will be the Li family. After Li Hui left, Mr. Huang turned around, his face calm and composed, completely different from before. Why not just ask him directly? Hearing his father's words, Huang Tian frowned slightly, sighed, feeling a bit reluctant. After all, I've watched him grow up. Let's investigate further, and look at Xiao Yu's plan, if it was really him. There's no rush to act again. Huang Tian harbored guilt in his heart for his former comrade. He had practically raised Li Hui as his own son. Do as you wish, Mr. Huang said coldly, but if he dares to lay a hand on Xiao Yu, you know what to do? I understand. Huang Tian nodded. Only Huang Yuan, who had just knelt on the ground, seemed confused. She wiped away her tears and became increasingly puzzled. What are you all talking about? At night, outside the villa in the suburbs of Tianhai City, having just taken a shower and wearing a bathrobe, he was checking his personal storage space. With a thought, a couch in front of him disappeared instantly, and with another thought, it reappeared in its original place, followed by a table lamp, drinks, and various items. Seemingly, only living things could not enter. Forget it. This is fine as it is. Huang Yu was quite satisfied. After all, if he could let living people enter the space, he could just seal himself in there, making himself invulnerable to any designated protagonist. But knowing the nature of this system, it probably wouldn't provide such a strong reward. Just as he was playing around and preparing to rest, suddenly, the doorbell of the villa started ringing frantically, accompanied by the sound of his phone. Hello. Huang Yu just answered when he heard Han Yuro's extremely panicked voice from the other end. Something's wrong. Huang Yu, there's been an incident. Zahi has escaped. I'm outside your door now. Hurry and open up. There are some things I need you to see. Okay. Shocked to hear about Zahi's escape, Huang Yu quickly agreed. But logically, Zahi shouldn't be that powerful. Could it be that this world's Zia? He had mistakenly invested skill points. As he approached the door, Huang Yu saw Han Yu Yao, looking flustered through the peephole. He opened the door, and at that moment, he noticed the luggage by Han Yuro's side. His gaze shifted to her face, which now, holding a phone, had an expression that was once anxious but now seemed rather smug, with a hint of a smile on her lips. Damn it, not good. Fell into the trap of this big bear girl. In an instant, Huang Yu exclaimed, damn it, and was about to close the door. End of this chapter. Chapter 79. Nalan Yanran arrives, you dare. Just at this moment, a delicate and white jade hand suddenly grabbed the door, as if it were firmly fixed in place. No matter how hard Huang Yu tried, the door showed no sign of closing, instead gradually opening. Han Yuiro's cold and charming face slowly appeared in sight. Damn, this big bear girl is too damn kinky. Huang Yu almost spit blood. He thought that, with the system's blessing and super god-tier combat skills, no matter the condition of his body, he should have some strength. Yet he was still overwhelmed by this big bear girl. Seeing the door unable to close, Huang Yu had to let go. What? The team leader personally came to protect you at home, and you're not happy about it. Where is there? Huang Yu helplessly said. Han Yu Yao wore tight jeans, outlining a near-perfect curve of her buttocks, while her white t-shirt was stretched tight by her curves. Delicate snow-white skin, cute delicate features, and a soft and tender voice. Having such a big bear lowly moving in, logically speaking, he should be happy. But he had experienced this big bear girl's methods. If she moved in, wouldn't he be tortured every day? He didn't have that kind of attribute. Han Yu Yao coldly snorted and walked straight in. The breeze she stirred up carried a faint scent. Remember to help me bring the luggage in. Tiring me out, I'll take a shower first. Remember, no peeking. Okay. Huang Yu helplessly sighed, silently complaining in his mind, who's fool and wants to peek at you. Looking at the numerous luggage outside, he felt a headache for a moment. Was this lady planning to move in here in the future? Well, Han Yu Yao was really thinking of that. Seeing the disdainful voice in the heart of this big bastard, Han Yu Yao was annoyed to the point where she wanted to kill him. What's with the act of being a righteous person? She just moved in here, not believing that he wouldn't take the bait. At the same time, she moved here to prevent other women from getting too close to Huang Yu, especially after feeling a sense of unprecedented crisis from both Liu Ryan of the Liu group and this scum ex-girlfriend Mo Linglong during this time. In particular, what Liu Ryan said at the police station before. In short, with her around, no other woman could get close to this scum even a step. As the sound of the shower upstairs started, Huang Yu sighed helplessly. After a lot of effort, he finally brought all the luggage inside. Listening to the shower upstairs, he suddenly froze, realizing something. Wait, Han Yu Yao's bathtub. Damn, is she using it now? He swallowed hard, looking upstairs. What are you looking at? Not bringing my luggage up. Just at this moment, the well-endowed Han Yu Yao walked out wrapped only in a towel. Looking downstairs, hey, although this lady was violent, it had to be said that she really had an impressive figure. Huang Yu almost spurted out a nosebleed, because this lady, wrapped only in a towel, wasn't wearing anything underneath. In the dim light of the towel, he seemed to see something plump, smooth, and butterfly-shaped. Hurry up. Hearing the urgent voice upstairs, Huang Yu felt pressured. Damn, I'm just a normal guy. This is simply killing me. Are you afraid I won't stir-fry you? At this moment, upstairs, Han Yu Yao revealed a self-satisfied smile. Although she was dissatisfied, Huang Yu lifted the luggage and headed upstairs. Although his physique had been reinforced by the system, it had to be said that this lady's luggage was heavy. How many skincare products did she put in? Huang Yu arrived upstairs out of breath in front of Han Yu Yao's room. Slowly opening the door, he pushed the luggage inside. However, he saw that the big bear girl was already asleep. On the clean white big bed, a shape of two straight jade legs intertwined protruded from under the duvet, showcasing a large semicircular shape created by the big bear inside. With each breath, the semicircle rose and fell. Snow-white smooth fragrant shoulders seemed to hint at the alluring soft ketone body in the bed. Was this girl asleep so quickly? Huang Yu slowly approached, feeling his heart begin to beat frantically. Beautiful, too beautiful. As if the charm of the female lead role Han Yu Yao described in books was being released to the fullest at this moment. Huang Yu unconsciously leaned closer to Han Yu Yao's face. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, seeming a bit nervous. Was she not asleep? Huang Yu suddenly woke up and quickly stepped back a few steps. That was close. It seems this girl was pretending. I almost lost control. Damn, if it weren't for that bastard Zizan. Do I need to hesitate so much? If she's not sleeping, it's simply against morality. He hurriedly turned around and rushed into the bathroom. Han Yu Yao slowly opened her eyes, trembling eyelashes, watching the movement coming from the shower room, feeling a bit nervous. After all, this was her first time. But why was there matter related to that security guard? Han Yu Yao thought. Was it due to a grudge between her and Huang Yu? Remembering some things she had heard before, she roughly made a judgment. It seemed that in the future, Zizan killed Huang Yu, destroyed the Huang family, and ultimately humiliated her, forcing her to become his harem. It all made sense. Han Yu Yao watched the sound coming from inside and became more nervous. But at the same time, she also felt more disgust and hatred towards Zizan. Next time she saw that bastard Zizan, she would definitely find a way to investigate thoroughly. At the same time, at a mysterious port in Tianhai City, a cargo ship slowly approached, and standing on the shore was Zizan, who had been beaten up not too long ago. But now, due to his cultivation, his face no longer showed any signs of being beaten up. Naren, you finally came. Seeing a familiar figure appearing on the deck of the approaching cargo ship, Zizan became excited. Since arriving in Tianhai City, almost everything had not developed as he had expected. Not only did his woman Liu Ryan, under the lascivious influence of Huang Yu, have to bend to Huang Yu's attitude to protect him. Even in front of that Han police officer, he publicly lost face. He had also been beaten by a mysterious person. But Zizan firmly believed that all of this originated from insufficient firepower. Greetings, Dragon King. In an instant as the cargo ship docked, several shadows flew out from the ship. Four people half knelt before Zizan. They were the four great generals of the Dragon Palace, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. End of chapter. Chapter 80. Zizan seeks revenge, and Nalan Yanran, dressed in red, is the vermilion bird among them. The four of them all stared at Zizan in a kind of intense gaze, especially Nalan Yanran, who was originally as cold as an iceberg, did not conceal her fiery gaze at all, even with a hint of excitement in it. Dragon King, you finally let us come. Zizan nodded. The last time he saw Nalan Yanran, he was not yet the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, so he had been more restrained, especially in matters of men and women. For the sake of not offending his master, he had always been more reserved. But now it was different. He was now the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, and everything in the Dragon Palace belonged to him. Rest assured, Yanran, this time we will not be separated again. Upon hearing Zizan's words, Nalan Yanran couldn't help but feel touched, her eyes almost turning red with emotion. Dragon King, the feelings she had longed for were finally reciprocated. How could she not be moved? However, just then, Zizan's tone changed. I have encountered some trouble recently in Tianhai City, and you may have things to do during this time. I am willing to serve the Dragon King, to face any danger without hesitation. Hearing the words of his subordinates, Zizan couldn't help but smile crookedly. Dragon King, who dares to oppose you? Nalan Yanran suddenly stood up, a cold light flashing in her icy beautiful eyes. I will handle this. It's the Huang family. Huang Yu. Zizan gritted his teeth as he said the name. This jerk not only forced Ruyan to be indifferent, but also even made his master dress like that to serve as his secretary. Zizan had peaked. His master was dressed in an office lady outfit, exuding endless sexy charm with every move. And it was all for this playboy. This was something he couldn't tolerate. This was a scene he had thought about day and night. His master belonged only to him. Zizan swore to dismember this jerk into pieces. Huang Yu. Nalan Yanran murmured the name in her heart, the killing intent in her eyes growing stronger. Watching Zizan deep in thought, a near fanatical obsession tinged her face. Dragon King. No matter who opposes you, Yanran will definitely deal with them for you. By the way, did you bring the weapons? Zizan looked at the cargo ship behind the 4 people. They are here. Good. Hearing this response, Zizan chuckled coldly, a strange curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. The main armed forces of the Dragon Palace were all overseas. Although due to the restrictions of the Dragon Kingdom, the appearance of a large number of foreign personnel was sure to attract attention. But now, transporting military supplies over, cultivating a force belonging to the Dragon Palace within the country was only a matter of time. However, he didn't inform his master about this matter. After all, just a few days ago, his master had said not to go against Huang Yu. Zizan felt that his master was underestimating him. When he finally tramples the Huang family underfoot, his master will definitely look at him in a different light. On the other side, after taking a cold shower for a few minutes in the bathroom, Huang Yu felt his anger subside a bit before slowly walking out. Damn it, when the day comes to end, that crooked mouth Zizan, you won't be able to get out of bed for 3 days and nights after I fry you. You seduced me. He cursed in his heart. But since Zizan was still alive and there was a new protagonist appearing, he couldn't vent his anger on those heroines right now. Huang Yu didn't stay long in Han Yu Yaro's room. Dragging his wet body, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he was about to open the door, remembering something. In the original book's plot, this seemed to be the time when the 4 great generals of the Dragon Palace came to Tianhai City. Not only were the 4 generals powerful, especially Nalan Yanran, the Phoenix, was almost a minion to Zizan. For Zizan, she had almost reached a point of madness for him. In the original book, a large part of Huang's family demise was due to Nalan Yanran's assassinations. This time, he must quickly deal with these people. Otherwise, as the power of the Dragon Palace continues to grow in Tianhai City, it may become increasingly uncontrollable. At the East Trade Port in Tianhai, people from illegal foreign organizations have smuggled in, and there is a large number of weapons. You better be careful. This matter is closely related to Zizan. What? Hearing this, Han Yu Yao opened her eyes instantly, sitting up abruptly. The connection between this matter was too significant. She momentarily forgot that she was naked under the blanket. Huang Yu's eyes blurred for a moment, and he had to turn his head and cough lightly. Finally, Huang Yu forcibly moved his gaze away. This is information I accidentally obtained. I am not sure of the specifics, but you should investigate it quickly. He quickly left. Han Yu Yao, too, only then realized and blushed, covering her body. This jerk. How many more things is he hiding from me? Back in his room, Huang Yu took a big sip of cold water, panting for breath, before easing up. This matter was not suitable for him to solve overtly. It was more appropriate for Han Yu Yao to handle it. After all, Zizan, as the protagonist, would never harm his female lead. As for himself, he could work secretly. He had just completed a specific location check-in while in the bathtub. He obtained the divine mimicry technique. He could now mimic not only appearance, but even aura. At the same time, as the clock struck midnight, the familiar voice of the system sounded once more. Congratulations, host, on surviving another day. You have gained 20 years of cultivation. As the voice faded, an incredibly pure power instantly flooded his body. In an instant, Huang Yu felt as if his whole being had become transparent. It was as if there was an indescribable connection between him and the heavens and the earth. However, Huang Yu's eyes sparkled with uncontrollable excitement. Adding the previous 10 years of cultivation, I now have 30 years of cultivation. I wonder how strong I've become. Although he might still be a step behind Zizan, according to the description in the original book's plot, his strength should surpass that of Han Yu Yao by now. Dealing with one of the 4 great generals of the Dragon Palace should be no problem. The next day, after receiving their mission assignments, the 4 great generals of the Dragon Palace, except for the Vermilion Bird, who had a different task, were all stationed at the port. After all, this batch of weapons was of vital importance and could not afford any mishaps. 3 of them were dressed as security guards, sitting leisurely in front of the cargo containers. At this time, Huang Yu had also disguised himself as Zuoyi and arrived at the port. Any problems? Zuoyi asked the port manager, smiling lightly. Don't worry, Zuo young master. Rest assured, I will face any challenges bravely. The port manager, full of sweat, looked at the person in front of him. This was a member of the Left family, the underground emperor of Tianhai City. How could he dare to neglect him? End of this chapter. Chapter 81. No matter how high your kung fu is, you're still afraid of a gun. That's right. This Left Yu is indeed the transformed Huang Yu. Thanks to the system's god-level imitation technique, at this moment, whether it's the tone of speech or appearance, Left Yu looks almost indistinguishable from Huang Yu, still maintaining that arrogant and overbearing attitude. Seeing the flattery of the harbor, Huang Yu couldn't help but sneer. Why aren't you hurrying up? With the help of the Left family, if they could stir up discord between the dead Twisted Mouth and the Left family, that would be perfect. Those security guards are so leisurely over there. Did my Left family come here to feed you dry rice? Since you're so leisurely, go unload the cargo over there. Yes, yes. After wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, the person in charge hurriedly ordered people to act. After all, this harbor is under the Left family's responsibility, and he didn't dare to offend this young master. A smile appeared on Huang Yu's lips as he stood quietly on the high building, watching the scene below. At this moment, the 4 major generals of the Dragon King Palace were disguised as security guards, constantly patrolling around the containers. In terms of identity, they had long been prepared, so they weren't worried about being exposed. Those few over there, what are you standing around for? Have you finished patrolling? Just when the few people were leisurely sitting, a sharp reprimand suddenly sounded. The person in charge of the harbor, with a look of anger, accompanied by a supervisor and a few people in black suits, came to the front of the containers. Who told you to sit here? Hurry up and get to work. He had finally just taken up the position of the person in charge, and if these guys messed up because of slacking off, he would definitely not spare them. After all, in the Left family, who didn't know a few people from the underground, we've already done what we should do. The Azure Dragon among the 4 generals glanced at him indifferently, a sly smile curling up at the corners of his mouth. I advise you to leave quickly. This is my advice to you. Although the other 2 didn't speak, they leisurely sat in the shadows under the containers, cooling off. They clearly agreed to the Azure Dragon's words. After all, to them, these few people in front of them were nothing but ants that could be crushed at any time. Seeing the arrogance of these few people, the supervisor following the person in charge was stunned. Looking at these stinky security guards in their security uniforms, they were actually so arrogant. Who gave them the courage? It's worth noting that the general manager in front of him, many years ago, was one of Left's Double Flower Red clubs, known for his ruthless means. If you're not involved, get the hell out right now. The person in charge of the harbor was furious. If this were 6 or 7 years ago, these kids would have been lying dead in the street long ago. How dare they talk to him like this? Such noise. The white tiger took off his sunglasses, stretched lazily on a lounge chair, and looked at the Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise. Do you think they're too noisy? Indeed. The Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise, dressed as security guards, looked extremely disdainful. Following the white tiger's killing habits, at this moment, these guys were destined to be reprimanded. But so what? As long as no one was killed, it would be fine as long as this batch of firearms caused no trouble. Just temporarily shut these guys up. What, do you want to start a fight? The person in charge of the harbor, looking at the defiant attitude of these kids, thought of the young master behind him watching, and couldn't help but get even more angry. Correct guess. The white tiger sneered, and almost in an instant, his figure disappeared in place, appearing in front of the person in charge of the harbor. Just as he was about to make a move, the next second, the battle-hardened white tiger was stunned, his pupils shrinking, a look of fear flashing in his eyes, and beads of sweat the size of peas slowly trickling down his forehead. A black gun muzzle was now aimed directly at his forehead. Go ahead. Don't you want to start a fight? The person in charge of the harbor roared angrily, seemingly fearless, with everything under control. But in reality, the back of his head was covered in cold sweat. Damn, is this a superhuman being? So fast, he had almost not had time to draw his gun just now. The white tiger also swallowed nervously, not daring to make any unnecessary movements. But inside, 1,000 grass mud horses ran wild. Didn't the Dragon King say no guns? Aren't there hot weapons here? An ordinary harbor general manager draws a gun at the drop of a hat. Is this a harbor or a gangster den? Watching the scene below, Huang Yu also slowly revealed a smile. This was beyond his expectations. Never thought the people from Left's family at the harbor would have guns. This just got more interesting. At this time, when the Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise saw the gun being drawn, their faces darkened. Do you know who we are? Believe it or not, if I reveal my identity, will the young master of the Left family kneel down and beg me? Beg your mom. Bang. A gunshot rang out. White Tiger's eyes filled with disbelief, his body slowly falling down. You little mouse dare to threaten me. The person in charge of the harbor immediately pointed the gun at the other two, and the several people in black behind him also pulled out their guns. Was the harbor's recruitment all messed up? Who did they hire? He was really quite angry at this moment, seeing the others pulling out guns. The Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise also looked increasingly grim. White Tiger was dead. White Tiger was dead. They roared in their hearts, tears uncontrollably streaming down their faces. This was their brother they fought and lived with. You're seeking death. The Azure Dragon's eyes flashed with overwhelming killing intent, his aura becoming even stronger. Stop. Although feeling very sad, the Black Tortoise quickly stopped the Azure Dragon. Have you forgotten what's inside the container? White Tiger had just died because of carelessness. Although they could seek revenge, once someone died, the problem would be huge, especially as the foundation of the Dragon King Palace in Tianhai City was not stable. It would soon attract investigations from Dragon Country. A crate of military weapons like this definitely couldn't be hidden. Seeing the black gun muzzle aimed at them, Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise had to compromise. Under the instruction of the disguised lefty by Huang Yu, the person in charge of the harbor took the two men to the cargo ship being unloaded, starting the unloading journey. Although they were known as the four generals of the Dragon King Palace, they were still ordinary people. Their physical abilities remained at the level of ordinary people. Even though Zizan had given them some basic training in cultivation, it was very superficial. After all, it was just superficial, almost bringing them to the peak state of human beings. Under the scorching sun, the two men began unloading under the watch of several gun muzzles. They worked continuously for 6 hours. They felt more painful than ever before, as if their muscles were about to dissolve. Forget about killing people. If the two had a chance to retaliate just now they had almost no energy even to lift their legs. The unloading speed also slowed down. After all, the cargo in the crate being unloaded now weighed hundreds of pounds, and the lifting it all afternoon, even a god wouldn't be able to bear it. At this moment, Huang Yu also appeared in front of the container filled with military supplies in full view of everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 82. Dragon King Temple Battle. Generals transform into porters. Watching the container covered not only with its own lock, but also thick iron chains, Huang Yu couldn't help but furrow his brows. It was really a hassle to transport military supplies. Go get some tools. I want to open this container. Huh? The port official who followed him cautiously reminded? Young master, this is someone else's cargo. Opening it might cause trouble. Although the Left family had obtained the port operating rights through violence and illegal means in the past, it didn't mean they could act recklessly. What? My words don't matter anymore. Bring me the tools. Huang Yu, disguised as Zuoyi, said coldly. Or do you want to go unload the cargo with those two people? The port official glanced at the two exhausted individuals nearby and shivered. I'll get them right away. Young master. He hurriedly turned and left. After all, this was the future heir of the Left family, not someone he could offend. If anything went wrong, the blame would fall on those above, and he would only be scolded at most. The large and heavy cargo in the port was usually handled mechanically, so if they were to work manually for a few days, they would probably be exhausted. Clang, clang, clang. While King Long and Juanwu were sweating profusely and struggling to move the heavy cargo, the sound of breaking chains suddenly came from a distance. King Long casually glanced over, thinking it was someone unloading cargo at the port, but as soon as he looked, his eyes widened in shock. "Oh no. It's our goods." His voice instantly attracted Juanwu's attention. They both looked in the direction King Long was staring, only to see a somewhat refined-looking man in a suit and glasses commanding a group of people to cut open the container locks, even using a power saw. "I dare you." Juanwu couldn't hold back his anger anymore. "Let's go." Despite feeling like their legs were filled with lead, they rushed towards the container. "If you're not working, why are you running?" A man in a suit wearing sunglasses, holding a bottle of chilled mineral water, scolded sternly. He slammed his gun on the concrete under their feet. "If you don't want to die, get back to work." Shocked by the gun, King Long and Juanwu reluctantly withdrew their feet and returned to the cargo they needed to move. As they watched the container being opened, Juanwu couldn't help but feel regretful and seething with anger. If they had known, they should have killed these scum. How dare they touch their goods? But at that moment, they had no choice but to be at the mercy of others. After the container was opened, even Huang Yu, who had seen grand scenes before, was stunned by the sight inside. This was like a rebellion. The wooden crates inside were stacked densely. By quantity, they could easily form a nearly 1,000-strong team. However, these items were now his. "All right, you can go now. And those two over there, make them work until tonight before letting them rest." Huang Yu raised an eyebrow lightly. "Understood." The port official quickly led his men away. After confirming there was no one around, Huang Yu's thoughts caused the military supplies inside the container to disappear instantly. The empty container was left without a trace. Soon after Huang Yu left, dozens of police officers led by Han Yuyao arrived. They caught sight of the two major generals pointing guns at the Dragon King Temple. Without surprise, everyone was arrested. The former glorious generals of the Dragon King Temple were now in tears. Has justice finally prevailed? Meanwhile, inside the Huang group, Li Hui looked pleased as he examined the partnership agreements on the table before slowly getting up and looking at Zi Feng in front of him. "Captain Zi, shall we have a pleasant partnership?" Both of them smiled contentedly. However, there was a subtle coldness in Li Hua's eyes. Soon, he would officially take over the Huang group. After Zi Feng left, he dialed a mysterious number on his phone. "Let's make it happen tomorrow. It's time for things to stir up." He had a large number of Huang Group real estate projects in his hands, and once something happened, those falsified accounts would be exposed first, implicating the entire Huang family. Though it would only give him temporary control of the Huang Group, it would be enough to accomplish many things. Little did he know, outside the room, his conversation was recorded by Bai Mao and promptly sent to his young master. At the same time, disguised as a police officer after a makeover, Zizan entered the detention room. "Kid, come here." As soon as he entered, a battered old man in the adjacent cell approached him. "You're not a cop here, are you?" Upon hearing this, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Zizan's eyes. "I knew it." Mo Young, the head of the Mo family, revealed a surprised expression. "Do you know who I am?" "I am Mo ... After all these years of treating patients, Mo Young could immediately sense the air of nonconformity emanating from Zizan that didn't match that of a police officer. Just as he was about to use threats and promises to convince the kid to set him free, a sudden sharp pain in his abdomen struck. He was sent flying and spewed out old blood. "Old man, I advise you not to be too talkative." Zizan glared at the fainted old man before casually continuing forward. He continued to search for the refined young man Huang Yu. This time, he must completely eliminate this useless waste. Brother, as Zizan passed by a detention cell, two disheveled and sweaty men called out from inside. Hearing the familiar voices, Zizan furrowed his brows and glanced inside. Shocked to see King Long and Juanwu handcuffed and shackled, their faces red and peeling from the sunburn. Our military supplies were taken. Before Zizan could react, another piece of news exploded. What are you doing? Zizan was instantly furious, looking at the two generals who had ended up in jail. Didn't I ask you to watch over it? King Long and Juan Wu exchanged a glance, feeling somewhat bitter. They couldn't exactly say they had worked as porters at the harbor all day. If that got out, how could they show their faces? What about Bai Hu? Bai Hu. He was shot and killed. End of chapter. Chapter 83. Zifeng was castrated. Huang Yu laid the net. What? Zizhan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was instantly consumed by nameless anger, shaking with fury. He clenched one hand tightly into a fist. What is going on? His expression darkened even more. Someone actually dares to lay hands on the people of the Dragon King's palace, seeking death. Who is it? Seeing the terrifying aura emanating from Zizan, King Long and Juan Wu felt a tremor in their hearts. It had been a long time since they had seen such a terrifying aura from the Dragon King. Excitement surged within them as they finally had the chance to avenge their brothers. It's the Zuo family. The Zuo family. Contempt flashed in Zizhan's eyes. He thought it would be someone else. He never expected it to be this kind of trash. Rest assured, you will come out soon. As for the debt of the White Tiger, I will also settle it. You really came. As soon as the voice fell, a soft and indifferent voice rang out. Turning their heads, they saw Han Yuyao leading Zifeng, as well as a large group of police officers, at the end of the detention room. They were all heavily armed. Han Yuyao looked at this unfamiliar police officer and the familiar figure, coldly smiling. Certainly, according to the original plan, knowing Huang Yu was here, Zizan would definitely come. However, based on what that scum said, it was best for Zifeng to lead the team to arrest Zizan. But having listened to Huang Yu's thoughts, how could Han Yuyao hand over such an important task to Zifeng's hands? After all, this was the future enemy of Tianhai. Moreover, the perpetrator who harmed Huang Yu. How could she let it slide? Yu, step back. Let me handle this. Beside her, Zifeng's eyes showed a hint of peculiarity as he stood in front of Han Yuyao. The downfall of the Huang family was inevitable, but Han Yuyao was someone he had already planned to keep. Someone who could only belong under him. She was his possession. In Zifeng's eyes, it was a pathological desire to protect his possession at all costs. Seeking death, Zizan looked at the police officer before him, his mouth slowly curling up with a cold smile, gradually smirking. Although he didn't know much about this police officer, he had already targeted him. Before he felt embarrassed in front of that dandy's son. Who are you to even call Yu? It seems it's you who is seeking death. Zifeng shouted, instantly attracting the attention of many female police officers. They were surprised by Vice Captain Zhao's valor today. When did he become so courageous? Feeling the gazes from behind, Zifeng straightened his posture even more. This not only caught Han Yuyao's attention, but also provided a good opportunity to rebuild his image. Yu, please don't step forward. This person is too dangerous. Understood. Initially, Zifeng just wanted to intimidate and give himself more chances to perform. Unexpectedly, Han Yuyao was surprisingly accommodating this time. Step back. Han Yuyao led the group of police officers back to meters, creating some distance between the two men. Not because she was afraid or for any other reason, but because during the earlier discussion of the plan, Huang Yu had already mentioned that this person was extremely dangerous. So, Han Yuyao decided to observe first, at least understand his strength, to see the extent that even that coward was afraid. A seductive beauty standing before him. Yet she hesitated to strike. Upon hearing Han Yuyao's words, Zifeng became even more excited. This was a rare opportunity to have a good conversation with Han Yuyao, without her usual cold demeanor. Could it be, because Huang Yu had been brought to the detention center, that Yu didn't dislike him as much now? Thinking of this possibility, Zifeng eagerly clenched his fists. His gaze towards Zizan was filled with determination. With the family rising, the goddess was about to be conquered, and his image was about to be restored. How could he not be happy? Unaware, Zijian's gaze now contained a hint of murderous intent, yet he still controlled it with reason. I advise you to surrender, Zifeng shouted, approaching with a baton, exuding an awe-inspiring aura, seeking death. For Zizan, ordinary firearms were already ineffective against him. Moreover, facing an ordinary person holding a stick. As Zifeng drew closer, Zizan suddenly kicked directly, hitting his vital spot. Almost instantly, Zifeng knelt down, holding his crotch in pain, tears involuntarily streaming down his eyes. Bloodstains seemed to seep through his tightly held hands. Zizan swiftly evaded, passing through all the police present and exiting the police station. Not because he feared the police. When the Dragon King acted, what need was there to inquire? It was because he needed to quickly retrieve the batch of arms from the Zuo family. After all, transporting such a large batch of arms into the Dragon Kingdom was extremely difficult. Who knew how long it would be before they could come again? Inside the villa, Huang Yu was leisurely playing with a desert eagle. Impressive, truly the son of destiny. He managed to bring in so many arms right under the Dragon Kingdom's nose. In addition to handguns, there were various rifles, submachine guns, and even RPGs in the space. Right at that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Xiao Yu. A familiar voice came from the phone, his cheap father. The situation has been investigated, it's true. After saying this, there was silence on the other end. After nurturing a child for so many years, although not his biological offspring, it was impossible not to have any feelings. So, what do you plan to do? Huang Yu seemed to understand the intentions of his cheap father, seeing the obvious plan to let the other party go. No wonder he died so quickly in the original storyline. Seems indecisiveness led to it. Even if you spare him today, what about the future? You can send your own son to prison. Are you reluctant to this one? Huang Yu said sternly. After all, this Li Hua could not be kept. Although just a supporting role, if he were to collude with Zizan, things might not go well. Therefore, Li Hua must die. Alright, I'll leave it to you to handle. The tone of the opposite Huang father was somewhat melancholic. With the call ended, Huang Yu relaxed his eyebrows. Although Li Hua hadn't been mingling with the despicable Zizan, at most, they merely had cooperation with the Z family. But in his eyes, collaboration with the despicable Zizan would eventually happen. Thinking of this, he dialed Yunyan's phone. You can back off now. Okay. Yunyan on the other end was not surprised at all. As the #1 lackey, Bai Mao was also the first to receive the news, and Li Hua was step by step walking into the trap carefully woven by Huang Yu. End of this chapter. Chapter 84. Let us give Zifeng the most enthusiastic applause on the other side. Under the careful arrangement of Li Hua, the Z family and the Huang group also reached a large amount of cooperation. The breach of contract penalties for numerous projects, as well as various gambling agreements, can be said to have reached an extremely terrifying level. The Z family naturally did not have the ability to complete these projects. Although the Z family is a fourth-rate family in Tianhai City, when faced with all the orders from the Huang family, one of the 4 major families in the real estate industry, it was still very strenuous. However, the Z family did not really cooperate. The goal is the assets brought in by those breach of contract penalties and gambling agreements. They swiftly swallowed up all the assets and market of the Huang family in the real estate industry in Tianhai City. Meanwhile, Li Hua had already made all the preparations. Once something happens to the Huang group's real estate, he can shift all the blame onto the Z family. According to Huang Tianhai's guilt towards his father, he would definitely not do anything to harm himself. Moreover, he always did things cleanly and definitely would not have any handles. At the meeting, a senior executive of the Huang group looked at Li Hua's series of decisions and couldn't help but frown. President Li, isn't this inappropriate? Can the Z family handle so many projects? Could there be any problems among these? Many executives were somewhat puzzled. After all, with so many projects, if the Z family cannot complete them, the breach of contract penalties would definitely empty out a large part of the Z family. Although it seemed like a free opportunity, Anyone present who had been in the business world for many years could see the problems involved. Who with a normal intelligence quotient would sign such a contract? Everyone, I have already said that there will be no problems. Li Hui naturally would not allow anyone to oppose him. In any case, the final breach of contract penalties would be paid by the Huang Group. He could seize this opportunity to shift all the blame onto others, taking advantage of the fact that the Huang family was busy with Huang Yu, that trash, white-haired young man with a bold and arrogant face standing at the door of the meeting room. Behind him, there were several men in black suits. Who do you think you are, daring to come here? Get out now. Seeing that it was one of Huang Yu's lackeys, Li Hua's face darkened instantly. But the white-haired young man remained calm. After being instructed by his young master Huang, he had collected a lot of evidence those days. Everyone, you should listen to this first. The white-haired young man slowly entered the meeting room and looked at the group of executives below. He played a recording. It seems that Huang Real Estate is doomed to be consumed by our Z family. So what? When the day comes that I control the Huang Group, it won't be too late for us to cooperate. This is slander. Slander. Li Hui was suddenly shocked, and he snatched the recorder from the white-haired young man, smashing it fiercely to the ground, shattering it. But the white-haired young man remained calm, a faint arrogant smile on his face. Who knows if it's real or fake? Anyway, I have more than one copy. We can have them authenticated later. And aren't you involved in the affairs of Huang Real Estate projects as well? With that, the white-haired young man waved his hand, and the several black-suited men at the door came in. Following them were the joint investigative team and the disciplinary committee formed by various departments. Mr. Li Hui, due to your involvement in job-related crimes, illegal occupation, bribery, violations, please come with us. Li Hui looked at the arrest warrants presented by these people, and sweat the size of beans began to flow down his forehead. He couldn't help but feel extremely nervous. What was going on? Where did it go wrong? His inner voice screamed frantically, clenching his fists tightly, extremely unwilling. I want to see Mr. Huang, and Mr. Huang Sr. He looked at the group of executives and the white-haired young man in the meeting room. This was the only lifeline he could grasp. If he could perform well in front of Mr. Huang and Mr. Huang Sr., maybe there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Otherwise, once he was taken away for investigation, everything would be over. President Li, stand when struck. A loss is a loss. With a smile on his face, the white-haired young man approached him and whispered in his ear, "And you can't offend Mr. Huang Jr. Huang Yu." Upon hearing this, Li Hui suddenly understood. It was all that trash Huang Yu scheming behind the scenes. Damn it. Take him away. With that command, accompanied by the investigative team and the disciplinary committee, Li Hui was handcuffed and taken away in front of the group of executives. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Immediately, the news of 2 executives from the Huang Group being arrested and taken away spread like wildfire. But under the guidance of Huang Yu, the relevant industries of the Huang Group had already made preparations. Therefore, there was not much upheaval. On the other side, inside the villa, Huang Yu quickly received the news reported back by Yan Yan. Meanwhile, at the police station, news of Zifeng's incident with his private parts being exposed also broke out. Upon hearing this news, Huang Yu's expression became strange. If he remembered correctly, in the original story, Zifeng was the lackey by Zizhan's side. Although not a protagonist, he also had several concubines. Never would he have expected to be castrated now, and by Zizhan himself. You scum, come here quickly, I need to talk to you. Urgently, Han Yu Yao urged over the phone, if you try any tricks, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing that, Huang Yu could already guess. It seems that there's a problem with the weapons. He smiled faintly. He had disguised himself as someone from the Zuo family to retrieve that batch of weapons, but the Zuo family did not act at all. So, where did that batch of weapons go? However, Huang Yu did not evade. Anyway, things were mostly resolved now. The reason he had hidden a few days ago was just to lure the enemy into a trap. By avoiding Zizan and dealing with Li Hui, he had succeeded. Driving his latest sports car, he arrived at the hospital and instantly became a gorgeous sight at the entrance. Several pretty girls exclaimed and looked at Huang Yu with eyes twinkling. Before those girls could approach him for contact information, Huang Yu went straight to the VIP ward of Mo's hospital. Due to Zifeng's injury, many people were standing by his bedside in the police station at the moment, and Huang Yu arrived just in time. Comrades, the price Zifeng paid to return is something he can hardly bear, but it's also honorable. Service to the people is engraved in his bones by now. Let us cheer for him, applaud for him. Zifeng lay on the hospital bed, looking lifeless, his eyes dull and his lower body wrapped in thick gauze. The police chief smilingly handed him a pennant. Although a few female police officers were also smiling, there seemed to be more mockery and sarcasm in their smiles. End of this chapter. Chapter 85. Han Yu Yao got rid of the idea of Zizan. Several female police officers covered their mouths and chuckled, and even the laughter reached Zifeng's ears. Especially at this time, Huang Yu happened to arrive at the ward. He was originally preparing to go to the police station, but he thought Zifeng had been exposed, subconsciously worried about that busty lady. So he came to the hospital. Is this guy okay? Can he still live it up in the future? Huang Yu stood at the door and made a sound, instantly attracting everyone's attention, especially Zifeng. Hearing that hateful voice, he widened his eyes instantly. Damn, aren't you supposed to be in jail? Zifeng shouted, his tone filled with uncontrollable anger. But, accidentally, the violent physical movement pulled on the wound below. After a painful cry, his whole momentum wilted down again. I'm less worried about police officer Z. That's why I came to see him. Seeing that Han Yu Yao was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Zifeng in such a state, Han Yu Yao also gave this dead scum a fierce glare. Sure enough, she knew this dead scum's idea was not well-intentioned. However, although Zifeng was injured, she didn't have any particular anger. After all, in the past few years, Zifeng had harassed her quite a bit. However, Han Yu Yao was slightly moved, but not because of Zifeng, but because of this dead scum Huang Yu. She didn't expect this dead scum would actually know how to protect her. If it weren't for him, she might also have been seriously injured. Thinking about Zizan disguised as a policeman with his mysterious and stealthy footsteps and skill, Han Yu Yao didn't think she had the ability to confront him. Cough cough, it's a pity. Police officer Z can't have any fun in the future. Huang Yu sighed, coming up behind Han Yu Yao, his eyes showing either teasing or provocation. Hearing his words, everyone's gaze returned to Zifeng's lower body. There were sighs all around, especially the female police officer who originally thought Zifeng was somewhat handsome, now felt he had lost all male charm. Under Zifeng's pained gaze, Huang Yu slowly extended his devil's claw, gently placing his hand on the full and tender white buttocks on the other side of Han Yu Yao, gently kneading through the police uniform. Han Yu Yao was shocked and turned her head to give a warning. Don't speak. Don't tell me you don't want to solve the serial murder case anymore. In the past, Han Yu Yao would absolutely have slapped him, but facing this slightly commanding tone, she blushed slightly and found herself unable to resist. She even felt a bit excited. What was going on? No, she wasn't that twisted. She was just trying to solve the serial murder case. Yes, that must be it. Seeing the busty lady retract her hand, Huang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew she had some kind of liking for him, he couldn't guarantee she wouldn't make a move in front of everyone. At this moment, Zifeng also noticed the little gesture between the two. Watching his goddess's tender and plump buttocks being wantonly kneaded by his enemy, taking on various shapes, Zifeng widened his eyes and a boundless anger surged in his eyes. You, what's wrong? Zifeng, are you okay? The police station chief saw Zifeng's reaction and hurried over. After all, the school atmosphere was the pride of the police station. They couldn't afford any mistakes. Although you don't have your manhood anymore, don't you still have us? Don't worry. In the worst case, you can find a woman with children in the future. Isn't that the same? And the doctor said, although the chances are slim, but you still have a chance to regain that function. Xiaofeng, who was already angry, heard this and couldn't contain his anger anymore. His eyes rolled back and he fainted directly. Blood started seeping out from his lower body due to high blood pressure. Doctor, doctor, someone come quick, he fainted again. Seeing Zifeng faint directly, the nearby electrocardiogram also began to fluctuate rapidly. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Huang Yu's lips. Although he only wanted to get by, he didn't want this scum to easily cause trouble. Zifeng and that dead scumbag hadn't had much interaction yet, so he naturally wasn't afraid of offending the protagonist by fate. You bastard, did you do this on purpose? Seeing this scene, Han Yu, whose heart was pounding, finally reacted. It was obvious that Zifeng liked her, yet this scumbag deliberately provoked him. You noticed it all. Huang Yu sighed, pretending to be disappointed. But I have no reward for you. With the doctor and nurse arriving, the ward quickly became crowded, and Huang Yu could feel a soft and tender hand grabbing his arm, pulling him rapidly outside. They arrived outside the hospital. What's the deal with those weapons? Weapons? What weapons? Hearing this, Huang Yu suddenly looked puzzled. You scoundrel, pretending you don't know. Seeing this dead scum looking innocent, Han Yu wanted to beat him up. She had interrogated several foreign people at the police station today for hours. She learned from them about a mysterious organization they belonged to, but they didn't disclose the specifics. They mentioned a shipment of weapons taken by the Zuo family, but after preliminary investigation, the Zuo family seemed to have no knowledge of it. Combined with the testimony of the two foreigners, Han Yu quickly remembered when Huang Yu disguised himself as the security guard to save her. If the Zuo family was innocent, the only person who could transform into zuoyi was this dead scumbag. I really don't know. How would I know where the weapons from the port went? Huang Yu shrugged and was about to leave. After all, almost everything was resolved by now. As long as the news of the middle-aged man and his son being alive was released, and the information about Li Huo's crimes was made public, then he would be completely innocent. He just wanted to find a safe place and survive until the final resolution. Did I say it was from the port? Just as Huang Yu was a few meters away, a faint voice came from behind. Following that, Han Yu's somewhat resentful face came into view in front of him. Staring at him closely, Huang Yu felt at a loss for a moment. Am I not worth your trust at all? What are you hiding from me that we can't face together? Han Yu said, her voice already sounding a bit aggrieved. She didn't believe he didn't sense her feelings for him, given that everything she did was for him. So, why wouldn't he tell her everything, even if that security guard was formidable? So what? Seeing Han Yu's heartfelt expression, Huang Yu, who usually had a laid-back attitude, suddenly felt a bit at a loss. Don't cry. End of chapter. Chapter 86. The surrender of the Z family. You will know many things in the future, Huang Yu said, looking at the distressed Han Yu. He also felt uncomfortable in his heart. Damn, according to common sense, the childhood friend by the side of a villain like me should like me. Why did it become the harem of Zizan, that dead twisted mouth? But as long as I am here, I will never let you fall into the hands of Zizan with his dead twisted mouth. I would be willing to marry you on that day you tell me, Han Yu said earnestly with clear eyes, causing Huang Yu's comforting hand to pause. If there really is such a day, let's wait until that day to talk about it. Huang Yu hesitated after thinking for a long time. He originally wanted to agree, but as he was just a minor villain in the story, how could he possibly overthrow the protagonist? If there really was such a day, Han Yu would be a good choice. However, he didn't want his promise to lead to innocent sacrifices. Han Yu also noticed the complex expression in Huang Yu's eyes. She had never seen this side of the bastard she had known for so many years. The Huang family dominated in Tianhai City, so Huang Yu had never faced any difficulties. But this time, remembering the mysterious and unpredictable skills of the security guard named Zizan, Han Yu wiped away the tears that had yet to fall. I understand. She then turned and left on her own. This time, Huang Yu was likely facing unimaginable enemies and challenges. She would not stand idle by. It was not just for Huang Yu, but for both of them. The only clue now was the two members of the illegal organizations from abroad. If that twisted-mouthed security guard could come to their rescue, it meant their relationship was extraordinary. By using this as a breakthrough point, she would surely be able to find and bring that twisted-mouthed security guard to justice. Of course, this required using all available resources. Meanwhile, with Li Hua's arrest, the internal turmoil within the Huang group quickly subsided. The series of financial chain breakages and loopholes in the Huang real estate were promptly remedied. Consequently, the Z family was now facing terrifying breach of contract penalties. In the office of the Huang Group's CEO, Huang Yu was sitting in the boss's seat. Cloud, with her shapely legs clad in stockings and a strong figure in a professional OL uniform, stood next to him. "Director Huang, please spare us. We, the Z family, are willing to assist you in any way. Please spare us." The middle-aged head of the Z family knelt before him, filled with fear and panic. It was Zifeng's father. His face was full of astonishment and confusion. He never imagined that what was originally a foolproof plan had been discovered, and Li Hua had been taken away, leading the Z family to the brink of no return. The elders of the family almost coerced him to seek forgiveness from the Huang group, threatening to enforce family law if he refused. Zitians naturally understood how terrifying the family law of the Z family could be. For himself and the safety of his family, he had to come forward. "What is the Z family? Why are you even negotiating with me?" Huang Yu sneered, showing no mercy. "In the original story, your family was one of the first to join the family of Zizan, that dead twisted mouth. You almost acknowledged yourself as the son. You want to be my spy." Listening to Huang Yu's inner thoughts, Cloud remained composed on the surface, but began to think, how powerful was this disciple of hers? He even mentioned accepting a son. Surveying Zitians kneeling before them, could it be that her disciple was from this family? And all of Huang Yu's actions had revolved around his disciple. Also, what did he mean by the original story plot? Could he have obtained a magical book that predicted the future? As a character from the fantasy world, Cloud immediately had this thought. If that was the case, she must find a way to get hold of this magical book. Cloud subtly examined Huang Yu. However, for a level of artifact like the Heaven and Earth treasure, it was unlikely to be taken without its owner's active offering. She needed to find another way. Sensing a cold gaze behind her, she shivered involuntarily and turned to look. Is this woman planning to take action? Huang Yu thought to himself, considering how to deceive her. This situation will be a disaster sooner or later. Huang Yu made up his mind. Then, he looked at the head of the Z family kneeling before him, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. "I can spare your Z family, under one condition. I want Z Ruoxu. And, you don't need to be the head of the Z family anymore." "What? This?" Upon hearing Huang Yu's condition, Zitians became hesitant. Z Ruoxu was just his daughter. So, what was wrong with her becoming Huang Yu's lover? He didn't care about that. The real issue was the position in the family. It was a hard-earned position, and now to give it up. How could that be possible? "What? Are you trying to offend me?" Seeing the hesitation of the other side, Huang Yu's face darkened. After all, in the Bloody Dragon King book, as Z's undiscovered towards the later stage, the Z family in Tian Hai City was his blood relatives. By getting full support from the Z family, Zizhan's power would become even stronger. Moreover, in terms of talent and cultivation, Z Ruoxu was even more terrifying than Zizhan. She just hadn't encountered a mentor to guide her. If it weren't for the constraints of that book, perhaps someone else's power would be even stronger. Therefore, the Z family must undergo significant changes and be merged into the Huang family. As for Z Ruoxu, if she could be conquered, she would be a powerful weapon. If she couldn't be reclaimed, she needed to be dealt with quickly, otherwise, it would be a catastrophe. Upon hearing him, Zitians shuddered and quickly kowtowed a few times. "I dare not. I will go back and do as you say." Seeing the embarrassed departure of the other side, Huang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, The other party was part of Zizhan's blood clan, so he needed to be careful in handling things. Ding ding. Suddenly, his phone rang again. It's bad. Huang Yu. Li Hui has escaped. Really? Huang Yu frowned upon hearing this news. I'm not joking with you. Hearing the serious tone of Han, he confirmed. If he ran, let him run. I will find him. If you let me find him first, you will lose face. What nonsense are you talking about over there? Hang up. With a beep. Han ended the call, and Huang Yu chuckled as he put away his phone. Li Hui had been raised by his father. It wouldn't be appropriate to deal with him directly. It felt a bit wrong. Just as he was thinking about how to make excuses, now there was no room for excuses. End of this chapter. Chapter 87. All fear comes from insufficient firepower on the other side. At the entrance of the Moshai Hospital, a man in a shirt, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a mask on his face, hurriedly glanced around before entering the hospital. He arrived at the ward of the Deputy Chief of the Criminal Police Brigade. I am Captain Zhao's friend. Li Hui lightly chuckled, lifting the fruit basket in his hand, trying his best not to let the other party hear his true voice. The nurse who came out just glanced briefly and then left. Since Zifeng did not pose any external potential danger, the police station did not assign officers to guard. Instead, they put a lot of energy into the investigation of the serial murder case and the case involving Zizhan. At this moment, Zifeng lay on the bed, his eyes filled with uncontrollable anger. Scenes from before, especially when Huang Yu provocatively looked at him while holding his goddess, Huang Yu, Han Yu Yao, were shouting angrily in his heart, especially Han Yu Yao, who did not resist at all, even looked a bit shy, has always lingered in his mind. He vowed that he would make these two despicable people pay the price, even if he was no longer capable. Yes, due to the excessive emotional disturbance in the morning, his blood pressure rose. The blood vessels in Zifeng's lower body ruptured, worsening his injuries. He had completely lost his function in that area, and he feared he would have to squat to urinate in the future. Are you okay? Accompanied by the closing of the door, a familiar voice suddenly sounded at the door. Why are you here? Zifeng looked at Li Hui at the door, frowning. Did you succeed at the Huang group? No. Li Hua's face turned dark, trying to suppress his emotions. Not only that, our plan has been discovered. I didn't have a chance to act. What do you mean? Oh, hearing this news, Zifeng was instantly shocked, trying to sit up, but the pain in his lower body forced him back. What's going on? Successive blows made Zifeng unable to suppress his anger anymore. He slapped the bedside table, causing the fruit basket and medicine to fall off. You said everything was foolproof. It's my fault. I didn't consider it thoroughly. Huang Yu actually hid so deeply. Where could Li Hui not be angry now? However, at present, he had almost nowhere to stay in Tianhai City. The other families had deep ties with the Huang family, and he was not familiar with the others. The only place that could shelter him was the Z family on the same boat. As long as you can shelter me for 3 months, I am confident that within 3 months, I can bring down the Huang family again. Do you think you are in a position to negotiate with me now? A waste is a waste, not even able to compete with Huang Yu. Plus, he had long held a grudge against Huang Yu. Zifeng did not even consider Li Hui, who had nothing left. I think I am, Li Hui said calmly, showing no sign of turbulence in his tone. He slowly took out a recording from his pocket with his right hand. Are you sure you can bring down the Huang family? That's right. There are some issues in those projects, and as long as your Z family takes over later, we can cooperate in secret. Hearing the words in the recording, Zifeng's eyes immediately showed murderous intent towards Li Hui. How dare you record it? Captain Z, I had no ill intentions. If this recording is released, I am done for two. I just want to make sure we are in the same boat. Li Hui calmly put away the recording and looked back at Zifeng. If you don't show me some pity, I'm afraid I have nowhere else to go. Zifeng stared at Li Hui fiercely. After a long silence, he suddenly laughed. Li, you jest. We have cooperated for so long. There is still some camaraderie between us. How can I not help you when you come to me? Zifeng could naturally sense the threat in Li Hua's words, but for now, he didn't know how much evidence Li Hui actually held. He had to find a way to stabilize the situation. There would be plenty of time to deal with him later. Just as the two of them reached a cooperation agreement, Zifeng's phone suddenly rang. It was his father, the head of the Z family. Hello. From now on, don't stay in the family. Go wherever you want. Just don't come back. A slightly helpless and desolate voice came from the other end, and before he could say anything, the call was cut off. What's this? Zifeng was puzzled. Before he could react, another call came through. It was the director of the Tianhai City Police Department. Zifeng, due to your violent law enforcement and irregular operations in multiple missions, abuse of power, the department has temporarily decided to suspend you indefinitely. Beep beep. Zifeng was completely stunned upon hearing this. Not only was he being kicked out of the family by his father, but now the police department was suspending him too. What's happening? Looking at Zifeng's dumbfounded expression, Li Hui faintly felt that something was wrong. Meanwhile, under Yan Yun's series of tactics, all the criminal evidence of Li Hui and the Z family were packaged into a document bag. It was now placed on Huang Yu's desk. Looking at the thick stack of criminal evidence in front of him, Huang Yu couldn't help but be astonished. Damn, this old woman is really kinky. She managed to collect all the criminal evidence in such a short period of time. If she uses these methods on me, it would be over. Mr. Huang, what do you think? Hearing Yan Yun's thoughts, Huang Yu couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Just you, always calling me an old woman. Know the greatness of mine. Take these things to my old man for him to see. Because Li Hui had previously dealt with official and economic crimes, but there were many others. With a bent waist, Bai Mao took the document bag with a fawning smile. Sure thing. Young master, I'll go now. Li Hua's connection was now cut off, and the Z family had fallen into the hands of the Huang family. It was necessary to quickly weaken the power of Zizan, that crooked-mouthed fellow. Although he might not be able to deal with him, at least he could save his own life and that big-chested girl, the kinky doctor. But, in his mind, Huang Yu glanced lightly at Yan Yun, who was smiling behind him. If this woman finds out that I sent her disciple to the left family, she'd probably come at me with a knife. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled you are, you fear the sharpness of a kitchen knife. Although Zizan was strong, what kind of family was the left family? They were involved in illegal activities, and their methods were exceptionally ruthless. Just a random place in the left family might turn up a few guns. That was indeed strange. He wondered if they were involved in arms trading. End of this chapter. Chapter 88. Zizhan's moment of pretending to be stupid. How is the situation with the Zuo family? Yan Yun raised her delicate eyebrows slightly. Although Zizan didn't learn about her full strength, dealing with ordinary small families like this was still quite easy, so he didn't pay much attention to it. However, what Yan Yun didn't know was that all the fear originated from insufficient firepower, and the Zuo family was clearly the confident one. At the same time, inside the luxurious Dai Hu Grand meeting in Tianhai City, Zuoyi was arrogantly sitting in the main seat of the office. Zuo Jingchu was standing cautiously beside him, looking like she didn't dare to offend. There was a hint of suppressed anger in her eyes. Huang Yu actually came out. It's really ridiculous. Zuoyi received the news and slammed the desk, feeling somewhat resentful. Although he and Huang Yu had no direct conflict, they had been displeased with each other for a long time. How is the investigation going on the person who attacked me that day? Zuoyi crossed his legs, tapping the desk with a finger. Zuo Jingshu quickly replied, we found out that it's a security guard from the Liu group, but it seems like he has been missing for several days now, and we haven't found him. Useless. Zuoyi looked at the few executives standing in front of him, getting angry. You can't even find a stinking security guard. What use are you? Hearing Zuoyi's angry voice, the executives at the Dai Hu Grand meeting shivered instantly. After all, if they offended the young master of the Zuo family, their fate would be extremely miserable. Sorry, we will find him as soon as possible. Zuoyi snorted coldly and withdrew his gaze, falling on Zuo Jingchu standing beside him in a qipao. The tight qipao perfectly outlines Zuo Jingchu's curvaceous figure, showcasing her long, snow-white legs in a provocative manner. Her eyes flashed with a hint of greed. Cousin, you said you wouldn't deal with family matters. So, why are you running a club outside? And with this bunch of useless people? Where? Young Master Zuo, you're joking. I think it's pretty good here. Zuo Jingchu forced a smile, trying to excuse herself. Although she and Zuoyi were cousins, she never used the term cousin for him. She had no interest in the Zuo family. Others might not know, but she was well aware that the Zuo family was not an ordinary place. After all, the current head of the Zuo family was someone who could send his own wife away for profit. The rest were even worse, and she could never fail to understand her cousin's thoughts. Even though they were despicable and filthy, they were the future heirs of the Zuo family. As a woman, she could only endure it and greet with a smile. Meanwhile, with a hurried and frantic footsteps, the office door was pushed open. Not good. Young Master Zuo. Someone is coming up. What's going on? Before Zuoyi could finish his sentence, the person not paused and flew several meters ahead before falling to the ground. Behind him, another person raised his foot, hands in his pockets, looking disdainfully at him. You are Zuoyi? Damn, you dare to come. Seeing this familiar face, Zuoyi stood up abruptly, his eyes filled with uncontrollable anger. If you know what's good for you, hand over those things now. Otherwise, within 2 days, your Zuo family will die. Seeing Zuo Jingchu next to Zuoyi, Zizhan's eyes lit up for a moment. He smiled even more crookedly. It was interesting to see how this woman would react. Why was she so calm and composed here? How did she reach this top level? But Zuo Jingchu's gaze towards Zizhan was different. This man surprisingly had such terrifying power. After all, the security at Dai Hu Grand Meeting was arranged by her personally. However, she had no admiration for him. In Zuo Jingchu's mind, a woman could only rely on herself. People always say that women should marry into wealthy families, but Zuo Jingchu thought differently. She wanted to become a wealthy family herself, to establish her own family. As the hatred between the two deepened, a strange light flashed in Zuo Jingchu's beautiful eyes. Young Master Zuo, maybe you've made a mistake. This person doesn't seem to resemble the one from that day. You should leave. It's dangerous. Zuo Jingchu's eyes showed a hint of panic. She approached Zizhan, grabbing his strong arm in a helpless manner. One of her delicate, snow-white hands rested on Zizhan's hand. Zizhan felt an ethereal feeling. His inherent urge to show off was instantly ignited. There was a touch of gentleness in Zizhan's eyes as he calmly touched Zuo Jingchu's hand, taking advantage of the moment. Miss, don't worry, I'll be fine. Then his gaze turned cold as he looked at Zuoyi. As for him, I'm here to settle scores with him. Zuo Jingchu, don't hide things from me. Zuoyi sneered. You're afraid I'll disrupt your business here at the Dai Hu Grand Meeting, aren't you? Today, I'll fight this guy. Let's see whose bones are harder, his or my bullets. Zuo Jingchu, suppressing her disgust, withdrew her hand from Zizhan and wiped it on her qipao. But from Zizhan's perspective, this action meant his woman was compromising to the authority to protect herself. He clenched his fists, stood up slowly, emitting his full aura. He looked at the arrogant Zuoyi. Zizhan sneered. Miss, rest assured. With me, Zizhan here, no one can bully you. When Zuoyi wasn't paying attention, Zuo Jingchu nodded slightly. This made Zizhan more satisfied. Indeed, the reason Zizhan, could become the Dragon King of the Dragon King's temple was not without reason. In his heart, any woman who met him would definitely fall for him. It had almost become a matter of course. Before Zuoyi could pull out his gun, Zizhan flashed forward and kicked him to the ground. What are you going to do? Feeling trapped, Zuoyi became terrified in an instant. I warn you, if you don't want to die, don't mess with me. Otherwise, Once my Zuo family launches a Dragon King's pursuit order against you, you'll undoubtedly die. Dragon King's pursuit order. Hearing this term, Zizan let out a sneering smile. Dragon King. Don't you know what the Dragon King looks like? He was the current Dragon King of the Dragon King's temple. Who else could there be besides him? End of this chapter. Chapter 89. What? The Dragon King is in the ICU. The Dragon King. Who knows what the Dragon King looks like? Zuoyi only knows that it is a terrifying organization with a great reputation overseas. They mainly engage in various assassinations and mercenary activities. For some major countries, they are a thorn in their side. But for some smaller countries, they are an entity not to be provoked. It is said that whoever the Dragon King wants to kill, no one can escape death. Zuoyi just happened to hear about it by chance. But now, the tables have turned, and Zuoyi had to be cautious. May I ask who you are? What? I just mentioned my identity, and you've already forgotten it. The Dragon King. Zuoyi widened his eyes, deliberately looking surprised. Zizan responded indifferently and released his foot from atop Zuoyi's head. To think it's really you. You have no idea. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Zuoyi showed a worshipful expression. I have an enemy I want you to help assassinate. Any price you name. Who is it? Huang Yu. That scoundrel again. Damn it. Upon hearing this name, Zizan was instantly furious. Thinking of how Liu Ryan suffered for his sake, he could not help but despise the scoundrel. You also have a grudge against this guy. Yes, a bitter enemy. A hated rivalry? Rivalry? It's Liu Ryan, the president of the Liu Group. Oh, I see. While Zizan turned away, Zuoyi stood up, drawing a gun from his waist and uttered a sound of disdain and annoyance. Looking at Zizan in his cheap clothes, Zuoyi did not hesitate. He pulled the trigger, but the bullet hit the door frame instead, leaving Zizan's spot empty. You dare to deceive me? Zizan turned around about 3 or 4 meters away from Zuoyi, and with a cunning smirk, he said, The Dragon King's dignity cannot be defiled by mortals. It seems I must end you today. Damn it. A damn security guard posing as something. Zuoyi waved his hand, and the trembling managers in the office immediately took out their guns. Behind the office door, a group of people in black suits also approached. Fire! Zuoyi roared. Instantly, numerous bullets were discharged towards Zizan. Today, I'll let you go. But in the days to come, I will make your left family pay for their blood debt. Zizan, full of indignation, dodged the gunfire and dashed through the wall of the high-rise building, heading outside. Damn it! Zuoyi roared, snatching a large-caliber weapon from one of his men who had just arrived. With a shot, Zizan sensed an unprecedented danger and managed to somersault in midair to evade it. Indeed, the firearms were from the left family. Zizan sneered inwardly at the ordinary family's possession of so many weapons. Although he had just managed to evade the attack, the imminent danger did not dissipate but made him even more nervous, with a growing sense of unease. He felt a constant dread. As Zizan turned his head, he saw a spherical object falling alongside him. They were approaching each other at nearly the same speed, and when he identified the object, Zizan's eyes widened in shock. Damn, a grenade. Boom. In an instant, the grenade exploded. Zizan had no time to dodge and was blown into ragged clothes midair, crashing onto a sports car below. He left a large dent on the car roof upon impact. Something bad happened. Someone jumped off the building. Call an ambulance. Quick! Amidst the chaotic voices, an ambulance arrived shortly and rushed the injured to the nearest hospital. At the Mo People's Hospital. Unbelievable. It's truly unbelievable that he's not dead. He just broke a few bones, but why hasn't he regained consciousness? Nonsense. Do you expect him to wake up with just a broken leg? His recovery ability is almost as amazing as a worm's. This could be a significant discovery in human history. In the operating room, several chief doctors surrounded the operating table, observing the nearly abnormal speed of recovery, all feeling astonished. Bad news. He's about to wake up. Quick! Sedate him with a few shots. A doctor urged the anesthetist nearby to administer general anesthesia to the patient on the operating table. The anesthetist, somewhat bewildered and flustered, saw everyone staring at him and promptly gave the patient a full-body anesthesia. Thank goodness. The urging doctor breathed a sigh of relief, as did the others. They were not just mediocre doctors, but the discovery was indeed crucial. So it was best to take some samples to investigate further. Perhaps it could even lead to a Nobel Prize. Right. This important news should be promptly reported to Director Mo. An hour later, Huang Yu and Mo Linglong, along with the visibly aged Mo family head, Mo Young, walked towards the elevator. If you hadn't leaked information, I wouldn't have ended up imprisoned or been kicked so hard by that brat out of nowhere. Mo Young directly scolded Huang Yu, visibly upset. But you wouldn't have been released if you hadn't been badly injured. Huang Yu chuckled, showing no intention of apologizing. Accustomed to bickering even within the detainment room, these two were truly unique characters. Huang Yu had not wanted to come in the first place, but the ineffective Mo had coerced him into it. Otherwise, he would have been back resting already. In any case, this matter between us is far from over. Mo Young uttered a threat and then, with Mo Linglong's support, headed towards a floor dedicated to emergency care. Dad, aren't you going to check your wounds? Seeing that her father had selected an emergency care floor rather than a hospital room, Mo Linglong was surprised. I heard that there's a patient in the hospital with a remarkable discovery on his body. I have to see for myself. The orthopedic department mentioned that it could be a discovery worthy of a Nobel Prize. What? Mo Linglong's eyes widened in surprise, finding it hard to contain her excitement. Indeed, any Nobel Prize, especially in the field of medicine, almost always marked a groundbreaking milestone in human medical history. If that were the case, Mo Linglong felt a surge of excitement. Seeing Mo Linglong's animated reaction, Huang Yu sighed helplessly. It seems that patient is in trouble. This woman is a genuine sadistic sadist. End of the chapter. Chapter 90 Live Research. Regarding the medical field, Mo Linglong can be said to be obsessed to the point of perversion. In order to analyze various pathologies, the number of white mice that died in her hands is countless. Each death was more tragic than the last. Now encountering a living example, Huang Yu could not bear to think further. Damn it. How can an ordinary person suffer such a fate for no reason? It would be better if the one dissected was that dead twisted-mouth Xiaozhan. Anyway, after this girl is brought into Xiaozhan's harem, she will be neglected, which is why she becomes more and more perverted each day. But we must find a way to hide Mo Linglong. Otherwise, once discovered by Xiaozhan, the chances of survival are almost non-existent. Since you are my ex-girlfriend, I will help you a bit. Let me be a good person. Mo Linglong initially was preparing to erupt upon hearing Huang Yu's words. However, as she listened further, she became more confused. Who is Xiaozhan? Last time in the hospital, he heard that this scum promised to favor that person. Now he claims to become that person's concubine, and he might be killed by this person called Xiaozhan. Is this a prophecy? Mo Linglong quickly sorted out her thoughts, recalling every detail about Huang Yu. It seemed like she had been avoiding something all along. Could it be she was avoiding Xiaozhan? In that case, is it possible that, when they were abroad, the reason this scum dumped her was because of that person called Xiaozhan? Mo Linglong, who had been happy because of the miraculous cases in the hospital, suddenly thought of this. Her heart was no longer calm, although she had already told him before that they would no longer have any contact, and that he had mistaken her. But after all, he was her first and only boyfriend. How could she easily forget about it? Looking at Huang Yu's face, deeply engraved in her heart, Mo Linglong sighed deeply. She had made a decision. She would find this person called Xiaozhan, torment him to the point of wishing for death, and then present him before Huang Yu. Let him understand that she, Mo Linglong, is not a weak person, and their love didn't need to hide from anything. Therefore, sometimes the love brain is terrifying, solely based on one's fantasies. It can determine a person's fate. Shortly after, the three of them arrived at the ICU upstairs. How is the condition of the patient? Mo Young endured his injuries, putting on a mask and a white coat, and asked the doctor, The patient's recovery speed is incredible. Almost all severe injuries are almost healed. Only minor injuries remain. To prevent the patient from escaping, we administered some anesthesia, waiting for you to examine and find out the reason. Mo Linglong followed behind Mo Young, also wearing a mask and a white coat. As for Huang Yu, after receiving a nod of approval from Mo Linglong, he naturally donned a white coat, put on a mask, and followed behind the two. He was quite curious. Could there really be people with such terrifying abilities in this world, recovering so quickly, either possessing some unique ability or having a body constitution of a great emperor reborn from the celestial realm, or perhaps a master of cultivation? Anyway, regardless of how, Huang Yu felt it was necessary to meet this person. Maybe there was a chance to sway him over to their side. Upon entering the ICU, seeing the figure on the hospital bed, both Huang Yu and Mo family head were speechless. Wow! The two exclaimed simultaneously, then exchanged a glance. It's actually him. Damn it. How did that dead twisted mouth Xiaozhan end up in the hospital? I knew he was so twisted. It seems he's up to no good. While he's severely injured, should we take care of this guy? As Huang Yu was considering this, suddenly he shuddered, sensing a gaze full of murderous intent. At that moment, inside the apartment on the yoga mat, Union, who was practicing yoga, also turned to look in a particular direction outside the window. You little bastard, dare to touch my disciple and see what happens. Although this disciple of his was indeed not very reliable, he was still Union's disciple after all. Besides, he had already told Xiaozhan not to provoke the Huang family again. If he really acted, Union thought it was necessary to discipline this little troublemaker. Sensing this murderous gaze, Huang Yu looked around but didn't find anyone. The gaze soon disappeared. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Forget it. He's the protagonist destined by fate. I better be careful. At this moment, Mo Young also recognized the person. Isn't that the kid he kicked in the detention room? Although his appearance differed, after years of medical practice, how could he not recognize that figure and physique? Damn it. It's time to teach this kid a lesson. Mo Young looked at Xiaozhan lying on the operating table and said, since he's still under anesthesia, let's act quickly. All right, Dean, what should we do?